This audiobook contains 130 censored sentences and 321 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Censurado, incomplete, Senju, Sage Barato. Ding, host and partner. Mikoto have formed a spiritual bond. Mangekyo Sharingan experience 50, Chakra Cap 3. Ding, host and partner. Moroku have formed a spiritual bond. Natural energy affinity 0.01 Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained secret technique. Elementary nature mode. Elementary nature mode. Upon activation, enter the state of unity with nature. More attuned to the world, capable of gathering and storing natural energy for personal use, greatly enhancing the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, etc. As he gets stronger, he kills Danzo and forces Hiruzen to abdicate, eventually unifying the ninja world. First partner inside a cave. A man slowly opened his dazed eyes. In his vision, there seemed to be two snow-white rabbits hopping up and down. In addition to that, he also heard a woman's soft humming. Seeing this absurd scene, Censurado, a strange restlessness flowed through him, so he instinctively began to shift. Sensing the man's unease beneath her, the female, the Jonin, gently placed her hand on his barato and chuckled. The medicine works well. You seem to be recovering nicely. Serve me well, and I won't harm you. The man's breathing turned ragged. Unfamiliar memories continuously flooded his brain, and his consciousness gradually blurred. In a daze, an electronic sound echoed deep within his brain. Ding, absorbed special Een release chakra, converted to Sharingan experience points. Gained 7280 Sharingan experience points. This skill can be upgraded. Ding, host and partner. Aoyama Yui shared a close bonding moment. Affection 12, Chakra Cap 2. Ding, host and partner. Aoyama Yui shared a close bonding moment. Affection 10, Chakra Cap 2. Ding, ding, ding. The next morning, the man opened his eyes, still dazed. By this time, he had completely undergone fusion with the original Bodis memories. Although his head was still a bit groggy, he was already exclaiming in his heart, "I've transmigrated." He took a deep breath, then slightly turned his head to look at the woman beside him. She was a jonin from a Wagakure, about 26 years old, with an elegant appearance. Overall, she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she carried herself with the poise of a mature woman. He then looked at himself. His clothes had been torn clean off, and his hands and feet were encased in rock, unable to move at all. Next, he slowly breathed, trying to calm his inner self. Then, he closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep, but in reality, he began to scheme in his mind. It's Konoha year 48, during the Third Great Ninja War. Konoha and Iwagakure have been at war for over a year, because Iwagakure's offensive suddenly intensified these past few days. Fugaku sent Shun and some others to gather intelligence. On their way back, they were pursued by this jonin. To cover the retreat of his two younger cousins, Shun stayed behind to act as a rear guard, only to be captured by her. However, because she wanted the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, Censurado, he was inexperienced in both lives. He never thought that he would be forced into such a situation. Still, he needed to find a way to escape. After pondering, he began to silently chant in his mind. System, cheat, character panel. With a ding sound, a virtual character panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Host, Uchiha Shun strength, Chunin status, weak lifespan, 1686 partners. Aoyama Yui, affection, 42. Health, 152 520 chakra, 35 416 ocular power, 92 398 chakra affinity. Fire, 72. Wind, 28. Lightning, 6. Een, 53. Yang, 12. Kekkei Genkai, 1 Tomo Sharingan, 7,280 1500. Upgradable. Shun had been drained to the point of collapse. No wonder his condition was so weak. Fortunately, he had a cheat. Shun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced again at Yui, who was still sound asleep. Yesterday, Shun was defeated by her Jinjutsu. As an Uchiha, to be defeated in the Jinjutsu domain was simply a disgrace. Then he silently chanted in his mind, "Upgrade Sharingan." Ding! Upgrade conditions met. Please choose the Sharingan Evolution Direction. 1. Enhance Dynamic Vision 2. Strengthen Jinjutsu Talent 3. Increase Ocular Power Limit. Considering his current environment, Shun thought for a moment and silently chanted, "Choose 2. Strengthen Jinjutsu Talent." Note, Dynamic Vision and Ocular Power Limit are also increased, just not as much. They will be standard to the level of the Sharingan, while Jinjutsu Talent will be much greater. Ding! 2 Tomo Sharingan upgrade successful. Current status, 2 Tomo Sharingan, 7,285,000. Can be upgraded to 3 Tomo Sharingan. Continue upgrade? Continue upgrade. Ding! Upgrade conditions met. Please choose the Sharingan Evolution Direction. 1. Enhance Dynamic Vision 2. Strengthen Jinjutsu Talent 3. Increase Ocular Power Limit. Choose 2. Strengthen Jinjutsu Talent. As the selection ended, Shun's Sharingan began to spin, rapidly evolving from 1 Tomo to 2 Tomo, and then to 3 Tomo Sharingan. His vision suddenly became several times clearer, and his dynamic vision also improved. He could see Yui's eyelashes trembling slightly, and even the trajectory of her exhaled mist was crystal clear, as if time had slowed down several times. Seemingly sensing the abnormal chakra fluctuations, Yui abruptly opened her eyes. A pair of scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan appear before her. 3 Tomo Sharingan, this is bad. Yui naturally knew not to make eye contact with a 3 Tomo Sharingan, but it was too late now. Her heart thumped, and a strong sense of foreboding surged within her. Shun's lips curled slightly, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. An invisible force permeated the air. Yui felt a momentary daze before her eyes, and her consciousness gradually blurred, involuntarily falling under the control of the Jinjutsu. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear and unwillingness. She wanted to struggle, but found her will to be insignificant before the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, her eyes became vacant. Her hands began to mechanically form hand signs. Earth release. Rock pillar prison, release. As her movements finished, the rocks binding Shun's hands and feet slowly softened and eventually disappeared. Seeing the rocks binding his hands and feet vanish, Shun sat up. He stretched his limbs, which had been bound for a long time, and his joints made a crackling sound. Then, after exhaling a breath of stale air, he revealed a somewhat wicked and charming smile. His Jinjutsu talent, after 2 enhancements, was indeed very great. Yesterday, the original owner of this body used his 1 Tomo Sharingan to cast Jinjutsu on Yui, but she instantly dispelled it and caused him a significant mental backlash, which led to his capture. Now, the outcome is reversed. Just as he was feeling smug, a sore sensation came from his waist, an after effect of the night's exhausting activities. He stretched his somewhat aching midsection, then put on his clothes and checked his ninja tool pouch. Next, he clasped his hands together, forming a hand sign. Then, he released a portion of the Jinjutsu on Yui. As part of the Jinjutsu control was lifted, Yui's eyes gradually regained clarity. She watched the man in front of her warily, not speaking, as if she had already seen through life and death. Recalling the previous night's frantic actions, a ripple stirred in Shun's heart, and his gaze carried a hint of complex emotion. He extended his right hand and touched Yui's cheek, saying, "Seeing as you're important to me, I won't harm you. This war won't last much longer. Live well and survive. The remaining Jinjutsu power shouldn't hold you for long. We'll meet again." With that said, he no longer lingered. His figure was like lightning, swiftly flashing out of the cave where the two had been hiding. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the mountain forest, leaving only the rustling sound of leaves. Yui stared intently in the direction Shun had departed, her eyes filled with caution and vigilance. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh. That young man didn't lie to me. The Jinjutsu power on me is constantly weakening. It seems it won't be long, just a few minutes before it dispels itself. Following that, a hint of doubt arose in her heart. Yesterday, he could only activate 1 Tomo Sharingan, but today, it's become 3 Tomo Sharingan. Rumor has it that as long as Uchiha clan members experience strong emotional stress, their eyes will awaken and continuously evolve. I didn't think this rumor was actually true. Last night, I put this 16-year-old through intense hardship, yet he still didn't defeat me. Cinchuredo. Gain skill fusion count 1 divine demon transformation after hearing the system's prompt. Shun did not stop, but instead accelerated forward. There was a forest ahead, a place to hide. He quickly jumped onto the branch of a large tree, using the branches and leaves for cover, and then checked the system's reward. Cinchuredo and then dozens of earth spikes burst out of the ground, shooting towards where he had been hiding, immediately breaking tree branches and sending leaves flying. Immediately after, for IWA, ninjas leaped out from the bushes. Leading them was a male Jonin in his 30s, followed by 3 male Chunin in their 20s. Seeing the enemies appear, Shun instinctively formed hand seals, intending to use fire release. Great fireball technique to counterattack, but halfway through, he abruptly stopped. Then, he quickly fled southwest. The reason he fled southwest was because he was currently in the land of Earth, and the land of fire was to the south of the land of Earth. After forcibly suppressing his desire to fight, Shun muttered in his heart, "The Uchiha bloodline truly is arrogant and crazy." The people chasing him were 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, while he only had about 40 of his chakra and ocular power left. The disparity in strength between the two sides was great, yet his Bodhis instinct was to rush forward and fight them to the death. He didn't know what to say. Seeing Shun flee, the Jonin gestured to pursue. The 3 Chunin behind him immediately understood, splitting left and right to encircle him. Seeing this, Shun no longer hesitated, forming a hand sign with his left hand and pulling out 4 shuriken with his right. Then he forcefully threw them, shouting, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." Immediately, over 60 shuriken appeared in the air, flying towards the 4 Iwagakure ninjas. Uchiha ninjas with 3 Tomo Sharingan are usually elite Jonin level, and Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique is an A-rank ninjutsu. Additionally, the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques are very famous in the ninja world, so the Iwagakure Jonin quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Immediately after, an earth wall appeared, protecting the 4 Iwagakure ninjas. A few seconds later, the expected fierce attack did not occur as anticipated. Only a few sounds of shuriken embedding into the earth wall were heard. At this moment, the Iwagakure Jonin realized he had been tricked. This was not the A-rank Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, but an ordinary E-rank clone technique. The opponent saw them chasing, turned and ran, and used a low-level ninjutsu like clone technique to delay, indicating that he didn't have much chakra left. Analyzing the opponent's information in just a few seconds demonstrated the Iwagakure Jonin's rich experience. He immediately dispelled the earth wall and angrily shouted, "Chase him, he shouldn't have much chakra left." Upon hearing this, the 3 Iwagakure Chunin behind him pursued, even more excitedly, Cinchuredo. Clone technique, transformation technique, fire release, great fireball technique, all have reached adept level and can be fused and deduced. Ding, preliminary deduction complete. Host, please choose a deduction direction. 1. Fire release. Phoenix Master based on fire release chakra. Integrated with transformation technique, it can transform into a firebird. After incorporating the principle of clone technique, the number of firebirds is increased, and the firebirds possess a certain degree of intelligence, automatically flying around enemies to perform self-destructive attacks. 2. Fire release. Omnidirectional ambush based on fire release chakra. Integrated with transformation technique, it creates special explosive traps that can confuse enemies. After incorporating the principle of clone technique, the number of special explosives is increased. When triggered, it will cause explosions and a large amount of flames. Note, the caster can actively detonate the traps. 3. Divine Demon Transformation based on transformation technique, integrated with the principle of clone technique. It allows the caster to enter a special two-headed, four-armed state. Because this ninjutsu uses fire release chakra as its base, the special clones that are transformed will have reduced chakra consumption when using fire release ninjutsu. Shun pondered for 2 seconds and silently thought, choose 3. Divine Demon Transformation. Ding! Fusion deduction complete, Censurato, and then began to form hand seals. Earth Release. Earth and Stone Dragon. After completing the hand seals, a 12-meter-long Earth Dragon quickly emerged from the ground. Then, the 4 Iwagakure ninjas jumped onto the head of this Earth Dragon, and then the Earth Dragon moved, quickly chasing Shun. The 12-meter-long Earth Dragon moved extremely fast, and the distance between the two sides rapidly closed. Seeing Shun seemingly muttering something, Fujino said coldly, "You can still be distracted in battle. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish." After speaking, the Iwagakure Jonin began to form hand seals again. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. The rapidly advancing Earth Dragon opened its large mouth, continuously firing sharp earth chunks. With the enhancement of his Sharingan's dynamic vision, Shun was able to dodge these incoming earth chunks while running at high speed. Bang! 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 The flying earth spikes continuously hit the ground, and suddenly, more than 20 earth pits appeared around Shun's running path. At this moment, Shun's heart pounded and his mind raced. Host, Shun status, weak health, 192, 520 chakra, 125, 416 ocular power, 136, 996. He checked his information through the system. His physical state was still very weak. If he continued to flee like this, he would likely collapse before getting far, so he began to carefully observe his surroundings. Immediately after, he noticed a large tree ahead and instantly had an idea. He flashed, quickly hid behind the tree, and formed hand seals. Divine Demon Transformation. He tilted his neck to the left, and a head with fiery red hair grew out of his right side, and a pair of arms grew below his original arms. The appearance of 2 heads and 4 arms made him look somewhat eerie. Combination of fire and wind. The Third Great Ninja War, the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, had lasted for over a year. After the cruel baptism of war, both sides were very familiar with each other's methods, knowing each other inside and out. Seeing the enemy hide behind a tree, Fujino narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze steady and confident. He clasped his hands together, forming a hand seal, and immediately, an earth clone condensed above the dragon's head. Subsequently, this earth clone, like a bolt of lightning, sped towards the large tree at an astonishing speed. However, before the earth clone could get close to its target, a rustling sound of branches and leaves suddenly came from the top of the large tree. A strange figure with 2 heads and 4 arms leaped out like a ghost, drawing an arc in the air and appearing in everyone's line of sight. What is this thing? Do the Uchiha have this kind of ninjutsu? A Chunin standing behind Fujino had his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. Fujino frowned and said, "Idiot, don't look him in the eyes. Be careful of falling under a genjutsu." Shun, in midair, looked down at the 3 people's astonished expressions, a sinister and charming smile playing on his lips. The 3-tomo Sharingan in both his heads began to spin rapidly, light flowing in his eyes. Sharingan, genjutsu. An invisible force spread out like ripples, like an invisible net, enveloping the Iwagakure ninjas. Seeing this, alarm bells rang in Fujino's heart. Years of combat experience on the brink of life and death had made his body react faster than his brain. He instinctively sidestepped to the left, pushing off the ground with both feet, and like an agile leopard, he dodged an attack from behind. At the same time, he quickly turned around, only to see his two students with vacant eyes, their bodies out of control, clearly having fallen under a genjutsu. He hurriedly gathered chakra in his palms and struck both of them. Powerful chakra flowed from his palms into the barato of his two students, instantly waking them from the genjutsu's control. After the chunin on the left, Daisher recovered, he looked down and saw his right hand clutching a kunai stained with fresh red. And Yamahoko, Cinchuredo. And he gritted his teeth and cursed, Daisher, it's not your fault. I know you were under their genjutsu. Daisher was not good at expressing himself. He could only support Yamahoko and curse, evil Uchiha. As they spoke, flames of anger and unwillingness burned in their eyes. At this moment, Shun, who was in midair, would not give them a chance to breathe. He let out a wild laugh and said, You think you can fight me with just this much? D. As he spoke, his four arms moved like nimble octopus tentacles, his hands rapidly changing seals, chakra flowing between his fingers. As the hand seals were completed, both heads operated simultaneously, and the right head suddenly opened its mouth wide and shouted, Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball carrying rolling heat shot out from his mouth, its scorching temperature distorting the surrounding air, making crackling sounds. At the same time, the left head also opened its mouth wide and shouted, Wind release, great breakthrough. Several gusts of wind roared out from his mouth, the strong winds like sharp blades, pushing the fireball forward and changing its shape. In the blink of an eye, with the help of the strong wind, the fireball transformed into a surging wave of fire, sweeping towards the four Awagakure ninjas. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the earth clone immediately stopped, squatted down, and rapidly formed hand seals like a phantom. Finally, it slammed its hands hard on the ground. Earth release. Earth-style wall. A thick earth wall quickly rose from the ground, appearing in front of the four Iwagakure ninjas. This earth wall was over 7 meters high and about 8 meters wide, enough to completely shield the four of them. However, the scorching fireball and the violent strong winds came with fierce momentum, both violently crashing into the earth wall. In an instant, a deafening roar sounded, as if the entire mountain forest trembled. Boom! 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 The scorching flames and strong winds impacted the earth wall, which trembled violently under the dual attack of wind and fire, developing cracks. And dirt constantly peeled off. After only supporting for a little over 2 seconds, the earth wall could no longer withstand this powerful force and collapsed with a crash. The shattered earth wall turned into countless broken stones, accompanying the violent wind and fire release combination ninjutsu, and attacked the four Iwagakure ninjas behind the wall. Fujino made a decisive decision, rapidly forming hand seals. Earth release, underground projection, fish technique. Chakra formed a vortex beneath his feet, and with a slight tremor, he and his 3 students' bodies quickly sank underground, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing the 4 Iwagakure ninjas fleeing frantically underground, Shun showed a satisfied smile. The power of this combination ninjutsu is very great. If he had simply used fire release, great fireball technique, the attack range would only be about 10 meters. But by adding wind release, great breakthrough, it became a wind and fire release combination ninjutsu, and the attack range instantly expanded to over 30 meters, and its destructive power also increased by 1 rank. Currently, in a ninja world, not many ninjas can perform combination ninjutsu alone. The most famous among them is 3rd Hokage Hiruzen, who can perform fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water release combination ninjutsu by himself. The other is the bounty hunter from the Akatsuki, Kakuzu. Just as Shun was immersed in the joy of victory, admiring the power of his ninjutsu, Fujino's earth clone, which had been left outside, did not give up on counterattacking. It quickly rushed over, forming hand seals, earth release, bullet rock technique. Then it spewed out stones from its mouth. These stones began to enlarge the moment they left its mouth, and then shot towards Shun in midair. Shun frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He pulled out two kunai with explosive tags attached to them, waved his left and right arms, and threw them out precisely, one after the other. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions sounded, and the powerful impact generated by the explosions stirred up a storm in the air. The surrounding trees were shaken violently, and leaves fell everywhere. Immediately after, Shun's four arms came together, flapping like wings, forcibly increasing his bonus air resistance, avoiding the incoming stones, and his body began to fall from the air. Although the Earth clone was a solid clone, its resistance to damage was not great. The shockwaves from the two explosions and the scattered debris had already defeated this Earth clone. After landing, Shun became alert again and carefully observed his surroundings. Currently, he was in the land of Earth, and Awagakure ninjas could pursue him at any time. So he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Before leaving, he checked his attributes. Chakra, 32,416 ocular power, 76,996. Looking at his dwindling chakra and ocular power, he sighed helplessly, turned, and quickly sped towards the southwest. Delving into Kusagakure Fujino, along with his 3 Chunin students, fled to a safe area in the distance. He looked at his students with a solemn expression and said, "Toru and Daisher, take Yamahoko back to the outpost for treatment. Also, bring the intelligence from here back and have them send another Jonin for support. I will continue to pursue that Uchiha. This mission is crucial and must not fail." Daisher frowned slightly and asked with some doubt, "Sensei, from what I observed, the opponent should only be 16 or 17 years old. Is he that strong? Do we still need to send a Jonin for support?" Fujino explained with a serious expression. Using that two-headed four-arm ninjutsu just now, he can easily cast combination ninjutsu. What's more troublesome is that he can also activate 2 jinjutsu simultaneously, which is equivalent to casting 4 ninjutsu at the same time. Therefore, the power and strategic value of this ninjutsu are beyond imagination. Moreover, a Konoha genius like him is our priority target. Upon hearing this, Toru nodded and said, "Understood, Sensei. We will take Yamahoko back for treatment and bring the intelligence back immediately." Fujino nodded slightly, then used the body flicker technique and disappeared from his original spot. "Butsingi, leave." Toru turned to his 2 companions and said with a serious expression, "Daisher, carry Yamahoko. We need to hurry back to the outpost." Daisher patted his chest and said, "Sorry, Yamahoko, bear with the pain. They'll carry you back for treatment now." After speaking, he squatted down, carefully picked up Yamahoko, and quickly headed north. On the other side, Shun had only been fleeing for a little over 10 minutes when he sensed someone was pursuing him. The person pursuing him was, of course, Fujino. He did not hide his tracks. Instead, he constantly launched attacks to interfere. Once he encountered a counterattack, he would quickly escape underground with extreme speed, making him incredibly annoying. Facing such a slippery opponent, Shun felt a bit annoyed but could only carefully ponder his options. The enemy is an experienced old Jonin, and I am still at the border of the land of Earth. The enemy support ninja should arrive very soon, so their attacks are nothing more than an attempt to disrupt my escape rhythm. If I continue to stall, I will die. He thought a method, crossing the heartland of the land of grass. Although doing so would lead to attacks from a large number of Kusagakure ninjas, at least there would still be hope of escape. During the Third Great Ninja War, the main battlefield between Konoha and Awagakure was actually in the land of grass. This was the helplessness of a small country. The ninjas of Kusagakure outwardly showed great respect to Konoha and Awagakure. But secretly, they were fence-sitters selling intelligence about Awagakure to Konoha and intelligence about Konoha to Awagakure. If they encountered a lone Konoha or Awagakure ninja, they would ambush or kidnap them. Seeing Shun change his direction of movement and head towards Kusagakure, Fujino also guessed his intentions. His expression immediately darkened. After leaving some secret signals on the ground, he pursued him. The border of the land of grass was covered in various types of green grass. Even with sparse trees, they were not tall, so there were not many places to hide. While speeding, Shun glanced at his pursuer behind him. The Iwabikure Jonin behind him was very cautious. Sharingan. Jinjutsu required both parties to make eye contact to be successfully activated, but after more than 2 hours of pursuit, he still hadn't found an opportunity to use it. They were about to enter Kuzugakure's alert range, but Fujino still showed no sign of giving up. Shun then took out a military ration pill and ate it to recover his stamina and chakra. Not long after, 3 Kuzugakure ninjas appeared not far ahead. They held kunai, assumed defensive stances, and shouted, "This is Kuzugakure territory. Leave immediately." Shun activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and saw that they were only 3 genin. He then took out 6 shuriken and threw them. Clang, clang, clang. Several sounds of metal clashing rang out. The 3 Kuzugakure genin clutched their necks and convulsed as they fell, clearly not having much time left to live. After dealing with the Kuzugakure genin, he glanced at his pursuer behind him, who clearly showed no signs of giving up. He could only bite the bullet and continue deeper into Kuzugakure territory. The detection ability of a Sharingan is not as great as the Byakugan, but it is not weak. A moment later, Shun discovered 9 Kuzugakure ninjas in the distance. 3 Chunin, 6 genin. Perhaps I can try. After saying that, he ignored the 6 genin and stealthily approached the 3 Kuzugakure Chunin. 120 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The distance was getting closer and closer. Shun hid in the shadows and used Divine Demon Transformation, then suddenly rushed towards the 3 Kuzugakure Chunin. Seeing a 2-headed, 4-armed monster suddenly appear and charge at them, the 3 Kuzugakure Chunin were slightly stunned, then thought, not good. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. 2 of the Kuzugakure Chunin were seen holding kunai and stabbing the ninja standing in the middle. Instantly, that Kuzugakure Chunin clutched his lower back and fell, and as he fell, he struggled to shout, "Enemy attack!" The shout quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding Kuzugakure ninjas, while Shun had already hidden himself. Then, he controlled a Kuzugakure Chunin who was under Jinjutsu and shouted, "At 4 o'clock, there's a lone Iwabikure Jonin. He has killed one of our Chunin. I will avenge him." Unable to watch the show, Fujino formed hand signs and slapped the ground. Earth release, Earth and Stone Dragon. A 10-meter-long Earth Dragon emerged from the ground. He quickly jumped onto the dragon's head and shouted from above, "I didn't kill that person. I'm currently pursuing an Uchih. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way." The 2 Kuzugakure Chunin, controlled by Jinjutsu, ignored his words and continued to charge towards him. As the distance between them closed, Fujino naturally noticed the anomaly. The eyes of those 2 Kuzugakure Chunin had already taken on the shape of the Sharingan, which is a characteristic of being controlled by Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Knowing that persuasion was futile, he could only use ninjutsu to attack. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The large Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide, continuously firing Earth chunks. Instantly, 1 Kuzugakure Chunin was hit by several Earth chunks, falling to the ground motionless, his clothes quickly stained red. Seeing this, the other Kuzugakure Chunin shouted, "Darn it! Sumiko is also gone. I will avenge her." After saying that, the Kuzugakure ninja quickly charged forward and triggered the explosive tags, unleashing a series of powerful blasts. Boom! 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 The explosions rang out continuously. Seeing their comrade fall in such a devastating way, the surrounding Kuzugakure ninjas were overcome with rage. No longer concealing themselves, they quickly surrounded Fujino and pulled out their ninja tools to attack. Although the plan was successful, the 6 Kuzugakure genin could not delay for too long. Fortunately, the continuous explosions had already caused a commotion, and Kuzugakure ninjas were constantly rushing towards the explosion area. Uzumaki Yukari, seeing more than a dozen Kuzugakure Chunin rushing towards the explosion area, Shun's lips unconsciously curved upwards, certain in his heart. This wave is stable. If that Awagakure Jonin chasing me doesn't retreat quickly, even if he miraculously survives, he will definitely be severely injured. Just as he was about to quietly slip away, he detected 3 additional ninjas approaching rapidly. So, he continued to lie in wait, thinking, looking at their chakra levels, 2 of them should be Chunin. The last one's chakra level is ridiculously high. Could it be a Kaga level? But how could Kusagakure have such a master? No. Red hair. Bite marks? She must be Karen's mother. Karen and her mother both possess the special physique of the Uzumaki clan. They have strong vitality and powerful chakra. Just one bite can restore injuries and chakra. At this thought, Senshirado, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Yukari instinctively tried to assume a defensive posture, but was unexpectedly knocked unconscious by the Kusagakure Chunin beside her. Next, Shun controlled these 2 Kusagakure Chunin, preparing to interrogate them for information, as this is a basic rule for ninja. Gather as much intelligence as possible to increase the success rate of a mission. What are your names? Matoshi. Muto. Have there been any changes in Iwagakure's deployment on the Eastern Front in the past 2 days? Iwagakure's attacks on Konoha's strongholds have increased somewhat. Shun wanted to continue asking for information, but 4 more Kusagakure ninjas had appeared in the distance, one of whom seemed to be a Jonin. Due to time constraints, he couldn't afford to gather more intelligence, so he made a decisive move, continuing to cast Genjutsu and manipulating Matoshi and Muto to walk toward a dense patch of grass. There, he forced them to harm themselves with kunai. Pain instantly awakened the 2. Their eyes were filled with fear and struggle, as if they wanted to say something. But a dark stream poured from their wounds, quickly staining the grass beneath them. Having done all this, Shun did not hesitate, walking quickly to the unconscious Yukari. He knelt down, lifted her arm, and gently pressed his barato to it. In an instant, a warm power surged into his barato. The feeling of weakness dissipated incredibly quickly. His chakra began to recover continuously, and even his ocular power recovered somewhat. He quickly checked his panel. Host, Shun Health, 520 chakra, 416 ocular power, 398 about 10 seconds later, 4 Kusagakure ninjas passed by. The Kusagakure Jonin's nose twitched slightly, as if he smelled the scent of blood in the air. His expression hardened, and he immediately jumped to the top of a tree, his keen gaze beginning to scan the surroundings. However, before he could find the source of the blood, continuous explosions from a distance caught his attention. After weighing his options, he could only lead his squad to move quickly towards the explosion area. More and more Kusagakure ninjas were gathering here, and their strength was increasing, making it very unsafe to stay. 2 minutes later, Shun disguised himself as an ordinary Kusagakure genin. Then he picked up Yukari and quickly moved eastward. The land of grass was only a small country, completely powerless to stop the war between the 2 major powers of Konoha and Awagakure. In desperation, they could only temporarily cede the eastern region of Land of Grass as a battlefield for Konoha and Awagakure. This was precisely why Shun chose to move eastward. Relatively speaking, the number of Kusagakure ninjas there would be fewer, and his actions would be safer. He ran wildly with Yukari in his arms for over 5 minutes. The surroundings gradually quieted down, and he could no longer hear the explosions of battle. He slowed his pace and woke up Yukari in his arms. After all, fleeing with someone would be extremely inconvenient in the event of a sudden fight. He gently patted Yukari's cheek and said, "Wake up. Stop pretending." Yukari opened her eyes, which not only showed vigilance and hostility, but also some disgust. She stared at Shun and said coldly, "Let me go, you Konoha traitor. I won't trust you." Konoha betrayed the alliance, leading to the destruction of our country and the tragic deaths of countless clan members. We will settle this score sooner or later. Seeing her agitated, Shun frowned slightly and said patiently, "I understand your feelings. If you want to hate, you should hate Hiruzen and those Konoha higher-ups. Konoha did not wrong the Uzumaki clan. At least your in-law Senju clan was almost wiped out because of you. Yukari snorted coldly. I don't believe a word you Konoha people say. Do you think you can trick me like this? Dondrim. Shun looked in her eyes and said seriously, the second Hokage, Tobirama, died abnormally. Hiruzen and others, as the Hokage's guards, bore undeniable responsibility. Later, Hiruzen took Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya as his students, only then gaining the support of the Senju clan to become the third Hokage. But as time passed, Tsunade and the others came of age, which threatened Hiruzen's position as Hokage. Yukari was somewhat confused. She said dismissively, "What does this have to do with our Uzumaki clan?" Shun continued to look into her eyes. Yukari felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and slightly lowered her head. Before your country was destroyed, the Uzumaki came to Konoha for help. Hiruzen, as Hokage, refused to provide support, which greatly displeased the Senju clan. They spontaneously organized over 1,000 people to go and support the land of whirlpools. As a result, all these people died, which made the Senju clan desperately want to reclaim the Hokage position. Then, the Second Great Ninja War started. Hiruzen, citing insufficient merit, had Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya lead the Senju clan to fight Amigakure. In this battle, the Senju clan suffered heavy casualties. This made the Senju clan recall the power of the first Hokage Hashirama. So, Hiruzen proposed the Hashirama Cell Human Experimentation Plan, and the personnel involved in the experiment were Senju clan members from the Umbu. As a result, all these people died, and the power of the Senju clan and the Konoha higher-ups was cleared out. Hearing the tragic fate of the Senju clan piqued Yukari's curiosity. She asked in a low voice what happened next. At that time, the leader of the Senju clan was Uzumaki Mido, who was Hashirama's wife and also the princess of your Uzumaki clan. Uzushigakure's destruction and the heavy casualties of the Senju clan dealt her a great blow, causing her to lose the motivation to live. But she still left a fallback for your Uzumaki clan, which was the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. But a Jinchuriki dies if they are separated from their tailed beast, so Mido died. What she didn't expect was that with her death, the Senju clan also lost its most important deterrent. On August 10th of the same year, the young clan head of the Senju, Nawaki, accidentally died. In December of the same year, Tsunade's lover, Kato Dan, accidentally died. Immediately after, Tsunade, citing hemophobia, left Konoha, thus saving the remaining Senju clan members. Yukari remained silent for a moment. She knew in her heart that what Shun had said was true, but years of hatred made it difficult for her to easily compromise. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Why are you telling me all this? Shun said confidently, I want you to understand that your true enemy is Hiruzen, and the Uchiha clan doesn't have a good relationship with him, so we have a common enemy. This provides a basis for cooperation. I believe you know the strength of the Uchiha clan. If you want revenge, you cannot do it without the Uchiha. Uzushiogakure had been destroyed for over 14 years, and the Uzumaki were scattered everywhere, surviving only by relying on other forces. Having endured so many hardships, Yukari couldn't imagine what they possessed that the Uchiha clan would covet. Thinking of this, she said with some lack of confidence, What do you want us to do? Shun smiled slightly and said Barato to join me. Striking a deal with Yukari upon hearing Shun's request for her to join him, Yukari immediately felt deceived. Her eyes widened, and she angrily demanded, Why are you toying with me like this? Her voice trembled noticeably, a manifestation of intertwined anger and grievance. Seeing her reaction, Shun collected his thoughts. Yukari was about 16 to 17 years old, 162 centimeters tall, slightly thin, with some visible marks on her arms. So, he met her gaze calmly and replied, Uzushiogakure has been destroyed for over 14 years, and your clan has wandered for years, enduring many hardships. It's normal for you to lack trust. But do you think I would risk my life to come here just to joke with you? Hearing this, Yukari lowered her head slightly and fell silent. After a while, she slowly looked up, her eyes filled with worry, and asked if I go with you. What about the other clan members living in Kusagakure? Shun secretly rejoiced at her question, which indicated she was already leaning towards his proposal. So, he calmly replied, I suggest your clan become an affiliated clan of the Uchiha clan. That way, they'll have a legitimate reason to send people to bring them back to Konoha and provide them with protection and supplies. By the way, how many of you are currently living in Kusagakure? Yukari stared intently into Shun's eyes, and after confirming he wasn't lying, she slowly said, including me, there are 16 of us, with 3 children and 2 elders. How do you plan to bring them back to Konoha? Shun had initially thought there would only be 3 to 4 Uzumaki living in Kusagakure, in which case sending 5 to 6 ninjas to infiltrate Kusagakure would be enough to rescue them. But now that there were over a dozen, he had to change his plan. After a moment of thought, he said in a commanding tone, Kusagakure has over 1,000 ninjas, 63 jonin, and only 11 elite jonin. When I bring 20 Uchiha elite jonin, the leader of Kusagakure will have no choice but to hand them over. In truth, given his position in the Uchiha clan, he didn't have the authority to dispatch 20 clan members. But he could use divine demon transformation as a bargaining chip, and he believed many elite jonin would be interested. After hearing his plan, Yukari hesitated. He was only sending 20 people, while Kusagakure had over 1,000, so she was filled with worry for her clan's future. Seeing her expression change slightly, Shun decided to act decisively. Don't worry, they'll rescue them within 3 days. Also, your 2 teammates are already dead, and if I let you go back, you'll be blamed, so just pretend I kidnapped you. With that, he pulled out a rope and skillfully tied Yukari, then steadily carried her on his back. Before leaving, he added, it will take about 90 minutes to get back to the Konoha frontline outpost from here. We'll encounter some ninjas on the way, and I'll use ninjutsu to fight them. If my chakra consumption is too high, I'll need your help. I understand. After a journey filled with twists, turns, and stealth, they finally approached the Konoha frontline defensive area after more than 50 minutes. Because the remaining journey was relatively safe, Shun no longer concealed himself and moved quickly. This action immediately attracted the attention of many people. When Kusagakure Jonin Kakuta saw Yukari tied to his back, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Quick, stop him! The girl on his back is the village's medical ninja. She's an important asset to the village. Following Kakuta's shout, 11 Kusagakure ninjas appeared one after another, chasing after Shun. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Seeing the surrounding Kusagakure ninjas, Shun's lips curved slightly into a confident smile. He whispered to Yukari on his back, Watch closely. They'll show you the power of the Uchiha clan. With that, he continued moving, his hands quickly forming hand seals. Divine demon transformation. On Shun's shoulder, a red-haired head grew, and a pair of arms emerged below his existing arms. Instantly, the 2-headed, 4-armed monster reappeared before the world. Because the Kusagakure ninja's encirclement was in a circular formation, Shun quickly encountered enemies. 2 Kusagakure Chunin rapidly approached from the front, their hands tightly gripping kunai, one aiming for the heart, the other for the abdomen. Facing the 2's attacks, Shun showed no fear. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and the attacks of the 2 Kusagakure Chunin appeared in slow motion to him. Suddenly, he quickly threw 2 large fists, heavily smashing them into the faces of the 2 Kusagakure Chunin. Accompanied by dull thuds, their bodies were instantly sent flying backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing the 2 about to escape the encirclement, Kakuta was anxious and shouted, If we can't keep him, then don't worry about the woman on his back. Kill them all. At this command, the surrounding Kusagakure ninjas no longer held back and launched deadly attacks. Wind release, wind blade. Water release, water bullet. Suddenly, various ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken rained down on the 2. Yukari was only a medical ninja with the strength of a Chunin. Faced with such a dense barrage of attacks, she instantly turned pale, her palms sweating, and her heart pounding uncontrollably. Shun, however, remained calm and composed, his fingers rapidly forming hand seals like phantoms. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The more chakra injected when performing ninjutsu, the greater its power. Because Yukari was by his side, he decided to be extravagant and used 2.5 times the chakra. As the hand seals were completed, a 10-meter diameter fireball appeared out of thin air, and strong winds roared forth. With the enhancement of wind release, the flames swept towards the Kusagakure ninjas with overwhelming force. It was November, and the land of grass was densely vegetated, so wherever the flames passed, a crackling sound instantly erupted, as if the entire mountain was about to be engulfed by the scorching fire. Seeing Shun unleash such a powerful combination ninjutsu, Kakuta felt an ominous premonition. He retreated rapidly, shouting, "Fall back, dodge." His ninjutsu is very powerful. The 12 Kusagakure ninjas present. Senshiredo, the remaining 9 Kusagakure ninjas, exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation and fear. For a moment, they were unsure whether to continue the pursuit. Shun seized this opportunity to quicken his pace, rushing towards the Konoha frontline defensive area. As he ran, he said to Yukari on his back, "Did you see that? My technique wasn't bad, right?" "Yes, it was impressive." Shun has been bought out by a Wagakure. Returning to the Konoha frontline operational area, Shun quickly released Yukari's bindings and signaled for her to put away her Kusagakure ninja headband. Yukari silently complied, her heart filled with apprehension about the unfamiliar environment and what lay ahead. After walking for a few minutes, they ran into Inaho and Tekka. Tekka's face lit up with surprise, and he hurried over, his voice filled with concern. "Shun, it's great that you're all right." Inaho's gaze fell on Yukari. Senshiredo Yukari had never experienced such a scene. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she shyly replied in a soft voice, hello." Seeing the grim faces of the surrounding Konoha ninjas, coming and going in a hurry, Shun felt a hint of doubt, as he had only been gone for 2 days. So, he looked at Inaho and asked Inaho, "It's only a little past 9 o'clock. Are you heading back to the base now, because something happened?" Inaho sighed helplessly, his expression weary. The supply quota for the past 2 days has only been half of what it used to be. Our kunai and explosive tags are all used up, and we're just about to head back to the base for resupply." Tekka added, "Shun, you don't know, Iwagakure's offensive has been much fiercer recently, but the village's logistical supplies have been delayed. This has led to a 30 increase in casualties over the past 2 days. I heard that the higher-ups are considering abandoning the front line base in the land of grass." Shun's eyes flickered slightly, his mind filled with thoughts, but he did not immediately comment. He changed direction and said, "Let's go back to the base first. It's not very safe here." "All right." Before long, they arrived at the base. Shun looked at Inaho and Tekka and instructed Inaho, "Tekka, please take care of Yukari for me. I'm going to report on my mission." "Don't worry, Shun. We'll take good care of her." The two patted their chests and promised. Shun turned and walked towards the command room. Before he even entered, he heard a fierce argument coming from inside. "Ryuna, 53 members of my Kurama clan have been lost in your medical department within 2 days. You must give me an explanation, or I will hold you accountable today." Kurama Unkai's voice was filled with anger and grief. Udatane Ryuna's voice trembled slightly as she tried to appease him. "Kurama clan head, please calm down." "Calm down? Calm down, please. Since the war started, 1,000 ninjas from my Kurama clan have seen 401 dead and 172 crippled. Over half are casualties. How do you expect me to calm down? Ryuna, if you don't give me an explanation right now, they'll make you regret it." Unkai's roar made the table tremble slightly. Ryuna said with red eyes, "You want an explanation? Fine. Due to the prolonged delay in logistical supplies, there's a severe shortage of medicine, leading to many people's wounds getting infected. Some critically injured patients made a devastating choice to spare their families further burden. Our medical team hasn't slept for days trying to comfort the other injured patients. We've done our best. Unkai clasped his hands together, looking up and shouting, "Shimura Kotaro, it'll make you pay for this. Unkai-kun, please calm down. This isn't my fault. As you know, the last Awagakure elite squad ambushed the logistical transport team, resulting in the destruction of supplies. 3 days ago, I applied to the village for emergency supplies, but the village hasn't delivered them. So even if you kill me, it won't do any good." Kotaro's voice was filled with helplessness and grievance. Hearing this, Shun roughly understood the situation. He gently knocked on the door and said loudly, "Clan head, I have important intelligence to report." Fugaku's cold voice came from inside the tent. "Kumin." Shun gently pushed open the door, walked in, and closed the door behind him. Seeing who it was, Kotaro frowned and said in an unfriendly tone, "Shun, weren't you captured by an Awagakure Jonin? How did you get back? Did you betray the village?" Shun remained calm, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and said with a stern gaze, "I pretended to be captured, then used Jinjutsu to control the Awagakure Jonin, and finally infiltrated Awagakure to gather important intelligence." Fugaku's eyes were sharp, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a thudding sound. Then, he slowly said, "Shun, what intelligence did you gather? Tell me." After Awagakure ambushed and killed the third Raikage, 2 factions have emerged within Awagakure. One is the radical faction, who believe that morale is currently high and they should take the opportunity to cripple Konoha, making Awagakure the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. The ones currently attacking our base are these radicals. Shun paused, then continued. The second is the conservative faction, who believe that after the third Raikage Sun takes power, he will inevitably wage war against Awagakure. At that time, the war between Konoha and Kumogakure will cease, and Konoha and Kumogakure might even join forces to attack Awagakure, to defend against a sneak attack from Kumogakure. Awagakure's conservative faction has already begun deploying forces to the land of Waterfall Border. After the report, everyone in the room exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Mimura Hamaki looked at Fugaku and asked, "Commander Fugaku, since Iwagakure's personnel and supplies are being moved to defend against Kumogakure, should I still take 100 people to defend Canopy Bridge as ordered by the village?" Fugaku pondered for a moment, then said, "Since it's a village order, you should still take people to garrison it." Upon hearing this, Shun quickly interjected, "No. Canopy Bridge is at the border of the land of Waterfall and the land of Earth. Jonin Hamaki taking 100 people, there won't be able to defend it at all. Sending them, there is purely sending them to their deaths." Hearing someone question the village's orders, Kotaro slammed the table and roared, "Impudent. That's an order from the village's higher-ups. Sending them there naturally has the village's considerations. Shun, you always speak for Awagakure. I suspect you've been bought by Awagakure and must be interrogated." Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Hamaki quickly tried to smooth things over. "The order says that Minato will be sent by the village to provide support, so it won't be too dangerous." Fugaku also sternly said, "Shun, you may leave for now. Regarding the intelligence about Canopy Bridge, I do not wish for you to disclose it." Shun said, "Minato is the overall commander of the Eastern battlefield. If the village can send him here, it means the village's higher-ups have reached a peace agreement with Kumogakure. If the war with Kumogakure has stopped, then the conservative faction can withdraw over 3,000 ninjas. If the village truly intends to support our northern battlefield, then they should at least send 1,000 reinforcements." But the village didn't send reinforcements. Instead, they sent Minato, so he's not here to support us, but to steal credit. After saying this, Shun saw everyone's faces instantly turn gloomy, and he directly turned and left the room. Planned to counter the Konoha higher-ups after emerging from the command center, Shun deliberately detoured past the supply warehouse. The empty storeroom seemed to have only a small amount of inventory. Shun walked in and saw two clan members counting the few remaining military rations and ninja tools. He lowered his voice and asked, "Did they say when the supplies would be sent over?" And Uchiha forced a bitter smile and said, "Fugaku-sama said to wait a bit longer. Hokage-sama's promised resupply will arrive soon. But we heard that Danzo intercepted our second batch of supplies and sent them to the Kirigakure battlefield instead. Fugaku-sama sent people back to protest, but there was still no result." Protesting? In wartime, such weakness was practically dooming the entire clan. Shun thought back to the original timeline. It was Fugaku's weakness and compromise that led the Uchiha clan into the abyss of annihilation. The outlook seemed a bit grim. A wave of sorrow suddenly rose in Shun's heart. It seemed this weak clan head was completely unreliable. Since Fugaku couldn't be relied upon, then for the future of the Uchiha clan, he will have to find another path. Thus, he thought of Yashiro, the well-known hawkish elder of the clan. The Hawks advocated strong measures to protect the clan's interests. The timing made the contrast even sharper, as wartime casualties had already taken Barato than 1,100 lives from the Uchiha clan. Grief and resentment fueled increasingly hardline views, so the faction continued to gain strength. With his decision made, Shun tidied his attire and strode towards Yashiro's office area. Yashiro looked up slightly, and after recognizing him, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He knew this junior was Shun, formerly a member of Fugaku's faction. Now, with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, he came to him, clearly with something important. "You've come to me now. Is there something you need?" Shun did not bother with pleasantries, directly revealing everything that had just happened, emphasizing Fugaku's hesitation and the Konoha High Level's conspiracy. After listening to the narration, Yashiro was silent for a moment, not immediately expressing his stance. His fingers lightly tapped the table, subtly hinting at scrutiny. "Since you guessed that the village plans to send Minato to steal the credit, do you have a solution?" Shun did not shy away from the other party's scrutiny, his gaze firm. "The solution is simple, but I need your support and some authority. In exchange, I am willing to join the Hawks and dedicate myself to the future of the clan." Seeing this junior with potential, ambition, and drive, Yashiro raised an eyebrow and said with great interest, "First, tell me your solution." Shun took a deep breath and began to explain his plan. Minato is the overall commander of the Eastern battlefield. In the war against Kyomogakure, he has already achieved great merits and prestige. The village sending him to Canopy Bridge is nothing but a self-directed show. Once he completes the mission, the village high level will package him as a hero who saved the entire village and naturally elevate him to the position of 4th Hokage. Of course, letting Minato steal our credit is also a method for the Konoha High Level to suppress us Uchiha. Hearing this, Yashiro was clearly somewhat surprised and interrupted. "The Konoha High Level suppressing us Uchiha. That doesn't surprise me. But why are you so certain Minato will become the 4th Hokage and not Orochimaru?" Orochimaru was a legendary hero of the Second Great Ninja War, and in the Third Great Ninja War, he served as the overall commander of the Sunagakure battlefield. In many people's eyes, he was the undisputed choice for the 4th Hokage, whether in terms of qualifications, achievements, or strength. Shun explained, Orochimaru's achievements are too great, and he has many followers. Once he takes power, he will inevitably touch upon the vested interests of certain high-level officials. While Minato is exceptionally talented, he is too young and comes from a civilian background with shallow foundation. Even if he becomes Hokage, he can only rely on those advisors to govern Konoha. Yashiro nodded silently. These words hit the nail on the head. The reason the Konoha High Level favored Minato was precisely because he was easy to control and would not threaten their power. After the war, in order to support Minato's ascension, the Konoha High Level will inevitably promote and praise him with great fanfare, shaping him into a savior. At that time, we will publish some books, truthfully documenting the cruelty and hardship of the battlefield, as well as the silent sacrifices of many ninjas. At the same time, the book will expose the truth of Canopy Bridge. The village high level, in order to let Minato seize the credit for the northern battlefield, actually sent 100 civilian ninjas to their deaths at Canopy Bridge. Once this lie is exposed, it will undoubtedly cause a huge uproar in the village. Angry citizens and questioning gazes will turn towards Minato and those high-level officials behind the scenes. At that time, Minato's hero halo will collapse. After listening, Yashiro's eyes flashed with approval. He clapped his hands and laughed. Good. This strategy of using strength to counter strength is indeed brilliant. Using public opinion to confront the high level, making them shoot themselves in the foot. However, I still have one question. Do you think our clan head Fugaku has a chance to become the fourth Hokage? Shun pondered for a long while before slowly saying, having fought against a Wagakure for over a year, our 8,000 people have not been at a disadvantage against Iwagakure's 11,000 ninjas, which is enough to prove clan head Fugaku's achievements. If we release the casualty list of thousands of Uchiha clan members, it should gain him some sympathy and supporters. The only problem is that his personal combat record is far inferior to Orochimaru's and Minato's. Hearing this, Yashiro fell silent. In this war, although Fugaku earned the title of Wicked Eye, his combat record indeed seemed somewhat lacking compared to those two. Seeing the atmosphere become heavy, Shun suddenly lowered his voice and said, Actually, the clan head has the Mangekyo. This sentence was like a clap of thunder from a clear sky, making Yashiro suddenly look up, his eyes flashing with ecstatic light. Are you telling the truth? Fugaku really awakened the Mangekyo? If Fugaku truly possessed the Mangekyo, then his strength would increase to Kage level, making him fully qualified to contend for the Hokage position. Shun nodded solemnly. Absolutely true. The pupil patterns of each Mangekyo are different. If you want to know the clan head's Mangekyo pupil pattern, I could draw it. Hearing this, Yashiro stood up and paced back and forth in the room, appearing extremely excited. He clenched his fists and said, Good. This is truly heaven helping the Uchiha. With the Mangekyo, Fugaku's strength will be enough to deter all rivals. Coupled with the weapon of public opinion in our hands, we can easily challenge the high level. This time, the Hokage position should be ours, the Uchihas. After the shock, as a veteran hawk who had spent his life in battle and war, Yashiro's expression suddenly changed slightly. He re-examined his previous question. Fugaku, why hide the Mangekyo? The war has been going on for so long, and 1,132 clan members have fallen. If he had used the power of the Mangekyo earlier, fewer clan members would have died. Thinking of this, Yashiro no longer had the motivation to continue the conversation. He now urgently wanted to find Fugaku and get a clear explanation. So he took out 2 scrolls and handed them over. This is the reward for the intelligence you just provided. From today, you are a member of my hawkish faction. I can secure you the position of squadron leader, but we Uchiha revere strength, so you must also raise your own strength as quickly as possible. Shun carefully took the scrolls, just as he was about to use his 3-tomo Sharingan to copy the ninjutsu on them. Suddenly, 2 electronic voices rang out in his mind. Ding! Obtained B-rank ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Current status. Not yet initiated. Ding! Obtained A-rank ninjutsu. Transcription seal. Current status. Not yet initiated. Yukari's emotions upon arriving at the Konoha outpost. Yukari was filled with a sense of novelty by everything there. Inaho and Tekka, these 2 guys, were a bit overly enthusiastic. Especially Tekka. He was a bit of a chatterbox, and some of the questions he asked made her feel a bit awkward. Sister-in-law, how did you and Shun get to know each other? He's usually cold. We all thought Head spent his whole life with ninjutsu scrolls. We met in Land of Grass. Sister-in-law, how did you and Shun get together then? This question was a bit awkward, as they had only met after she was knocked out and kidnapped by Shun, so she didn't really want to answer it. Seeing that Shun hadn't returned yet, she said, Tekka, could you take me to Shun's room? All right, sister-in-law, please follow me. He readily agreed, then led Yukari forward. Entering the room, Yukari looked around. The room wasn't large, only about 16 square meters, but it was neatly arranged. A single bed was in the corner, next to a wardrobe, and a desk and chair were right beside it. Yukari gently picked up the wooden basin and asked with a smile, "Tekka, I'd like to clean the room. What can I get water?" Tekka politely replied, "Sister-in-law, they'll take you. Go out the door and turn left. There's a shared well in the middle. We usually get water there." After speaking, he led Yukari to the well. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were surprised to see Tekka bringing an Uzumaki woman. Ever since Hiruzen broke the alliance, leading to Yuzushiogakura's destruction, they had rarely seen Uzumaki clan members. A woman in her 30s smiled and said, "Tekka, so you like older girlfriends?" Tekka said somewhat awkwardly, "Annie Misato, please don't joke around. She's Shun's girlfriend. You shouldn't bully her." Another woman laughed and said, "Ha, Tekka, we just think she's cute, so we chatted a bit. How could we bear to bully her?" Although she knew the people around her were teasing her, Yukari didn't sense any malice from them. This relaxed atmosphere, on the contrary, made her a little unaccustomed, so after filling a basin with water, she left with her head down. Tekka seemed to notice her unusual behavior and quickly followed her. "Sister-in-law, don't be angry. They don't mean any harm. Don't let their constant laughter fool you. They're actually making the best of a bad situation. Take Annie Misato, for example. Her husband and son have both fallen in battle." Yukari looked up slightly, her eyes showing some emotion, and she whispered, "I'm not angry. I'm just not used to this kind of atmosphere." "Thank you, Tekka. You go on with your work. I can manage on my own." Hearing that he was being dismissed, and thinking she was shy, Tekka nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, if you need help, you can come find me again. If you can't find me, you can ask Annie Misato. She's also very helpful." "All right, if I need anything, I'll ask her for help." Hearing this, Tekka discreetly exited the room. A moment later, the door was pushed open, and Shun walked in with a package. Centuredo, the 16-square-meter room was small, and soon she had nowhere left to retreat. Yukari leaned sharply backward to dodge, then stumbled onto the bed. Startled by the sudden contact, she quickly stood up, drew her kunai, and drove it forward in a swift strike. Shun took hold of her arm and asked from above, "What are you trying to do?" At the moment she was held, Yukari's mind was in a turmoil, and she dared not meet his gaze. Seeing her lower her head and remain silent, Shun released her arm and handed her the package. "We just returned from the battlefield. Both of us reek of sweat. Inside are clothes suitable for you. Later, he'll take you to the women's bathhouse. After you wash, you can come back by yourself, and he'll bring you lunch." After speaking, he opened the nearby wardrobe and took out a change of clothes for himself. "Stand up and come with me to wash." Yukari mechanically stood up and followed behind him. "I'm sorry, I was a little scared just now." Shun reopened the door and said, "I didn't take it to heart, but you were destined to be mine, so what is there to be afraid of?" Hearing this, Yukari's body trembled slightly, unsure if it was shyness or fear of the future, or perhaps both. The frontline outpost was, after all, a military base, and many living facilities were not very convenient. It took them over a minute to reach the women's bathroom. Looking at the large characters "women's bathhouse" written on the wall in front, Shun calmly said, "I can only take you this far. Go in and wash up yourself." Yukari nodded slightly, said, and then walked in, clutching her clothes. The men's bathroom was about 60 meters from the women's bathroom. After seeing her go in, Shun walked towards the men's bathhouse. Centuredo, he went to the cafeteria to get some food and brought it back to his room. A little while later, Yukari slowly walked in, wearing the clothes he had given her. The white long-sleeve shirt, paired with a pink dress, exuded youthful vitality. Shun smiled and said, "Supplies at the outpost have been scarce recently. I only managed to get 3 dishes and 1 soup. When we return to Konoha later, they'll take you to eat some delicious food." Seeing his burning gaze, she shyly walked to the table and gently sat down on the chair. "It's all right. This is already very good." Shun picked up his chopsticks and urged, "Then start eating. The food will get cold soon." It took them over 20 minutes to finish lunch. Yukari stood up and said, "They'll go clean up the dishes." Shun said, "No rush. We can clean up later." With that, he used the Barato flicker technique to flash across the room. Senshirado are irreversible. After speaking, he reached out and hugged Yukari warmly. Yukari trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with tears, and she spoke softly. I am willing to stand by you. Please give me some time. I will gradually come to terms with everything. Uzumaki sage Barato Shun spoke softly to Yukari, his expression sincere. Yukari, perhaps you think I'm overbearing, but you're destined to be by my side in this life. So please don't refuse me. Listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, Senshirado. Defective Uzumaki sage Barato. Hearing the system's prompt, Shun's breathing became a little heavier. He excitedly activated his Sharingan and then rushed toward Yukari again. Ding! Host and partner. Yukari began a close training Barato. Affection 28. Defective Uzumaki sage Barato experience 20. Chakra cap 3. Ding! Partner. Yukari's affection has reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have gained skill fusion attempts 1. After only 2 encounters, Yukari's affection was already full. What a lovely woman. After acquiring the defective Uzumaki sage Barato, Shun felt his Barato filled with vitality. Senshirado, he checked the information within the system. Kekkei Genkai. Defective Uzumaki Barato. 45-100 attributes. Lifespan 5 years. Health 300. Chakra 100. Health recovery 3. Yang affinity 5. Seeing that it only required 3 Barato times to upgrade again, he hurried over to Yukari again. Senshirado. It would have been difficult to cope with his barrage. But even so, 6 consecutive attacks knocked her out. Ding! Upgrade conditions met. Defective Uzumaki Barato successfully upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Uzumaki Barato beginner. Kekkei Genkai. Senshirado Shun was in a great mood. He looked again at the unconscious Yukari, gently pressed his Barato to her forehead, and thought, what a treasure of a girl. Host, Uchiha Shun strength. Elite Jonin status. Normal lifespan. 16-101 partner. Uzumaki Yukari, affection. 100. Aoyama Yui, affection. 60. Health. 16-15 chakra. 1048 ocular power. 996 generally speaking. An ordinary Jonin's chakra reserve is usually between 500 and 699. Previously, he had only 416. Such people must carefully ration their ninjutsu in battle, otherwise they can easily fall into a predicament due to running out of chakra. However, the situation has now undergone a fundamental change. Due to acquiring Uzumaki's Sage Body, beginner, his chakra reserve has soared to 1048, successfully entering the ranks of Elite Jonin. This change was like a pistol turning into a submachine gun, causing his combat power to make a qualitative leap. Just as Shun was overjoyed and preparing to lie down for a short rest. Outside the door, Tekka's voice suddenly sounded. Shun, your promotion order to squadron leader has come down. Elder Yashiro wants you to immediately go to the main command room for a meeting. Okay, I know, wait a moment. Shun quickly responded, then hastily got up and swiftly put on his clothes. After everything was tidied up, he stepped out of the room, only to hear the surrounding neighbors whispering. Some young girls, upon seeing him, had their faces instantly turn red, and they shyly lowered their heads. Kid, I used to think you were a bit frail, Senshirado. It seems one girlfriend isn't enough for you. How about Annie introduces you to another girlfriend? Ha ha ha. Another Annie, who was washing cabbage, also laughed and said, Don't forget, Tekka just said that Shun has been appointed as a squadron leader. Our Uchiha squadron leaders must at least have the 3 Tomo Sharingan. This kid already has this strength. His future is limitless. Marina, your daughter Ami, will be 17 in a few days. Why don't you introduce her to Shun? He's a real catch. Marina angrily shouted, Go away. Don't even think about my daughter Ami. The Annie who was washing cabbage laughed loudly and shouted, Ha ha! Look at Ami's face. It's as red as a ripe tomato. It seems she's interested in Shun. Ha ha! Ami, don't be shy. If you don't take such an excellent man, you'll definitely regret it later. As long as you listen to Annie, and he will set you up, Censurado. This young girl's face instantly turned crimson from being watched by so many people. To avoid the gazes of those around her, Ami shyly ran into her room and slammed the door shut. As Ami hid in her room, the gazes of those around them once again focused on Shun. Some single young girls even cast admiring glances, secretly sizing him up. And those aunties and younger sisters-in-law were much bolder, chatting vividly again. Shun heard the people around him start discussing him again. He could guess some of the reasons. Ninja World society allowed one wife and multiple concubines. Moreover, too many men had died in this war, leading to more women than men. After the war, marriage and childbirth would definitely be encouraged. So the idle aunties and younger sisters-in-law had already quietly begun to plan for the future. The war is over. Inside the command center, there was a map table in the middle, covered with small flags representing military strength. More than 50 Jonin gathered, each with an exceptionally grim expression, filled with fatigue and anxiety. The first to speak out was Yashiro, who slammed the table and roared, "Fugaku, you knew Canopy Bridge was just a show. So why did you agree to let Hamaki take 100 people there? What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths?" This direct accusation angered Fugaku. He slammed the table and shouted, "Enough, Yashiro, I am the commander-in-chief. They'll say it one last time. The Canopy Bridge operation is an order from the village's higher-ups, so stop discussing this matter. We should think about how to overcome the challenges ahead." Fugaku's strong attitude temporarily calmed the situation. But then, Unkai stepped forward, raising an even more urgent issue. 3 days ago, the logistics squad was attacked and all supplies were destroyed. The village has not replenished supplies. Now, the medicine in the outpost is almost gone, and people are dying in the medical department every moment. Weapons and ammunition will last until tonight at most. What will we fight with tomorrow? His words were like a bombshell, igniting the anxiety of everyone present. The head of the Kazami clan also chimed in with a mournful face. Clan head Fugaku, you must think of a solution. We, 8,000 people fighting against 11,000 Awagakure ninjas, have held out for a year and a half. Not counting the injured and disabled, over 3,000 have died, and now only over 4,000 remain combat ready. If we keep fighting, we'll all probably die here. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding Jonin began to whisper, some even saying in despair, "We are already outnumbered. It's bad enough the village isn't sending reinforcements, but now they're even holding back supplies. They clearly want us all to die here." The more they discussed, the more chaotic the atmosphere in the command center became, with doubts and complaints rising one after another. Fugaku's veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes almost spewed fire. He slammed the table again and roared, "Regarding the supplies, that's enough. I will find a way to solve it." Next topic. Seeing Fugaku's appearance, everyone gradually quieted down, leaving only heavy breathing. Yashiro unseasonably broke the silence and said, "Shun, analyze the current situation." Hearing Yashiro call his name, Shun knew this was an opportunity to show his abilities. So, he scanned the people in the room with his eyes, stood up, and said, "I believe everyone has heard that the third Raikage was surrounded and killed by a large number of Awagakure ninjas. But the question is, how could Awagakure ambush so many people in advance? There's only one answer. The third Raikage's whereabouts were leaked. Only the village's higher-ups would know the movements of a Kage. This means there is a problem within Kyomogakure." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. Some whispered, while others showed expressions of sudden realization. Shun continued, "Given the fourth Raikage's brute-like personality, he will definitely eliminate internal traitors first before launching a war against Awagakure. Furthermore, according to Kyumogakure's customs, he needs to undergo a 3-day mourning period for his father, and the third Raikage has just died 3 days ago. So, at the earliest, he will launch a war against Awagakure tomorrow. This means we will see Kyumogakure ninjas near the land of Waterfall the day after tomorrow." This analysis was clear, logical, and well-reasoned, gradually drawing everyone present into deep thought. The conference room was eerily quiet, everyone holding their breath, their eyes fixed on this young Uchiha, waiting for him to continue. Suddenly, a civilian jonin interjected. Since a Wagakure is deploying defenses in the land of Waterfall to defend against Kumogakure's attack, why did the village send Jonin Hamaki with 100 people to guard Canopy Bridge on the border of the land of Waterfall? Is it really just a show and a grab for credit? Hearing someone mention Canopy Bridge again, Fugaku clenched his fists, his heart also filled with anger. He naturally understood that this was the village's higher-ups trying to grab credit and suppress the Uchiha. But could he say such a thing? A slip of the tongue would only damage the morale of the front lines, making their situation even more difficult. Noticing Fugaku's gaze, Shun cooperatively replied, Minato going to Canopy Bridge indicates that the village's higher-ups and Kumogakure have reached an agreement. In other words, the war between Konoha and Kumogakure has actually ended. This astonishing conclusion caused an uproar throughout the room. After speaking, he turned and pointed to the map on the wall. Once the Kumogakure battlefield ceases fire, the Konoha ninjas who are fighting there can be withdrawn. I estimate that at least 2,000 to 3,000 ninjas can be withdrawn. Upon hearing this, Unkai's eyes lit up, and he interjected, if that's the case, can we apply to the village for some reinforcements? Even if only 500 people come, it would greatly relieve the pressure here. Hearing Unkai's suggestion, the command center again began to whisper, and hope rekindled in their eyes. Shun gently shook his head and said, I guess the village will send reinforcements to the Kirigakure battlefield. With those reinforcements, by February next year, Kirigakure's invasion can be repelled. By then, Kumogakure will have ceased hostilities, and Kirigakure will have retreated. Then our remaining enemies will only be Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Upon hearing this, a flash of insight appeared in the Kazami clan head's mind, and he whispered, then the war will truly be over. These few words immediately attracted the attention of those around him. The war had been going on for over a year. With the many deaths, naturally many people were starting to get tired of it. The land of wind is full of yellow sand, with scarce resources, and all food imports rely on our land of fire. Once the situation deteriorates, Sunagakure will have no choice but to surrender. As for the war between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, it is unlikely to end easily, so to avoid being attacked on two fronts, Iwagakure will actively seek peace with Konoha. At that time, the war will naturally end. After hearing Shun's strategic analysis, the atmosphere in the conference room changed. The original suppression and anxiety were replaced by surprise and excitement. Everyone began to discuss in low voices, some nodding frequently, others whispering to each other to verify the logic. Fugaku cleared his throat, signaling everyone to be quiet. Shun's analysis is very insightful. It seems we are not fighting alone. The entire ninja world situation is developing in our favor. Everyone, please hold on a little longer. As long as we overcome these final difficulties, victory is within reach. Upon hearing this, the jonin present straightened their backs, and their eyes regained their sparkle. Defensive plan after Shun's detailed analysis. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, the war still had over 2 months left, and the current outpost supplies and defensive situation were extremely grim. Although Fugaku vowed to solve the supply problem, everyone still felt uncertain. Unkai was the first to look at Shun, asking earnestly, Shun, we all find your analysis very logical, but the war will last over 2 more months. Do you have any good strategies to help us overcome the current crisis? Shun then turned to Fugaku and calmly asked, Clan Head, how do you plan to solve the supply problem? You're not thinking of personally returning to Konoha to ask the 3rd Hokage for supplies, are you? And if you can't get them, you're not going to use clan funds to buy resources yourself and send them over, are you? Fugaku gave a helpless, bitter smile and shook his head. You guessed it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hearing this, Shun's brows furrowed. He recalled a similar plot in the original story. After Fugaku returned to the village, he brought a 4-year-old Itachi to the front lines, and along the way, they saw nothing but the corpses of Konoha and Awagakure ninjas. From this, one could imagine how tragic the battle must have been at that time. So, he raised his voice and said seriously, "If the Fourth Reikage declares war on Awagakure tomorrow, then tonight and tomorrow morning will be the critical period. I deduced that Awagakure might launch a large-scale night attack tonight, attempting to crush us before Kumogakure intervenes. If Commander Fugaku leaves the front line now, it will not only leave the outpost leaderless and its command in chaos, but also cause us to lose a high-level combatant for nothing." Hearing that Awagakure would launch a large-scale sneak attack tonight, everyone in the conference room suddenly understood, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The Kazami clan head, Tetsu, took a sharp intake of breath and said, "Exactly. Once Kumogakure declares war on Awagakure tomorrow, Awagakure will inevitably have to split its forces to defend against the Land of Lightning. At that time, their numerical advantage here will cease to exist, and the offensive and defensive positions will reverse. If I were Iwagakure's commander, I would definitely launch a full-scale attack tonight, while our forces still hold the advantage. If Commander Fugaku is not stationed at the outpost, the consequences will be unimaginable." The surrounding Jonin echoed, "Since Awagakure will launch a full-scale attack tonight, we must immediately set up traps and be fully prepared so they can't return." Hearing this brilliant analysis from his junior, Yashiro admired him even more and decided to help him again. "Shun, do you have any ideas regarding trap placement?" Shun humbly bowed and replied, "In terms of trap placement, my experience is limited. I should first listen to the insights of all the senpais and learn from them." This humble attitude immediately earned Shun the goodwill of the Jonin present. After all, on the battlefield of war and smoke, a commander who knows how to gather wisdom and respect elders is bravado convincing. Hearing Shun humble himself so much instantly won him the favor of many Jonin. The Third Great Ninja War, the war between Konoha and Awagakure, had already lasted for over a year. This Konoha outpost camp had been attacked by Awagakure 5 times, so both sides had some experience in attacking and defending outposts. But when he heard them talk about burying a large number of explosive tags at the valley entrance, deploying heavy troops on 2 high grounds, and then, after discovering the enemy, launching a surprise attack and counterattack from the Central Army with such a head-on offensive and defensive layout, Shun's brows furrowed tighter and tighter the more he listened. I have some thoughts on the defense, but I don't know if I should say them." Hearing Shun speak, everyone gave him some face, and the room temporarily quieted down. "We only have over 4,000 ninjas, while Awagakure has about over 6,000. Their advantage is manpower and supplies, while our advantage is time. There's no need for us to confront Awagakure head-on. We can trade space for time, which will result in very few casualties for us, and our advantage will grow larger and larger." After listening, the people in the room began to discuss. Tetsu's mind worked faster than others, and he spoke up. "Yes, Kumogakure will declare war on Awagakure tomorrow and launch an attack the day after. As long as we hold out for one night, Awagakure will surely retreat. There's no need for us to confront Awagakure head-on." Tetsu's analysis hit the nail on the head, and the gaze of many Jonin once again turned to Shun. "My suggestion is to divide into 3 lines of defense. The first line of defense, consisting of the valley entrance and the 2 high grounds on either side, will be defended entirely by shadow clones. The goal is to obstruct the enemy, not to kill them. The second line of defense is in front of the outpost, with Jonin dispersed to defend. The goal is still to obstruct the enemy, so after the Jonin use up their ninjutsu and shurikens, they must immediately retreat and not cling to battle. After the delay caused by the first and second lines of defense, the enemy will be concentrated within the third line of defense. The third line of defense is inside the outpost, where the terrain is relatively complex due to buildings and such. So, we will concentrate our traps inside the outpost, then use some shadow clones to lure them, and finally, actively detonate the traps. This way, the trap's lethality can be maximized. After hearing the deployment of the 3 lines of defense, everyone looked at the map on the table and began to discuss. Yashiro stared at the map on the table, tugging at his beard, and said, "Currently, we have 439 special Jonin, 165 Jonin, and 37 elite Jonin. With this 3-line defense setup, we should be able to inflict 800 casualties on the enemy at a very small cost." Hearing that there were still so many Jonin-level combatants, the Jonin in the command room once again gathered in groups to discuss, their eyes gleaming with excitement. At this moment, Tetsu asked in disbelief, "Didn't we lose over 3,000 people? Why are there still so many Jonin-level combatants?" Hearing the questioning voice, Yashiro rubbed his aching chin and said, "We lost a total of 3,226 people, of which 2,515 were Genin and 60 were Chunin. The fatality rate for Jonin-level ninjas is actually not high, so we are not short of advanced combatants, which is why we have been able to hold on until now." Tetsu narrowed his eyes and raised a question. This plan is highly feasible, but its drawback is that Jonin will consume a large amount of chakra. And once chakra is depleted, a Jonin is only slightly stronger than a Chunin. Therefore, if the battle reaches a stalemate, it will lead to a large number of Jonin fatalities. Everyone attending the command room meeting had at least Jonin-level strength. Now that someone had said this plan would lead to a large number of Jonin fatalities, voices of opposition immediately arose. 30 billion Ryo inside the command room. People whispered to each other, their arguments rising and falling. At this moment, a civilian Jonin stepped forward and said loudly, "How about we change the plan? I don't think these 3 defensive lines are very reliable." Hearing someone question him, an adult Uchiha Jonin suddenly stood and shouted angrily, "As ninjas, which mission have we ever undertaken without danger? If we don't use such an excellent strategy, are you perhaps afraid of what might happen?" Seeing that an argument was unavoidable, Shun gave a light cough. Cough, cough. Instantly, the command room fell silent. Then, with a slight smile, he slowly said, "Actually, there are 2 more crucial steps. First, Commander Fugaku will use his Mangekyo to activate Susanoo, and then lead the chase against the Iwagakure ninjas. Susanoo is dozens of meters tall, and ordinary ninjutsu can hardly break its defense. The Iwagakure ninjas, having just gone through numerous traps and ambushes, will inevitably see their morale collapse when they encounter a powerful and invincible monster chasing them. At that time, you only need to lead a few thousand ninjas to mercilessly finish them off." Hearing about the 2 trump cards, Mangekyo and Susanoo, many Jonin's breathing grew heavier. Shun took in everyone's expressions. He exuded powerful confidence and said, "Next is the most crucial step. I suggest using the Uchiha flame formation to cut off the Iwagakure ninjas' retreat, so we can capture these several thousand Iwagakure ninjas alive. At that time, Iwagakure will have no choice but to surrender, and I suggest demanding 30 billion Ryo in war reparations from Iwagakure." Upon hearing this, even the usually strong Tetsu felt a bit unsure. Capturing several thousand Iwagakure ninjas alive, forcing Iwagakure to surrender, and paying 30 billion Ryo in war reparations. Can we really do this? Yashiro tugged at his sparse beard and explained, "You all know that we Uchiha are skilled in fire release. The Uchiha flame formation is very powerful. 4 Jonin working together can block a tailed beast ball attack. If more than 20 people work together, it can indeed trap several thousand Iwagakure ninjas for a period of time." Fugaku is not only the clan head of the Uchiha, but also the head of the Konoha Guard Department. He knows something about the village's annual income, expenses, and surplus. He lightly tapped the table with his finger, organized his thoughts, and said, 30 billion Ryo? Isn't that too much? Konoha's annual income is about 13 billion Ryo. After various expenses, the surplus is about 4 billion Ryo. Iwagakure is far behind Konoha. A surplus of 3 billion Ryo a year would be very good for them. 30 billion Rio is equivalent to 10 years of their total income. They probably won't agree. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed, as Fugaka said. Iwagakure would definitely not be able to come up with that money, but Shun exuded strong confidence and said, on this Iwagakure battlefield alone, 3,226 Konoha ninjas have died, including the battlefields with Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. The number of Konoha ninjas lost in the conflict is conservatively estimated to be around 11,000. Adding several thousand who were severely injured and left disabled, the compensation for casualties the village will need to pay after the war will be over 40 billion Rio. Hearing the sum of over 40 billion Rio, the ninjas present gasped. Just now, Commander Fugaka said that Konoha's annual surplus is over 4 billion Rio, but that is the income during peacetime. Now, more than half of the village's ninjas have been killed or injured, which will lead to a decrease in the village's income for the next few years. At that time, the village will definitely be unable to pay the casualty compensation. That's why I propose demanding 30 billion Rio from Iwagakure. This is also for everyone's sake. With this money, not only will the families receive casualty compensation, but those who are alive will also receive their deserved bounties. Shun's analysis was well-reasoned, well-founded, and also very bold. Tetsu exclaimed, but this is a huge sum of 30 billion Rio. How can we make Iwagakure pay this money? Are we going to make them use mineral resources as collateral? In this war, the Kurama clan has already suffered more than half casualties. If they cannot receive casualty compensation after the war, the clan will inevitably decline. Seeing an opportunity to get money, Unkai quickly echoed, the Land of Earth is the largest country among the 5 great nations in terms of land area, and its mineral resources are quite rich. The plan of using mineral resources as collateral is certainly feasible. A civilian jonin whispered, it's feasible, but transporting these mineral resources back to the Land of Fire would be quite troublesome. Shun scanned the crowd with his gaze and said, after we capture these several thousand Iwagakure ninjas, Iwagakure will only have 6,000 to 7,000 ninjas left. At that time, they will definitely not be able to withstand Kumogakure's attack. Under the threat of their village and country being destroyed, Iwagakure will have no choice but to pay up. However, this money, I'm afraid, will have to come from those pampered nobles in the Land of Earth. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed an expression of sudden realization. That's right, Iwagakure can't come up with it, but the nobles of the Land of Earth are rolling in money. Knowing that there would be bounties after the war, many jonin began to rub their fists, full of enthusiasm. Suddenly, Yakumi rushed into the command room, urgently saying, report, Jonin Mimura encountered 50 elite IWA ninjas near Canopy Bridge. As a result, our side lost 96 people, and the remaining 4 were rescued by Jonin Minato. Hearing that their side had lost 96 people, the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Shun checked the time and frowned slightly. Hamaki only led over 100 civilian ninjas to the vicinity of Canopy Bridge at around 10 a.m., and by 3 p.m., 96 people were already dead. Truly a long and brutal journey. A small gift with deep meaning. Yashiro sighed and said, did Minato return to the outpost with them? Yakumi calmly replied, no. It is said that Minato went to rescue his 3 students and did not return with Hamaki and the others. Upon hearing this, Shun secretly complained in his heart. He was familiar with this plot. Obito's right side of his body was crushed by a boulder. Then he transplanted his 2 Tomo Sharingan to Kakashi, and finally, the cave completely collapsed, and only then did Minato arrive to save the day. The command room fell silent again. Unkai, Tetsu, and Yashiro exchanged glances. Fugaku lightly tapped the table and said, everyone, let's conclude the meeting here. We will proceed with the 3 defensive lines as previously discussed. It is now 3:21 p.m., and there is not much time left. So, all teams, quickly get into position, prepare traps and ambushes. We must properly meet Iwagakure's night raid tonight. Additionally, The medical team and the wounded must also be properly relocated. Everyone, tonight we must win, and we must not lose. I hope you all will work together. Upon hearing this, the many Jonin stood up straight and left to carry out their orders. Kotaro's embezzling of funds at 3:40 p.m. Kotaro, the head of the logistics department, was driven out of the warehouse by Uchiha clan members. He watched as these Uchiha clan members busily transported supplies and quickly distributed them at the warehouse entrance, a hint of unease flashing in his heart. He had not attended the emergency meeting just now, so he was unaware of the impending danger, but the scene before him was enough to alert him. No way, the injured medical ninjas are starting to evacuate, and they're setting up a lot of traps inside the stronghold, which means they're preparing to abandon the stronghold. But why was I not informed about such a big matter? It seems I've been ostracized. Darn it, you bastards. Being able to hold the position of head of the logistics department indicated that Kotaro was not stupid, and after figuring these things out, he immediately panicked. The Wagakure will probably attack tonight. I can't stay here and wait to die with them. My life is precious. I need to return to Konoha. Thinking this, he immediately went back to his room to pack, preparing to slip away amidst the chaos. But when Kotaro snuck to the stronghold entrance, he was stopped by two Uchiha guards. One of the guards sternly said, "Stop. The stronghold is under lockdown now. No one is allowed to leave without orders." Kotaro, trying to maintain his composure, explained, "There's a shortage of supplies on the front line right now. I need to return to Konoha to transport supplies. Even a short delay could mean deaths. So can you bear the responsibility?" The guard looked him up and down, his gaze falling on the package at his waist. "What's inside? I need to open it and check." Kotaro's heart sank, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Inside are 7 storage scrolls, which I use to transport supplies. As for checking, there's no need, right? We've worked together on the front line for over a year. Don't you trust me?" However, this Uchiha guard completely ignored him and quickly opened his package. When opened, he saw that there were only 7 sealed storage scrolls inside. The guard picked up a storage scroll and pressed, "What's inside these scrolls?" Kotaro stammered, It's some documents and personal items." The two Uchiha guards exchanged glances, and one of them formed a few hand seals before slamming his palm onto the scroll. In an instant, things poured out of the scroll. But they were not documents, but stacks and stacks of banknotes, piling up into a small mountain on the ground. Seeing this, the other guard opened all the storage scrolls, and the result was 7 piles of gleaming cash, particularly dazzling under the sunlight, making Kotaro's face turn pale. Wealth moves hearts, especially 7 piles of gleaming cash, conservatively estimated to be over 200 million ryo, so the number of onlookers instantly soared to hundreds. Thinking that this guy had accused him of being bought by a Wagakure that morning, a surge of anger welled up in Shun's heart. He activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, preparing to use Genjutsu on Kotaro for interrogation. "By what means did you acquire this money?" Kotaro's gaze was dull, and his eyes were lifeless as he said, "I secretly impersonated deceased ninjas, signed the supply requisition forms, transported ninja tools and medicine out of the stronghold, and resold them in the land of Rain's black market for profit." No one had expected that this usually glib and cowardly fellow would be so audacious as to embezzle military supplies. One explosive tag usually sells for about 600 ryo, and during wartime, the price is about 1,200 ryo. How many supplies would he have to resell to earn over 200 million ryo? Shun's voice carried a chilling intensity as he interrogated, "How many ninja tools and how much medicine did you sell in total?" "I don't remember the exact numbers. I sold about 190 million ryo worth of ninja tools and over 74 million ryo worth of medicine." Because the numbers didn't add up, Shun frowned and continued to interrogate. "Since you acquired 264 million ryo, then besides the 210 million ryo here, where is the rest of the money?" Kotaro had a suspicious expression, seemingly still immersed in a den of indulgence, as he said, "I spent over 50 million ryo at a lavish establishment." Under the pressure of the Genjutsu, Kotaro confessed all his crimes. When he awoke from a genjutsu, he found himself tied to a wooden stake in the central plaza. The matter grew larger and larger, with many people coming upon hearing the news, gathering in increasing numbers. Everyone looked at the 7 small mountains of cash on the ground, all filled with indignation. No wonder there were always not enough medicines on the front line. It turns out this scoundrel stole them to exchange for money. This kind of traitor should be dealt with immediately. Listening to the discussions around him, Shun remained expressionless. According to Konoha's military law, embezzlement of military funds and desertion in battle are both serious crimes. But if Kotaro were taken back to Konoha for trial, at most he would be imprisoned, and with the influence of the Shimura clan behind him, he might even be released in a few years. Thinking this, Shun's eyes turned cold. He called Inaho and whispered in his ear, "Go to the command room and tell the Kurama clan head about what happened here." Inaho nodded slightly, then left using the body flicker technique. Seeing the increasingly cold expressions of the people around him, Kotaro felt a great sense of foreboding. He shouted loudly, "My uncle is Danzo. If you kill me, he will definitely retaliate." Upon hearing Danzo's name, the surroundings instantly quieted for a second or two. Seeing this situation, Shun held a kunai in each hand, constantly scraping them together, producing the unique sound of metal. "People in front, please move aside. I'm going to practice throwing kunai. Don't block the way. If I accidentally stab someone, don't blame me." Hearing this, the crowd in front made way. Suddenly, Shun threw the 2 kunai in his hands, and they struck Kotaro in the face, a scream erupting. "Oh, my eyes, my eyes. I will definitely defeat you." Fugaku originally didn't want to get involved, but after seeing Kotaro seriously wounded, he had no choice but to step out. "Shun, stop. I know he's guilty, but you can't resort to vigilante justice. That will bring trouble upon yourself." Shun grinned maliciously and said, "Oh my, I warned everyone to pay attention before I practiced throwing kunai. I just didn't expect there to be a person in front of the wooden stake. Oh, it's all my fault for not being skilled enough. I hurt him pretty badly, didn't I, everyone?" Hearing this, the people around him immediately chuckled and echoed. Yes, we all heard him say he was going to practice throwing kunai. It was just an accident. Hearing the people around him so cunningly defend Shun, Kotaro was both in pain and enraged. You bastards. I won't let you off." Seeing his arrogance, unkai Barato a kunai and struck him hard across the Barato, silencing him with a brutal blow. Because Barato than half the casualties in the war were suffered by the Kurama clan, Fugaku merely frowned and decided not to meddle further, turning to leave. Watching Fugaku leave, Shun revealed a cruel smile and said, "Do you all know why I'm so angry? Because this beast's embezzlement led to a shortage of medicine, causing many injured to suffer from wound infections. To save medicine, Cinchureto, a crescent moon, hid behind dark clouds, plunging the entire valley into pitch-black darkness. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo." Several strange bird calls echoed, and the Iwagakure assault force, as expected, crept up under the cover of night. They thought they were moving undetected, but little did they know they had already stepped into a trap meticulously laid by the Konoha ninjas. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions suddenly erupted. Rocks and flames shot into the air, and over a dozen Iwagakure ninjas at the forefront were instantly killed or wounded. The explosion's firelight illuminated the night sky, also serving as a target for the Konoha ninjas ambushing in the dark. They seized the opportunity, continuously unleashing large-scale wind and fire release combination ninjutsu. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release, wind cutter technique. For a moment, fire dragons intertwined with fierce winds, and the valley was engulfed in raging flames, completely submerging the Iwagakure vanguard in a sea of fire. Facing such a fierce offensive, Iwagakure was not to be outdone and quickly organized Earth Release users to set up defenses. Earth Release, Earth Style Wall. With the deployment of Earth Release, Earth Style Wall, the Iwagakure ninjas spewed out a large amount of mud, instantly erecting a long earth wall in front of their formation. Cinchureto with mud and rocks thrown high into the air. Amidst this earth-shattering commotion, the explosive tag traps pre-buried by the Konoha ninjas were triggered, exploding one after another. Report: traps within 50 meters ahead have been cleared. Should we continue the assault? The overall commander for Iwagakure this time was Kitsuchi, the son of the third Tsuchikage Inoki. He stood 2.17 meters tall and weighed 120.5 kilograms, an imposing figure. He stood on the earth wall created by Earth Release. Earth-style wall, looking straight ahead, and waved his hand, saying the duration of the explosions just now was a bit short, which means there aren't many enemy traps. This is a bit unusual. Be careful. Send out some Earth clones to scout first. Then the main force will slowly follow. Understood. As the order was given, the Iwagakure Jonins began to form hand signs to use Earth Release, Earth Clone. These Earth clones could sense the situation ahead, and even if destroyed, they would not cause casualties, making it their usual reconnaissance method in unknown terrain. The purpose of the first line of defense was to delay time and consume the enemy's chakra. Seeing Iwagakure ninjas deploy Earth Release, Earth Clone, the Konoha Jonin immediately used explosive tag kunai for targeted clearing. Boom! 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 Explosions continuously rang out, and hundreds of Earth clones were blown away, disappearing. Seeing the number of Earth clones starting to decrease, Shun made cooing sounds, signaling everyone to begin retreating. Report: Group CS Earth clones were all blown up 60 meters out. Report: Group as Earth clones have engaged the enemy 100 meters out. The enemy seems to be preparing to set up a new defensive line 100 meters away. Listening to his subordinates continuously relaying frontline intelligence, Iwagakure's overall commander, Kitsuchi, habitually rubbed his head, then turned to his female secretary beside him and asked, "Hana, these Konoha ninjas are acting very strange. Analyze this for me. What are they trying to do?" Although Hana was only 22, she was an experienced female Jonin. At this moment, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and she calmly stared at the flickering firelight in the distance. When we entered the enemy's first defensive line just now, they used a combination ninjutsu to ambush us. Judging from the range and power of the ninjutsu, they likely deployed about 500 Jonin for the ambush. Now, they've retreated 100 meters away. It's clear they want to fight us again there. Kitsuchi frowned in confusion and asked, "But how can they gain an advantage by being outnumbered like this?" Hana cautiously replied, "Tonight is dark, visibility is poor, and we are fighting on their territory. The enemy deploying over 500 Jonin in ambush clearly intends to use elite forces to wear us down. If we push hard with Chunin and Genin as our main force, casualties will definitely be very heavy. Therefore, their intention should be to force us to also send out Jonin for an elite showdown with them." Kitsuchi stroked his chin, lost in thought. "I see, but a Jonin's chakra reserves are also limited. Generally speaking, a Jonin's chakra will be depleted after using ninjutsu 10 to 20 times consecutively. What are they trying to achieve by consuming chakra so recklessly?" Hana looked at the shadowy battle in the distance and replied, "A Jonin lacking chakra is only marginally stronger than a Chunin. If both sides engage in a large-scale battle, casualties will definitely be severe. Perhaps the enemy wants to force us to retreat through this method, so we must not follow their rhythm. We need to organize elite Jonin to attack and tear open a gap in their line, which will allow us to leverage our numerical advantage." Kitsuchi was only 25 at the time, in the prime of his youthful vigor. After hearing Hana's analysis, he roared, "Good. Well, do as you say. I will personally lead the elite Jonins in a charge, and you stay behind to command the main force to follow up." With that, Kitsuchi stretched his limbs, his knuckles cracking. His excited eyes revealed a burning battle intent, like a giant bear about to pounce on its prey. Hana, standing nearby, knew Kitsuchi's personality well and understood that no one could stop him now. So, she sighed helplessly and said, "Understood. I will relay the order immediately. Once there's a breach in the front, we will launch a full assault." As a series of orders were given, Iwagakure's ninjas quickly assembled. Kitsuchi led the charge, taking this elite squad and fiercely rushing towards the weak point of Konoha's defensive line. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Urgent bird calls rang out, a signal for emergency retreat when facing a strong enemy. Shun, with his exceptional skill and daring, sped towards the source of the sound, and soon encountered two familiar faces. Yakumi said while retreating, "Shun, retreat quickly." Iwagakure's overall commander, Kitsuchi, leading over a dozen elite jonins, has broken through the right flank of our defensive line and is heading this way. The Sharingan could perceive chakra flow. Shun looked at the distant battle, realizing that Kitsuchi's chakra reserves were at least double his own. No wonder the Earth-released ninjutsu he used was so powerful. After some thought, he knew he couldn't defeat the opponent right now, so he retreated with Yakumi and the others. 40 advanced S on Shun's abnormality in the smoke-filled border of the land of grass. The setting sun painted the sky blood red. Shun gritted his barato, his fingers digging deep into the tree trunk. Blast it, it seems there are smart people in the Iwagakure army. And Kitsuchi, that fool, instead of being a good overall commander, he actually led an Iwagakure elite jonin squad to ambush the west side. Explosions echoed in the distance, one after another, as the first line of defense had already collapsed. Through the supervision of a Sharingan, Shun clearly saw Iwagakure ninjas gathering 200 meters away. Behind him, Tekka's trembling voice sounded. "Shun, what should we do?" Shun turned around and saw the only 5 remaining members of his squad, 3 Chunin and 2 special jonin, all covered in wounds. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. He hadn't expected Kitsuchi to lead an Iwagakure elite jonin squad to attack the weak point on the west side, causing the first line of defense to collapse. Before the battle, Shun subconsciously activated the system, but unexpectedly a series of system messages popped up. Ding! Host observed a large number of ninjas using the B-rank ninjutsu, Shadow Clone, through his 3-tomo Sharingan, gaining 2,672 experience points for this ninjutsu. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ninjutsu replication successful, gaining B-rank ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Adept. Ding! Host observed a large number of ninjas using the B-rank ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon technique, through his 3-tomo Sharingan, gaining 1,502 experience points for this ninjutsu. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ninjutsu replication successful. Ding! Ding! As a large amount of information poured into his brain, Shun felt dizzy and overwhelmed. But knowing the new function of his system made him extremely excited. With this, when the Sharingan replicates certain ninjutsu and taijutsu, the system will automatically record, analyze, and summarize them, thereby further improving his abilities. In other words, at this moment, he had already learned Shadow Clone, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, and many other powerful ninjutsu. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a series of roars sounded from ahead, where the Ido ninjas were at. "Shun?" Tekka called out again, his voice filled with confusion and fear. Shun opened his eyes, and the 3-tomo in his pupils spun faster. He ordered, "It seems the Iwagakure ninjas are about to launch a new round of attack. You take the wounded and retreat to the second line of defense. They'll cover your retreat. But Shun, there are at least 20 jonin on the other side. Execute the order." Shun shouted sharply. The 5 subordinates dared not say more and quickly supported the wounded, retreating to the rear. Shun took a deep breath, calmed his agitated mood, and quickly formed hand seals. Divine Demon Transformation. As he completed the last seal, a powerful chakra surged within his body, transforming him into a bizarre 2-headed, 4-armed appearance. The red-haired head on the right, as soon as it appeared, laughed. Hee hee, this is not enough. Tonight, I will unleash my full power. Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, 2 puffs of smoke dissipated and 2 two-headed, 4-armed shadow clones appeared to his left and right. Then, these 2 shadow clones dispersed to the left and right, with intense killing intent on their 4 faces, charging towards the Iwagakure ninjas. The left shadow clone attacked first, its hands quickly forming seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Instantly, a huge fireball erupted from its mouth, flying directly towards the Iwagakure ninjas. At the same time, the other head unleashed another ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As a gust of strong wind roared past, the huge fireball, propelled by the wind, instantly became more intense, like a fire dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced on the Iwagakure ninjas. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Iwagakure sentry only then realized something was wrong, and just as he was about to warn, it was too late. The warning was barely out before it was drowned in the roar of the flames. 3 Iwagakure ninjas who couldn't dodge in time were caught in the blaze and knocked out of the fight. Some quick-reacting Iwagakure ninjas quickly formed hand seals to save themselves. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Several earth walls rose in response, attempting to block the fire dragon's assault. However, the power of this wind and fire combination ninjutsu was too great, and the earth walls were quickly breached under the impact of the fire dragon. Just as the Iwagakure ninjas were occupied with the shadow clone on the left, the one on the right took the opportunity to act. It formed hand seals and prepared a combined Barato and wind technique. In an instant, a more ferocious flame and stronger wind than before roared up, forming a terrifying wind and fire purgatory. Under the pincer attack of these left and right combination ninjutsu, the Iwagakure ninjas were unable to resist, and 7 ninjas instantly fell, leaving only 15 Iwagakure ninjas still struggling. Seeing the shadow clone's achievements, Shun secretly boasted, as expected of my shadow clones. Why do I feel like I am becoming more and more abnormal? The unusual commotion in the position attracted the attention of Iwagakure's overall commander, Kitsuchi. His figure, like lightning, sped towards this side. Then he saw 2 two-headed, 4-armed monsters wantonly releasing combination ninjutsu. He cursed, "Dang, Uchih." Earth release. Multiple earth-style wall. Barato than a dozen earth walls, each over a meter thick, temporarily blocked the raging Barato. Shun narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Kitsuchi's movements. As expected of a powerhouse, his chakra reserves are astonishing, but his attack methods seem a bit singular. Earth release. Fist rock. Kitsuchi again used the body flicker technique, his figure instantly becoming like a ghost, approaching the shadow clone on the right. With a loud boom, the spot where the right shadow clone had just stood was now a huge crater, with dust flying and gravel scattered everywhere within it. However, this seemingly fierce blow did not hit its target. It turned out that the shadow clone possessed the dynamic vision of the 3-Tomo Sharingan, which allowed him to instantly perceive Kitsuchi's attack intention and easily avoid this attack. Seeing Kitsuchi's attack miss, the shadow clone did not give him a chance to breathe. He was in mid-air, his hands forming seals like lightning. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Instantly, a huge fireball erupted from his mouth, flying directly towards Kitsuchi. Facing this sudden great fireball, Kitsuchi crouched down and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release. Earth spikes. Instantly, dozens of sharp rock spikes sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, stabbing directly at the enemy in mid-air. Some rock spikes were broken by the great fireball, but Barato rock spikes continued to stab towards the shadow clone. With a bang, the shadow clone was unable to dodge and was struck down by the sharp earth spikes, defeated instantly. Capturing IW Ninja's Kitsuchi's fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slammed into the ground, and Shun's last shadow clone dissipated into white smoke under the impact. Through these 2 exchanges, it was confirmed that Kitsuchi possessed Kaga-level strength. His chakra reserves are indeed astonishing, and the power of his Earth-release ninjutsu is incredibly strong, but he lacks one-hit kill ninjutsu like dust release or explosion release. Intelligence gathering complete, time to retreat. Coo coo coo. Coo coo coo. A peculiar bird call echoed over the battlefield, and Konoha's Jonin moved in response. They retreated into the stronghold in what appeared to be a chaotic, but actually orderly fashion. The Iwagakure ninjas cheered in victory, pouring into the Konoha stronghold in hot pursuit. Kitsuchi stood at the front of the line, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. Everything was too smooth, as if it was intentional. Censuredo, we were careless. Kitsuchi's eyes were bravado as he watched his subordinates fall in the explosions. He quickly formed hand seals, and chakra poured out like a flood. The ground shook violently, and a small hill rose from the earth, providing temporary shelter for the surviving Iwagakure ninja. Kitsuchi gasped for breath, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. This technique had consumed nearly half of his chakra. Protect the wounded. Reorganize the formation. Kitsuchi shouted loudly, but then heard the terrified screams of his subordinates. He looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. A green giant, over 70 meters tall, stood before him, holding a scythe, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Kitsuchi's throat tightened. He had fought Fugaku several times before, but he hadn't expected him to be so deeply hidden. Fugaku manipulated the third stage of Susanoo and commanded, all units attack. With that command, over 4,000 Konoha ninjas, who had been ambushed for a long time, surged out like a tide. Battle cries continuously rang out. Fugaku stood on Susanoo's head. The 60-meter-long scythe in Susanoo's hand swept forward lightly. Several Iwagakure ninjas who couldn't dodge in time were struck down by the attack. Facing such a powerful strike, the Iwagakure ninjas were somewhat caught off guard. But they immediately organized a counterattack, and various Earth-release ninjutsu rained down on Susanoo. However, these ninjutsu were like throwing an egg against a rock in front of Susanoo's indestructible defense, unable to cause the slightest damage. Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, a sense of despair welled up in the hearts of the Iwagakure ninjas, but they did not retreat. Instead, they attacked even more frantically, trying to find a weakness in Susanoo. Iwagakure's chief commander, Kitsuchi, forcefully gathered his chakra and slammed his hand on ground. Earth release, Golem Jutsu. A giant puppet made of hardened earth stood up, about 48 meters tall, holding a conical hammer. The giant puppet charged towards Susanoo, and Kitsuchi followed suit. Earth release, earth and stone bamboo shoot. Behind Susanoo, he summoned a giant earth and stone spike, seemingly intending to coordinate with the giant puppet for a pincer attack. Clan head, watch out for the ninjutsu attack from behind. Fugaku's Mangekyo, Sharingan spun, and a trickle of bravado streaked from the corners of his eyes, making his expression far bravado intense. An interesting little plaything, just a bit slow. Susanoo turned around, and the scythe slashed across the giant puppet from bravado to bravado, instantly splitting the giant golem in half. But that wasn't all. The scythe, like cutting grass, sliced through the base of the earth and stone spike, which was also cut in two and slid diagonally to the ground. Seeing that even his ninjutsu had lost its effect, Kitsuchi was slightly stunned. How can it be so powerful? A few minutes ago, they had just encountered a large number of traps and lost over 1,000 men. Now they were being pursued by a 70-meter-tall Susanoo, and even Kitsuchi was no match. In an instant, the morale of the Iwagakure ninjas began to collapse, and they all started to flee for their lives. Dozens of elite Uchiha ninjas had now arrived behind them, simultaneously forming complex hand seals and finally slamming their palms onto the ground. Ninja art. Uchiha flame formation. The earth trembled, and two crimson walls of fire rose from both sides of the canyon, converging towards the center at an astonishing speed. The scorching flames formed an impenetrable barrier, engulfing the entire stronghold. Several Awagakure ninjas who tried to break through the flames were repelled and forced to retreat, overwhelmed by the barato. A sense of despair spread through the Awagakure forces. Kitsuchi looked at the tragic scene around him, his heart aching. In less than a few minutes, over 1,000 people had died, and now they were surrounded by Konoha ninjas. He looked up at Fugaku in Susanoo. The other party's eyes were terrifyingly calm. Iwagakure ninjas. Fugaku's voice, amplified by Susanoo, each word like a heavy hammer, struck the hearts of these Iwagakure ninjas. Tomorrow, Kumogakure will officially declare war on Iwagakure. If all of you die here today, Iwagakure will be powerless to resist Kumogakure's attack. What awaits you will be the destruction of your village, and the land of Earth will be carved up by neighboring countries. The Iwagakure ninjas exchanged glances, fear spreading in their eyes. Kitsuchi clenched his fists, but was powerless to refute. Fugaku's voice softened slightly. However, if you surrender now, we can guarantee your safety. I vouch with the reputation of the Uchiha clan that as long as Iwagakure declares defeat and pays 30 billion ryo in compensation, you will be able to leave alive. There was a dead silence within the fiery cage, only the crackling of the burning firewall. All eyes were focused on Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi closed his eyes, and his father Noki's stern face flashed through his mind. As a commander, over 1,000 people had died in just over an hour. He could not let over 5,000 more of his compatriots die in vain. Kitsuchi's voice was hoarse and heavy. I accept your terms. We surrender. Fugaku nodded imperceptibly. Susanoo slowly dissipated, and the Uchiha flame formation was also dispelled. Konoha ninjas quickly moved forward, confiscating the weapons of the Iwagakure ninjas. Let a few people go back to report the news, especially to let Noki know that his son is in our hands. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office. Bang! Noki struck his hand hard on the desk, cracking it, with splinters scattering. His aged face was twisted with anger, and his short stature trembled uncontrollably. Over 6,000 people fighting over 4,000, and it turned out like this. I actually raised such a good-for-nothing. It's infuriating. Noki roared in his office within the Tsuchikage building. The surrounding Umbu were silent with fear. Tsuchikage-sama, we don't have much time. You must make a decision quickly. An Umbu reported cautiously. Noki took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He walked to the window, looking at the night view. So many years of hard work. Was it all to be destroyed in an instant? Iwagakure's surrender before dawn. In Iwagakure's Tsuchikage office, Noki stood by the window, his gray eyebrows tightly furrowed. His rough fingers unconsciously stroked the window frame as he murmured, a 70-meter-tall, green Susanoo. That Fugaku kid, he also has the same eyes as Madara. Konoha, is it rising again? Outside the window, the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds. Noki turned to look in a mirror and found that he seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, with a few more strands of white hair on his forehead. Recalling his captured son Kitsuchi, the 5,000 elite Iwagakure ninjas in enemy hands, and the 30 billion ryo in war reparations Konoha had demanded, his chest felt as if a giant rock was pressing down on it. Suddenly, Noki took a deep breath and shouted, Gari, you will come with me to the front line for negotiations. Gari respectfully saluted, Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. He was a member of Iwagakure's Explosion Corps, possessing the explosion release, Kekkei Genkai, and his strength was not to be underestimated. This was perhaps why Inoki had chosen him to accompany him. The two ascended to the Tsuchikage building's rooftop. The morning wind was biting, and Noki's robes flapped noisily. He formed hand signs, and chakra flowed within his body. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. A strange sensation of weightlessness came, and their bodies slowly floated into the air. Noki controlled the chakra flow, carrying Gari towards the land of grass border. Iwagakure below gradually shrunk, and a morning light gilded the rock structures. Konoha's frontline camp, central tent. The urgent footsteps of a guard broke the morning's tranquility. Report, Commander Fugaku. Third Tsuchikage Noki and his escort Gari have arrived and are asking to see you. Fugaku, inside the tent, opened his eyes and checked his pocket watch, 5:58. Fugaku calmly said, First, invite them to wait in the main tent. Notify Yashiro, Unkai, and Tetsu to assemble. Also bring that Shun kid along. Yes. When Fugaku entered the main tent, Konoha's high-ranking ninjas were already all present. Noki sat opposite him, his short stature exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Yashiro, Shun, Unkai, and Tetsu, among others, watched their counterparts with vigilance, and the atmosphere in the tent was as heavy as iron. Fugaku took his seat at the head of the table, his voice neither hurried nor slow. Third Tsuchikage Noki, you've waited long. Noki snorted coldly. Uchiha boy, cut the nonsense. A surrender document is fine, but forget about the 30 billion ryo in war reparations. That doesn't conform to the rules of ninja warfare. Fugaku gently raised his hand, and an attendant immediately served hot tea. He slowly sipped it before speaking. War only looks at results. Moreover, during the Third Great Ninja War, it was your side that first tore up the peace agreement. And it was you who allied with the other 3 great ninja villages to besiege Konoha. The temperature in the tent seemed to drop sharply. Noki's face turned ashen as he said, with the 4 great ninja villages attacking Konoha, you should look for the reasons within yourselves. Besides, in a war between nations, each side relies on its own abilities. Fugaku put down his teacup, the crisp clink of the cup against the saucer, interrupting the Tsuchikage's roar. A faint smile played on his lips as he said, Noki, perhaps Konoha should ally with Kumogakure to attack the land of Earth, to annihilate your village and nation. Then, starting next year, the land of Earth will become a part of ninja world history. These words were like a kunai, accurately piercing Noki's heart. Noki's pupils contracted violently. He knew too well Kumogakure's ambition and understood that Fugaku was not bluffing. Gari stepped forward and said, You Konoha shouldn't push things too far. Fugaku didn't even glance at him, his gaze remaining fixed on Noki. 30 billion ryo is indeed not a small sum, so we don't intend for a Wagakure to pay it. Noki's brows furrowed as he asked, What do you mean? Fugaku gently tapped the table and said, In the face of national and village annihilation, the nobles of the land of Earth should be very willing to pay this money for you. A deathly silence fell over the tent. Noki's hands trembled slightly. He understood the deeper meaning in Fugaku's words. Either persuade the daimyo and nobles to pay, or a Wagakure would face utter destruction. This was blatant political blackmail, yet there was no way to refute it. Shun couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, which was stopped by a glance from Yashiro. A look of appreciation flashed in Unkai's eyes. Noki's back, however, hunched a few degrees, as if bearing an invisible heavy pressure, and he said hoarsely, Bring the pen. I agree. An attendant respectfully presented the already prepared agreement and brush. Noki took the pen, his fingers white from the force. Just then, Shun suddenly spoke. I heard that Danzos root members once leaked information about our strongholds to your village. These traitors caused us to fail multiple missions. I hope it's specifically noted in the surrender agreement that a Wagakure is required to hand over all relevant evidence and personnel information. Upon hearing this, several Konoha clan heads exchanged shocked glances, and even Fugaku raised an eyebrow slightly. A sharp glint flashed in Noki's eyes as he weighed the pros and cons. The war would end soon. It was fine to hand these things over. Let the Konoha people fight among themselves, causing more losses. That's not bad at all. Thinking this, Noki forced a smile and said, We do possess some interesting information. Shun suppressed the wild joy in his heart, feigning seriousness. Please include this evidence as an appendix to the surrender document. Konoha must purge its internal traitors. Noki stroked his beard, a calculating glint in his eyes. Gladly. After all, Iwagakure detests traitors who don't follow the rules, even if they are traitors from other countries. The negotiations continued, But the atmosphere was different. When Noki finally signed the agreement, the special appendix clearly listed 7 records of secret contact between Root and Iwagakure, as well as detailed information on 3 key liaisons. Gari immediately understood, summoned a large scroll, unsealed it, took out several scrolls, and placed them on the negotiation table. As Noki stood up, he cast a meaningful look at Shun and said, "I hope this information is useful to you. I will send the 30 billion Ryo by noon. I hope that once you receive the money, you will release the people immediately." Fugaku's gaze lingered on the scrolls, finally nodding slightly. "Rest assured, once we receive the money, we will naturally release the people immediately." After the tent flap fell, Yashiro immediately set up a soundproofing barrier. Tetsu couldn't help but question, "Shun, you are inciting internal strife." Shun calmly unrolled a scroll and said, "Please look at the date of the 3rd information exchange." It was the very day the Kazami clan supply convoy encountered an ambush by Iwagakure elites. Tetsu's face drastically changed. That ambush had caused him to lose his son. Shun's voice was like ice. Danzo, in order to weaken Konoha's clans, did not hesitate to collude with the enemy and betray the country. This is not internal strife, but the purging of parasites. Fugaku finally stood up, his Mangekyo Sharingan glowing coldly in the shadows. The war is not yet over. What happened today, let it end in this tent for now. Everyone was solemn. They understood that when this evidence was sent back to Konoha, the decisive battle between Danzo and the Uchiha would be inevitable, exposing Minato at dawn, outside the Konoha outpost on the border of the Land of Grass. Over 5,000 Iwagakure captives were held within a temporarily erected barrier. When Noki's figure appeared in the sky, the captives stirred, and the light of hope ignited in their eyes. "Third, Sachikage-sama has come. He's here to save us. Third, Sachikage-sama wouldn't abandon us." Cheers rose and fell. Although these Iwagakure ninjas were defeated and captured, their morale had not completely collapsed. They believed their leader would find a way to bring them home. However, hope came quickly and vanished even faster. Noki entered the main central tent and emerged less than half an hour later, his face grim. He immediately used Earth Release, lightweight rock jutsu, to fly away, not even glancing at the captive camp. Has the 3rd Sachikage abandoned us? 30 billion Ryo. Is it true that even the Sachikage-sama can't come up with it? We've been treated as pawns. Despair spread like a plague. Some began to pound on the barrier, some cursed in low voices, and more slumped to the ground, their eyes vacant. The commotion gradually escalated. The Konoha ninjas on guard nervously clutched their kunai, and the news quickly reached the main central tent. An Uchiha ninja knelt on one knee and reported, "Fugaku-sama, there's a disturbance in the captive camp. They seem to believe Noki has abandoned them." Fugaku, who was reviewing the details of the truce agreement, said in a deep voice, "Shun, go handle this." Understood. A few minutes later, Shun walked to the front of the captive camp. With his arms crossed, he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone from Iwagakure, 3rd Sachikage, Noki has just gone to the Land of Earth to request war reparations from the daimyo. By noon, 30 billion Ryo will be delivered in full, and you will all be able to return safely." A ripple of murmuring spread within the barrier. Lies. How could negotiations end so quickly? That's billion Ryo, not 300 million Ryo. How could the daimyo easily produce that much? Evil Uchiha, you must be playing some trick again. They didn't even give us breakfast. Are they trying to starve us to death? Listening to these doubts, Shun's smile remained unchanged. He had anticipated this reaction. With over a year of war, how many blood feuds had accumulated? How could they be easily resolved with a few words? So, he raised his voice sternly. The war has lasted for over a year, with casualties on both sides. It's perfectly normal to have grievances, but please recognize the reality. It is we, Konoha, who have defeated you at Iwagakure. Some Iwagakure ninjas shouted defiantly, "Haha, is Konoha out of people, sending a baby-faced kid like you?" Shun did not get angry. He changed his tone. Those of you who have survived this war, we Uchiha believe you are by no means ordinary. We Uchiha have always had a tradition of respecting the strong. So even though you are now captives, we have not subjected you to harsh treatment or insults. Because we know that this defeat is not your responsibility. He deliberately paused, letting the sentence, like a spinning shuriken, precisely hit the most vulnerable part of the captives' hearts. Seeing many people's expressions loosen, he continued to press on. If a Wagakure hadn't killed the third Raikage 3 days ago, the fourth Raikage wouldn't have declared war on you. If you hadn't faced the pressure of a two-front war, you wouldn't have risked attacking this Konoha outpost last night, and you wouldn't have fallen into our ambush. Shun raised his right hand and passionately declared, in fact, we Konoha, based on the death of the third Raikage, had already deduced that you would launch a sneak attack last night. So, this defeat was an inevitable trend, a mistake by the decision-makers, and has nothing to do with the bravery of you, the frontline soldiers. The atmosphere within the barrier subtly changed. The captives whispered among themselves, and many showed expressions of relief. Yes, how could they have been utterly defeated after fighting so hard until now? It turns out it was a high-level decision-making error. Shun sneered inwardly. He had long prepared this line of reasoning. In his previous life, when losing a game, people often blamed their teammates. Using this tactic in the world of Naruto worked very well. Seeing the commotion gradually subside, Shun nodded with satisfaction and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 3 familiar figures walking towards the main central tent. Minato, Kakashi, Rin, what are they doing here? Minato bowed deeply and sincerely apologized. Clan head Fugaku, regarding Obito, I am very sorry. I failed to take good care of him. Behind him, Kakashi and Rin also bowed, especially Rin, whose eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Fugaku, long accustomed to life and death, said coldly, life and death are fated on the battlefield. Minato, there's no need to blame yourself. It was Obito's bad luck. Minato looked up, his eyes filled with remorse. But if I could have defeated the enemy faster, if my plan had been more thorough. Hearing these words, Shun burst into the tent and sneered, Minato, stop being so hypocritical. As the overall commander of the Eastern Front, having fought the fourth Raikage so many times, wouldn't you know his personality? Minato was stunned and asked, Shun, what do you mean by that? Iwagakure killed the third Raikage, so the fourth Raikage would inevitably seek revenge for his father and declare war on Iwagakure. Therefore, Iwagakure deployed forces on the border of the land of Waterfall to resist Kumogakure's attack. In this situation, the Canopy Bridge mission is of no benefit to us Konoha. You knew this and still carried it out. Isn't it just to snatch our Uchiha's credit and pave a way for you to become the fourth Hokage? Hearing someone state it so plainly, the tent fell into a dead silence. Kakashi's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. He remembered Obito's dying words. He remembered that clumsy fool who was always late, and his final brilliant smile. All of this, was it just a political show? What you said, is it true? Rin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. No. Obito, Minato's face instantly turned pale as he said, Shun, you've misunderstood. I never thought that. Shun sneered. The war has been going on for over a year, and Konoha's resources are very tight. If Iwagakure truly needed to transport resources across Canopy Bridge, then you would have received a mission to seize those resources, not to blow up a bridge. To cooperate with your show, they sent Jonin Hakami with 100 ninjas to garrison the border of the land of Waterfall. Moreover, the Canopy Bridge mission Hiruzen gave you was for you to execute alone. But you brought 3 students who slowed down your march, causing 96 of the 100 ninjas who were cooperating with your show to die in vain. Minato was forced to retreat repeatedly, his face pale as he said, I didn't know the truth, really. Shun, not letting up, pressed on. Iwagakure ninjas are skilled in earth release. Building a bridge takes less than a minute. Also, our ninjas can jump on trees and run on water, so what's the use of blowing up a bridge? Blowing up a bridge is such a clumsy excuse. Isn't it laughable? Fugaku stood up, his eyes sweeping over everyone. Enough! The war is not yet completely over. Internal disputes are meaningless. Shun reluctantly took a step back, but still glared fiercely at Minato. Fugaku walked in front of Minato and said calmly, Obito sacrificed himself for Konoha. The Uchiha are proud of him. I believe he didn't do it intentionally. Minato bowed deeply and, with his 2 dazed students, exited the main tent. Shun was indignant. Clan head, you are too lenient. That Minato, clearly. Fugaku interrupted him, Shun. Remember, true strong people do not need to prove themselves by blaming others. Outside the tent, Kakashi was still in shock. He mechanically followed Minato, Shun's words echoing in his mind. If the Canopy Bridge mission was truly insignificant, then what was Obito's sacrifice for? Do you want to be the 4th Hokage? After Minato left, the command tent returned to an oppressive silence. Occasionally, the groans of the wounded and the shouts of medical ninjas could be heard from outside the tent, but these sounds seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Yashiro's aged fingers gently tapped the table. Shun, you shouldn't have been so quick-witted just now. In the future, you need to be more steady in your actions. Although his tone was calm, his sharp gaze was like a knife, making every word a heavy hammer striking Shun's heart. Shun felt his throat tighten. He naturally understood what Yashiro meant. Before, he had told Yashiro that after the war, in order to support Minato's rise to power, the Konoha higher-ups would inevitably heavily promote and praise him, shaping him into a savior. At that time, if they exposed the truth of Canopy Bridge, Minato would lose the trust of the public and collapse. Now, by driving away Minato and revealing this trump card, they would lose a reliance in the future. Shun pondered for 3 seconds and said, Last night, 4,000 of us fought against over 6,000 Owagakure ninjas, and we captured over 5,000 Owagakure ninjas. Today, 3rd Tsuchikage Noki came to sign the surrender, promising to bring 30 billion Ryo this afternoon. In a short period of time, I reversed the defeat and gained many honors, so I got a bit carried away. I believe everyone can understand, and I will be more careful in the future. Seeing Shun's sincere attitude of admitting his mistake, Yashiro's gaze softened slightly. Before, they were at a disadvantage, so they needed some reliance and trump cards. Now that they had defeated Owagakure, and their achievements surpassed those of Minato, the truth of Canopy Bridge was actually irrelevant. He warned Shun because he was young, and to prevent him from developing an arrogant personality, he gave him a lecture. No one took the small interlude just now to heart. Yashiro's gaze shifted to the map on the table in the center of the tent, which still preserved the layout of last night's battle. Now that Owagakure has surrendered, we will get the money at noon. But after releasing the over 5,000 Owagakure prisoners, what should we do next? Yashiro's voice carried a hint of confusion. Tetsu nervously tapped the rim of his teacup, and he whispered, Yes, our war with Owagakure is over. What should we do next? The surface of the water in the teacup trembled slightly, reflecting his tightly furrowed brow. Everyone's gaze turned to Fugaku, as he was, after all, the commander of the front line. Fugaku stood in front of the map on the table, his hands clasped behind his back, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating. He stared at the map, as if analyzing every detail on it. Everything changed after Shun returned with intelligence yesterday. Originally, the outpost was short on supplies, and they had planned to withdraw the frontline outpost to the border of the Land of Fire. But after Shun's various analyses and arrangements, they actually defeated Owagakure. Now, not only have they captured over 5,000 Owagakure ninjas, but they have also successfully demanded 30 billion Ryo in war reparations. Happiness came too quickly, and things changed too fast, so much so that Fugaku hadn't quite figured out what to do next. Fortunately, he was the Uchiha clan head and the overall commander of the front line. He could be without ideas, but his subordinates must have ideas. So, he shifted the responsibility, saying, Shun, what do you think? Everyone in the tent turned their gaze to Shun. This young ninja, only 16 years old, displayed astonishing tactical talent in last night's battle. Shun unconsciously straightened his back, cursing inwardly. I'm just a squad leader. You're the big shots. Why are you all looking at me? Fugaka doesn't want to use his brain and is throwing the problem at me. Watch me throw it right back. What to do next depends on whether Fugako-sama intends to become the fourth Hokage. If Fugako-sama doesn't want to become the fourth Hokage, then after we get to 30 billion Ryo, we'll divide the money and return to Konoha to enjoy a peaceful life. After all, with Fugaka-sama's current achievements, the Konoha higher-ups certainly won't let him make any more contributions. Shun's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in everyone's hearts. Becoming Hokage, this was a goal that many Uchiha dreamed of. There was a moment of silence in the tent as everyone silently reevaluated. Shun really dares to say anything. Fugako, not getting the answer he wanted, wouldn't let him off so easily. He frowned slightly and said, "Shun, tell me your true thoughts." Shun took a deep breath, looked directly into Fugaka's eyes, and asked, word by word, "Fugako-sama, do you really want to become the fourth Hokage?" This question was like a sharp sword piercing Fugaka's heart. He had thought about this question, but he hadn't thought about it in detail. His pupils contracted slightly, and his three-tomo Sharingan unconsciously began to spin. The higher-ups in the tent exchanged surprised glances, and Yashiro's hand unconsciously gripped the corner of the table, showing his inner turmoil. Tetsu, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, seemingly reevaluating the young man's courage. Fugaka's frown deepened as he asked, "If I want to be Hokage, what kind of price do I have to pay?" Upon hearing this, Shun's mind was clear. He keenly caught the wavering in Fugaka's tone. Fugaka's question could be interpreted as if the price is small, then he'll try to become the fourth Hokage. If the price is too great, then I will give up. This indicates that his belief in becoming the fourth Hokage is not very strong. He looked around, his gaze lingering on each person's face for a moment. Yashiro's palm, pressing on the table, showed faint bulging veins. Tetsu appeared calm, but water from his teacup spilled unnaturally onto the table. Unkai stared intently at the map, as if the answer lay hidden there. With the achievements we have made so far, we are already qualified to be candidates for the fourth Hokage. But to gain more support, we must go to the Kirigakure battlefield. The problem is that Hiruzen and his faction will not agree to us supporting the Kirigakure battlefield, and we even need to prevent them from causing trouble and holding us back. So, if we want to go to the Kirigakure battlefield, we can only go against Hiruzen and his faction. Yashiro's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his three-tomo Sharingan unconsciously activated. He excitedly slammed the table and rose to his feet. "Shun, if we follow your plan, what are our chances of success?" Shun answered without hesitation, 70%. The key lies in whether we can achieve a quick victory on the Kirigakure battlefield. If it drags on for too long, Hiruzen and Danzo will have enough time to interfere. Fugaku closed his eyes, the faces of his wife Mikoto and young Itachi appearing in his mind. If he chose to be conservative, he could at least ensure his family's safety. But if he chose to be aggressive, once successful, the Uchiha clan would gain unprecedented status. But if he failed, he might fall on the Kirigakure battlefield or be surrounded by Umbu, his clan's emblem marked with loss, losing everything. Go on or give up. Inside the main tent, the discussion about becoming the fourth Hokage continued, but everyone's expressions had grown much more serious. Fugaka's voice was deep and solemn, as if each word carried immense weight. "Everyone, we need to make a decision. Do we return to Konoha with honor and money, content with the status quo? Or do we take a gamble and strive for the position of fourth Hokage?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yashiro suddenly stood up, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly in his eyes, blood-red pupils burning with years of suppressed rage. He slammed his palm onto the table, making the tea set clatter. "Fugaku, is there even a choice? The Uchiha clan has endured for too long. Last night's battle proved that we have the power to change the ninja world's pattern. If we miss this opportunity, the Uchiha will forever be excluded from Konoha's core power. The liquid in the teacup sloshed violently, and dark brown tea continuously overflowed, snaking across the sandalwood table. It was as if the Uchiha clan's years of suppressed anger had finally found an outlet. Unkai, thoughtfully stroking a new scar on his chin, said worriedly, "But supporting the Kirigakure battlefield will surely result in many casualties. If we don't have the village's material support, and we also have to face the village's higher-ups secretly holding back, can we truly win?" His gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the tent, finally resting on Fugaku. Tetsu slowly twirled his ring, the surface occasionally reflecting a soft glow. But this is also our best opportunity. During wartime, strength is paramount. We have just achieved a decisive victory against a Wagakure, and our prestige is soaring. If we can achieve new merits on the Kirigakure battlefield, the position of the fourth Hokage is not out of reach. Hearing that Tetsu also agreed, Yashiro suddenly erupted, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly, blood-red chakra almost overflowing from his eyes. "Everyone, in last night's battle, we captured 5,000 Wagakure ninjas and demanded 30 billion ryo in compensation. Such achievements have already made Konoha's higher-ups uneasy. We have already become a threat to them. So even if we obediently return, will we truly be safe?" His voice suddenly lowered, but became even bravado chilling. How did the Senju clan disappear? How did Tsukumo lose his life? It's only been a few years, have you forgotten all of it? A tense silence fell over the tent, with only Yashiro's angry gasps echoing. Everyone's expressions suddenly became unpredictable. Listening to the arguments, Fugaku's gaze fell on the small flag representing Konoha on the map. That flag was planted in the center of the Land of Fire, surrounded by the flags of the other four great nations. It was like the Uchiha clan situation in Konoha, seemingly at the core, but actually isolated and helpless. If we decide to defy orders and go to the Kirigakure battlefield, how exactly should we proceed? And what about Hiruzen? He will definitely send people stop us. Fugaku's voice broke the silence. Shun's eyes gleamed with a cunning that belied his age as he said, "We need a legitimate reason. For example, receiving urgent intelligence requesting assistance from the Kirigakure battlefield, and for the sake of Konoha's interests, we had no choice but to immediately rush to their aid. Once we arrive at the Kirigakure battlefield and achieve a decisive victory, even if the third Hokage is displeased, he won't be able to criticize us in front of the villagers." Urgent footsteps suddenly sounded outside the tent, and an Uchiha ninja lifted the tent flap. "Report. Noki has arrived with 30 billion ryo in war reparations and is now at the outpost entrance." Fugaku nodded, no emotion visible on his face. "Understood. Arrange for them to wait outside for now." After the messenger ninja withdrew, he looked around at everyone. "Let's temporarily put a hold on the matter of supporting the Kirigakure battlefield. We'll make plans after we've refined the details of the strategy. First, let's go meet Noki and secure the 30 billion ryo in war reparations." Outside the camp gate, Noki's short figure floated in midair, the wrinkles on his face seemingly deeper. Behind him stood dozens of Wagakure jonin, all of them tense, their eyes burning with unwilling rage. Noki's voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't drunk water in a long time. "Satoshi, bring out the war reparations." And a Wagakure ninja named Satoshi stepped forward, his movements stiff and mechanical, as if every joint resisted this humiliating task. He gently placed a very large scroll on the ground, then formed hand signs and clapped his hands on it. With a bang, after the white smoke dispersed, dozens of pitch-black metal boxes were neatly arranged on the ground. Each box had a tag with the character IWA on it, and the edges of the tags showed traces of other seals being torn off. Fugaku signaled his subordinates to go forward and inspect, while also having thousands of Konoha ninjas secretly prepare for battle, in case Noki reneged and launched a sneak attack. His Sharingan remained locked on Noki, ready to respond to any possible sudden attack. Thousands of Konoha ninjas had secretly prepared for battle, the cold glint of kunai faintly visible among the branches and leaves, and the fuses of explosive tags carefully clutched in their hands. Noki said expressionlessly, "I've brought the money. When will you release the people?" Fugaka calmly replied, "Bring everyone out." The camp gates slowly opened, and over 5,000 prisoners walked out in a long line. Most of them were wounded and looked dispirited, a stark contrast to their fierce appearance on the battlefield yesterday. Noki searched among the prisoners, suddenly fixating his gaze on a tall figure. It was his son, Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi kept his head down, deliberately avoiding his father's gaze, his shame clearly visible on his face. Noki suddenly cursed, his voice laced with anger and disappointment. "Useless. You messed up the war like this. Do you even have the face to live?" Kitsuchi's body visibly trembled, but he still kept his head down, not daring to meet his father's eyes. Several Iwagakure ninjas stepped forward to help him, but he roughly pushed them away. The handover process was unexpectedly smooth. Although Noki's face was extremely dark, he ultimately made no outrageous moves. When the last Iwagakure prisoner left the camp, Fugaka's tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. An Uchiha ninja reported in a low voice, "Fugaka-sama, the inspection is complete. It is indeed 30 billion ryo, not a single coin less." Fugaka nodded almost imperceptibly, watching Noki lead the Iwagakure forces into the distance, a question forming in his mind. Would that vengeful old fox truly give up so easily? Top contributor list, as Inoki gradually departed with over 5,000 Iwagakure captives. The tense atmosphere at the Konoha frontline outpost finally began to ease. The only department still operating efficiently was the frontline intelligence system, with new information constantly being reported back. Fugaku stood outside the command tent, listening to the intelligence ninja's report. 12 minutes later. Report: Noki and the Iwagakure army have been spotted 10,000 meters from the outpost, accelerating their departure. 25 minutes later. Report: Noki and the Iwagakure army have been spotted 20,000 meters from the outpost, accelerating their departure. 60 minutes later. Report: after Noki and the Iwagakure army returned to the Iwagakure outpost, they departed with a portion of their forces towards the land of Earth. After confirming that Noki and his forces had truly left, Fugaku let out a soft breath. He turned to Yashiro and said, "Prepare to gather everyone. It's time to share our spoils of war." In the clearing at the center of the camp, over 4,000 ninjas stood in neat formation. Even the severely wounded were carefully brought out and placed in the front row of the formation. On the makeshift high platform, piles of money chests gleamed with a metallic luster in the setting sun. Fugaku stood at the center of the platform, the Uchiha clan fan crest on his black battle robe particularly striking. He glanced at the draft Shun had handed him, memorized its contents, and then used chakra to project his voice clearly into everyone's ears. "Everyone, after more than a year of effort, we have finally defeated Iwagakure. As the frontline commander, I believe I have not failed your trust and have delivered a satisfactory answer. Regarding these 30 billion ryo in war reparations, I shamelessly, through a combination of pressure and persuasion, took them directly from 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki's hands. I need to explain the purpose of this money to everyone." Scattered cheers bravado from the crowd, easing the tense atmosphere. When the topic of the reparations used was brought up, silence returned. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the piles of money chests, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. A gust of wind blew through, and the empty sleeve of a ninja in the front row, who had lost his left arm, swayed in the breeze. Fugaka's voice was as firm as iron. In the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha was besieged by the 4 great ninja villages. The estimated number of casualties will exceed 10,000. The village will need to pay approximately over 40 billion ryo in casualty compensation. It can be said that for the next 10 years, the village may be unable to pay such a huge amount of casualty compensation. A young female ninja suddenly covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her companion gently put an arm around her shoulder. Her brother had died in last night's battle. A few ninjas in the back exchanged worried glances. They all had family members who had passed away. After a brief pause, Fugaku suddenly raised his voice. Therefore, I have decided to take 15 billion Ryo from the 30 billion Ryo specifically to pay the compensation for the casualties within our outpost. We, the Uchiha, will never let Konoha's heroes suffer in silence or sorrow. These words were like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge stir. The crowd instantly bravado, with cheers, cries, and applause intertwining. The one-armed ninja stood stunned, tears silently streaming down his dust-covered face. Shun's bravado curved into a faint, subtle smile. This scene was even more perfect than he had imagined. Even several Hyuga, who had always harbored resentment towards the Uchiha, showed expressions of admiration. Fugaku's expression grew serious, and he raised his hand to signal for silence. As for the remaining 15 billion Ryo, I will distribute it among all of you present, based on each person's contribution to the war. First, the top contributor is Uchiha Shun. He infiltrated deep into a Wagakure, gathered crucial intelligence, and deduced that a Wagakure would launch a night attack last night. He also provided valuable advice for the defensive arrangements last night. Furthermore, he fought against Wagakure's commander, Kitsuchi, testing Kitsuchi's strength and gathering intelligence, and he single-handedly killed 3 Wagakure Jonin and several Chunin. For this, he is awarded 36 million Ryo and promoted to squadron leader. As Shun walked onto the stage, a gasp of surprise immediately arose. As fellow frontline comrades, many were aware of his previous strength. Shun, how did he suddenly become so powerful? It's hard to believe. Mei whispered, last night I was near him, I saw all of his battles. He has a 3-tomo Sharingan and can use a ninjutsu with 2 heads and 4 arms. Through this ninjutsu, he can single-handedly perform wind-fire combination ninjutsu, and its power is astonishing. So that's it. Amazing. The onlookers let out exclamations of awe. Second place, Kurama Unkai. He is the head of a branch of the Kurama clan. The Kurama clan has 1,000 people stationed at this outpost, with 472 killed and 58 disabled, suffering over half casualties. Yet, he still led the Kurama clan members to hold the front line, making a significant contribution to this war. For this, he is awarded 35 million Ryo. In fact, Unkai is only 21 years old this year, and his strength is only at the Jonin level. But no one raised any objections to his ranking. This was an honor earned with the lives of hundreds of his clan members. Third place, Kazami Tetsu. He is the clan head of the Kazami clan. The Kazami clan suffered the following casualties: 158 killed and 27 disabled. He served in the frontline staff department, and many of his suggestions played a crucial role in our outpost's ability to hold out for over a year. For this, he is awarded 32 million Ryo. Fourth place, Uchiha Fugaku. I placed myself in fourth place because I led 3,500 clan members to the front line, with 1,227 killed and 112 disabled. I have lived up to Konoha, but I have failed my clan members, so I am only worthy of the fourth place reward. For this, I am awarded 30 million Ryo. This self-deprecating rhetoric produced a miraculous effect. The Uchiha clan members shouted in unison, Fugaku-sama, you have done very well. We are proud of you. Ninjas from other clans also cast admiring glances at this humble commander. Fifth place, Uchiha Ryuka. He is a frontline squadron leader. Last night, he personally led 27 Jonin from his unit deep behind enemy lines. They jointly performed the Uchiha Flame Formation, cutting off the Iwagakure army's retreat, making a significant contribution to capturing over 5,000 Iwagakure ninjas. For this, he is awarded 28 million Ryo. Sixth place, Uchiha Yashiro. Seventh place. Eighth place. 19th place, Hitano Yui. 20th place, Aoi. Fugaku coughed lightly and raised his voice, shouting, All right, I know you're all tired of listening. I will not forget everyone's contributions and sacrifices. I will have Shun compile everyone's contributions and sacrifices into a book for future generations to admire. Divine Demon Squad. After Shun came down, Yakumi, Inaho, and Tekka gathered around him. Tekka pushed to the front, excitedly exclaiming, "Shun, how did you secretly become so strong? Please teach us." Shun smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Yakumi, Inaho, and Tekka, who had gathered around him. Yakumi was taciturn but skilled. Inaho was meticulous and good at analysis. Tekka was enthusiastic, impulsive, and exceptionally talented. These three were his carefully chosen future confidants. He was short on personnel for his promotion to squad leader. Since Shun had gained a reputation boost just now, it would make it easier to attract other clan members to join. He deliberately raised his voice so that more clan members around could hear. "All right, they'll show you the ninjutsu I created, Divine Demon Transformation." As soon as his voice fell, his figure flickered, and with the body flicker technique, he appeared in an open space 50 meters ahead. This exquisite use of the body flicker technique immediately drew a chorus of admiration. Shun began forming a series of hand seals, Divine Demon Transformation. The moment the hand seals were completed, a head with fiery red hair grew from his right side, and two thick arms extended from his armpit. The two-headed, four-armed form made him resemble an Asura from mythology, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Inaho's eyes widened, the three-tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly as he tried to analyze the principles of this ninjutsu. This is the Divine Demon Transformation. It's a bit complex. It should be a B-rank ninjutsu. Transformation ninjutsu were not uncommon, but one that could simultaneously increase heads and arms while maintaining perfect coordination was unheard of. Shun's right head, with fiery red hair, displayed an arrogant smile and loudly declared, "Watch closely, fire release. Great fireball technique." A searing white fireball spewed from his mouth, its diameter rapidly expanding to 12 meters. This effect was achieved only after the ninjutsu's proficiency reached master level and a large amount of chakra was infused. The left head, controlling another pair of hands, unleashed another ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Over a dozen gusts of fierce wind roared out. The flames, boosted by the wind release, rapidly changed shape and then swept forward with an overwhelming force. Immediately, a wall of fire, about 12 meters wide and 66 meters long, appeared on the ground ahead. Flames billowed across the training ground, and the heat haze distorted the air, illuminating the more than 4,000 astonished faces with a reddish glow. This is already stronger than some A-rank ninjutsu. An Uchiha Jonin in the crowd exclaimed in amazement. The crowd buzzed with discussion. A-rank ninjutsu were usually only mastered by elite Jonin, yet Shun had achieved equivalent power with a combination of 1 B-rank and 2 C-rank ninjutsu. This overturned their understanding of ninjutsu rank. Feeling the awestruck gazes of the crowd, Shun smiled faintly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The Uchiha revered strength. As long as he displayed powerful combat ability, he wouldn't fear a lack of followers. It's not over yet. Watch me continue the performance. Shun's 4 arms moved in unison, completing complex hand seals in an instant. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release, gale palm. This time, the chakra consumption was even more astonishing. The B-rank ninjutsu, under the effect of dual hand seals in combination, increased in power exponentially. A fan-shaped wall of fire with a radius of over 72 meters swept out, and the radiating heat alone forced the observing ninjas to retreat more than 10 meters. Enough, Shun. If you continue, the cost of rebuilding the training ground will be deducted from your mission rewards. Fugaki's gentle voice sounded from the high platform. The entire venue burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere relaxed. Shun dispelled the divine demon transformation, returning to his normal state, and respectfully bowed. "My apologies, Fugaku-sama." Fugaka nodded with a smile. This divine demon transformation ninjutsu is impressive. From today onwards, your squad will officially be named the Divine Demon Squad. I hope you can achieve even greater glory. Thank you, Fugaka-sama. Shun bowed his head, a glint flashing in his eyes. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Yakumi, Inaho, and Tekka immediately surrounded him. Shun, can you teach us your divine demon transformation? Yakumi, rarely taking the initiative to speak, now had a flicker of longing in his usually calm eyes. Shun's lips curved slightly. He looked around at the Uchiha clan members gradually approaching and raised his voice. The Divine Demon Squad is recruiting members today. Those who pass the test can learn divine demon transformation. This statement was like a boulder thrown into calm water. In less than half an hour, the number of Uchiha clan members who signed up exceeded 200. Shun scrutinized each of these familiar faces. He had been on missions with these individuals for over a year, and he knew each person's strength and character well. Yakumi, Inaho, and Tekka, the three of you pass. After careful selection, 35 ninjas stood out, including 11 Jonin and 24 Chunin, all of whom were elites with their own strengths. Shun looked at his neatly lined up new subordinates, his heart filled with ambition. You follow me. We need to go to a quiet place to begin the training for the divine demon transformation. As the sun set, the sounds of ninjutsu training echoed through the valley. Occasional groans of pain were heard, but more often, there were cheers. Shun stood on a high vantage point, silently observing everyone's performance. Yakumi made the fastest progress, already able to briefly maintain the two-headed, four-armed form. Inaho, though a bit slower, had extremely precise control. Tekka, relying on his astonishing amount of chakra, directly attempted the two-headed form, though he only maintained it for 3 seconds before dispelling it. As night fell, Shun announced the end of the first day's training. Most people were exhausted, but their eyes burned with excitement. They vaguely felt that they were standing at the beginning of a transformation. Continue at the same time tomorrow. Shun simply instructed before dismissing everyone. That night, when he returned to the stronghold, an Uchiha ninja was already waiting. Shun-sama, Fugaku-sama requests your presence. Fugaku knelt on the main seat, with 2 cups of clear tea in front of him. He said kindly, Shun, you did very well today. This divine demon transformation ninjutsu has high strategic value. If a Chunin learns this ninjutsu and refines it a bit, they can possess Jonin-level destructive power. This ninjutsu will become an important force for our clan. Shun maintained a humble posture and said, Fugaku-sama overpraises me. I wish to contribute my humble strength to the glory of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku took a sip of tea and said, However, I am very curious. Is this ninjutsu truly suitable for all Uchiha clan members to learn? I'm not sure either. Let the team members I've selected try it out first, and then we'll see. Yukari's uneasy heart at night. Intelligence from the front lines reported that Iwagikyu's forces in the land of grass had withdrawn to the land of earth, and that frontline outpost had been abandoned. Iwagikure had just paid 30 billion ryo in war reparations that afternoon, so Fugaku, after some thought, decisively took action. He ordered all Konoha ninjas on the front lines to withdraw from the land of grass outpost and retreat to the land of fire border. Due to the massive bonuses distributed that afternoon, the Konoha ninjas all had large amounts of cash in their hands. This made them particularly excited and cheerful on their way back. They eagerly discussed how they would enjoy life to the fullest and squander this unexpected fortune once they returned to the land of fire. However, amidst this joyous atmosphere, one person seemed preoccupied, and that was Yukari. She was constantly worried about the Uzumaki clan members trapped in Kusagakure. As everyone stepped into the land of fire, her heart grew more and more anxious. Will Shun truly keep his promise and rescue her clan members? What if he doesn't keep his promise? But she has no other choice. What should she do? The border city of the land of fire was brightly lit, and the streets were crowded with ninjas who had just returned from the front lines. Taverns, casinos, and hot spring inns were all brimming with a joyful atmosphere. Above a squad leader is a chief of staff, and above a chief of staff is a commander-in-chief. A chief of staff is only half a rank higher than a squad leader and cannot directly command a squad leader. So a squad leader is already a high-ranking official with real power. Shun's position was squad leader, so he was assigned a very nice room. The room was spacious and luxurious, with a natural hot spring in the center, and the misty steam filled the entire room with a faint fragrance. Tonight, we'll rest here. Shun took off his forehead protector and coat, placing them casually aside. Yukari hesitated briefly, finally nodding. Yes. She walked into the bathroom, changed into the yukata provided by the inn, and then carefully stepped into the hot spring pool. Shun, the water is ready. After defeating Iwagakire's forces last night, Shun had guarded the Iwagakure prisoners all night and then had been busy all day. Now his muscles were aching, and the warm spring water was exactly what he needed most. He stepped into the hot spring pool. The water temperature was just right, instantly enveloping his tired body. Yukari, you've worked hard. He let out a long breath, chose a comfortable position, leaned against the smooth stones at the edge of the pool, Sensuredo, soothing every aching muscle. Shun comfortably closed his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Immensely grateful for his choice back then, Yukari was indeed a treasure. Seeing him look drowsy, Yukari knew he must be tired. But thinking of her clan members, she knew she had to do something. Sensuredo, don't worry. I naturally won't break my promise. Yukari didn't answer, but only showed her determination with her actions. She then moved closer to Shun with quiet resolve. She knelt on the ground and presented him with a small wooden training sword, holding it carefully with both hands as she demonstrated her technique. After making sure her grip was steady, she moved her focus to the tip of the blade. Yukari locked her determined eyes with Shun's as she slowly demonstrated a few practice strikes. After a while, Sensuredo, are you okay? You look a little pale. Shun asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Yukari replied, catching her breath. Sorry, I got carried away earlier. Shun apologized. Anyway, let's get started properly this time. Shun reached toward Yukari and gently held her close. Shun. Yukari sighed softly as she felt a warm barato wash over her. After a moment, Shun stepped back. Seeing Yukari's reaction, he smiled and said, Oh. It seems you are ready, Yukari softly said. Shun, let's get started already. Shun asked, Oh, what would you like me to do? Yukari smiled and gestured toward the table. You know, that project we discussed. Shun played along. What do you mean? Yukari leaned closer. Barato to help me finish the presentation and put your ideas inside the report. Shun smiled. As you wish. Sensuredo. Shun took a brief moment to rest and regain his energy. The night is still long. Let's continue training a few barato times. Ding, host and partner. Uzumaki Yukari completed a rigorous training barato. Uzumaki Barato, Elementary, Experience 25, Chakra Cap 3, Yang Affinity 0.01 Ding, Host and Partner. Sensuredo Yukari curled up beside him, her cheek against his chest, listening to his still unsettled heartbeat. Shun, when will you go to pick up my clan members? Shun turned his head to look at her, finding her red eyes filled with anticipation and unease. He reached out and gently patted her back, saying, Tomorrow, he'll train the Divine Demon Squad for a bit. Then he'll take them to Kusagakure, and you'll come along too. We'll go pick up your clan members and bring them back to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Yukari's eyes instantly lit up, like stars suddenly illuminated in the night sky. She propped herself up and asked, Really? Shun smiled and said, Of course, when have I ever lied to you? After receiving the promise, Yukari's eyes reddened as she said, Shun, I don't know how to thank you enough. Shun chuckled, pinching her cheek. Silly girl, you are mine. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to? These words made Yukari's face blush again. She gathered her courage, rushed over, and said, Shun, I want to help you train. Little monster, Here I come. 16 minutes later. Shun let a long sigh. Yukari, you've become Barato daring, but this is good too. I like the current you. Full of youth and vitality. Ding, host and partner. Uzumaki Yukari completed a special training Barato. Uzumaki Sage Cultivation, Elementary. Experience 25, Chakra Cap 3, Yang Affinity 0.01. When the fourth prompt sounded, Shun looked up at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting to tomorrow. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, but Shun was already leading the Divine Demon squad members, galloping towards Kusagakure. Yukari followed behind him, her red long hair fluttering in the morning wind, her heart filled with both tension and anticipation. When the team reached a secluded valley, Shun raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Rest here for a moment and practice the Divine Demon transformation. I need to check your progress. Tekka, Inaho, and Yakumi grinned. Shun, we weren't idle last night. Before he finished speaking, they quickly formed hand seals. Divine Demon transformation. In an instant, all three transformed into their two-headed, four-armed forms. Immediately after, the other 31 Divine Demon squad members also performed the Divine Demon transformation. For a moment, the entire valley was filled with two-headed, four-armed Uchiha ninjas, a shocking sight. Yukari's eyes widened, her crimson pupils filled with astonishment. In just one day, they had all learned this ninjutsu. The right head of Tekka grinned broadly. Ha ha ha, Shun. The chakra consumption of the Divine Demon transformation is very low, and unlike the Shadow clone, it doesn't split half the chakra, so we can practice frequently. Shun nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, try the combination ninjutsu. The 35 two-headed, four-armed monsters simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Although the wind and fire combination ninjutsu they performed was much weaker than Shun's. With 35 people performing it together, it instantly formed a wall of fire 1,000 meters long. The temperature in the entire valley suddenly soared. Heat waves distorted the air, and even the surrounding rocks were scorched red. Yukari stood to the side, feeling the hot wind blowing at her, her heart filled with shock. The strength of this squad is simply terrifying. 11 Jonin and 24 Chunin, all having mastered the Divine Demon transformation, were equivalent to the combat power of 11 elite Jonin and 24 ordinary Jonin. Such power, even one of the 5 great ninja villages would not easily provoke. Her initial uneasy mood finally settled down. At noon, when Shun led the Divine Demon squad to the outskirts of Kusagakure, the Kusagakure ninjas on the watchtower immediately blew the alarm horn. Enemy attack. Uchiha attack. Urgent bells rang throughout the village. In just a few minutes, hundreds of Kusagakure ninjas poured out from all directions, densely blocking the village entrance. The leader of Kusagakure, a gloomy-faced middle-aged man, asked coldly, Uchiha, what brings you to Kusagakure? Shun wasted no words and immediately said, the Uzumaki clan has already become part of the Uchiha clan. Hand over 15 Uzumaki clan members. The Kusagakure leader narrowed his eyes and said, those Uzumaki clansmen are Kusagakure's property. Why should we hand them over to you? Tekka scoffed, property? Treating people like livestock and keeping them locked up, Kusagakure is truly shameless. The Kusagakure leader's face darkened. It seems you are here to cause trouble? Shun said faintly, last chance. Hand them over or die. The Kusagakure leader sneered. I've long heard that the Uchiha are very arrogant. Now that I see them, they're simply conceited. Defeat them all and let them know that Kusagakure is not to be trifled with. Over 500 Kusagakure ninjas had already gathered around. They simultaneously formed hand seals, their hostile intent soaring. Shun gave the order, let them know the power of the Uchiha. The 36 Divine Demon squad members continuously spread out, simultaneously forming hand seals. Divine Demon transformation. In an instant, the 36 Uchiha ninjas suddenly changed. A strange growth sprouted on the right side of their necks, and new heads emerged. Two thick arms extended from their sides. Their two-headed, four-armed forms, coupled with their crimson Sharingan, made them look like a Jura crawling out of the abyss. What kind of monsters are these? The Kusagakure ninjas' faces changed drastically. Shun coldly ordered, "Combination ninjutsu, prepare." The 36 two-headed, four-armed Uchiha ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, their four hands moving in unison, completing the seals in an instant. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The left heads spewed scorching fire waves, while the right heads whipped up violent hurricanes. Wind and Barato merged, forming a blazing sea with a radius of over 1,000 meters, surging toward the Kusagakure ninjas. Boom! Wherever the Barato waves passed, vegetation turned to ashes. The Kusagakure ninjas in the front rows were overwhelmed by the flames before they could even react. The Kusagakure leader screamed in terror, "Disperse! Quickly disperse!" However, the Divine Demon Squad's attack had only just begun. Second wave, another 36 combination ninjutsu erupted, fire waves sweeping the battlefield like a tsunami. Kusagakure ninjas fell in droves, wailing across the field. Earth release, earth-style wall. Water release, water formation wall. The Kusagakure Jonins desperately used defensive ninjutsu, but under the terrifying power of the wind and fire combination ninjutsu, earth walls collapsed, water curtains evaporated, and defenses were like paper. Kusagakure only had over 1,000 ninjas. Now, in less than a minute, over 90 Kusagakure ninjas had died tragically, and the remaining ones had lost their will to battle, retreating in terror. The Kusagakure leader's face was pale. He finally realized that he had made a fatal mistake. The strength of this Uchiha unit was simply not something they could contend with. He gritted his Barato and shouted, "Blast it! Retreat! We surrender! Don't fight! Well, hand over the people! Don't fight!" Shun raised his hand, and the Divine Demon Squad immediately stopped attacking, but still maintained their combat stance, their deterrence immense. Soon, 15 ragged Uzumaki clan members were brought out, their eyes numb and despairing. Yukari instantly rushed over, her voice choked. "Everyone, it's me, Yukari. I'll come to save you." The Uzumaki clan members froze. Then an elderly woman tremblingly reached out her hand. "Yukari, is it really you?" Yukari nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. "It's me. We are free." Shun coldly glanced at the Kusagakure leader and said, "Remember today's lesson. Don't ever target the Uzumaki again." The Kusagakure leader gritted his teeth and bowed his head, not daring to refute. After leaving Kusagakure, Shun had the Divine Demon Squad members take turns looking after the Uzumaki clan members, ensuring their safe arrival in the Land of Fire. The Uzumaki clan members were initially wary of the Uchiha ninjas, but under Yukari's explanation, they gradually lowered their guard. The elderly Uzumaki woman, Chika, walked up to Shun and bowed deeply. "Shun-sama, thank you for saving us." Shun looked at her and said faintly, "Don't thank me. Thank Yukari." Chika smiled bitterly. "Even so, we will not forget your kindness." Shun said no more, only instructing, "After you arrive in the Land of Fire, you will temporarily act with the Uchiha clan. We will provide shelter and supplies." The Uzumaki clan members looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement, for they had no other choice. Yukari walked over and softly said, "Shun-sama, thank you." Shun looked at her sideways and said, "Yukari, there's no need to be so polite. I told you, you are my companion." Yukari's heart warmed, and the corners of her Barato curved upwards into a gentle smile. Sending children to the battlefield on the watchtower of a Konoha border outpost, the sentry's binoculars suddenly jolted. On a distant hillside, over 30 Uchiha ninjas were escorting a group of red-haired men and women towards the outpost. The sentry shouted down, "Open the gates quickly. Shun has returned." The outpost gates swung open, and the members of the Divine Demon Squad, strode in with their heads held high. The 16 Uzumaki clan members, though in tattered clothes, had a renewed spark of hope in their eyes as they were protected in the center. An Uchiha ninja rushed out from the outpost and asked, "Hey, Tekka, where have you been? Why did you bring back so many Uzumaki clan members?" Tekka's two-tomo Sharingan spun proudly as he said, "We went to Kusagakure. Our 36 men fought against over 500 Kusagakure ninjas. They lost over 90 men, and we didn't even lose a single hair. Ha. I've never had such a satisfying fight." The news spread like wildfire throughout the outpost. Within half an hour, every corner was buzzing about the Divine Demon Squad's feat. The squad members were surrounded by their former comrades, vividly describing the earth-shattering battle. You didn't see it. All 36 of us formed hand seals at the same time, and the wall of Barato shot up higher than the mountains. Those useless Kusagakure ninjas actually tried to block it with water release. They were taken down in an instant. The leader of Kusagakure was so intimidated that he yielded and obediently released the Uzumaki clan members. Soon, the matter of Shun breaking into the land of grass to rescue 15 Uzumaki clan members and defeating over 90 Kusagakure ninjas was reported to the higher-ups. Not long after, Uchiha Isuke ran over and said, "Shun, Fugaka-sama, and the others want to see you." A hint of playfulness flashed in Shun's eyes as he said, "Uncle Isuke will be right there." A moment later, in the high-level conference room, Shun pushed the door open, and 4 gazes shot at him like arrows. Fugaka sat calmly in the main seat. Yashiro crossed his arms under his chin, his brows deeply furrowed. Unkai and Tetsu sat on either side, their expressions complex and hard to decipher. Seeing that there were only 4 of them in the conference room, Shun appeared quite composed and calm. He smiled confidently and said, "Clan head Fugaku, Elder Yashiro, Uncle Karama, Uncle Kazama, you all look well. I hope you had a pleasant evening." Unkai's eye twitched slightly, while Tetsu responded with dry laughs. Yashiro Barato the table and said, "Shun, you just became a squad leader, and you unauthorizedly mobilized 35 subordinates to attack Kusagakure. Do you know your mistake?" The air in the conference room seemed to solidify, but Shun's expression remained calm. He slowly walked to the conference table, found an empty chair, and sat down gracefully. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze instantly, but Shun calmly walked to the empty chair and sat down gracefully. He crossed his hands on the table and replied with an undiminished smile. "Although the Uzumaki clan has been destroyed, Konoha has not dissolved the alliance. According to the original alliance, as a Konoha ninja, I have an obligation to rescue our allies trapped in Kusagakure." Upon hearing this, Fugaka nodded slightly. They didn't truly want to blame Shun. It was merely to test his on-the-spot performance. After receiving intelligence from Kusagakure, what they were actually more concerned about was the change in the Divine Demon Squad. After all, the Divine Demon Squad had only been formed for a little over a day, yet it had displayed such formidable combat power. Fugaka's voice was deep and powerful. "I heard that Kusagakure dispatched over 500 people, and you killed over 90 of them. Tell me about the situation at that time." Hearing the question, Shun stood up straight and replied, "At that time, over 500 Kusagakure ninjas charged at us. All 36 of us activated Divine Demon Transformation, then collectively used a wind and fire combination ninjutsu to counterattack. We created a wall of flames over 1,000 meters long and 30 to 60 meters wide, instantly killing a portion of the Kusagakure ninjas." The conference room was silent. Even Yashiro's eyes were wide. There were also some Kusagakure ninjas who tried to block us with ninjutsu like Earth Release, Earth-style Wall, and Water Release, Water Formation Wall. I had my team members perform the combination ninjutsu again, and the flames, carried by the wind, drilled into the gaps of their defenses. The flames overwhelmed those guys hiding behind the earth walls. Tetsu unconsciously gulped, and then Shun shrugged and said, "The leader of Kusagakure surrendered, handing over 15 Uzumaki clan members." The 4 people in the room looked at each other. They had originally thought it was achieved through some strategy, but they didn't expect the process to be so simple and violent. Yashiro recovered from his shock and asked incredulously, "Isn't your divine demon transformation a B-rank ninjutsu? They learned it in just one day?" Shun's tone carried a natural pride. "What's so surprising about that? Our Uchiha ninjas have a very solid foundation in ninjutsu, and with their Sharingan, they naturally learn ninjutsu very quickly. It's just that their control over wind-release ninjutsu isn't good, which reduced the power of the wind and fire combination ninjutsu." Fugaku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "Shun, I want to promote your divine demon transformation throughout the Uchiha clan. Anyone above Chunin can learn it." Shun had already considered this issue in advance. "Clan head, I have no objections. The divine demon transformation ninjutsu only materializes a head and a pair of arms, so chakra consumption is very low. And because there's an extra head for analysis, the efficiency when practicing ninjutsu is twice the usual, which can be used to accelerate the training of the clan's advanced combat power." Hearing that divine demon transformation had such a function, Unkai and Tetsu's eyes lit up. Seeing their fervent gazes, Shun pretended not to notice and said, "Actually, our current focus should be on the Kirigakure battlefield. I heard that to counter Kirigakure's attack, Hiruzen had Ninja Academy students graduate early. With the elderly and children conscripted from the village, they barely managed to gather 3,000 people to face the Kirigakure army. Also, Elder Kagami's 8-year-old grandson, Uchiha Shursui, awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan on the Kirigakure battlefield and earned the title Shursui of the Body Flicker." Unkai exclaimed, "An 8-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Your Uchiha clan has produced another genius." Fugaku sighed. "Shizui's talent is comparable to the Uchiha ancestors." Yashiro lowered his head, his expression somewhat gloomy. "When we Uchiha and Senju established the village, it was to prevent children from going to war. That beast Hiruzen actually sent an 8-year-old child to the battlefield. Has his will of Barato been eaten by dogs?" Tetsu hesitated. "Why haven't we received any news about the Kirigakure battlefield? Are the higher-ups deliberately concealing it?" Upon hearing this, Unkai let out an angry roar. "Darn it, these people are beasts. We're fighting desperately on the front lines, and they're sending our children to their deaths on the battlefield. The next course of action, the Sharingan, typically only awakens when the Uchiha's lives are in danger or when they feel profound sadness and despair." Shun's voice echoed in the conference room, each word like a poisoned senbon, piercing deep into the hearts of those present. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his statement settle, before continuing, "What kind of heartbreak and despair must an 8-year-old child experience to advance to the 3-tomo Sharingan?" Fugaku's voice was so low it was almost inaudible, and the wrinkles between his brows were incredibly deep. 8 years old. 3-tomo. Yes, what kind of hardship must he have endured? Unkai clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, his nails digging deep into his palms. Tetsu's face was ashen, his Barato trembling incessantly, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. Even Yashiro, usually known for his composure, was now like a volcano on the verge of eruption, the fury in his eyes almost solidifying and gushing forth. He struck his hand down on the table, and a crack immediately appeared in the solid wood. His voice was as cold as ice. "Shun, speak your mind. If you beat around the bush any longer, they'll beat you up." Shun surveyed the group, then calmly walked to the ninja world map on the wall. His slender finger precisely pointed to Kirigakure. Kirigakure is the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, with approximately 10,000 ninjas. After Yagura, dissatisfied with the Bloody Mist policy, launched a coup and killed the 3rd Mizukage, he became the 4th Mizukage. The old and new factions of Kirigakure fought each other, with a conservative estimate of over 2,000 casualties. Then Sunagakure attacked Kirigakure, with another conservative estimate of around 2,000 casualties. This means Kirigakure only has a little over 6,000 ninjas left. Unkai impatiently interrupted. Shun, we know all this. Get straight to the point. Because of the above changes, Kirigakure could only send 3,000 people to attack the Land of Fire, which seems to have made Hiruzen somewhat overconfident. So he sent Hyuga Hiyori, an elder of the Hyuga main family, to be the overall commander of the Kirigakure battlefield. I heard that this commander suffered a serious injury to his right eye at the hands of Jonin Ao of Kirigakure. This led the Hyuga clan to issue a gold-level bounty on Ao. Several cold snorts immediately resounded in the high-level conference room. Yashiro cursed loudly. Those useless Hyuga main family members. They live in luxury during peacetime and bring shame to our country during war. Shun remained unhurried, moving his finger to the vicinity of the Kumogakure battlefield. The Kumogakure battlefield is very close to the Kirigakure battlefield. The Konoha High Command has signed a peace treaty with Kumogakure, so the Konoha ninjas who retreated from the Kumogakure battlefield should have been sent to the Kirigakure battlefield. I heard that on the Sunagakure battlefield, Orochimaru seems to be in a predicament and has retreated to the vicinity of Kikyo Pass, deep within the Land of Fire. Tetsu was silent for a moment, then said, since our ninjas on the Kumogakure battlefield have already gone to reinforce the Kirigakure battlefield, why don't we go reinforce Kikyo Pass and gain some more achievements? This would help clan head Fugaku in his bid for the 4th Hokage position. Everyone's gaze collectively turned to Fugaku, the commander. Fugaku raised his hand, signaling for silence, and asked, Shun, your intelligence is very detailed. Tetsu suggested reinforcing Kikyo Pass. What do you think? Shun's finger quickly moved to Kikyo Pass. No, Minato has the Flying Thunder God. He will likely use the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha early. He has already rushed to Kikyo Pass. Once Sunagakure ninjas see Minato, they will surely know that Konoha's battle with Kumogakure has ended, and they might choose to retreat. So it will be difficult for us to gain any achievements by rushing to Kikyo Pass. Unkai asked unwillingly, so we just wait like this? Shun suddenly smiled, the smile of a hunter seeing his prey fall into a trap. He held up 3 fingers and said in a strong, powerful voice, no, we must do 3 things. First, withdraw all 4,000 ninjas from the base back to Konoha. Second, issue full survivor benefits. And third, widely publicize our achievements on the Iwagakure battlefield. Yashiro reacted, narrowing his eyes and saying, you're trying to win over people's hearts. Shun deliberately lowered his voice, like a devil whispering. Not only that, once our over 4,000 people from the base return to Konoha, they will naturally learn about Hiruzen's decision to make Ninja Academy students graduate early, gathering 3,000 old, weak, sick, and disabled to fight against Kirigakure. At that time, we can accidentally leak some details, such as the heavy casualties on the Kirigakure battlefield and how the Hyuga commander was seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Unkai gasped, how ruthless. The villagers will riot then. Shun's gaze turned to Fugaku. At that time, if Fugaku-sama volunteers to support the Kirigakure battlefield with your current military achievements, the High Command will either refuse or delay. Either choice will be self-destructive and lead to a great loss of public support. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Even breathing could be clearly heard. Everyone's gaze focused on Shun, as if they were seeing the terrifying nature of this young Uchiha for the first time. Fugaku remained silent for a long time, finally speaking, and then Shun's smile gradually widened, his finger moving to the Kirigakure battlefield. Then, when Fugaku-sama rallies the troops, followers will surely flock. We will lead our army directly to the Kirigakure battlefield. Once we defeat Kirigakure, the position of 4th Hokage will undoubtedly belong to Fugaku-sama. Actually, Shun's true intention was to push Fugaku into the position of 4th Hokage to take the attention off of him, while he himself would develop discreetly and remain low-key until he basically becomes invincible. Tetsu suddenly stood up, his chair clattering to the ground. Brilliant plan. This way, We neither disobey orders nor allow Hiruzen to suffer the consequences of his own actions. Shun, how did your brain come up with such a good idea? Once they support the Kirigakure battlefield, there will inevitably be casualties among the clansmen. So as clan head, Fugaka did not immediately express his stance. He walked to the window, looking at the Uchiha clansmen training in the distant training ground. Shun, on the Iwagakure battlefield, we lost 1,227 clansmen. If we fight Kirigakure, how many clansmen do you think we will lose? Upon hearing this, Shun felt a burst of complaints inside. Hiruzen has used the widely circulated words in the ninja world when facing an Uchiha with a Sharingan. The usual tactic is 2-on-1 from behind, and 1-on-1 means try to escape. To subtly flatter and set up the proud Fugaku, who naturally fell for it. As a result, Fugaka took on the arduous mission of leading 8,000 Konoha ninjas against 11,000 Iwagakure ninjas. The war lasted over a year. 3,226 of the 8,000 ninjas were killed, and Fugaka was beaten into a timid and indecisive fool. Returning to Konoha inside the land of Fire Border Command Post, candlelight flickered, illuminating faces with various expressions. Shun stood before the map on the table, his fingers gently tapping on the map of the land of water, his crimson Sharingan glinting in the dim light. His voice was unusually calm. Kirigakure is different from Iwagakure. They first experienced a coup and internal strife, then were ambushed by Sunigakure. Now, their remaining combat strength is only about 6,000. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the four people in the room: Fugaku, Yashiro, Unkai, and Tetsu. Kirigakure has no intention of occupying the land of fire cities. They are more like a band of brigands, taking advantage of the chaos to plunder resources, so their will to fight is weak. This is also why Hiruzen and the others underestimate Kirigakure. Yashiro narrowed his eyes, his greed undisguised. Shun, is there an opportunity for our Uchiha in this? Shun's finger tapped lightly on the edge of the map, his voice low and dangerous. Actually, if it weren't to help Fugaku-sama contend for the 4th Hokage position, I would suggest directly destroying Kirigakure and making it our Uchiha's private garden. The room fell silent for a moment. Yashiro's breathing noticeably quickened. Shun, if we really were to fight, how confident are you in destroying Kirigakure? Shun's gaze was confident and firm. He chuckled softly. 100%. 100%. Unkai couldn't help but exclaim. Shun's finger traced over the location of Kirigakure on the map, his voice terrifyingly calm. 4th Mizukage Yagura rose to power through a coup, so the original Kirigakure high-ranking officials must have been purged. In other words, Kirigakure's advanced combat strength has been severely depleted. His fingertip tapped lightly as he continued his analysis. They dispatched over 3,000 ninjas to plunder the land of fire amidst the chaos. While this diverted internal pressure, it also plunged them into a fatal crisis. Unkai asked urgently, what crisis? A glint flashed in Shun's eyes, as if he had spotted precious prey. Kirigakure now only has just over 3,000 defenders internally, and we have over 4,000 elites. He looked up, his gaze like a blade. While Kirigakure's main forces are out, we will strike directly at their heart, and Kirigakure is sure to be destroyed. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. If anyone else had proposed such a crazy plan, they would have scoffed at it. But the speaker was Shun, a man who would create legends. In terms of strength, he was only elite Jonin level, which was certainly great, but not much in the grand scheme of things. But in terms of intelligence analysis, war strategy, etc., his talent was terrifying. If he said he could destroy a village, it was genuinely possible that he could. A few days ago, they had defeated over 6,000 Iwagakure ninjas in a night raid, with fewer numbers. Destroying one of the 5 great ninja villages? With such a high success rate, it naturally held a strong appeal. Yashiro, Unkai, and Tetsu seemed to have reached a consensus. They all looked at Fugaku, awaiting his decision. Fugaku remained silent, his three-tomo Sharingan faintly visible in the shadows. The temptation of destroying a village was indeed great, but he knew his own limitations. Last time, during the night raid against Awagakure, he had used System, which seemed powerful but also consumed a large amount of ocular power, leading to a noticeable decline in his eyesight. If he were to fight to the death with the fourth Mizukage, he would probably win, but after winning, how much longer could his Mangekyo be used? Seeing his delay in responding, Unkai couldn't help but urge clan head Fugaku. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Prolonged use of the Mangekyo leads to blindness. This was a crucial Uchiha secret, which Fugaku naturally wouldn't reveal. So, his gaze subtly swept towards that man. Shun immediately understood, and suddenly changed the topic, laughing wildly. Ha! Everyone, what I just said about destroying Kirigakure was just a joke. Oh! Yashiro raised an eyebrow slightly, with a hint of suspicion. Shun spread his hands helplessly and said, "The land of water is an island. Even if we conquer it, we can't hold it, and the actual gains are limited. It would also cause other ninja villages to ostracize Konoha. So, as I said before, our real goal should be to return to Konoha and contend for the fourth Hokage position." Fugaku subtly breathed a sigh of relief and seized the opportunity to interject. Shun is right. The top priority is to return to Konoha. He stood up, his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. "Issue the order, the entire army will set off. We are returning to Konoha." As the order was given, the over 4,000 Konoha ninjas were first stunned, then erupted in thunderous cheers. "Finally, we can go home. Haha, this bonus is enough for me to drink for a year. Hitano, big brother is leaving. You'll be very lonely by yourself. Why don't you live with me?" The ninjas' faces were filled with long-lost smiles. The war had lasted over a year, and everyone was exhausted. Now, finally being able to return to their familiar village and see their families, this joy was impossible to hide. Shun stood on a high vantage point, looking at the cheering crowd below, the corners of his lips slightly upturned. Yukari stood beside him, saying softly, "It seems everyone can't wait." Yes, this war has lasted too long. His gaze swept over the crowd, noticing that many ninjas had already begun packing their belongings, and some were even eagerly pulling out their newly issued bonuses, excitedly discussing with their companions which tavern they would celebrate at after returning to the village. As night fell, the army of over 4,000 people set off in a grand procession. However, in this seemingly festive atmosphere, shadows subtly stirred in the darkness. Swish, swish, swish. Figures streaked across the treetops, quickly disappearing into the night. Report: Fugaku has led the frontline troops back to Konoha, numbering approximately 4,000. Continue monitoring. Similar scenes played out continuously along the way. Spies from various countries, rogue ninjas, and even scouts from other clans within Konoha were all closely monitoring the movements of this large army. The midday sun shone on the towering gates of Konoha, and the over 4,000 ninjas, seeing the familiar silhouette from afar, immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. "Finally, we're back. Look, it's Hokage Rock. Aoi, you said you would marry me when we returned to Konoha. You can't go back on your word." The ninjas' tired faces finally showed relaxed smiles. Some even excitedly took off their headbands and waved them high. The war was over. They had returned home alive. Shun stood at the front of the line, calculating the days. Over 4 days had passed since the Canopy Bridge incident. Kakashi and Rin had already been sent to reinforce the Kirigakure battlefield. The day Rin was due to meet her Barato fate was approaching. Public power in front of a dilapidated wooden house. The old wooden door was gently knocked. The door creaked open, revealing a haggard woman's face, her eyes somewhat red and swollen. "Hello, I am Uchiha Yakomi. Your husband once fought alongside me on the Awagakure battlefield. Since your husband unfortunately died in battle, we, the Uchiha, are issuing a one-time condolence payment of 2.16 million ryo. Please sign to receive it." Yakumi held a bulging envelope in his hands, his voice steady and strong. The Uchiha clan thanks him for his sacrifice for Konoha. If you encounter any difficulties, you can find me at the Konoha Guard Department. The woman tremblingly took the envelope, and as her fingers touched the thick stack of banknotes, tears finally streamed down. The thank you, she choked, pressing the envelope tightly to her chest. With this money, at least the children won't go hungry. Inside the house, two small, thin figures were peeking from behind the door. Yakumi pulled 2 bags of candy from his satchel and said, "Don't be scared, these are from Uncle for you." He had encountered such situations many times today, so he had specifically bought some candy. In fact, such scenes were playing out all over Konoha. A ninja of the Kurama clan built a high platform in the center of the marketplace, his voice like a booming bell. The troops led by Fugaku have captured over 5,000 Iwagakure ninjas. Noki has surrendered and paid 30 billion ryo. The Uchiha did not let Konoha's heroes shed blood and tears in vain. For the ninjas who died on the Iwagakure battlefield, the Uchiha will prepay the casualty compensation. Genin will receive a one-time compensation of 2.16 million ryo, Chunin 8.64 million ryo, and Jonin 30 million ryo. His voice, amplified by chakra, spread throughout the entire commercial district. In front of a ramen stall, a middle-aged man asked in a low voice, "I heard before that we defeated Kumogakure, but why didn't those who died on the Kumogakure battlefield receive a single penny?" His companion angrily slammed the table and said, "Exactly. My neighbor's son died on the Kumogakure battlefield. His wife and children are practically starving now." A young ninja of the Kazami clan, meanwhile, moved between taverns, shouting upon entering each one, "Great victory on the Iwagakure battlefield. The troops led by Fugaku have captured over 5,000 Iwagakure ninjas. Noki has surrendered and paid 30 billion ryo." At this moment, the square in front of the Hokage building was already packed with people. Families in mourning clothes crowded the front, their cries rising and falling. Ninjas who had just returned from the Iwagakure battlefield stood in the second row, their faces filled with anger. Ordinary villagers gathered in the outer circle, discussing animatedly. "My son died on the Kumogakure battlefield. Why is there no condolence payment?" A white-haired old woman leaned on her cane, her voice surprisingly loud. "Those on the Iwagakure battlefield got so much, what about us?" A one-armed ninja roared, waving his empty sleeve. The Umbu guards, sweating profusely, formed a human wall. But they were constantly pushed back by the surging crowd, teetering on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar pierced the sky. "Hiruzen, get out here!" The crowd automatically parted, revealing a jonin with a full beard striding forward. His forehead protector was worn askew. His eyes were bloodshot, and his combat uniform still had unwashed bloodstains. His voice was terribly hoarse. He pulled out a photograph from his chest and held it high. "My daughter is only 10 years old. She's only 10. Why did you let her graduate early and send her to the battlefield?" The photo showed a little girl with pigtails, smiling sweetly at the camera. This scene made all the parents present tear up. "My son is only 8 years old. He hadn't even fully learned the 3 basic jutsu, and he was graduated early and sent to the Kirigakure battlefield. Are you even human? Give us back our children. Give us back our children." The angry shouts grew louder and louder, shaking the glass of the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage office, Hiruzen stood by the window, his pipe long extinguished. He silently gazed at the dense crowd below, his brows deeply furrowed. Danzo emerged from the shadows, leaning on his cane, a cold glint in his single eye. "Hiruzen, we can't let this continue. More and more people will gather." Hiruzen sighed deeply, then turned and walked towards his desk, tacitly agreeing to Danzo's suggestion. At this moment, his back looked particularly stooped. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of root ninjas suddenly darted out from various corners, instantly subduing several ninjas who were leading the unrest. The leading root ninja coldly announced, We are arresting you on charges of espionage. We hope you will cooperate." The crowd instantly bravado. "That's nonsense. I just returned from the Awabikir battlefield. How am I a spy?" A ninja with a scar on his face roared, his left arm still wrapped in bandages. A female ninja shrieked. "Third Hokage Hiruzen, are you going to do something and not admit it? My husband Barato on the Kumogakure battlefield, and my son was sent to the Kirigakure frontline. I have lost everything. There is nothing left for me." These ninjas who had just returned from the battlefield were already seething with anger. Now, hearing the woman's tearful account, their fury instantly ignited. They used the body flicker technique to get close, and then launched a flurry of punches and kicks at the root ninjas, instantly knocking dozens of them to the ground. A ninja in his 40s suddenly leaped from the crowd onto a fountain statue, shouting with all his might, "Latest news. Over 1,000 people have already died on the Kirigakure battlefield. Hyuga Hyori, the general commander of the Kirigakure front line, even had his right eye severely injured." This news was like a bucket of ice water poured into a boiling oil pot. The crowd completely went wild, their roars deafening. "Hiruzen, give us an explanation. Hiruzen, you dog, give us back our children." The guards of the Hokage building retreated step by step, and the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Looking at the commotion in the direction of the Hokage building, Shun softly said, "Fugaku-sama, it's your turn." Fugaku nodded slightly. He adjusted his collar and turned to walk towards the Hokage building. "Everyone, I am the Uchiha clan head. Our clan also has over 300 children who have been sent to the Kirigakure battlefield. The youngest among them is only 8 years old, and the oldest is no more than 11. Fugaku's voice was not loud, yet the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Many ninjas had red eyes, and some had already begun to sob softly. Fugaku's voice suddenly rose. "In the name of the Uchiha clan head, I propose to everyone that we immediately support the Kirigakure battlefield. Let's rescue our children. Furthermore, we must retaliate against Kirigakure." A thunderous cheer erupted. "Support the Uchiha. Charge towards Kirigakure. Support the Uchiha." The shouts grew louder and louder, shaking the entire Konoha. Inside the Hokage office, the documents in Hiruzen's hand were already crumpled. The enraged scene on the crystal made his face turn ashen. He noticed that many Ino Shikasi-H, as well as Hyuga ninjas, were also shouting their support, a discovery that made his heart sink to rock bottom. Koharu said urgently, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, "Hiruzen, we absolutely cannot let the Uchiha achieve more military merits." Hamura pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Over 3,000 Konoha ninjas who retreated from the Kumogakure battlefield have been on the Kirigakure battlefield for some time now. Good news will be coming back soon. Danzo stood in the shadows, a cold sneer playing on his lips. Wouldn't it be even better to let the Uchiha go to their deaths? Hiruzen remained silent for a long time, then finally stood up and adjusted his Hokage hat. "I will go apologize. The people will understand." Hiruzen is stepping down outside the window. The protests of the Konoha villagers grew louder, and more people gathered. A glint flashed in Danzo's eye, and the corner of his lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. At this moment, he was secretly delighted. "Hiruzen, it's time for you to step down. The position of 4th Hokage is mine." Hamura pushed up his slipping glasses and said, "Hiruzen, now is not the time to be spacing out. Tens of thousands of people have gathered downstairs, and if this continues..." As if to confirm his words, a deafening explosion suddenly came from downstairs, and the entire Hokage building trembled slightly. The glass windows rattled, and several shards of glass fell from the window frame. "Hokage-sama, they've started smashing the door." An Umbu rushed in, flustered, to report. Just then, there was a knock on the Hokage office door. Thump, 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 thump. This was the knocking rhythm of an Umbu member. Hiruzen frowned and called out, "Come in." An Umbu ninja stumbled in, his face pale. "Hokage-sama, urgent report from the front." The frontline outpost has been overrun by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist leading the attack, and the entire outpost suffered heavy casualties. Also, more than 20 medical ninjas have been captured. Hiruzen's hand froze in midair, and the face beneath his straw hat instantly aged considerably. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, lost in thought. Koharu and Hamura, the 2 advisors, were also too shocked to speak. The office was quiet for a moment. Hiruzen put down his pipe and waved his hand. "I understand. You may leave." The 2 Umbu ninjas had just taken a few steps when Koharu's voice suddenly rang out. "Didn't we send more than 3,000 reinforcements? Why would the outpost still be overrun?" The Umbu ninja bowed his head, his voice trembling. The more than 3,000 reinforcements hadn't reached the destination, yet when Kirigakure sent the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to attack the city. They possess 7 powerful ninja tools. The last intelligence report from Commander Hiyori before his sacrifice showed that there seemed to be a leak of information as well. Hiruzen slowly walked to the window, looking down at the dense crowd below. He saw angry ninjas and parents who had lost their children, crying out for an explanation. He saw villagers who had once been loyal to him, holding up banners that read Hiruzen stepped down. And at the forefront of the crowd, Fugaku was surrounded by everyone, like a triumphant hero, embraced by the Konoha populace. Hiruzen took off his Hokage hat, straightened his clothes, and said in a low, weak voice, "Prepare the amplification barrier." Danzo suddenly grabbed his arm, feigning concern. "Hiruzen, what are you doing?" Hiruzen shook off his hand and walked toward the balcony without looking back. "I'm going to end this farce." When Hiruzen appeared on the balcony, the crowd below erupted in a deafening chorus of boos. Rotten tomatoes and stinky eggs flew from all directions, splattering stains on the barrier. "Hiruzen, you liar. Give me back my son. Step down, liar." Hiruzen raised his hands to signal for quiet, but he was met with even more intense insults. It wasn't until Fugaku raised his hand and amplified his voice with chakra, saying, "Everyone, please calm down. Even if the 3rd Hokage is guilty, we should give him a chance to explain." Hearing this, the crowd gradually quieted down. Hiruzen's heart tightened, and his voice spread throughout the entire plaza. "Fellow Konoha citizens, I understand your anger." A ninja who had lost both arms roared angrily. "You understand nothing. Do you understand how we felt on the front lines? We crawled back from piles of dead bodies, only to find our young children at home were tricked by you onto the battlefield. You betrayed us. You are not fit to be Hokage." Amidst the chaotic crowd, shouts of agreement constantly erupted. "Hiruzen, you are not fit to be Hokage." Listening to the roars from downstairs, Danzo was overjoyed. "Sensei, you were wrong after all. Only I am suitable to be Hokage. Hiruzen is too soft. If it were me, I would have directly sent the root to suppress them in advance, and then there wouldn't be this mess now." Hiruzen had to raise his voice. "We have tried very hard. Moreover, I also sent over 3,000 ninjas to support the Kirigakure battlefield. It's just that this attack by Kirigakure was too sudden, completely beyond our expectations." A widow holding a baby shrieked, interrupting him, "My husband died 6 months ago. Because of financial difficulties, I asked you for bereavement pay 3 times, but I didn't get a single penny. My child almost starved to death, and now you come out pretending to be a good person?" Cold sweat seeped from Hiruzen's forehead as he said, "That might be someone in the logistics department neglecting their duty. I didn't know about any of this." Seeing the Uchiha clan members distributing bread and drinking water among the crowd, and seeing the Kurama clan ninjas treating the wounded, Hiruzen's heart grew increasingly uneasy. It seemed all of this was a premeditated plan by the Uchiha. His voice began to tremble. "Because the situation was urgent at the time, I sent the children to the front lines. This was indeed a wrong decision, I admit." A young genin with a scarred face roared like a madman. "Admitting it is enough? My sister's body still hasn't been recovered. She was only 9 years old." The wave of sound rose again, and the angry crowd once again began to charge the barrier. Hiruzen knew it had come to the final moment. He shouted with all his strength. I announce, after the war ends, I will immediately resign from the position of Hokage. With this, I apologize to everyone. Suddenly, the entire plaza fell silent. Hiruzen's back was hunched, as if this one sentence had drained all his strength. His gaze swept over the angry faces, finally settling on Fugaku. The expression of the Uchiha clan head was very much like a silent provocation. Hiruzen added with difficulty, furthermore, I will donate all of my personal savings to the village. The anger in the crowd seemed to subside a little, but the hatred had not yet dissipated. At this moment, Fugaku suddenly shouted loudly, Third Hokage, the most urgent task is to rescue those children in the Kirigakure battlefield. And we should also bring back the bodies of those children who have died, so I request that reinforcements be organized immediately. These words were like a spark falling into a haystack, immediately igniting the emotions of the crowd. Yes, yes, save our children. Fugaku-sama is right. Attack Kirigakure. We want revenge. Hiruzen watched as the hearts of Konoha's people completely turned to the Uchiha, and could only nod bitterly. Granted. As the old Hokage stumbled back into his office, a deafening cheer, like a tsunami, erupted behind him. Seeing Hiruzen retreat in disarray, Danzo stared at Fugaku with sinister eyes. In the plaza below the Hokage building, the populace spontaneously began to tear down banners that read Hiruzen, You are not fit to be Hokage, and replace them with banners that read Support Uchiha, Attack Kirigakure, Save our children. The third Hokage, once the most popular, now appeared isolated and desolate. Konoha's power structure, starting today, was about to change. Transcendence level Konoha Guard Department, conference room. On the heavy wooden table, a list was being passed around among the people. The list clearly stated total number of applicants, 5,220 people Uchiha clan, 2,302 people Kurama clan, 420 people Kazami clan, 300 people Hyuga clan, 200 people Ino Shikasi, 100 people Senju clan, 42 people minor clans. Civilians. Fugaku scanned the numbers on the paper and frowned slightly. From the Senju clan, only 42 people applied. 3 Jonin, 9 Chunin, 30 Genin. The Senju clan has declined to this extent. It seems they have truly fallen. Yashiro sneered. They barely maintained their status relying on the first Hokage's prestige back then. Now, they can't even produce a decent, strong individual. Shun took the list, a slight smile on his lips. The Senju clan was severely harmed by Hiruzen. After the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade left the village citing hemophobia. However, many Senju women married outside the clan, so their influence is not small. Their existence is beneficial to us. Fugaku did not respond, simply continuing to examine the list. Shun tapped lightly on the table, analyzing. Ino Shikasi are very close to Hiruzen, yet they sent 100 people this time. It seems they don't want to choose the wrong side. The Aburame clan has close ties with Danzo. They sent 10 applicants, indicating they are still observing. The Hyuga clan's main force is on the Sunagakure battlefield. Sending 200 people this time is already a gesture of goodwill. Fugaku nodded slightly. It seems the landscape of Konoha has changed. Shun closed the list, his gaze as sharp as a hawk, as if he could see through the paper to the hidden truth behind it. Our Uchiha clan has 2,302 applicants, but we cannot take them all. Although Hiruzen announced his resignation after the war, that old man Danzo will definitely not give up. So we will only take 1,000 elites to the Kirigakure battlefield, and the remaining 1,302 will guard Konoha, just in case. Yashiro nodded with a solemn expression, saying in a deep voice, I am willing to stay and guard the clan. If Danzo acts out, I will cut off his claws. You don't need to worry about matters in the village and the guard department. I will handle them well. Fugaku, with a serious expression, solemnly stated, Shun, I have decided to appoint you as the ninjutsu instructor for divine demon transformation. This is an extremely important task. You must teach divine demon transformation to the Jonin and Shunin of the clan by today. Shun did not hesitate and immediately nodded. No problem. I will do my best to complete the task. But there is one thing I need to trouble Elder Yashiro with. The Uzumaki clansmen were brought back by me, and I don't have time to arrange for them right now. So please do not let them leave the Uchiha clan's territory. Danzo might target them and cause trouble. We cannot give him an opportunity. Yashiro sneered. Don't worry, we'll keep a close eye on them. After the meeting, Shun went to the courtyard where the Uzumaki clansmen were temporarily staying. More than a dozen red-haired ninjas were sitting together, discussing. They stood up when they saw him enter. Shun-sama. Shun raised his hand, signaling them to sit, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Chika. I have something to tell you. The one who caused your country and clan to be destroyed is Hiruzen. He has already announced his resignation after the war, but things won't be that simple. The clan head and I are going to the Kirigakure battlefield and cannot protect you for a short period, so you must stay within the Uchiha clan's territory and not go out. If you need any supplies, you can find Yashiro. He'll help you get them. Chika clenched her fists, a hint of hatred flashing in her eyes. I understand. Seeing that the Uzumaki clansmen's emotions were relatively stable, Shun calmly said, as long as you master the power of the Nine Tails, you can become a top individual in the village. Therefore, Mito made Kushina the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to leave her alliance for your Uzumaki clan. It's just that she has not yet mastered Nine Tails' power, so her current strength is limited. The Uzumaki clansmen began to discuss Mito-sama, Nine Tails' power. Kushina. Shun waved his hand and said quiet. Hiruzen and Danzo are also coveting this power, so Kushina is being monitored by Umbu. Chika can go see her at the edge of the clan territory, but do not have too much contact. You can tell her the truth, but be sure to advise her to stay with Minato. He is very powerful. Yukari stood nearby and asked softly, what about me? Shun looked at her, a slight smile on his lips. You come with me to the Kirigakure battlefield. I would be very unaccustomed without you by my side. Chika laughed and said, Yukari, you must take good care of him. Now, all of us here are relying on your man. Yukari's face instantly flushed red, and she hid behind Shun. Uchiha training ground. Over 1,000 Uchiha ninjas stood in neat formation, their gazes fixed intently on Shun. Shun turned to face everyone, his voice loud and clear. Today, what I'm going to teach you is divine demon transformation. It is a special form I created based on the transformation technique, incorporating the principles of the clone technique, resulting in 2 heads and 4 arms. Because the 2 heads are telepathically connected, you can easily perform combination ninjutsu. Watch carefully. This ninjutsu has 12 hand seals, which are Shun quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, his form shifted dramatically, and a second head emerged from the right side of his neck. 2 additional arms sprouted from beneath his shoulders. The entire field was stunned. The 2-headed, 4-armed form was like an Asura from mythology. The left head spoke, Next, I will show you the power of combination ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. From the mouth of the right head, a 10-meter wide fireball was blown out. From the mouth of the other head, a gust of wind was blown out. The huge fireball, caught by the strong wind, instantly intensified, becoming like a fire dragon, menacingly rushing forward. 30 meters, 50 meters, 72 meters. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas watched in awe. Why can his combination ninjutsu reach so far? Shun explained, the attack range of ninjutsu performed by genin is generally within 10 meters, chunin around 20 meters, jonin between 30 to 50 meters, and elite jonin above 50 meters. This is the difference in ninjutsu control. The 2-headed characteristic of divine demon transformation doubles training efficiency, which is key to your rapid increase in strength, so you must practice diligently. The Sharingan, by its nature, can copy taijutsu and ninjutsu. Among the 1524 Uchiha ninjas present, 983 possess the Sharingan. and 136 of them had even awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. For them, learning ninjutsu was much easier than for ordinary ninjas. In less than 3 minutes, chakra glows began to appear one after another on the training ground. I succeeded. A jonin with a three-tomo Sharingan was the first to shout. Muscles wriggled on the right side of his neck, and a new head slowly formed, with 2 thick arms extending from his armpits. Although the form was not yet stable, he had already initially grasped the essence of divine demon transformation. Immediately after, the second and third Uchiha ninja also succeeded one after another. A Chunin excitedly moved his newly added arms. Ha ha! Is this what it feels like to have 2 heads? It's amazing. His right head grinned. I feel like my thoughts are clearer. The atmosphere on the training ground gradually became lively, with more and more people succeeding, and those who failed continued to try under the guidance of their companions. Ding! Host observed 1524 ninjas using divine demon transformation through the three-tomo Sharingan, gaining 7,085 points of experience for this ninjutsu. Ding! Divine demon transformation has automatically upgraded to transcendence, awakening 3 heads and 6 arms. Putting Hiruzen in the hot seat, enrollment ended 2 hours later. At the entrance of Konoha, over 4,000 ninjas stood ready for battle. Fugaku stood on a high platform, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his voice deep and powerful, echoing across the entire square. The ninjas below instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. We are about to march to the Kirigakure battlefield. Rescue our children. Avenge our fallen comrades. Konoha's glory. We will reclaim it with our own hands. He dramatically swung his right hand down. Now depart. Boom! Boom! Over 4,000 ninjas leaped simultaneously, rushing out of Konoha's main gate like a black torrent. The streets on both sides were packed with villagers seeing them off. An old woman with white hair stumbled out of the crowd and handed a bouquet of wild chrysanthemums, still dewy from the morning, to an Uchiha ninja she knew. Her withered fingers clutched the ninja's sleeve tightly as she said, "Please, please bring Sosuke back. My grandson loves my rice balls the most." The ninja solemnly accepted the flowers, nodded, then leaped onto a treetop, disappearing into the ranks. Some Uchiha clansmen, seeing them off, shouted loudly, "Konoha will win. Uchiha will win." Amidst the cheers, a red-haired little girl suddenly broke free from her mother's hand and ran after the squad for over 10 meters until she was stopped by a Chunin on duty. "Daddy, you must come back." Her tearful cry pierced through the commotion. After entering the dense forest, the marching speed suddenly increased. The ninjas' figures flickered among the tree canopies like a group of silent ghosts. Fugaku's steps did not falter. He slightly tilted his head and looked at Shun beside him. "Shun, are you sure the Kirigakure ninjas will raid South Sandcastle?" Shun leaped from his side and said, "Along the southern coast of the Land of Fire, there are only 3 cities: Bear City, White Bird Castle, and South Sandcastle. Bear City is the wealthiest and has been raided many times. White Bird Castle is in the middle, and the frequency of recent attacks has also been increasing. South Sandcastle is close to the Land of Hot Water. After they plunder White Bird Castle, they will inevitably escape to the Land of Water through the Land of Hot Water." Unkai caught up from behind and said in a deep voice, "Why not go directly to South Sandcastle to intercept them?" Shun shook his head. "No, we'll go to Bear City first." Tetsu frowned. "Won't that delay too much time?" Shun's gaze was sharp as a blade as he said, "Hiruzen made the children graduate early and form a 3,000-person old and young army, and now the casualties are extremely heavy." Fugaku pondered for a moment and said, "You mean, first we must rescue the children trapped in Bear City, send a team to bring them safely back to Konoha, and also recover any of our fallen so they could be returned home. We need the people of Konoha to witness firsthand the terrible situation their Hokage allowed these children to face. Then, we will move on to White Bird Castle and repeat the same mission. Finally, We will only take 300 jonin and rush at full speed to South Sandcastle to intercept Kirigakure's main force. Tetsu still had doubts. 300 jonin. Won't that be too risky? The reason why Kirigakure's more than 3,000 ninjas are difficult to eliminate is that they have no strongholds. They commit crimes by moving around, robbing, and then fleeing. Now that they have plundered enough, their desire to fight has already decreased. Fugaki's Sharingan flickered slightly. All right, we'll do as Shun says. 11 hours later, Bear City. The setting sun, like blood, illuminated this once prosperous coastal city. The city walls were damaged, and the streets were scattered with unclean ninja tools. The air was filled with a scorched smell. 5 children, less than 10 years old, lay fallen in a fan shape, the furthest one still clutching an unlit signal flare. Unkai's voice trembled. The 47th squad, completely wiped out. This is already the 7th group we've encountered today. Tetsu punched a tree trunk. That old man Hiruzen. Fugaki's Mangekyo slowly rotated, his gaze falling on the small body clutching a rag doll. Collect all the remains. Inside Bear City's Konoha stronghold, which originally housed 1,000 people, only 53 remained. In the empty training ground, several children with dirt-streaked faces huddled in a corner, their eyes vacant. A one-armed Uchiha Chunin staggered forward, his voice hoarse. Fugaka-sama, you finally came. Fugaki's gaze swept around, his Sharingan instantly capturing the residual battle traces. The Chunin gritted his teeth and said, Kirigakure ninjas came 2 days ago. They took all the supplies. Cinchureto, will my daddy still come back? Shun crouched down and gently stroked her head. We will definitely make those people pay the price. Unkai walked over and said, report the statistics are out. 841 casualties have been collected, including 754 children and 87 adults. Additionally, 43 bodies are too incomplete, and 59 people are still missing. Shun said coldly, let these 2,000 people send the 53 survivors back to Konoha, and also bring these bodies. Before entering the Konoha gate, have people take the bodies out of the storage scrolls and transport them on stretchers to the Ninja Academy Square. Finally, notify the families to come and claim the bodies. After hearing this, Unkai gasped. If one only heard of hundreds of deaths, many people would have no concept. But if they did things according to what Shun had said, transporting bodies on stretchers to the Academy Square, with 2 people per body per stretcher, these 884 bodies could form a long line of nearly 2,000 meters. Seeing this long procession of bodies, the reaction of the villagers on the streets would be hard to imagine. Shun looked in the direction of Konoha, his tone icy and filled with hostile intent. I want them to see clearly that every loss they inflict will be a nail driven into Hiruzen's coffin. Tetsu suddenly laughed, a chilling smile. Cinchureto let the 3rd Hokage see his masterpiece with his own eyes. Shifting the blame to Danzo, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds in the morning mist before the Konoha main gate. The Chunin guard suddenly tightened his grip on his kunai. What is that? On the horizon, a long black dragon was slowly crawling towards the village. As the distance closed, the clack of metal stretchers colliding became clearer, mixed with suppressed sobs. Open the gate. Yakumi's hoarse roar cut through the morning mist. When the first stretcher passed through the gate, Cinchureto stretching as far as the eye could see. Move! Everyone move! Yakumi hurried forward with urgency. The stretchers were quickly carried along, with those nearby working to help the injured. When the procession reached the commercial street, a woman holding a baby suddenly rushed out of the crowd. Takashi! That's Takashi. She frantically lunged at stretcher number 147. The child in the stretcher had a terrible burn wound on his left barato, clearly struck by a barato release ninjutsu. The woman's trembling fingers gently traced the child's stiff cheek. He just turned 8 not long ago. The woman's wailing suddenly stopped, and she collapsed to the ground beside the stretcher. At noon, the Ninja Academy's training ground became a somber scene. When the last casualty was placed on the Ninja Academy training ground, The ground was densely covered with fallen children. The surrounding parents were sobbing uncontrollably. A one-armed ninja knelt before the survivor, marked number 326, his trembling hand opening a weathered diary. The date on the last page was 3 days ago, scrawled crookedly. Another comrade was lost today. I'm scared. Papa, I want to go home so badly. The one-armed ninja clutched his face in agony, frantically tearing at his hair. My son is only 9. 9. The protest in front of the Hokage building had escalated into a riot. Stones, rotten vegetable leaves, and rotten eggs continuously smashed against the building. The fifth-floor glass finally couldn't withstand the impact and shattered into dust with a crash. A small red mark appeared on Koharu's right cheek from shard. Her trembling fingers wiped it from her face. This is too crazy. Hiruzen, get out here. Murderer, give me back my daughter's life. The angry crowd surrounded the Hokage building, making it impenetrable. Some Umbu, seeing the situation, had already slipped away. Hamura wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "We must take immediate action." His words were interrupted by a loud bang. The Hokage building's main door was smashed open, and hundreds of villagers rushed in. Leading them was the one-armed Chunin who had lost his son. Hatred burned in the Chunin's single eye. Where is he? Where is that old man who ordered the children to their deaths? Since the Hokage office had been destroyed by the angry villagers, Hiruzen and the others could only hide in the underground office. Hiruzen sat alone in the darkness. On the desk was a framed photo of him with his 3 students. Jiraiya's hearty smile, Orochimaru's gloomy gaze, Tsunade's proud expression. Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating for? The Uchiha are instigating this unrest. Danzo emerged from the shadows, the bandage over his right eye particularly glaring. Hiruzen slowly looked up and said, "Those children." Danzo slammed his hand on the table. AMD said, "Weakness. Now is not the time for remorse. The route is ready. All you need to do is give the order." Hiruzen suddenly stood up, the weariness in his eyes replaced by determination. "No, I will bear the mistakes I have made myself." He took off his Hokage hat and gently placed it on the table. "Tomorrow, I will publicly announce my resignation as Hokage." Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. "Are you crazy? Abdicating now plays right into the Uchiha's hands." Hiruzen looked at the moonlight outside the window and said, "Perhaps, but this is the only way to quell their anger." Suddenly, a female Umbu flashed out. She whispered a few words to Hiruzen. Seeing Hiruzen nod, the female Umbu waved her hand, and 3 Umbu instantly flashed out, surrounding Danzo. "Hiruzen, what are you trying to do?" Hiruzen's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. "Danzo, someone needs to take responsibility for this. It's just a small sacrifice for you. Nothing will happen to you." Danzo and Hiruzen had grown up together, and he instantly guessed what Hiruzen intended to do. "Hiruzen, you can't do this." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Hearing these words, Danzo seemed to lose all his strength. "Hiruzen, you will regret it." Seeing this, for Umbu moved in unison, restrained Danzo, and covered his barato. A notice was posted on the Hokage bulletin board regarding the early graduation and sending children to the Kirigakure battlefield. These were all proposed and executed by Danzo. Due to the special circumstances, the Hokage building is specifically releasing the minutes of that day's meeting. Attendees: 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Udatain Koharu, Midokado Hamura. Topic: Kirigakure Invasion Response Plan Incident. November 4th, 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas have breached the southern coastal defense line and are advancing into the Land of Fire's interior. Koharu proposed, "The front line is in critical condition. Reinforcements must be sent immediately." Hamura pushed up his glasses and said, "But the regular forces are all on Awagakure, Kimogakure, and Sunagakure fronts." Danzo's single eye gleamed in the shadows as he said, "Drawing over 1,000 people from Konoha's ninja clans, and then selecting 2,000 children from the Ninja Academy should be enough." Hiruzen's hand suddenly trembled. and his pipe clattered onto the desk. Danzo, are you crazy? Those children can't even perform the 3 basic jutsu. Danzo sneered, foolish, pedantic Hiruzen. Compassion does not command troops. We need people to hold them back. If we let these Kirigakure ninjas advance unchecked, the consequences are unimaginable. Hiruzen angrily rebuked. Danzo, children are the village's future. How can you do such a thing? Danzo expressionlessly said, since you don't dare to do it, then let me. I will bear all responsibility. After speaking, Danzo slammed the door and left. Upon hearing that early graduation was Danzo's doing, the angry villagers, unable to find him, began to loot and smash the Shimura clan shops. Barato than a dozen members of the Shimura clan were harmed in the street, frightening many Shimura clan members so much that they dared not leave their clan grounds. Dewey sacrificed the dawn sun appeared over the distant mountaintops, and many Konoha ninjas looked up to gaze at it. January 1st, Konoha year 49, should have been a joyous day. But the 2,000 Konoha ninjas who had arrived at Whitebird Castle couldn't manage a single smile. Fugaku jumped onto a large tree, taking in the horrific state of this city of death. Shun held the roster, and his gaze lingered for a moment when he saw Rin's name among the captured medical ninjas. His voice was as cold as ice. Report, Fugaku-sama. Intelligence gathering on the outpost personnel is complete. 817 confirmed dead, 24 medical ninjas captured, 20 missing, 139 survivors, 34 of whom are severely wounded. Fugaku didn't reply. His gaze fell on a small fallen figure, the child still holding a Konoha forehead protector tightly in his hand, his fingers stiff and unyielding. Deep claw marks on the city walls showed that they had futilely tried to climb the high walls to escape. Shun sighed, alas. It seems these people must have been early graduated civilian students. They hadn't even learned the technique of climbing walls with chakra. Suddenly, Ryuka appeared with the body flicker technique. Report, Fugaku-sama. Hyora's body has been found. It appears he chose to end his own life after being defeated. Although Hyori was the overall commander of the Kirigakure front, he was widely regarded as a joke. He commanded over 3,000 Konoha ninjas, of whom 2,450 were children under 12. It could be said that in this war, he played a sorrowful role, leading 3,000 young recruits into battle against Kirigakure's feared executioners. The Kirigakure battlefield was Shizui's peak period. He awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at age 8, was skilled in Phantom Barato, and had already earned the title Shursui of the Barato. In terms of Jinjutsu talent, he was better than Itachi. Of course, this was just surface information. The truth was that 9-year-old Shursui had already awakened his Mangekyo. Thinking of this enigmatic child, Shun calmly asked, "Is there any news of Shursui?" Some survivors said he transferred to South Sandcastle to guard a few days ago. Ryuka replied. Outside the tent, a commotion suddenly broke out. A Chunin, his face battered and stained, rushed in, holding an unconscious little girl in his arms. "Please, she's still breathing." Hyuga Ikiku, nearby, activated his Byakugan, his gaze sweeping carefully over the injury on the girl's Barato. He then looked at the dwindling medical supplies and slowly closed his eyes. With an injury like this, unless Tsunade-sama is here, she can't be saved. Fugaku was accustomed to death. He sighed slightly. Execute the original plan. Ryuka, you will lead 1,700 men to escort these survivors and bodies back to Konoha. We will take 300 men to South Sandcastle to pursue those Kirigakure ninjas. Ryuka knelt on one knee, his forehead protector glinting coldly in the morning light. Understood, Fugaku-sama. On the Kirigakure side, 7 ninja, swords of various shapes were stuck into rock crevices, their blades reflecting an eerie blue light. Jinin punched the rock wall, and fragments of stone clattered down. He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect attacking Whitebird Castle would cost us over 700 men." Jay-Z wrapped Kubikiribch in bandages and said, "I heard Konoha has signed a peace treaty with Kumogakure. These people came from the Kumogakure battlefield, and their main members are from Konoha's Ino Shikisage, Inazuka, and other clans. It's normal for them to be stronger. Fuguki's plump face was twisted as he said, "The land of fire is truly rich. A few days ago, we plundered over 30 billion Ryo from Bear City. But at White Bird Castle, we only plundered over 10 billion Ryo and lost over 700 men. I think this war is a bit of a loss," Jinpachi said with a serious expression. "If we hadn't captured 24 Konoha medical ninjas at White Bird Castle, 4th Mizukage-sama would certainly blame us for losing over 700 ninjas." Fuguki's small eyes darted around, and he said, "I heard Fugaka defeated a Wagakure, so the war should end soon. After this, there might not be any more opportunities for plunder. I suggest we take the opportunity to plunder South Sandcastle before the war ends. What do you think? We could conservatively plunder over 20 billion Ryo." Raiga gave an evil smile and said, "We can plunder South Sandcastle, but we need a good battle plan." Kushimaru stroked his chin and said, "I have a suggestion. Seal the Three Tails into a Konoha medical ninja, and then release it near South Sandcastle. With our villages few in Jutsu, the Three Tails will break free on its own in half a day. At that time, Konoha ninjas will have to fight Three Tails, and we can take the opportunity to plunder, which will greatly reduce our casualties." Jonin pondered for a moment and said, "I agree with Kushimaru's plan. If we submit this plan to the 4th Mizukage, he should agree to it." Raiga said expressionlessly, "Sealing the Three Tails and sending it near South Sandcastle will take about 12 hours. How about we go deep into the land of fire and create some commotion to attract the attention of Konoha ninjas? This way, when our main force attacks South Sandcastle, we will encounter much less resistance." Fuguki said, "I also agree with this plan." Jonin made the final decision. "Then let's proceed with this plan. In 1 hour, we will push deep into the Barato to create chaos, disperse Konoha's forces, and also take the opportunity to Barato some Konoha ninjas, weakening Konoha strength. Deep within the Barato, the breaths of 13-year-old Guy, Gunma, and Ebisu condensed into white frost in the cold air. Dang it, how did we run into the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? These monsters." Ebisu's hand, gripping his kunai, trembled incessantly. 7 dark figures slowly emerged from the mist. Jay-Z raised Kubikrobocho and said, "Konoha brats, your defeat will be honored by my blade." At that moment, a green figure, like a meteor, crashed into the center of the battlefield, the ground beneath his feet cracking. Guy's eyes widened, looking at that familiar green jumpsuit-clad back. "Father, you're just a genin. Why are you here?" Dewey didn't turn around, but gave him a thumbs up, his voice more serious than ever. "Guy, take your companions and retreat immediately." Ebisu shouted, "Dewey-san, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We can't beat them. You should run." Ebisu, do not underestimate a father's determination to protect his child. "Now, let me show you a father's true power." Dewey clenched his fists, his gaze extremely firm, and with a resolve to fight to the end, he charged towards the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. 8 inner gates. 8th gate. Gate of Barato, open. Steam shot skyward, and Dewey's Barato began to strain under the immense power. Kushimaru's longsword. Nuabari was the first to strike. Evening Elephant. First step. Dewey's fist pierced the air, creating a vacuum shockwave. Nuabari was repelled the moment it touched the shockwave, which then struck Kushimaru, sending him flying. Guy was dragged back by Gema, but he couldn't help but look back. He saw his father's figure weaving through the encirclement of the 7 legendary ninja swords, each punch carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Guy's tears blurred his vision. Father's move. It's so powerful. He's not the useless genin people said he was. Evening Elephant. Second step. Another shockwave landed on Kushimaru, instantly crushing him under its Barato. Evening Elephant. Third step. Fuguki saw that the situation was bad and immediately controlled his hair to protect himself. But even so, he was sent flying far away by the shockwave. Evening Elephant. Fourth step. Jinpachi had intended to rescue him, but before his explosive blade could detonate, he was blasted away, crashing through 7 large trees before stopping. He coughed and lay motionless on the ground. Jay-Z and Raiga, seeing the dire situation, immediately used water Barado to escape. Jinan, the slowest of the 7, knew he couldn't escape. He charged in the opposite direction, then shouted, "Kirigakure also has true men who are not afraid of death. I admire your courage, but this is my youth." Evening Elephant. 5th step. 6th step. Due looked in the direction Guy had fled, their gazes seemingly meeting across the distance. "Guy, your father's life is ending. The path ahead, you must walk yourself. Guy, you will always be your father's pride." Due, from a distance, raised his clenched right hand, giving a thumbs up as usual. Guy, tears streaming down his face, responded to his father's gesture and also gave a thumbs up. Obito's Mangekyo, Awakening the Land of Hot Water, is a geographically long and narrow country. Minato's Eastern Army was fighting the Kumogakure ninjas in the central part of the Land of Hot Water. South Sandcastle is located near the southern part of the Land of Hot Water, relatively close to the Eastern Army. Therefore, it received support first, and the personnel losses in South Sandcastle were relatively small. The city's defense system was also maintained quite well. As Minato's favorite student, Kakashi, at only 12 years old, successfully advanced to Jonin. Like a rising star, he naturally attracted much attention. Because of this, many Konoha ninjas flattered Kakashi, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. However, since the fall of Whitebird Castle, Rin's medical ninja team, more than 20 people in total, were all captured for more than 10 days. Kakashi continuously asked people to inquire about Rin's whereabouts, but he never received any definite news. In the afternoon, deep in the dense forest, 3 Konoha ninjas rushed towards Kakashi. The leading ninja respectfully saluted. "Jonin Kakashi, we found traces of Rin near the east coast. There are more than 50 Kiri ninjas around, and it looks like they are retreating to the Land of Water. Should we wait for Minato-sama?" Upon hearing the news about Rin, Kakashi's pupils constricted slightly. "No need. I will handle this matter myself." His voice was somewhat cold. After biting his thumb, he slammed it onto the ground. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, 8 ninja dogs of various shapes sat in a row. Pakin, the leading bulldog, sniffed. "Kakashi, are you looking for that little girl again?" Kakashi's voice, uncharacteristically, carried a hint of excitement. "Pakin, please, help me find Rin. They're near the east coast." Pakin nodded and said, "Kakashi, you can rest assured, we are very familiar with Rin's scent." Then he turned to the other ninja dogs and said, "Bull, Uchih, you are responsible for the eastern coastline. Akino, Guruku, go search the reef area." Kakashi had already rushed out, his white spiky hair appearing and disappearing among the tree shadows. Pakin sighed and quickly followed. "Kid, don't be impulsive again this time." The ninja dog's sense of smell was very great. They quickly found Rin tied up with ropes in a cave. Pakin tilted his head, his nose twitching. "Kakashi, this is a trap. There are more than 50 people's scents around." After seeing Rin, Kakashi didn't think too much. He directly used the body flicker technique to appear beside her. He gently woke her up and untied her. After waking up, Rin noticed something was wrong. "Senshirado, don't forget our mission. We need to pretend to pursue them and drive them to South Sandcastle. Then, we will release the seal and let her unleash the 3 tails." Seeing Rin escape, the Kirigakure Umbu no longer needed to hide their figures and all revealed themselves. Pakin raised his head, feigning an attacking posture, like a vicious dog guarding its food, and let out a low growl. "Grr, grr." But when he saw the Kiri ninjas throwing kunai at them, he immediately shouted, "Let's retreat." After speaking, the many ninja dogs transformed into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Kakashi and Rin also had no choice but to turn and flee for their lives. Obito ran wildly, his figure rapidly moving through the forest. White Zetsu, why is a Minato-sensei with Rin and Kakashi? White Zetsu's voice was like a persistent parasite. Minato is on another mission. Obito ran at extreme speed. Darn it, whenever I need him, he's never around. Kakashi, you promised me you protect Rin. Faster. Even faster. He'll be there soon. As an excellent medical ninja, Rin sensed an abnormality in her body and said, Kakashi, they sealed a tailed beast inside my body. Kill me. I'm losing control of my body. Kakashi drew two kunai, turned, and said, you run first, I'll stop them. I promised Obito I'd protect you. However, as Kakashi used Raikiri and charged towards the Kiri ninjas, Rin suddenly jumped in front of Kakashi and was struck down, collapsing against him. And a sudden impact struck Kakashi's stunned face. Her eyes were wide, filled with disbelief. Her barato had suddenly lost control. She wanted to say that this was a conspiracy, but her barato trembled. Ka! After uttering Kakashi's name with difficulty, Rin lost all signs of life and collapsed into Kakashi's arms. A mournful roar echoed within 100 meters. Obito's Tutomo Sharingan spun wildly, finally transforming into the shape of a three-bladed shuriken. Kakashi's right, I also transformed into the shape of a Mangekyo. Kakashi's chakra reserves were not abundant to begin with, and he was not an Uchiha, so this Mangekyo drained his chakra, causing him to fall unconscious. Watching this farce, the Kirigakure Umbu knew their mission had failed and were extremely annoyed. The leading ninja said angrily, a few of you go take care of that loud opponent. He's causing too much commotion. And Umbu used the barato to approach. At this moment, the space around Obito distorted and the attack passed directly through him. Then a branch extended from Obito's arm, striking down the Kirigakure Umbu. This guy has some strength. Let's all go together. 4 Kirigakure Umbu attacked Obito from 4 directions, but the blades that slashed at him passed directly through his body. At this moment, Obito seemed like an unhittable ghost. His figure appeared and disappeared, each flash accompanied by a sharp cracking sound. Monster! The captain watched in horror as his comrades were struck down by suddenly appearing wooden spikes. After the last Kiri ninja fell, Obito gently held Rin's gradually cooling form. Streams poured from the spiral pattern of his white mask. His voice sounded dark and otherworldly. This false world is a nightmare. Rin, I will create a world with you. Stealing the Mangekyo? The powerful aftershocks of the battle that erupted in the East Coast area naturally attracted the attention of many Konoha ninjas. A moment later, the unconscious Kakashi and Rin's body were brought over. Shun's heart struggled as he watched Kakashi being carried into the ward. Others only knew that Kakashi's left eye was a Tutomo Sharingan, but he knew that this Sharingan had already become a Mangekyo. Dig or not dig. Thinking of Kamui, Shun decided to follow his heart. He approached Yukari, who used to be a medical ninja in Kusagakure and possessed elementary medical knowledge. Moreover, her chakra had healing properties, so he had someone teach her mystical palm technique and delicate illness extraction technique. Yukari, can you perform my transplant surgery now? Yukari pondered for a moment and said, I can. It's just that I don't have experience with eye transplants. Shun took a few steps closer, a faint smile appearing on his lips. It's okay, I trust you. Later, you'll remove Kakashi's Sharingan, and then he'll give you a Sharingan, which you'll then help me implant. He took out a special nutrient bottle, with a left eye floating inside. Yukari took the bottle, feeling the cold touch of the glass. She didn't ask further, just nodded. All right. Not long after, the two arrived at Kakashi's ward, and Shun had someone guard the door outside. Upon entering the room, Yukari's fingers glowed with a pale green chakra and precisely peeled away the ocular nerves. Finally, she removed Kakashi's Mangekyo and placed it in a special nutrient bottle. Shun took the nutrient bottle, his fingers trembling slightly. Replace Kakashi's eye with that one. Yukari remained silent, then transplanted the eye into Kakashi's left eye. It was her first eye transplant, and she was a bit nervous. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, the surgery was successful. The transplant had left. I was actually a 3-tomo Sharingan, but it wasn't in an activated state, so it wouldn't continuously consume chakra. Kakashi's condition gradually improved as a result. After the surgery, Shun's gaze turned to Rin on the adjacent bed. The girl lay motionless on the bed next to it, having just passed away. Yukari, I need you to gather some of Rin's biological samples for future research. Yukari's fingers trembled violently, Senshirado closing the wounds on her abdomen and left chest. At this moment, Kakashi's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Rin. Shun's voice sounded from nearby. Kakashi, your Sharingan couldn't be deactivated, leading to a continuous consumption of your Bodhis chakra, eventually causing you to collapse due to chakra depletion. I've temporarily dealt with it for you. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. Do you want to see Rin's body? We've closed her wounds. Kakashi turned his head to look at the bed next to him. Rin's body had been rearranged, and the fatal wound on her chest had been repaired by medical ninjutsu. His fingers unconsciously clenched the bedsheet, as if using all his strength. He uttered 2 words. Thank you. Senshirado, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his voice somewhat wavering. This is blasphemy. Rin. Kakashi's words were a bit fragmented and hesitant. Shun chuckled softly and said, the deceased Rin belongs to Obito. They will live happily in the afterlife. The reborn Rin belongs to you, Kakashi. Isn't this good? You should understand Rin's feelings. Hearing this, Kakashi fell silent, as if seriously considering the suggestion. The room fell silent again, and Shun felt a bit bored, so he opened the door. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly said, Thank you. You're a good person. Shun hadn't expected to be given a good person card by Kakashi. He didn't turn back, just softly said, Heal well, Kakashi. In the future, read less of these books, or ITLL wear you out, haha. You. Kakashi was about to speak, but he didn't know how to refute him. Looking at the distant sunset, Shun's eyes hid a deep malice. In fact, he had done this to stimulate Obito's emotions. Imagine, when Obito sees Rin and Kakashi living happily together, who knows how much of a critical hit it will cause. What should we do next? Yukari's voice sounded from behind him. Inside the stronghold, there are some Uchiha children whose Sharingan were removed. I happen to have some Sharingan, and I need you to transplant them into those children. Shun's calm tone hid some inexplicable coldness. He had 28 pairs of Sharingan, ranging from 1 tomo to 3 tomo. Initially, after he became a captain on the Iwagakure battlefield, he learned the forbidden jutsu, Izanagi, from Yashiro, and then wanted to collect some Sharingan for future use. Then, he went to the medical department, and, facing some severely injured and dying Uchiha clan members, he fabricated story. In the war, many of our Uchiha children had their Sharingan removed. I hope that after you pass away, you can donate your eyes to those in need in the clan. Unexpectedly, some clan members immediately took drastic measures to offer their eyes on the spot. That situation was deeply distressing and painful for Shun to witness. He actually deceived such lovely clan members. Regaining sight, children of the Uchiha clan begin learning to use chakra at 5 to 6 years old. By 7 to 8 years old, they learn fire release ninjutsu, and by about 10 to 11 years old, they generally possess Chunin level strength. But even so, out of over 300 participants in the Kirigakure battlefield, more than 100 still died, and this was even with Shizui's efforts to turn the tide. Shun brought Yukari to a small courtyard within the outpost, where 11 Uchiha children were present. Their eyes were covered with bandages. Their empty eye sockets gave them a haunting look. They heard the footsteps of 2 people approaching from a distance. 10-year-old Hashida assumed a wary stance and shouted, Who's there? Baza, I'm scared. Misha's voice trembled as her small hand fumbled, grabbing Denji's sleeve. Denji unclenched his fist, accurately found Misha's shoulder, and gently patted her. Don't be afraid, and don't touch the wound. It might get infected. 9-year-old Denji tried to make his voice sound calm. even though his own heart was pounding violently in his chest. Misha gripped Denji's sleeve and found the fabric soaked with cold sweat. Only then did she realize that her elder brother's voice hid the same fear as hers. Shun said gently, "Don't be afraid, children. My name is Uchih Shun. You can call me Big Brother." Some senpais from the clan, hearing that your eyes were lost, voluntarily donated their own eyes. So my purpose here is to help you with eye transplants and restore your sight. Upon hearing this, the children stirred. Regain sight? Is it really possible? Days ago, after being captured by Kirigakure ninjas and losing their Sharingan in a traumatic ordeal, they had already accepted their fate of living in darkness forever. But Shun looked at the list and announced, quiet. First, Misha. She is a girl and only 8 years old. Let her have the transplant first. Everyone else wait a moment. The children heard the sound of Misha being led away, followed by a long wait. Time in the darkness became exceptionally slow, and Denji could feel sweat trickling down his back. The other children were also unusually quiet, as if even their breathing was cautious. After an unknown amount of time, light, quick footsteps broke the silence. I can see again. Brother, I can see again. Misha's voice was filled with a joy Denji had never heard before. She rushed into Denji's arms, her hands excitedly patting his chest. Denji's heart almost stopped for a moment. It really succeeded? Second, Denji. When his name was called, Denji's body trembled uncontrollably. A strong pair of hands supported his shoulders. Shun's voice was much softer than usual. Don't be nervous, kid. Yukarine is the most excellent medical ninja of the Uzumaki clan. The surgery will be quick. Denji was guided to lie on a hard bed, and he smelled disinfectant in the air. A hand brushed against his forehead. It will hurt a little, but it will be over quickly. A gentle female voice sounded, presumably Yukari's. Denji clenched his jaw, and the pain came as expected, but compared to the agony of losing his eyes, this was trivial. He could feel something being carefully placed into his hollow eye sockets, followed by a strange flow of chakra, warm and soothing. Try to slowly open your eyes. Yukari's voice guided him. So fast. Denji was a little disbelieving, and he tremblingly lifted his eyelids. At first, it was just a blurry light, then the outlines gradually became clear. A female face with a warm smile was looking at him. Long red hair fell over her shoulders. Is this Yukarine? She's so beautiful. It succeeded. Thank you. Yukarine. Denji's voice trembled, not sounding like his own. Yukari nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Yes, Denji-kun, welcome back to the world of light. Denji's gaze passed over her, and he saw Shun standing beside them. Then he saw the other children in the room, still blindfolded, waiting quietly. An indescribable emotion surged in his chest. He suddenly sat up, and the abrupt movement caused a wave of dizziness. Shun supported him and said, "Slow down. Your eyes need time to adjust." Denji eagerly asked, Who gave us eyes? I want to see them." Shun's expression became complex as he said, "Some elders in the clan. After knowing you lost your eyes, they voluntarily donated them. You will see them when you return to Konoha." Denji felt a sting. He reactivated his Sharingan, and noticed that it was a two-tomo Sharingan, a treasure coveted by countless enemies. And now, the clansmen were actually willing to donate them? Shun and Yukari exchanged a look and said, "All right, Denji, you can go now. The others are still waiting for their eye transplants." Third, Shiryuki. Over the next few hours, Denji sat by, watching one child after another regain their sight. Each moment of removing the bandages, the blossoming surprise and joy, made his heart clench. Misha, Hashida, Shun, one by one, they saw the world, and they saw each other. At night, Yukari playfully complained, "Shun, transplanting eyes for so many people has really exhausted me. How are you going to reward me?" Shun grinned and handed her a small gift, saying, "The great flying stick. Here it is." "Oh, Shun, Centuredo, 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 Centuredo." Yukari sighed softly, Yukari held onto Shun's arm, not wanting him to leave just yet. Yukari looked at Shun, pouted playfully, and whispered, "Shun, one barato moment. Hearing her request, Shun smiled gently. He replied warmly, "Anything for you." Cinchuredo, the tempo picked up. Clap, clap, clap. The rhythm filled the entire room. Yukari cheered, her voice bright and energetic. "Yes, just like that. Let's go." Shun kept his hands near her barato as he moved with powerful energy. With every beat, they pushed forward together. Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. After hearing the system's prompt, Shun checked the information within the system. Keki-I Genkai, Uzumaki Sage Body, Elementary, 375 500 Attributes, Lifespan 20 years, Health 800, Chakra 500, Health Recovery 2, Yang, Affinity 10. Shun thought for a moment. Spending quality time with Yukari once could grant 25 experience points. If he did it 4 times a day, then he could level up Uzumaki Barato tomorrow. Considering that today's count had not yet reached the target, he trained with Yukari again. The Great Flying Stick. Here it comes, giving Shursui a beating report. 6 Kiri ninjas have been spotted on the East Coast. The leader is Jonin Ao. Shursui has already gone to intercept him. An urgent knock on the door interrupted the quiet conversation in the room. Shun was standing close to Yukari. Cinchuredo, have the Divine Demon Squad assemble. We will go and surround them. Sensing Yukari tense slightly in his arms, he gently placed his barato on her forehead. He'll go out with them for a bit and be back later. You should get some rest. Yukari knew that persuasion was useless, so she just nodded gently. Be careful. After speaking, she burrowed into the covers. Performing eye transplant surgery for 12 people today had almost exhausted her chakra and energy. Shun quietly put on his clothes, deliberately lightening his touch when closing the door. The moment he turned around, the tenderness on his face had vanished, replaced by the grim expression characteristic of a battlefield commander. Outside the courtyard, 35 Divine Demon Squad members were already lined up neatly. Under the moonlight, the Uchiha crests on their backs, and the crimson reflection from each of their activated Sharingan made them look like a group of Shinigami in the dark night. Target, the Kiri ninjas on the East Coast. Move out. At Shun's command, more than 30 figures vanished into the night like ghosts. This afternoon, Kirigakure had dispatched over 50 Kirigakure Umbu elites to escort the 3-tailed beast Jinchuriki, Rin, planning to cause trouble in South Sandcastle. Now that over 50 Umbu elites and a tailed beast were missing, it would be strange if the Kirigakure High Command wasn't panicking, so they sent Ao to gather intel. Thinking of Ao, who possessed a Byakugan, Shun wanted to collect it for research. At the same time, in the dense forest on the East Coast, 6 Kiri ninjas were moving rapidly. 2 ninjas suddenly clutched their heads and fell to the ground, their faces contorted in expressions of terror, as if they had seen their most terrifying nightmare. They're under Jinjutsu. Byakugan. Ao activated his Byakugan, scanning his surroundings. In the distance, 2 shadow clones were hidden in the bushes, and there was also a person in a tree, with green chakra flowing around his eyes. This special chakra belonged to Konoha's Shursui of the Body Flicker. Upon seeing Shursui, Ao broke into a cold sweat and said, "We have no choice but to abandon the mission. The person opposite us is Konoha's Shursui of the Body Flicker. We are no match for him. Retreat." Hearing this, the remaining 3 Kiri ninjas carried their 2 Genjutsu-afflicted teammates and fled using the Body Flicker technique. On the treetop, Shursui closed his Sharingan and murmured, this should keep them quiet for a while. But the matter was not over. Shun waved his hand and shouted, "Catch them. Don't let them escape." Upon receiving the order, the Divine Demon Squad members began throwing kunai and shuriken, intending to force the 6 Kiri ninjas to stop. The sound of rushing air suddenly erupted. Dozens of kunai and shuriken flew from all directions, cutting deadly arcs through the air. Ao leaped into mid-air, forming hand seals. Water release. Water formation wall. A wall over 10 meters high erupted from the ground, blocking some of the kunai and shuriken. However, the Divine Demon Squad members were all elites among the Uchiha. The kunai and shuriken they threw could collide in midair, constantly changing their attack angles. As a result, many kunai and shuriken bypassed the water wall, attacking the Kiri ninjas hiding behind it. With two screams, two Kiri ninjas had their feet pierced by kunai and shuriken. Ao gritted his teeth and ordered, "The enemy has the advantage in numbers. Abandon the injured. Save whoever you can." Ao's heart was bleeding. These were the elites who had followed him for many years. After speaking, he abandoned his teammates and turned to run. Shun's figure appeared like a ghost on the treetop beside Shui, a cold sneer playing on his lips. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Shui frowned and said, "The war has gone on for so long, and far too many lives have been lost. They're no longer a threat. Why continue this meaningless struggle?" Bang! Shun delivered a heavy blow to Shijui's stomach, making Shui double over in pain. Slap! Then, his right cheek was struck with another heavy slap. These two sudden attacks left Shui somewhat dazed, and he fell directly from the tree. Shun looked down at him from above, scolding, "Your 3,000 men fought Kirigakure's forces, and over 2,000 died. Bear City, White Bird Castle were plundered by Kirigakure. Tens of thousands of land of fire civilians were casualties. How can you say this is a meaningless struggle?" After scolding him, he still felt unsatisfied. He jumped directly from the treetop, grabbed Shijui's collar, and said, "Or are you saying that in your eyes, these people's lives are not worth mentioning at all? Then no matter how many of these ants die, it won't stir even a ripple in your heart?" I never thought that." Shijui's right cheek was throbbing with pain, so much so that he couldn't speak clearly. Moreover, every word from Shun felt like a knife piercing his heart. He thought of his comrades who had died on the battlefield, of the civilians massacred by the Kiri ninjas. He had never underestimated any life. Precisely because of this, he yearned for peace even more. Shui struggled to speak. "I never—" "Shut up. Your naivete will kill even more people." Shun abruptly let go. He turned and ordered the Divine Demon squad members, "Pursue. Don't let a single one escape." Watching the Uchiha elites scatter in pursuit, Shui closed his eyes in pain. His ideals and his clan's hatred formed a stark contrast at this moment, and this tearing sensation almost suffocated him. Alas, it's all Hiruzen, that old beast's fault for sending you young ones to the battlefield. You are only 9 years old this year. It's normal not to distinguish right from wrong. Shui, you need to know, excessive leniency is indulging evil people. Kindness without principles is foolishness. Hearing this, Shui fell into deep thought. If we don't punish the ninjas of Kirigakure, then it's equivalent to encouraging them to carry out the next plunder, and at that time, additional people could be harmed. Therefore, we must severely punish these invaders, make them feel pain, let them know that plundering is wrong. Only then can we stop the war and save more people. Attack Kirigakure? The battle in the East Coast Forest did not last long. All 6 Kiri ninjas had been captured by the Divine Demon Squad. The Byakugan had been taken from Ao and placed in a nutrient jar. Ao endured the severe pain and raised his head, wincing. "Uchiha, you won't succeed. Kirigakure will make you pay." A Barado of the Divine Demon Squad, using the Barado, rushed over and said urgently, "Captain, Fugaka-sama wants you in the meeting room immediately." Shun gently shook the glass jar, watching the Byakugan rotate in the liquid, then put it into his pocket. "Understood, they'll be right there. Keep a close watch on these captives." Seeing that the other party ignored him, Ao changed his strategy. He endured the pain of his injured eye and said, "Could you please bandage my squad members' wounds? If they continue like this, they won't survive from excessive bleeding. Since you captured us alive, I believe you wouldn't want a corpse, right?" Shun didn't turn around. He just waved his hand and said, "Give them a simple wound treatment, just don't let them die." Yakumi patted his chest and smiled confidently. "Shun, they'll handle it. You can go without worry." Inside the stronghold's high-level meeting room, 2 Uchiha guards immediately opened the door when they saw Shun. The moment the door opened, a tide of intense arguments surged out. Choza slammed the table, making it rattle. Clan head Fugaku. You Uchiha took 30 billion Ryo in compensation from Iwagakure. Are you now trying to hog this juicy piece of meat from Kirigakure? Shikaku cleared his throat and stood up as well. He said with a serious expression, "Allow me to remind everyone. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have fought bitterly with Minato on the Kumogakure battlefield for many years, suffering numerous casualties, and yet we haven't seen a single coin. However, Kirigakure looted over 30 billion Ryo from Bear City and another 10 billion Ryo from Whitebird Castle, which is a solid 40 billion Ryo. When did the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans become so brave that they would think of carving up Kirigakure?" Shun's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire meeting room. "How about we, the Uchiha, Kurama, and other clans, stay behind to guard, and you all go attack Kirigakure instead?" Shikaku's smile froze, and he awkwardly stroked his chin. Squad leader Shun is joking. The current Uchiha is the #1 clan in the ninja world. You captured over 5,000 Iwagakure ninjas on the Iwagakure battlefield. We, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, are quite impressed by such achievements. Shun ignored Shikaku's flattery and walked directly to Fugaku's left side, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He deliberately tilted the chair back and propped his calf on the conference table, looking nonchalant. Does clan head Nara Shikaku have any important information to share? A flicker of alertness crossed Shikaku's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What does squad leader Shun wish to know? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from Kirigakure ventured deep into the land of fire and encountered Konoha's eternal genin, Due. Due used the secret technique 8 inner gates, and 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist died, while 3 escaped. Now, 4 of the ninja swords have been sent back to Konoha. Squad leader Shun, is the information accurate? Some suddenly spoke, and a ninja dog beside her whimpered, seemingly sensing its owner's anxiety. Shun sighed slightly. 8 inner gates is an A-rank ninjutsu. Its training and usage conditions are harsh. After opening the 8 inner gates, one can unleash dozens of times their combat power, but the cost is that the user will burn all their blood and chakra and die. Tetsu scoffed. No wonder the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi lands have been instigating us to attack Kirigakure. It seems they received intel. Unkai struck the table and said, "Dang it, why didn't the village inform us of such important intelligence?" Upon hearing this, the looks on the faces of everyone in the meeting room towards the 3 clan heads of Inoshikicho changed. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Shikaku quickly offered a conciliatory smile and said, "We just received the news. Now that Kirigakure is weakened but has a lot of money and resources, we should discuss how to attack Kirigakure and distribute this enormous wealth." Shun reached into his pocket and gently placed the glass jar containing the Byakugan on the table. "Gentlemen, before we argue, I think everyone should take a look at this." He held up the glass jar, and the white pupil in the eyeball looked particularly eerie. Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly. The veins on both sides of his forehead bulged, and he subconsciously activated his Byakugan. "This is Ao's Byakugan." Hayashi's voice was somewhat angry. "That's right. Ao's 6-man squad has been captured by us, and I also obtained an important piece of intelligence." Shun deliberately paused for a moment, attracting the attention of those around him. This afternoon, Kirigakure sealed the 3 tails into Rin, Minato's student, and then dispatched 50 Kirigakure Umbu to escort her. Then, Rin and all 50 Kirigakure Umbu died. Ao was sent to gather related intelligence. A collective gasp filled the tent. Shikaku stroked the stubble on his chin, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. The 3 tails Jinchuriki is dead. More than half of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are lost, plus 50 Kirigakure Umbu are dead, and Ao has been captured. Kirigakure is probably at its weakest right now. Unkai stood up and said excitedly, "Clan head Fugaku, given the current situation, it's definitely worth it for us to launch an attack on Kirigakure." Inoichi frowned slightly and said, "If the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans also participate in the battle. The defense of Konoha's main headquarters will have a serious gap. What about the rear defense? The debate erupted again, mainly divided into two factions, one led by Fugaku, and the other consisting of reinforcements who had retreated from the Kumobikure battlefield, centered around the Ino Shikasish, Inazuka, Aburame, and other clans. Shun coldly watched these so-called big figures haggle like market vendors for some profit, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Watching everyone argue until their faces were red, Shursui, with a worried expression, said, "I am willing to stay behind and be responsible for the garrison mission." Hearing Shizui's statement, Fugaku was somewhat displeased. This was an important time to fight for the clan's interests. But continuing to argue was pointless, so he cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. "Quiet. It's already late night. Everyone go back and get some good rest. We'll discuss this again tomorrow morning. Like it? Add to library." Thoughts about Mikoto. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and a faint golden ray of sunlight streamed through a crack in the paper window, casting a thin line of light on the floor. Shun was already awake, his eyes tightly closed, but his consciousness was immersed in the system interface that only he could see. Uzumaki's Sage Body, Elementary, 475, 500, just 25 more experience points. Shun opened his eyes, his three-tomo Sharingan glowing a dark red in the morning light. He turned his head to look at Yukari, who was still sound asleep beside him, her red long hair spread out, her breathing even and peaceful. He took a deep breath and gently stroked Yukari's shoulder. "Yukari, I need your help with my training." Centuredo, looks like it's time for the main action. Yukari, turn around. Yukari turned over and faced away from Shun. She shyly said, "Like this? This is embarrassing." Shun gave her Barato a light pat and watched as she demonstrated the technique he had ever seen. Centuredo, Yang affinity pukul 01. Ding, upgrade conditions met. Uzumaki Sage Body, Elementary, upgrade successful. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained Uzumaki Sage Body, Intermediate. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within Shun like a flood. Every cell in his body cheered, as if parched land had finally received sweet rain. Blood surged through his veins, and chakra circulated through his chakra pathways more than 3 times faster than before. He gritted his teeth, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He felt his body transforming, almost more than what he could bear. Kekki Genkai, Uzumaki Sage Body, Intermediate, 500-2000, Attributes. Lifespan 20 years, Health 1200, Chakra 1000, Health Regeneration 10 hour, Sharingan Experience 20 day. When the energy storm finally subsided, he could hear the rustling of leaves 50 meters outside the window, and he could even feel the strength of each heartbeat, which was more steady and powerful than before. Is this the power of Uzumaki Sage Body, Intermediate? Shun muttered in a low voice, unable to hide his excitement. He eagerly called up the complete system interface. Host, Uchiha Shun Strength, Kaga Level Lifespan, 17-121 Partner. Uzumaki Yukari, Affection, 100. Aoyama Yui, Affection, 60. Health, 28-15-28-15 Chakra, 20-48-20-48 Ocular Power, 15-98-15-98 Kekki Genkai. Uzumaki Sage Body, Intermediate, 500-2000. Kekki Genkai. 3-Tomo Sharingan, 7,301,000 Kaga Level. Shun clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. A typical Jonin has around 600 chakra. I now have 2048, which is more than 3 times that of a typical Jonin. Right now, I'm a bit like Jiraiya without Sage Mode. What surprised him most was that Uzumaki Sage Body, Intermediate, could automatically increase Sharingan experience by 20 points every day. Only 2,700 more experience points until I can upgrade to Mangekyo Sharingan. At this rate, it will take 135 days. 135 days is not long for a ninja, but for Shun, who craved power, every day was an agony. His gaze fell on the partner section of the system interface, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. If I can find a woman with a 3-Tomo Sharingan to partner up with, the experience gain rate will definitely increase significantly. However, reality quickly poured cold water on him. There were very few women with a 3-Tomo Sharingan, and among them, the easiest to approach was Mikoto Fugaku's Barado. This is a bit difficult. Shun frowned. Fugaku was not only the clan head, but also the captain of the Konoha military police with unfathomable strength. Thinking about his wife was tantamount to seeking death. Shun, what are you thinking about? Yukari's voice pulled him back to reality from his thoughts. Yukari, help me transplant this Byakugan. I want to try the effects of the Byakugan. Shun took out a nutrient jar from his ninja tool pouch, in which a pure white eyeball floated. Yukari's brows immediately furrowed. Are you crazy? The Byakugan is the Kekkei Genkai of the Hyuga clan. If it's discovered, Shun interrupted, it won't be discovered. It's just an experiment, and he'll switch it back soon. Besides, with my current strength and status, even if I wander around in front of the Hyuga clan, they wouldn't dare say anything. Seeing his determined gaze, Yukari knew she couldn't persuade him. She sighed and took the nutrient jar. Lie down. Yukari's hands glowed with green chakra. A sharp pain struck, and Shun gritted his teeth, not letting out a sound. He braced himself as the medical procedure began. His left eye carefully swapped out and placed into a nutrient jar. Almost immediately, a cold tingle spread through him as the Byakugan was set into his eye socket. Yukari's voice trembled slightly. All right, try to inject chakra into it. Shun slowly directed chakra to his left eye. Byakugan, activate. In an instant, his vision underwent a drastic change. The original world was replaced by a peculiar perspective vision. He could see the corridor behind the room's wall, and beyond that, the stones and trees in the courtyard, his vision continuously extending. Wait! Shun suddenly froze. Cinchuredo, but he couldn't tear his gaze away. No wonder Hiruzen liked to use the telescope jutsu to observe the village from afar. Who are you spying on? Yukari's stern voice pulled Shun back to reality. She tugged his ear firmly, her red eyes burning with annoyance. And no one, Shun hastily argued, while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He formed hand signs and used the transcription seal to seal the Byakugan's ability into his right eye's 3-Tomo Sharingan. This way, even without the Byakugan, he could use its abilities. I was just experimenting. Help me take out the Byakugan. Yukari performed the eye transplant surgery while saying coldly, You'd better explain clearly what you were using it to observe just now. After the surgery, Shun spent a full hour coaxing her until she was slightly less angry. But even so, the force with which Yukari slammed the door when she left showed that her anger had not yet subsided. Left alone in the room, Shun fell into contemplation. Kekkei Genkai, 3-Tomo Sharingan, 7,301,000. Recalling the scene he had just seen through the Byakugan, his heart involuntarily quickened. Considering the situation with Mikoto, negotiating with clan heads, the conference room of the Konoha command was filled with smoke. Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his hands clasped under his chin, his crimson Sharingan slowly scanning the clan heads present. Everyone, Kirigakure plundered 40 billion ryo from the Land of Fire. Now, their military strength is depleted, and this is our best chance to counterattack. Chose snorted, his corpulent body leaning slightly forward. Counterattack? Clan head Fugaku, your Uchiha clan has already reaped enough benefits on the Iwagakure battlefield. Now you want to monopolize Kirigakure's wealth too? Shun chuckled, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Clan head Choza, if your Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans truly have the ability, you can also demand compensation from Kimogakure. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, gently tapping his temple with his finger. Captain Shun, you can't say that. Our Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are responsible for tying down Kumogekyu's main forces. Otherwise, how would the Uchiha clan have had the chance to show off their skills on the Iwagakure battlefield? Unkai sneered, tying down? How come I heard that Kumogekyu's AB duo almost broke through your defenses? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Hayashi watched coldly, finally speaking. Arguing is useless. The question now is, who will attack Kirigakure, and who will stay behind to defend? Tetsu immediately chimed in. Of course, the clan with the strongest combat power should lead the attack. The Kazami clan excels at tracking, so we must participate in the offense. Inoichi slammed the table and said, Nonsense. How many people are in your Kazami clan? The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, working together, are enough to sweep through the Kirigakure remnants. Fugaki's Sharingan rotated slightly, and the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop sharply. Actually, there's no need to argue at all. Everyone was startled, their gazes all turning to the speaker, Shun. Shun slowly said, We currently have over 7,000 people, while the Kirigakure ninjas who invaded the Land of Fire only amount to about 2,000. Instead of arguing about who goes and who stays, it's better to first disperse our forces, encircle and suppress them for 3 days, and completely eliminate the Kirigakure remnants within our borders. And then, Shikaku narrowed his eyes. Shun's lips curved slightly. All Jinin remain on guard, while Chunin and Jonin attack Kirigakure. Hayashi frowned. Jinin on guard? That's not according to the rules. Because the Hyuga clan excels at reconnaissance, many of their Jinin survived, and they naturally weren't willing. Shun sneered, rules? During the Third Great Ninja War, the Jinin casualty rate is 78.6. Sending them to their deaths in Kirigakure is worse than having them guard at home. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Fugaku slowly nodded. Shun's suggestion is very reasonable. First, clear out the enemies within our borders, then concentrate our elite forces to attack Kirigakure. I agree. Unkai immediately echoed. Shikaku pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, but the distribution of spoils must be agreed upon beforehand. Shun said indifferently, distributed according to war merits. Whoever kills more enemies gets more. Sum snorted. Your Uchiha clan are much more efficient at killing enemies than us. Watching the clan heads argue fiercely over the distribution of spoils, their faces flushed. Shun slowly stood up and said, Everyone, since you all want more spoils, why don't we make a deal? Sum's ninja dog let out a low growl, and she narrowed her eyes. A deal? What kind of deal? Shun smiled slightly, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable power. As long as you support Fugaku-sama to become the 4th Hokage after the war ends, then the distribution of spoils can all be discussed. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Hayashi's pupils constricted slightly, and the veins on both sides of his forehead faintly appeared. He activated his Byakugan, as if to confirm whether he had misheard. The clan head of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans exchanged glances. Shikaku gently tapped his temple, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Shun chuckled. I am merely stating a fact. Konoha now needs a strong leader, and Fugaku-sama is the most suitable candidate. Chose's corpulent body leaned slightly forward, his tone low. The selection of the 4th Hokage should be decided by the village's higher-ups, not by an exchange of interest from a war. Shun raised an eyebrow mockingly. Higher-ups? Are you referring to Hiruzen and his advisor team? Or are you saying that your Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have already internally decided on Minato? Shikaku's eyes grew cold. Captain Shun, please mind your words. Fugaku remained silent throughout, but his Sharingan slowly rotated, observing everyone's reactions. Hayashi suddenly spoke. If we support clan head Fugaku, how does the Uchiha clan plan to distribute the spoils? Shun shook his head and said, The spoils will first be used to pay compensation for casualties on the Kumogekyure and Kirigakure battlefields. The remaining will be distributed among the clans according to war merits. The conference room fell silent. This condition was much more generous than what they had expected. Shikaku pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "This matter cannot be decided by just a few of us clan heads. The appointment of the Hokage requires a Jonin vote, and even the approval of the daimyo." Shun stared at him and asked, "So, do Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clan support or oppose it?" Shikaka did not answer immediately, but instead looked at Inoichi and Choza. Their eye contact lasted only a moment, but it was enough for Shun to catch their hesitation. "We need time to consider," Shikaka finally said. Shun sneered. "War waits for no one. Kirigakure is weak now, and it's the best time. If we drag this out..." He deliberately didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. Finally, Tetsu was the first to break the silence. "If the spoils are distributed as you say, I support clan head Fugaku." Unkai also nodded. The Uchiha clan's strength and achievements indeed qualify them for the position of Hokage. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clan heads remained silent, but their attitudes had softened. Fugaku stood up, his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating, his voice authoritative. "Everyone, Konoha needs a new leader, and I can lead the village towards a stronger future." A moment later, Shikaku slowly exhaled. "We will consider it carefully." Shun nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Then, the plan to encircle and suppress the Kirigakure remnants is settled." The meeting ended, and the clan heads left one after another. Over 7,000 Konoha ninjas spread out like a tide, launching an encirclement and suppression campaign against the Kirigakure remnants within the Land of Fire. The outcome was without suspense. The Kirigakure ninjas were already demoralized and powerless to resist against an enemy 3 times their number. 3 days later, battle reports came in. 731 killed, 409 captured, and the remaining remnants fled to the land of hot water. Race against time inside the Hokage office. Hiruzen's pipe glowed erratically, reflecting his unpredictable expression. Hamura and Koharu sat on either side, their faces also grim. Danzo stood by the window, his single eye fixed on the distant Uchiha clan compound. He lightly tapped his cane, as if he was once again plotting against the Uchiha. Hamura said with a heavy heart, "The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have completely sided with the Uchiha." Out of over 7,000 Konoha ninjas who surrounded and attacked the more than 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas invading the Land of Fire, only about 1,000 Kirigakure ninjas have escaped to the Land of Hot Water. Koharu snorted, slamming her teacup down on the table. They no longer see the Hokage, they only see their own interests. In the shadows by the window, Danzo's cane suddenly struck the ground with a dull thud. A dangerous glint flickered in his single eye. The Ino Shikasi are no longer reliable, and the Hyuga clan also seems to be leaning towards the Uchiha. The war will end soon, and then, Hiruzen, do you really intend to step down? Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, which twisted into the shape of a fan in the air. "It's too late to talk about that now. The problem is, how do we stop them?" Danzo turned around, a chilling glint in his single eye. Kirigakure is now incredibly weak. If the Uchiha truly invade, they could not only reclaim the 40 billion Ryo, but even force Kirigakure to cede territory. At that point, Fugaku's prestige will completely overshadow the Hokage. Therefore, we must end the war before they land. Hamura said in a deep voice. Koharu frowned. "But we can't just order a retreat, and besides, even if we did, the Uchiha wouldn't obey." Danzo suddenly turned, his single eye gleaming in the shadows. "How about we have Kirigakure surrender proactively? We still have spies there." Hiruzen rubbed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" Danzo slowly explained, "Root has spies in Kirigakure. Have them contact the Kirigakure High Command and propose peace terms." Koharu asked, "What terms?" Danzo said lightly, "Return part of the plundered wealth, issue a public apology, and promised not to invade the land of fire again. As long as Kirigakure is willing to bow its head, we can legitimately declare the war over. Hiruzen pondered for a moment. What if Kirigakure refuses? Danzo's voice was cold. Then have the spies spread rumors within Kirigakure, saying that Fugaku intends to destroy Kirigakure in a land of water. Silence filled the office. Finally, Hiruzen slowly nodded. Danzo, proceed with your plan. Inside the South Sand Castle conference room, Shun slapped the battle report onto the table. The numbers on the parchment stung everyone's eyes. 731 killed, 407 captured. Nearly half the enemy escaped. With 3 times the forces in the encirclement, don't you find this result suspicious? Shun's Sharingan slowly rotated, sweeping over every clan head present. Unkai's Genjutsu barrier subtly unfolded, isolating them from outside detection. Tetsu suddenly stood up and asked, "You're saying there's a high-ranking official obstructing us in secret?" Shun pulled out a secret letter and said, "Not only that, but we just intercepted intelligence that Kirigakure has already sent envoys to Konoha." Unkai narrowed his eyes. "Captain Shun, speak plainly." Shun lightly tapped the table, his voice low and dangerous. "We're fighting tooth and nail here, while some people, like the one in the Hokage office, are probably busy secretly negotiating with Kirigakure." Tetsu's pupils constricted. "You mean Hiruzen and Danzo deliberately let the Kirigakure ninjas escape?" Shun sneered. "What else? Kirigakure is now incredibly weak. It's the best time for us to break through in one fell swoop. But if the High Command suddenly orders peace talks, all our military achievements, all our interests, will turn into smoke. Ino Shikach, this is a critical time. You should also state your position." Everyone in the conference room looked towards the Ino Shikach, and the atmosphere fell silent. Shikaku was silent for a moment, then finally sighed. "The Ino Shikach supports the Uchiha. The war had dragged on for too long, and the Ino Shikach had also suffered significant losses. Hiruzen's influence was weakening daily, while the Uchiha were rising powerfully on the battlefield, forcing everyone to reevaluate their positions." Shun nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject. "So, Shikaku, what do you suggest for the best route to attack Kirigakure?" Shikaku's finger traced a line on the map. "Kirigakure excels at water release and naval combat. Crossing the sea from the land of waves or the land of hot water is too risky. The safest route is through Uzushiobikure." Hayashi frowned slightly. "Uzushiobikure? That would add 2 extra days." Shun said meaningfully, "It doesn't matter. We're short on time, yet we're not. I bet Kirigakure will soon send envoys to seek peace, and Hiruzen will definitely agree." Shikaku, undoubtedly a highly intelligent person, pointed out the key. "So, we must attack Kirigakure before negotiations begin." Shun stood up, a cold glint in his eyes. "Not only that, but send orders to block all routes to Konoha. Any Kirigakure envoy should be stopped without hesitation." 3 days later, the Konoha ninja army infiltrated the land of water via the Uzushiobikure coast. Waves crashed against the rocks. Shun stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the distant land of water shrouded in blood mist. He said in a low voice, "Fugaku-sama, once we attack Kirigakure, Konoha's power structure will be completely rewritten." Fugaku's Mangekyo, Sharingan slowly rotated in the shadows. "How are you so sure?" Shun came to his side and whispered, "Everything is arranged. I've even dealt with Root's informants. Just last night, 3 Kirigakure envoy groups were ambushed and killed at the land of fire border with no survivors. Even 2 Konoha ninjas sent to the land of water were dealt with by them." Shun's voice was cold and certain. "No envoys, no peace talks, and we will be the heroes who end the war." Fugaku was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "Proceed." The waves surged, and 4,000 Konoha ninjas, like a black tide, swarmed towards Kirigakure. Meanwhile, in the distant Konoha, inside the Hokage office, an Umbu suddenly appeared. "Report. All liaison teams sent to Kirigakure have lost contact. Danzo said angrily. Darn it, it must be the Uchiha. They even dare to attack Konoha's envoys now. They're trying to rebel. Hiruzen's pipe silently went out in his hand, and he let out a heavy, helpless sigh. He looked out the window, as if he could already smell the coming storm. Kirigakure's defeat before dawn. The coastline glowed with a faint blue light, and 1,000 Uchiha elites lined up along the shore. They wore matching black combat uniforms, with a red and white fan crest embroidered on their backs. Shun stood at the front of the formation, his 3-tomo Sharingan glowing with an eerie red light in the morning sun, scanning the blurry outline of Kirigakure in the distance. An abnormal mist began to spread ahead. It was the jutsu that Kirigakure ninjas excelled at. Seeing the opponent make a move, he showed no panic, amplifying his voice with chakra. Form hand signs. The sound clearly reached every clan member's ears, and 1,000 Uchiha ninjas simultaneously raised their hands, their movements perfectly synchronized as if they were one person. Chakra surged in the air, forming visible ripples, and an unsettling aura churned. Divine demon transformation. The 1,000 Uchiha clan members instantly entered their two-headed, four-armed combat form. This was not all. 4,000 arms rapidly changed their finger positions. The second set of hand signs was completed, and 2,000 Uchiha heads simultaneously lifted. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. 1,000 fireballs, each over 8 meters in diameter, erupted from the mouths of the Uchiha clan members, their flames surging under the enhancement of wind release. The wall of fire stretched from sky to earth, instantly expanding into a blazing barrier nearly 20 kilometers long. The sea surface was illuminated like molten lava, with fire waves tens of meters high and rising heat. The mist cast by the Kirigakure ninjas instantly vanished without a trace, and the first 300 Kirigakure ninjas who charged forward were engulfed in an inferno of flames. Screams of help sounded one after another. What kind of monster is this? A Kirigakure Jonin's legs trembled uncontrollably. His water wall was evaporated the moment it touched the flames. The heat waves distorted the air, making the two-headed, four-armed figures of the Uchiha in the distance look like demons from hell. In the center of this sea of fire, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly spun. Green chakra shot up into the sky, instantly condensing into a 70-meter-tall green Susanoo. It leaped out of the flames, then rapidly charged forward, its 60-meter-long scythe slashing at the fourth Mizukichi. Quick! Protect Mizukichi-sama. A dozen Kirigakure Umbu simultaneously formed hand signs. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A dozen water dragons, each 40 meters in diameter, surged up from the ground, only to be cut in half by the scythe. Yagura's coral staff burst with dazzling blue light. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A towering giant wave collided head-on with the Susanoo, causing the Susanoo to retreat several steps, and Fugaku's eyes bled. As the giant wave receded, it impacted the Kirigakure Umbu. Yagura was horrified to find the Susanoo completely unharmed, while a group of Umbu around him had already fallen. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Yagura's voice was distorted by fear. On the coastline, Shun released his divine demon transformation state, coldly watching the remnants of Kirigakure flee in disarray. His Sharingan clearly captured Mei, the girl with reddish-brown hair, being carried away by 2 Kirigakure ninjas, her emerald green eyes filled with reluctance. So Mei is here. They won't get far. He activated the body flicker technique and quickly pursued her. At this moment, Fugaku's voice, amplified by chakra, spread across the battlefield. Pursue. Within 3 days, I want to see the Mizukichi kneeling before me. The Kirigakure ninjas hastily engaged in battle, but their resistance seemed powerless against the Konoha elites, who were all Chunin or above. Soon, the Konoha ninja shouted in unison, "As long as you surrender and return the 50 billion Rio plundered from the Land of Fire, we will withdraw our troops. Otherwise, Kirigakure will be annihilated today. The morale of the Kirigakure ninjas visibly plummeted, and soon many began to surrender, perhaps a lingering effect of the Bloody Mist policy. The Konoha ninjas' offensive continued, showing no signs of weakening. The fourth Mizukage stood on Kirigakure's high tower, his face grim. Konoha's Fugaku is even more terrifying than rumored. He gritted his teeth. Previously, he had clashed with Fugaku twice, and each time he was suppressed. If not for the Kirigakure Umbu desperately saving him, he would have died on the battlefield long ago. Mizukage-sama, our casualties are increasing. If we keep fighting, a Kirigakure Jonin whispered. Yagura clenched his fists, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. Kirigakure could no longer hold on. Shun knew that Obito would control the fourth Mizukage in the future to purge the Kekkei Genkai clans of Kirigakure. So he had been secretly planning some things. He sent his trusted subordinates to contact several Kekkei Genkai clans in Kirigakure. Konoha is willing to accept you. As long as you are willing, you can become a member of Konoha, enjoying Konoha's protection and resources. The leaders of these clans, upon hearing this news, did not immediately express their stance, but fell into silence. However, the wavering in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Clearly, this proposal held considerable appeal for them. But they could not confirm if it was a trap, so they were still hesitating. At this time, Shun noticed the Yuki clan, known for its beautiful women. This clan possessed the ice-release Kekkei Genkai, and the women in the clan were exceptionally beautiful and had gentle personalities. However, the Yuki clan did not agree to his plan to move and live in Konoha. Fortunately, he had captured Mei, which was a small comfort. Currently, Mei is 1.67 meters tall and only knows how to use boil release. Hey, how was your day? Shun's figure appeared outside the iron bars, holding up a string of crystal-clear ice crystal necklaces, which were handicrafts of the Yuki clan. In the cell, Mei was curled up in a corner, her reddish-brown hair disheveled, her emerald eyes full of vigilance. She unconsciously recoiled and cursed. Get lost. You creep, you scoundrel. Shun's three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, and Jinjutsu was instantly activated. Mei saw visions of her clan members being cruelly murdered one by one, her mother fatally wounded by a kunai, and her father falling at her feet. Ah, you Barato, you demon! Mei screamed, clutching her head. When the Jinjutsu dissipated, she was already lying in Shun's lap. Senshirado tears blurring her vision, she struggled to focus. Come on, Mei, you could do it. Say it clearly for me. Miss, I can't hear you. Try again. Miss. This time her voice was a little louder, but the brightness in her eyes dimmed a bit. After several such lessons, Mei finally settled down, though a hint of nervousness remained in her gaze. 3 days later, Kirigakure started disintegrating from within, and its resistance completely collapsed. Yagura stood before the Konoha main camp, his face ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "We surrender. But there isn't 50 billion Rio. This is 40 billion Rio in war reparations." Fugaku took the scroll, his Mangekyo Sharingan rotating slightly. After confirming it was correct, he slowly nodded. He said indifferently, "Very good. The war is over. My choice is hey, stop pretending to be asleep. I know you're awake." Mei felt someone gently teasing her nostrils with a blade of grass, making her itch unbearably. She reluctantly opened her eyes, meeting a pair of black eyes filled with laughter. Shun snapped his fingers, revealing a brilliant smile. "I have good news for you. The war is over, and Kirigakure has surrendered." Mei instinctively reached for her waist, only to find that her ninja tool pouch had already been confiscated. Shun, like a magician, pulled out her kunai from behind his back and deftly twirled it on his fingertip. "Looking for this? Your weapon will be in my temporary safekeeping. Bastard, give it back to me." Mei lunged to snatch it, but stumbled due to her leg injury, falling directly into Shun's arms. Shun caught her steadily and said playfully, "Whoa, easy there. But I'm sorry, am not really interested in little runts. Mai's face turned red, and she pushed him away. Who's interested in you? Arrogant jerk. Get lost. Shun was not offended, but instead burst into laughter. He moved in front of Mei and suddenly changed the subject. Your Tarim clan is quite interesting. The war just ended, and they're already rushing to send you over for a marriage alliance. Mei froze, her face filled with disbelief. What did you say? A marriage alliance? Shun pulled out a scroll and waved it in front of her. With the war over, Kirigakure is about to enter a period of weakness. Your father signed an agreement with me, exchanging you for some protection and a fallback plan. He scrutinized Mei from head to toe and said, perhaps it's because you were captured by me, so your clan took the opportunity to use you as a bargaining chip. Honestly, for a marriage alliance, I'd prefer your clan send someone a bit more mature and beautiful. You well? Oh dear. Mei trembled with anger, not because of her father's arrangement, but because of the disdainful attitude of the young man in front of her. She suddenly formed hand signs, and a stream of high-temperature mist erupted from her mouth. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Shun didn't even activate his Sharingan. He casually formed a hand sign. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind blew out, dispersing the mist that had just gathered. Mei tried to form hand signs again, but Shun stopped her hands. He guided her along and said, save your strength. Come back to the tent with me. We have serious matters to discuss. Inside a Konoha camp tent, Shun sat cross-legged opposite Mei, toying with a kunai in his hand. He tossed the kunai up and caught it. You have two choices. First, come back to Konoha with me and stay by my side. Second, write a letter home and have Uchih of the Yuki clan take your place in a marriage alliance. Note, Uchih is Haku's mother. Mai's eyes widened instantly. How do you know Chiene? Shun suddenly stepped closer to Mei, lowering his voice. Uchih, 18 years old, possesses the ice-release Kekii Genkai, has never had a Barato, has a gentle and considerate personality, is the perfect choice for a Barato, and most importantly, she's much prettier than you. You jerk, get away from me. Mei tried to push him away from her face, but he easily caught her wrist. Shun released her indifferently and said, little wildcat, such a temper. But I can understand. After all, you're about to be married to a stranger. Who said I'm marrying you? Mei grabbed the water bottle on the ground and threw it at him. Shun tilted his head to dodge the water bottle and said with a grin, could it be that you've fallen for me? Is that why you don't want Chie to take your place? Mai's face flushed red with anger, her hair practically standing on end. Dream on. Narcissist. Idiot. Jerk. Shun clutched his heart in a feigned, injured manner and spread his hands. How mean. I'm handsome, you know. Do you know how many girls want to marry me? Look at you, no figure, no temperament, and your face isn't as pretty as Chie's. Mei could no longer hold back and pounced, biting him on the arm. Shun cried out dramatically. Ow. Definitely a wildcat. That temper is wild enough. Mei let go. Cinchureto, your clan, and the Yuki clan have a marriage alliance, and your relationship with Chie is also good. You should know she is a peace-loving person, and unlike you, she doesn't like to fight. If she comes back to Konoha with me, she can live a rich and peaceful life, which is the life she wants. If she doesn't take your place, in a few years, after you grow up, you'll have to marry me and have a family with me. Mei hastily turned her face away, stammering in protest. You scoundrel. Who wants to marry you? Who wants to settle down with you? Shun burst into laughter, then suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. You look so cute when you're angry. Mei secretly glanced at the young man beside her. The lines of his profile were clean and sharp, and his long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes. She had to admit, he really was quite handsome. Catching her gaze, Shun struck a pose he thought was cool. Then, with a smile, he said, mesmerized, aren't you? Enjoy the view. I'm just that handsome. Mei hastily turned her face away. Who's looking at you? You narcissist, don't touch me. She slapped his hand away, but found that she didn't feel as repulsed by touching him as before. Seeing Mai's reaction, Shun felt there was a chance. He checked the system. Partner, Uzumaki Yukuri, affection, 100, Aoyama Yui, affection, 60. On the system, there was no information about May. Shun frowned slightly, pondering. Does it have to be negative distance first? But she's only... That's too beastly, does it work? Shun walked over to May, and seeing her lost in thought, he leaned in close to startle her. Startled by the sudden approach, May pushed him back and wouldn't let go. The Barato area is rich in nerves, Cincherato. Ouch, that hurts. You're playing for real. May stomped hard on Shun's big toe. Shun's trouble, the salty sea breeze swept across the deck, and Shun leaned against the stern railing, his fingers tapping restlessly on the wooden handrail. His brow was furrowed, completely lacking the composure he showed on the battlefield. Hey, you're annoying me with that tapping. May appeared beside him at some point, her reddish-brown hair flying in the wind. She stood with her arms crossed, her emerald eyes filled with impatience. Saw thee. Shun stopped, forcing a smile. May went straight to the point, a mocking smile on her lips, as she eyed him suspiciously. Is it because you're about to see your girlfriend? Shun's shoulders slumped. How did you know about Yukari? May rolled her eyes. Your subordinates don't know how to keep their voices down when they're gossiping. She mimicked the Konoha ninja's tone. Shun-sama is going to have a headache when he gets back. His official girlfriend and his little fiancée are meeting. Shun feigned annoyance. Shoot, why are they so gossipy? May suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice so that Yukari, is she really your Barato? Shun's expression remained unchanged. Don't use that word. So you admit it? May took a step back, her expression unreadable. Seagulls circled overhead, emitting harsh cries. Shun took a deep breath, deciding to be frank. After Izushivakure was destroyed, Cincherato Shun was quite open about it. In this feudal era, isn't it common for strong men to have many women? May turned and walked away. Shut up, I'm going to find something to eat. It's better than listening to your excuses. Shun watched her retreating back, sighing helplessly. In the distance, the 4 islands of Izushivakure were faintly visible, standing like guardians on the sea. He touched the ninja tool pouch at his waist, where the amulet Yukari had given him when they last parted was kept. An Uchiha clansman approached, bowing respectfully. Shun-sama, Fugaku-sama requests your presence at a meeting. On the watchtower on the east side of Kirigakure, 2 Kiri ninjas were monitoring the departing Konoha fleet through binoculars. Confirmed, the last batch has left our territorial waters. The older ninja put down his binoculars, letting out a long breath. The young ninja wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect Fugaku to lead so many Konoha ninjas to invade. This is Konoha's first invasion of another country. If Fugaku becomes Hokage, then the future of the ninja world is unimaginable. Another young ninja said, I heard that the Uchiha contacted several major clans, and it seems some ninja clans want to leave Kirigakure. I wonder if it's true? The older ninja leading the team sneered. These matters are none of our concern. If you want to live long, you shouldn't discuss these things. On the distant sea, the Konoha fleet had turned into several small black dots, gradually disappearing over the horizon. In the meeting room of Konoha's main ship, Fugaku stood in front of the tactical map, his black hair meticulously tied back, his sharp gaze sweeping over every jonin present. His voice was deep and powerful, every word like a nail driven into everyone's hearts. Sunagakure has withdrawn their troops and proactively proposed an alliance. Hiruzen and his people have already agreed. Once we return to Konoha, the war will be over. In the corner, Shun rested his chin on one hand, his other hand unconsciously Barato the amulet under the table. Shun! Shun! It wasn't until Fugaku raised his voice and called his name a second time that Shun snapped back to attention, standing up reflexively. Here! A few chuckles sounded in the meeting room, but Fugaku's gaze swept over them like a knife, and the laughter immediately ceased. Fugaku commanded, Shun, analyze the current situation. Shun took a deep breath, quickly organizing his thoughts. He walked to the tactical map, his finger pointing at the location of Kikyo Pass. Sunagakure attacked Konoha at great cost. They even pushed the front lines near Kikyo Pass, plundering 5 cities in the Land of Fire. According to previous intelligence, the total value of the food, medicinal materials, and precious metals they plundered is estimated to exceed 80 billion Rio. Sounds of astonishment filled the meeting room. After a while, the noise gradually subsided. Shun continued, they've had their fill in this war. Now, they're proactively withdrawing their troops and proposing an alliance for 2 reasons. First, they're afraid of our retaliation. Second, they want to avoid war reparations. Hayashi frowned, interjecting, Hiruzen has already accepted the alliance. What should we do next? Shun interrupted him, a sharp glint flashing his eyes. That's precisely the problem. 60% of the Land of Wind's food relies on imports from our country, and most of the plunder materials are the property of nobles. After the war ends, the Land of Wind will inevitably face a fierce backlash from the Land of Fire's noble class. The Land of Wind's economy will certainly be greatly affected, so the 4th Kazekage will not have an easy time after he returns. Fugaka nodded imperceptibly, his tone firm. Hiruzen was afraid we would achieve more military merits, so he rushed to accept Sunagekyu's peace offer. But this move seems to be bad. The meeting room instantly erupted, discussions rising and falling. Shun looked around at everyone, raising his voice. We got 30 billion Rio from Iwagakure and 40 billion Rio from Kirigakure. Compensation for casualties on the Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure battlefields will be paid out in a lump sum, but not on the Sunagakure battlefield. Think about it. What will those families who lost loved ones think? What will those severely injured and disabled comrades think? Hayashi clenched his fist and Barato it hard on the table. Hiruzen's actions are practically treason. Scoundrel. The reason he was so angry was that most of the Hyuga clan's ninjas were sent to the Sunagakure battlefield to support Orochimaru, and now it would be difficult to receive casualty compensation for the Sunagakure battlefield, which made him feel betrayed. Shun sneered, even better. Who was the supreme commander of the Sunagakure battlefield? It was Orochimaru, the 3rd Hokage student. The supreme commander of the Kimogakure battlefield was his grand student, Minato, and these 2 battlefields didn't achieve any good results. He deliberately didn't finish, but everyone present understood his hint. The other battlefields were led by the Uchiha. A hint of admiration flashed in Fugaka's eyes, but he quickly regained his authoritative demeanor. Enough, Shun. Your analysis is very insightful. All units will withdraw according to plan and must reach Uzushi-Ogakure before dawn tomorrow. Dismissed now. The Jonin left the meeting room one after another, but Shun was asked to stay behind. At this point, Fugaka's expression had softened considerably. What you said just now was very good. It seems this 4th Hokage position belongs to no one but me. The dilapidated South Sandcastle Gate looked particularly weathered, with cracks in the city walls not yet fully repaired, and a faint bravado of sorrow lingering in the air. Shun stood before the gate, his fingers unconsciously adjusting his collar, his gaze frequently sweeping into the city, appearing somewhat anxious. Mei stood beside him, arms crossed, looking at him with a disdainful expression. Why are you so nervous? Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Shun glanced at her, lowering his voice. What do you know? Yukari usually doesn't get angry, but when she does, it's quite terrifying. Mei was about to retort when a clear female voice suddenly came from the crowd. Shun. Yukari rushed through the crowd. She had a graceful figure, her fair cheeks flushed from running, and her red eyes were filled with joy. Shun instinctively opened his arms, but remembered something at the last moment, his movements stiffening mid-air. Yukari keenly noticed his abnormality, and her steps gradually slowed. She stopped a step away, her gaze sweeping over Mei beside Shun, and she tilted her head slightly. Welcome back. And who is this? The surroundings instantly fell silent. Shun's throat tightened, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Mei, meanwhile, straightened her back, meeting Yukari's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. Shun gulped, his voice slightly dry. This is Terumi Mei, a friend. Imedin Kiri Hakura. Yukari's smile froze. The surrounding clamor of voices seemed to suddenly fade away, leaving only a suffocating silence. The next second, "Shun, you, get over here." She grabbed his left hand and dragged him to the side. "Hey, Yukari, slow down." Shun chuckled awkwardly, the dignified Uchiha genius now looking like a child who had made a mistake. Mei stood her ground, watching the two argue in low voices not far away. Yukari's expressions, sometimes angry, sometimes helpless, and Shun's flustered explanations, were all clearly reflected in her eyes. Strangely, she wasn't as angry as she had imagined. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of relief. A few minutes later, the two returned. Yukari's eyes were a little red, but her expression had calmed down. She walked up to Mei and extended her hand. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Utsumaki Yukari, this idiot's girlfriend." Mei was startled for a moment, then shook her hand, a faint mischievous smile playing on her face. "My name is Terumi Mei. Don't worry, I'm not interested in that kind of rivalry." He said he wanted me to be his close friend. Yukari's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and she let out a chuckle. "Main Barato? Is that how he introduced me?" She took Shun's hand, gently holding it close, and said, "Is this the friend you mentioned?" Shun waved his hands repeatedly. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Yukari hooked one arm through Mei's and held his right hand with the other. "All right, let's go home first. As for you, I'll deal with you when we get back." As the sun set, the shadows of the three young people stretched long. Entering South Sandcastle, traces of war could still be seen on the streets. Collapsed houses had not yet been fully repaired, and occasionally, ninjas wrapped in bandages could be seen hurrying by. Shun's expression gradually grew serious as he asked, "How are those children now?" Due to the urgent war, many young children were allowed to graduate early by the Konoha high-ranking officials. These children, who should have been learning shuriken, throwing in school, were sent to the most brutal Kirigakure battlefield. Yukari's steps paused slightly, her expression dimming. There is no longer any danger to their lives, but disabilities and psychological trauma will be difficult to eliminate in the short term. A hint of gloom flashed in Mei's dark eyes. She was from Kirigakure, the invading party. Shun silently clenched his fists and whispered, "The war is over. They'll take you back to Konoha tomorrow." Yukari nodded. I understand." Shun looked up, his eyes rekindling with light. Psychological trauma can be treated with Jinjutsu, and as for disabilities, we need to research cloning technology, which required a lot of money, but he'll find a way. Yukari was slightly taken aback, then showed a gentle smile. "You're still the same, always thinking of solving everyone's problems." Mei stood by, quietly watching Shun's profile. The setting sun gilded his handsome features, and a determined flame flickered in his dark eyes. This guy, who was usually so jovial, had this side to him after all. After night had fully fallen, they arrived at the temporary medical station. On the innermost bed, a black-haired boy lay quietly. The sleeve of his right arm hung empty, and his dark eyes stared at the tent's ceiling, his gaze as hollow as stagnant water. "Sanji," Yukari called softly, but the boy showed no reaction. Shun squatted by the bed, reaching out to gently caress the boy's forehead. "Does it hurt?" The boy slowly shook his head, his voice hoarse. "It doesn't hurt. It's just that I can't be a ninja anymore." Shun's hand trembled slightly, and the three tomo in his red eyes slowly rotated. Sharingan, Jinjutsu, mind healing. The boy's eyes gradually focused, and the corners of his lips turned up slightly, as if he saw something beautiful. The light of the oil lamp flickered in his dark eyes, like a rekindled vitality. Yukari stood at the entrance, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Mei noticed tears sparkling in her ruby-like eyes. This jutsu can only temporarily relieve it. True healing requires time. When they left the medical station, the night sky was already full of stars. The ruins of South Sand Castle looked particularly desolate under the moonlight, but also somehow held a certain hope of new life. Shun said, "Early tomorrow morning, we'll set off back to Konoha. Yukari, you're responsible for arranging the transfer of the wounded. Mei, you'll come with me to procure some medicinal herbs." Yukari suddenly reached out, and took hold of Shun's right hand. Don't think you can get away with this. As for the little wife matter, we'll settle the score slowly when we get back. Yukari, don't be angry. Shun forcefully hugged her. May watched them bicker, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. The night breeze ruffled her hair, carrying the unique freshness of early spring. Perhaps going to Konoha with this man wasn't such a bad thing. Hiruzen's dirty schemes. The Hokage office was filled with the pungent smell of burnt tobacco, and sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the desk. Hiruzen pushed the crystal ashtray to the corner of the desk, revealing the financial report it had been holding down. The edges of the paper were curled and yellowed, the ink smudged into dark blue stains, faded with age. Hiruzen walked to the window, the smoke from his pipe swirling in the morning light. His gaze suddenly froze. A dozen villagers, dressed in white mourning clothes, were gathered on the stone steps in front of the Hokage building, holding portraits of fallen ninjas, silent as statues. They're here again. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Just a few days ago, tens of thousands of villagers had besieged the Hokage building, and angry family members had almost stormed into the Hokage office. That riot had left 17 Umbu seriously injured, a humiliation Konoha's high-ranking officials preferred not to mention. Hiruzen's voice echoed in the empty office. Someone immediately notify Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo for a meeting. In less than a quarter of an hour, the four highest authorities of Konoha gathered around a circular table. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting shadows across their faces. How serious is the situation? Koharu asked impatiently as soon as she sat down. She had specifically worn her formal advisor robe today, but couldn't hide the fatigue in her eyes. The family members gathered downstairs had increased to over 90, their white banners gently swaying in the morning breeze like an ominous snow. Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Let's talk about the compensation issue for the Sunagakure battlefield." The number of people is still increasing. The office fell into a brief silence, and the cawing of crows from outside sounded like an ominous omen. Koharu traced the numbers on the last line of the list with her fingernail. On the Sunagakure battlefield, Konoha has a total of 3,823 ninjas lost and 598 seriously injured. We need to pay 17.68 billion ryo in casualty compensation. Hiruzen's fingers quietly tapped the edge of his pipe. Then he suddenly asked, "How much is left in the vault?" Hamura's open ledger was filled with red ink. He pushed up his glasses and said, "The vault currently holds 3.14 billion ryo. Koharu's fingertips tapped lightly on the desktop, making a dull sound. 17.68 billion. We can't come up with it. A cold smile appeared on her lips as she gave Hiruzen a meaningful look. Thump! Danzo's cane suddenly struck the marble floor, the sound particularly jarring in the enclosed office. The bandage over his right eye appeared especially sinister in shadows. Given the current situation, there's a high probability of Fugaku becoming the fourth Hokage. We can create some trouble for him. Koharu thought for a moment and said, "Then let's take out 3 billion ryo to appease those casualty families. For the remaining money, we'll say it's installment payments. Anyway, Hiruzen is about to step down. Let the fourth Hokage worry about the rest." Danzo's voice was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, deliberately dragging out the syllables. That's a good method. We'll say it will be paid off within 2 years. If Fugaku can't complete it, we'll unite with those hampered families to impeach him and force him to step down. Hiruzen's pipe turned halfway between his teeth, the exhaled smoke blurring his expression. Then, let's do that. His voice was filled with weariness, yet also a sense of relief. As Shun led over 1,000 ninjas who had retreated from South Sandcastle into Konoha's main street, he saw the dense crowd in front of the Hokage building from afar. Strange. The anticipated chaos did not occur. Thousands of family members of ninjas who had died on the Sunagakure battlefield were orderly queuing, each holding a numbered ticket. His keen gaze swept over both sides of the main street, noticing 2 Umbu standing every 10 meters, and the number of ninjas maintaining order was triple that of last time. Shun's lips curved slightly, a cold glint flashing in his dark eyes. Hiruzen, this old man has become smarter. He raised his hand, signaling the team behind him to stop, and walked forward alone. Turning the last corner, the sight on the high platform made his pupils contract slightly. Hiruzen, wearing his familiar Hokage robe, was bowing to the public. Beside him, Hamura held a scroll, his voice amplified by a sound-boosting jutsu, echoing across the plaza. The first batch of 3 billion ryo in casualty compensation will be distributed, with subsequent compensation to be paid within 2 years. Shun's fist clenched in his sleeve, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. He sneered, his voice so low only he could hear it. Installment payments? What a clever scheme. Now, the war is over, Hiruzen is about to step down, and the Konoha Elder Council will likely change too. This move of theirs is to drain Konoha's finances first, leaving a mess for Fugaku. His gaze, like a hawk's, swept over every window of the Hokage building. Suddenly, a figure flashed in a fourth-floor window. That figure with a bandaged right eye, he would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. Danzo. Previously, Hiruzen had pushed the blame for students graduating early on a Danzo, then imprisoned him. His voice was strained with suppressed anger. I didn't expect that after only a few days, that old geezer would be released. On the distant high platform, Hiruzen was handing compensation to an old woman who had lost her son. The old woman's trembling hands and Hiruzen's feigned sorrow created an ironic scene. Shun knew that beneath this superficial harmony lay an even dirtier political game. He turned and walked towards the waiting team, thinking to deal with Hiruzen. I must first find a way to take down Danzo and his route. For now, I can only complete the mission, then return to the clan land to discuss it with Yashiro. In the mission reception hall, Shun stood at the front of the line. Sarutobi in no way said dryly, his Adam's apple bobbing unnaturally. South Sandcastle Garrison Mission. Records verified. Wages can only be issued after the daimyo's funds arrive. Please return home and await notification. Immediately, a clamor erupted in the hall. Tekka slammed his hand on the counter and said, "This isn't right. The daimyo's funds? They never delay wages. Otherwise, how would ninjas on the front lines fight so hard?" Shun raised his hand to stop the unrest among his clansmen. Tekka, no need to argue. Finish verifying the mission and return to the clan early. His voice was calm, but filled with killing intent. Seeing his gaze, Tekka immediately understood his thoughts. Censuredo, but the sharpness within it could not be hidden. Elder Yashiro, I found some interesting things. Yashiro slowly put down the scroll in his hand, the parchment rustling against the wooden table. His fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the scroll, revealing his inner turmoil. Shun pushed a document across the table and said, Hiruzen's so-called installment payment is a trap. They've already emptied the village's treasury, just waiting for clan head Fugaku to take over and shoulder this blame. Yashiro's fingers trembled slightly when they touched the document. When he saw the numbers on it, a total of 3,823 ninjas lost, 598 severely injured, and a 17.68 billion ryo deficit in condolence payments. The teacup shattered in his hand, and the scalding tea splashed onto the table. These parasites, how dare they take the Barato money of our fallen comrades? Shun's three-tomo Sharingan flickered with a Barato light in the darkness. Since the opponent has made their move, we should counterattack. I suggest taking down Konoha's root and Danzo, exposing their darkness to the public, and clearing the obstacles for clan head Fugaku to become Hokage. The veins on Yashiro's neck bulged, and the anger in his eyes almost materialized. Shun, what's your plan? Shun's eyes were cold, and his voice was terrifyingly calm. Many members of Root are war orphans. Their parents died fighting for Konoha, yet their children not only didn't receive condolence payments, but were forcibly inducted into Root at 5 to 6 years old. According to the intelligence I've gathered, since Hiruzen took over as Hokage, a total of 1,432 children have been sent to Root. However, there are currently only about 100 root members left. In other words, Root's casualty rate is over 90. Ryuka suddenly punched a pillar, angrily saying, "These scumbags really need to be taken down." Shun paused deliberately, observing everyone's reactions, and said, "I also found out that Root is secretly researching Hashirama's cells." Danzo's right arm has not only been implanted with Hashirama cells, but he has even implanted several 3-tomo Sharingan. His bandaged right eye also has a 3-tomo Sharingan implanted. Yashiro slammed his hand on the table, making the tea set clatter. His Sharingan activated uncontrollably, the 3-tomo spinning wildly. Darn it, they even dare to assassinate the Uchiha. What else wouldn't they dare to do? Danzo must be stopped. Isuk's voice carried confusion. Wait, after an outsider implants the Sharingan, not only can they not deactivate it, but also continuously consumes chakra. Why would Danzo implant so many Sharingan? Shun sighed slightly, because he has learned our forbidden jutsu, Izanagi, and Hashirama cells produce a large amount of chakra and are extremely aggressive, so only 3-tomo Sharingan can be implanted to suppress them. Yashiro paced back and forth in the ancestral hall, his footsteps unusually clear in the quiet space. His right hand was already on his ninja tool pouch, a habitual gesture when he was about to act. Dang it, Danzo must be stopped. Shun, quickly tell me how to deal with Danzo and Root. Shun's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his rhythm steady, as if he were calculating something. We can promise the Hyuga clan an advisor position once clan head Fugaku becomes the 4th Hokage, so they can assist us in cornering Root, especially since their Byakugan can see through things. Moreover, some Root members can now use would release, so I also need to contact the Senju clan. Although there aren't many of them, their influence is good, so we should get them involved as well. Ryuka suddenly interjected, Root has even managed to develop wood release. How strong are they? Shun smiled slightly and said, don't worry, that person is only 9 years old right now, Jonin level, but his actual combat strength is a bit weaker than Kakashi. Ryuka's shoulders visibly relaxed. That's good then. Yashiro walked back to his seat and slowly sat down. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice carried an undeniable resolve. Shun, when do you plan to act? Shun stood up, placing both hands on the table, and said solemnly, I'll go contact the Hyuga and Senju clans in a moment. I need Isuk to compile Root's information and Danzo's crimes into flyers. Isuk suddenly protested, making me do odd jobs? I want to do it. I want to attack the Root base. Yashiro's gaze swept over him, and Isuk immediately deflated like a punctured ball. I understand. He'll go print the flyers then. Seeing Isuk's expression, Shun said with a smile, we will capture Danzo tonight. Ryuka will lead a team, cooperating with the Hyuga and Senju, to attack the Root base in the Forest of Death. After succeeding, send up a distress signal. I want the people of Konoha to enter the Root base and witness Root's actions. Upon hearing this, Yashiro suddenly stood up. He looked at everyone with determined eyes, his voice turning chillingly cold. I have only one request. Even if Hiruzen personally intervenes, Danzo must be brought to justice. Shun nodded with a serious expression. Danzo must be Barato, and Root must be exposed. I want to nail the names of Hiruzen and these high-ranking officials to Konoha's pillar of shame. A while later, Shun walked out of Hayashi's house with a pleased expression. It seemed the negotiation was very successful. Then, he walked towards the Senju clan's territory. Senju Akaji's voice trembled. What? Say that again. Shun said calmly, Root's Hashirama cells experiments have had successful cases. 9 years old, male, his name before entering Root was Yamato. Akaji's chakra uncontrollably leaked out, and the table began to shake. That's my nephew. He went missing in the village 3 years ago. I didn't expect him to end up in Root. Shun remained silent at the appropriate moment, giving him time to process the information. Conditions? Akaji finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Tonight, your Senju clan must also send people to assist us and the Hyuga in attacking the Root base. After it's done, This child will be returned to the Senju clan. Of course, I hope the Senju clan will support clan head Fugaku in becoming the fourth Hokage. Akaji's shoulders trembled slightly, and it took a long time for him to calm down. Tonight, 40 Senju will assist you, but I want to defeat Danzo with my own hands. Taking down Danzo is not an option. You cannot defeat him. He has not only implanted Hashirama's cells, but also several 3-tomo Sharingan. Confronting Danzo, the bamboo blinds of the hot spring inn on the commercial street were blown by a strong wind, and in the rising steam, 2 elders of the Shimura clan were leisurely enjoying a massage. Yakumi's kunai silently pressed against the threat before them, and a single glance made the person collapse quietly to the ground. Shimura Musashi, Shimura Takiki, you two have committed crime. The military police force invites you both for a cup of tea. The older one, Musashi, was about to form a hand sign, but found his fingers unresponsive. Unbeknownst to him, his chakra pathways had been sealed. The younger one, Takiki, tried to leap up, but was entangled by a suddenly appearing chain around his ankle, falling heavily onto the stone, splashing a large amount of water. Uchiha, are you trying to rebel? Musashi roared, but was knocked unconscious by a hand chop from Yakumi. As the 2 Shimura clan elders, wrapped only in bathrobes, were dragged out of the hot spring inn, Shun was leaning against a cherry blossom tree outside the door. He reached out and plucked a cherry blossom, saying softly, "Don't worry, you'll see Danzo very soon." It was 7 p.m., and Konoha villagers had just finished dinner and were idle. They saw many people running towards the plaza and began to join them. Soon, thousands of people gathered in the plaza. In the middle of the plaza, the 2 Shimura elders, tied to wooden stakes, were sweating profusely. Suddenly, more than a dozen root ninjas continuously flickered out from various places. In the crowd, an opening was made, and Danzo slowly appeared, his cane heavily striking the ground. Uchiha, release them immediately. Shun stood on the high platform, a slight smile on his lips. Danzo, you old dog came personally, did you? A pleasant surprise. Hearing the unexpected rudeness, Danzo angrily raised his left hand and shouted, "Act." Instantly, more than a dozen root members rushed towards the 2 Shimura elders. Shun made a gesture, and Shizui's 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin. Danzo's single eye instantly lost focus for a few seconds. He had fallen under Shizui's Genjutsu. Shun used the Barato, and a cold light flashed. Danzo's right arm was struck at the Barato, and he was knocked to the plaza. Immediately after, Shun moved swiftly and disabled Danzo's right eye beneath the bandages, neutralizing the still spinning 3-tomo Sharingan. Ah! Danzo's scream sent birds around a 100-meter radius flying. Hiruzen, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene, and his pipe clattered to the ground. His voice, like a muffled thunderclap, boomed. "Shun, release advisor Danzo immediately." 12 Umbu simultaneously drew their weapons, the cold gleam of their kunai forming a continuous line. The villagers at the edge of the plaza began to stir, and a few timid ones were already shrinking their necks and backing away. Shun unhurriedly placed his long sword against Danzo's neck, the blade already drawing a line of blood. Seeing this, Isuk led the police force members to distribute flyers. The flyers detailed Danzo's crimes, the Root's training process, and a list of children who had joined Root over the years. Crime 1. The department Danzo was responsible for was the Umbu Training Subdivision, abbreviated as the Root. Most of its members were war orphans taken into the Root at 5 to 6 years old, and were trained in specialized combat techniques before the age of 10, with a very high casualty rate. According to the military police Barato's investigations, a total of 1,432 war orphans were taken into Root. Centuredo, they become a test subject for Root's human experiments, with a mortality rate close to 100. Crime 2. To steal the Kekiai Genkais of Konoha's clans, capturing villagers for human experimentation. To steal the Uchiha Sharingan and Forbidden Jutsu, assassinating several Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Evidence. Danzo's right arm is transplanted with Hashirama cells and several 3-tomo Sharingan. Beneath the bandage on his right eye, there's another 3-tomo Sharingan. Crime 3. Inciting war. During the Second Great Ninja War, the arrogant Danzo went to Amage Cure and provoked Hanzo, resulting in serious injuries to his right arm and right eye. Hanzo, seeing how weak Konoha's elder was, launched a war against Konoha, leading to devastating losses among Konoha's ninjas. Thousands of villagers, witnessing Danzo's crimes, shouted in unison, "Danzo must be removed from power. He must be stopped. Get him!" Seeing that the villagers' emotions had been stirred, Shun suddenly raised his voice, his words echoing throughout the entire plaza. "Do you know why Danzo committed so many evil deeds, yet no one dared to expose him? Because the one who protected him is none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen." After speaking, the tip of his long sword pointed directly at Hiruzen. The plaza instantly erupted in an uproar, and Hiruzen felt cold sweat break out on his back. Several clan heads in the crowd exchanged meaningful glances. Hiruzen feigned composure and shouted, "Nonsense! When have I ever protected Danzo? I was unaware of his actions." Shun sneered. Root's official name is the Umbu Training Subdivision, and Umbu is a direct subordinate department of the Hokage. Root's funding was also signed off by you, the Hokage. Now, you tell us you know nothing about Root? He held up Danzo's arm, displaying the section embedded with Sharingan to everyone. Where did these eyes come from? And this arm, transplanted with Hashirama cells, how did it come to be? A white-haired old woman suddenly rushed out of the crowd, her trembling finger almost poking Hiruzen's face. "The day my grandson was taken, I clearly saw it was Umbu members who took him." An old farmer wearing a straw hat tremblingly took a flyer, his cloudy tears dripping onto the paper. "My grandson said he was going to participate in the Umbu selection, but he never came back. So he's gone, huh?" In the crowd, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly broke out. "This is my little Ryota. His name is on the list." When the part about the terrible conditions they had to endure to survive was read, a burly man suddenly hurled the cleaver in his hand toward the high platform, striking Danzo hard in the leg. Hiruzen's barato trembled as he looked around, seeing only angry and betrayed eyes. Even the most loyal Umbu had now laid down their weapons. Hiruzen's voice suddenly aged considerably. I don't know." Enduring the pain, Danzo suddenly grinned widely. "Evil Uchiha. Everything has nothing to do with Hiruzen. Everything I did was for Konoha." Upon hearing this, Shun flared up with strong hostile intent. He swiftly swung his long sword, making a sharp sound that cut through the air. Danzo's barato collapsed in shock, a clean strike ending the fight. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually lost? Shimura clan's problem. Danzo fell onto the stone slabs of the plaza. That perpetually gloomy face was still frozen in an expression of disbelief. The entire plaza fell into a deathly silence, then barato into thunderous cheers. "Great job! Great job! Danzo must be stopped." The cheers rose in waves, and barato people gathered, drawn by the sound. In an instant, treetops and rooftops were filled with people, tens of thousands watching. Danzo was a Hokage advisor, with a status almost equal to the Hokage. Unexpectedly, in just a few seconds, he was struck down in the street. Hiruzen pushed through the crowd, his face pale, as he looked at his old friend and political rival, now fallen on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Shun, do you know what you've done?" Shun said disdainfully, "I wielded the butcher's knife for justice, killing someone who deserved to die." Hiruzen pointed at Shun and roared. Even if Danzo was guilty, he should have been trialed, and he was a Hokage advisor. So even if he were executed, he should have had a barato dignified end. How could you resort to such violence? Shun carefully placed the Sharingan he had recovered into a nutrient solution container, then collected Danzo's arm, which contained Hashirama's cells. Finally, he turned to face Hiruzen, his eyes full of contempt. "Everyone look, this is the true face of our Hokage. He thinks people like them are high and mighty, that even their deaths need to be dignified. They wouldn't consider the despair and helplessness of the 1,000 children in the root base, being subjected to cruel and inhumane experiments, suffering through unimaginable pain and loss. But when it comes to these high-ranking officials, they demand trials, they demand dignity. Tell me, was I wrong to silence him? Silence. 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 These scumbags deserve no mercy. The shouts grew louder and louder, and the surrounding villagers seemed to transform into an angry mob at that moment. Hiruzen's face grew increasingly ugly. He looked around, and seeing Hayashi, Akagi, and others standing behind Shun, he knew it was too late to turn the tide. Seeing Hiruzen's pale face, Shun arrogantly walked over and spat a thick wad of phlegm at his feet. You, calling yourself the strongest Hokage, you're useless. Cinchureto, dozens of Hiruzen's loyal followers tried to rush over and teach Shun a lesson, but they were stopped by the surrounding police force members. Hiruzen's face turned from green to white, then he calmed down. He snorted coldly, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen Umbu members and Hiruzen disappeared from the spot using the body flicker technique. Just then, above the forest of death, a dazzling signal flare rose, and the Uchiha clan's crest bloomed in the sky. Shun looked up, a slight smile on his lips. He knew the root base had been completely taken over. He turned to the surrounding villagers and announced loudly, "Fellow Konoha compatriots, are you willing to come with me to the root base and see the hidden dark truth?" The crowd responded with even greater enthusiasm and began to move. Hiruzen stood in the Hokage office, feeling a wave of powerlessness wash over him. He knew that Konoha's power structure was about to undergo a drastic change. Dang it, what should I do? Someone quickly summoned Koharu and Hamura, the advisors, to the Hokage office. Deep within the Barato, at the Barato to the root base, people surged like a tide. Shun's voice, amplified by chakra, spread throughout the entire area. "Everyone, please prepare yourselves. You are about to witness Konoha's darkest truth, protected by Hiruzen." Looking at the open base gate, the villagers hesitated for a moment, then walked in one after another. The interior of the base was brightly lit, and the walls still bore traces of the recent battle. Every few steps, one could see subdued root ninjas, bound by special fuinjutsu. What is this?" A woman's voice trembled slightly. The crowd pushed forward, then erupted in frightened screams. In the spacious laboratory, dozens of 2-meter-tall transparent culture tanks were neatly arranged, each containing a floating child aged 5 to 7. "Oh my God, that's Ryota, who disappeared 2 years ago." A middle-aged woman suddenly rushed towards one of the tanks. Her fingers trembled as she pressed them against the cold glass, tears streaming down her face. He was only 5 years old then. The Umbu said he was abducted by enemy ninja. "This is a missing child from our Senju clan." A Senju clansman recognized the figure in another culture tank. The laboratory walls were covered with detailed, experimental records. They coldly documented the painful experiments performed on these living subjects, how the rejection reactions of Hashirama cells were tested, and other clinical details. An elder of the Senju clan punched the wall, and with a burst of chakra, the sturdy stone wall immediately cracked. "Beasts! They actually used our children for such experiments." Anger spread like a plague through the crowd. Some began to cry, some stood dumbfounded, and in the eyes of many, the flames of hatred ignited. Shun raised his voice. "Everyone, please calm down. This is just the first level. There's more below." Before he could finish, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the crowd. "The bastards of the Shimura clan. They all deserve to die." Like a lit fuse, the crowd instantly erupted. The villagers stopped their tour and rushed out. They shouted slogans of revenge, their eyes filled with tears and fury. On Konoha's commercial street, the angry crowd surged like a tide towards the various shops operated by the Shimura clan. "Smash it!" A father who had lost his son picked up a stone from the roadside and violently smashed it against the display window of Shimura Pharmacy. The sound of shattering glass was like a signal and dozens of people swarmed forward. Shelves were toppled, precious medicinal herbs were trampled, and counters were torn to pieces. The owner of the adjacent Shimura weapons shop, seeing this, frantically closed his doors, but it was too late. "What are you doing? This is private property." A Shimura ninja tried to stop them, but was immediately surrounded by the angry crowd. Fists rained down, and he was quickly overwhelmed by the mob. Tens of thousands of villagers gathered outside the Shimura clan compound, throwing bottles in protest. The exquisite Japanese-style buildings soon burst into raging flames, black smoke billowing into the sky. Inside the residence, the members of the Shimura clan frantically packed their belongings and fled through secret passages. A Shimura elder cursed incessantly. "These ungrateful commoners. Danzo-sama sacrificed so much for Konoha." He couldn't finish his sentence as a kunai shot from the shadows, accurately piercing his throat. The old man fell, his eyes wide, never understanding who had struck him down. Hiruzen's bias inside the Hokage office. Hiruzen's fingertips trembled, and ash silently fell into the ashtray. Shun struck Danzo down right before my eyes. That kid didn't hesitate at all when he did it. Hamura pushed up his crooked glasses and said, "The root base has been breached, and its secrets have been exposed. Now the people of Konoha have lost trust in us." The office fell into a dead silence, and the ticking of the wall clock's second hand suddenly became unsettling. Koharu broke the silence, asking, "Hiruzen, what are your thoughts?" Hiruzen suddenly pulled open a drawer and took out a scroll engraved with a flame emblem. "The Uchiha must have other plans. We must consider our escape route. The 12 Guardian Ninja plan proposed by the daimyo 3 months ago is now the perfect time to launch." Koharu frowned. "Hiruzen, didn't you look down on the daimyo before, saying that the daimyo wanted to develop ninja power to counterbalance Konoha, so you never agreed? Now you want to seek refuge with the daimyo. It's been delayed for over 3 months. Will the daimyo still agree?" Hiruzen interrupted, his fingers tracing the scroll. "Times have changed. The Konoha of the future will not be ours to command. I've decided to have Asuma join the 12 Guardian Ninjas, and at the same time, have him take a portion of the Sarutobi clansmen to seek refuge with the daimyo as an apology." Koharu and Hamura's eyes briefly met in the air, and they nodded in tacit agreement. Hamura pushed up his glasses. "We also agree. In fact, I also want to send some of my clansmen to seek refuge with the daimyo." Hiruzen made the final decision, his voice revealing a rare urgency. "Then let's do it. Leave tonight, lest there be further complications." Hamura lowered his voice. "What about the specific route?" Hiruzen tapped the table with his pipe. "Gather at 3 a.m. and use the Sarutobi clan's secret passage. Inside the study of the Sarutobi clan's residence, 13-year-old Asuma kicked over the low table. Teaware crashed to pieces, and hot tea snaked across the floor. "I'm not going. Why should I be some 12 Guardian Ninja?" He stubbornly held his head high, his messy hair as unruly as his temper. Hiruzen's brows knitted into a knot. "Asuma, this isn't asking for your opinion. It's an order." Asuma sneered. That old jerk Danzo deserved to be finished off. "I didn't offend the Uchiha." Hiruzen slapped the wall, making the entire door shake. "Silence. Do you think this is a ninja game? Shun can execute an advisor in the street today, and tomorrow he could destroy the Sarutobi clan." Asuma was momentarily stunned by his father's rage, but the rebelliousness of youth quickly took over again. "Then let Big Brother go. Doesn't he always boast about how amazing he is? Shinizuke, he has other missions. You are the most suitable candidate." Hiruzen's eyes flickered, and his voice suddenly became low. Asuma keenly caught his father's momentary hesitation. "I don't want to leave Kurenai. I promised to stay with her, to eat dango with her tomorrow." Hiruzen crouched down, looking his son in the eyes. "Asuma, listen to me. The clan is in danger of being wiped out at any moment. If you go to the daimyo, at least you can leave a spar for the clan." Asuma pursed his lips, stubborn tears glistening in his eyes. "What about Kurenai, then?" Hiruzen forced a smile and reached out to ruffle his son's messy hair. "We'll be fine. Once the situation stabilizes, You can come back anytime. Maybe, by then you might even be the leader of the 12 Guardian Ninja. And that girl Kurenai will definitely look at you with new eyes. Seeing Asuma turn his face away, but no longer argue, Hiruzen knew he had compromised. Go pack your things. Only take the most essential items. At 3 a.m., gather at the clan shrine. Remember, don't tell anyone, including Kurenai. Asuma nodded silently and left the room. At 3 a.m., Asuma carried a small bundle, accompanied by over 20 Sarutobi clansmen. Koharu and Hamura each brought 21 of their own clansmen. Hiruzen slipped a secret letter into Asuma's inner pocket. Do you remember the route? After exiting the secret passage, head straight for the small river to the east. There will be people waiting to meet you there. You must reach the daimyo's mansion within 1 day and personally hand this letter to the daimyo. Asuma nodded, his throat tight. Only now did he truly realize that he bore the future of the clan on his shoulders. Father. Hiruzen patted his son's back, suppressing the sting in his nose. Go, and let the name of Sarutobi flourish in the daimyo's mansion. With a muffled thud as the mechanism activated, the shrine's floor slowly moved aside, revealing a pitch-black opening. Asuma took one last look at his father and the familiar shrine, then turned and walked into the secret passage. Over 60 people followed closely, quickly disappearing into the darkness. When the floor closed, the crowd gradually dispersed. A figure emerged from the shadows, Shinizuke, a cold sneer on his lips. Father truly dotes on my younger brother, letting him escape while leaving the first son to die. I always thought you were just strict with me, but now I understand you never saw me as an heir. Seeing his first son act so unpromising, Hiruzen angrily cursed, Foolish! Have you ever considered how the clan members would view you if you, as the clan heir, left during a time of danger for the clan? Would you still be fit to inherit the clan then? Shinizuke's voice became increasingly sharp. That's just your excuse. You must be lying to me. Watching him act so foolishly, Hiruzen felt a bit weary. He sighed and said, Now the village only has 10,208 ninjas. Our Sarutobi clan, plus the Udatain, Midokado, and Shimura clans, total 3,695 ninjas. If all of our clans were killed, then Konoha would only have over 6,000 ninjas left. Would it still be able to defend the land of fire then? So, I sent Asuma over there because I wanted to tell the daimyo that our situation is very dangerous and we need the daimyo's support. Shinizuke was only 24 years old right now. How could he understand all the intricacies? He lowered his head and said with a wronged expression, Father, I was wrong. Hiruzen had intended to slap Shinizuke, but hearing him admit his mistake, his hand, which had just been raised, ultimately fell weakly. He felt a surge of emotion internally and said, Shinizuke, my foolish son, your talent isn't as good as Asuma's, and your mind isn't sharp. How could I entrust the Sarutobi clan into your hands? Don't blame me. This is all fate. Striking a deal with Orochimaru morning fog enveloped Konoha, and the air was filled with dampness and sorrow. Shun stood by the newly dug graves, watching small coffins slowly lowered into the earth. Cinchuredo, landing on Orochimaru, who stood alone in the distance. This legendary Sannin was coldly observing the funeral, his golden vertical pupils devoid of any pity. Just then, a small figure ran out from the crowd, his short black hair fluttering in the morning breeze. 5-year-old Itachi, dressed in formal black clothes, ran directly towards Orochimaru. Itachi's voice was childish, yet unusually steady. Orochimaru-sama, why don't you mourn with everyone? Orochimaru looked down at the child, who barely reached his waist, and a half-smile, half-sneer curved his lips. Mourning the dead is meaningless. They only have value when they can be utilized. Itachi blinked his dark, wide eyes. This answer clearly exceeded his expectations. Then, what is the meaning of life? Itachi's voice held the persistence unique to a child. Orochimaru's golden pupils stared directly at Itachi. There is no meaning. Once a person dies, everything will slowly disappear. Only living eternally has meaning. With that, his wide sleeves flapped in the wind, and he turned and left alone. Itachi stood rooted to the spot, his small figure appearing especially lonely. Shun walked forward and gently placed his hand on Itachi's head. His gaze was firm, his voice gentle. Because human life is very short, it is necessary to do meaningful things within that limited time. A person's birth is like a blank sheet of paper. Whether this paper is filled with chaotic stains or a beautiful painting depends on one's choices and perseverance. Itachi looked up, two distinctly different philosophies clashing in his eyes. Shun smiled, then quickly chased in the direction Orochimaru had left. After passing through several groves, Orochimaru deliberately made his footsteps heavier, then walked to a secluded area. "Are you looking for me for something?" Shun said unhurriedly. "All the data regarding your human experiments in the root base have been secretly preserved by us." Orochimaru's pupils contracted into a thin line, killing intent hidden in his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Shun took out a sealing scroll and said, "No, it's a trade. I have a lot of intelligence, such as your laboratory in the land of waves and your pursuit of eternal life. This scroll contains a piece of intelligence. As long as one possesses the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, one can live forever by continuously replacing hearts. The person currently using this secret technique is already 75 years old. He has installed 5 hearts in himself, and only by destroying all 5 hearts can he truly be killed." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's breathing visibly quickened for a moment. "What do you want?" Shun smiled confidently. "Complete research data for the cursed seal of heaven and earth, including all failed cases and the optimization process." The sound suddenly quieted, as if the air between the two had solidified. Orochimaru suddenly laughed, but his voice was hoarse. "Interesting. When did the Uchiha clan become interested in my research?" Shun did not directly answer the question. "Orochimaru, your talent is astonishing, naturally worthy of the Uchiha's attention." Orochimaru extended his pale hand. "Throw the scroll over. I need to verify it first." Shun tossed the scroll to him, and Orochimaru caught it steadily. After quickly browsing the contents of the scroll, he spat out a wet scroll from his mouth and threw it over. Happy cooperation. With the trade complete, Orochimaru turned to leave. Shun quickly called out, "Wait, Orochimaru, I know you are determined to leave Konoha, and we Uchiha will not stop you, but I want your improved Edo Tensei." Orochimaru looked back, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "Although my improved Edo Tensei is not yet perfect, the price you are offering is not enough." Shun pondered for a moment. In the original story, the funding for Orochimaru's human experiments seemed to be provided by Danzo's root. Now that Danzo has been killed by him, Orochimaru's future experiments will certainly lack funds. So, he curled his lips and said with a smile, "I know that you enjoy scientific research. We Uchiha can provide funding and will not interfere with the process, only asking that you share your research results." Orochimaru waited again, then summoned another scroll and threw it over. "Remember your promise. If you can't fulfill it, I will collect interest." After reaching their respective goals, the two parted ways. Back at the Uchiha clan compound, the core members of the clan had already gathered in the Uchiha Ancestral Hall. Fugaka sat in a chair, saying in a deep voice, "Shun, you are late." Shun bowed slightly, his long black hair sliding from his shoulder. "Clan head, I just met with Orochimaru, hoping to persuade him to stay, but he insisted on leaving Konoha." "Umph." Yashiro slammed his hand on the table, saying angrily, "We already covered up his involvement in Root's human experiments, and yet he still wants to leave." Inside the Ancestral Hall, there was a sudden buzz of discussion, with Ryuka, Isuke, and other Uchiha high-ranking members exchanging worried glances. Fugaku raised his hand to signal for quiet, his voice steady. "We underestimated him. A powerful individual like him would not leave his weaknesses in the hands of others, even if we promised not to use that weakness." Public opinion war inside the Uchiha shrine. Candlelight flickered, illuminating the serious faces of everyone present. Shun surveyed the crowd and slowly began. Orochimaru leaving the village is a good thing. It means Fugaka-sama has one less strong opponent in the fourth Hokage election. His words instantly tightened the atmosphere in the shrine. The fourth Hokage election was crucial for the Uchiha clan to break through the suppression of the higher-ups. Also, Inaho, have you compiled the list I asked you to prepare? Shun's gaze turned to Inaho, who was sitting in the corner. Inaho stood up, pulled several sheets of paper from a file, and distributed them to each corps member present. These are the casualty figures from the various battlefields during the Third Great Ninja War. Everyone looked down at the papers, the numbers on them shocking. Shizui's Sharingan unconsciously rotated, and as he saw those numbers, he seemed to recall the chaos of the battlefield again. Casualty rate ranking. First place, Kirigakure Battlefield. Overall commander, Hyuga Hyori. Casualty rate 79. 6 participating forces, 2,247 killed, 142 severely wounded. Second place, Sunagakure Battlefield Overall Commander. Orochimaru casualty rate 67.7 participating forces, 7,000 for 1,264 killed, for 179 severely wounded. Third place, Kumogakure Battlefield Overall Commander. Namikaze Minato casualty rate 58. 5 participating forces, 5,500, 2,860 fallen, 359 severely wounded. Fourth place, Iwagakure Battlefield Overall Commander. Uchiha Fugaka casualty rate 45.1 participating forces, 8,000, 3,226 fallen, 378 severely wounded. Shursui frowned deeply and sighed. The Kirigakure battlefield had high casualties because most of the 3,000 people were early graduates. But why was the casualty rate for the Sunagakure battlefield also so tragic? Shun sneered, because the Ino Shikisage, Inazuka, Aburame, and other clans were all transferred by Hiruzen to the Kumogakure battlefield to boost the Yellow Flash's achievements. Aside from 1,500 Hyuga clan members and 300 Senju clan members, the remaining 5,200 people on the Sunagakure battlefield were all civilian ninjas. Orochimaru managing to hold out for so long is already a miracle. Ha ha ha. Yakumi raised the paper and burst out laughing. He raised his voice in mockery. The Hyuga clan certainly suffered a great loss this time. They bet on Orochimaru, and as a result, of the 1,500 people they sent to the Sunagakure battlefield, 893 were killed and 94 were severely wounded. Hiruzen pitied them and gave them command of the Kirigakure battlefield, where they sent 300 people, with 243 killed and 42 severely wounded. Hearing such casualty data, Yashiro also began to laugh. The Hyuga clan is also a 1,000-year clan, and this time they've fallen on hard times. They only have a total of 2,166 ninjas, and now 1,136 have been lost and 136 are severely wounded, a loss of over half. It will take the Barado than a decade to recover. Upon hearing this, cold sneers gradually echoed in the shrine. The Hyuga clan had always been arrogant, but now, due to choosing the wrong side, they had suffered a great deal of damage. Shun's smile faded, his gaze cold and heavy. The Iwagakure battlefield had the lowest casualty rate because the Uchiha, Kurama, and Kazami clans were at the very front lines, allowing the casualties of civilian ninjas to be controlled. But precisely because of this, 1,277 Uchiha were killed on the Iwagakure battlefield, 122 on the Kirigakure battlefield, and 63 during the attack on Kirigakure. In total, 1,462 Uchiha died in battle, and 175 were severely wounded or disabled. Hearing of so many clan member casualties, the shrine fell into a deathly silence. Shun slowly stood up, a cold light flickering in his Sharingan. I have compiled the casualty data of each major clan into 2 lists, Konoha Hero Clan List and Konoha Tumor Clan List. I intend to release both of these lists together. Everyone looked at the content of the 2 lists. Hero List first. Uchiha Clan total ninjas, 3819 total participating, 3819 killed, 1462 severely wounded, 175 second. Hyuga clan total ninjas, 2166 participating, 2000 killed, 1136 severely wounded, 136 third. Kurama clan total ninjas, 1244 participating, 1200 killed, 568 severely wounded, 113 tumor list first. Sarutobi clan total ninjas, 1644 participating, 1100 killed, 54 severely wounded, 11 second. Udatain clan total ninjas, 848 participating, 800 killed, 16 severely wounded, 2/3. Shimura clan total ninjas, 616 participating, 600 killed, 27 severely wounded, 3. Since the data was collected by Inaho, he stood up to explain to everyone. The tumor list mainly records some clans that shirked their duties in the war. For example, the Sarutobi clan has a total of 1,644 ninjas, but they only sent 1,100 to participate in combat. Among them, 500 were responsible for logistics and transport, and 600 were stationed in relatively safe areas. Additionally, they abandoned their teammates multiple times during the war, which is why their actual casualties were only 54. The Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans are the same. Their casualty rates are pitifully low. Shun clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. I plan to make 80,000 copies of these lists. We will try to let every villager know who truly protected them on the battlefield, and also let those clans sacrificed by the higher-ups understand how many people Hiruzen's decisions ultimately killed. Only in this way can Fugaku-sama gain enough support for the 4th Hokage election. At this, Fugaku stood up excitedly. He crossed his arms, his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. The public opinion war has begun, but this alone is not enough. We need allies. The Hyuga, Senju, Ino Shikasi-H, and other clans are all suitable allies. We should try our best to win them over. Shun nodded, agreeing. I previously promised the Hyuga clan an advisor position, and they're willing to support us. Before clearing out the root base, I spoke with Akaji, and they're also willing to support us. During this war, the Ino Shikasi-H also have strong opinions against Hiruzen, so they can also be won over. As for the civilian ninjas, once they see the lists we distribute, they will understand who truly is willing to protect them. In the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan suffered significant casualties, but also achieved great merits. Fugaku's gaze swept over every clan member present. From today onwards, the Uchiha clan officially participates in the 4th Hokage election. I hope everyone will work hard together. Yashiro also stood up, raising his right arm high and shouting fanatically, the position of Hokage. It's finally our Uchiha's turn. Bloodsuckers of Konoha, it was still dark, but figures were already bustling within the Uchiha clan compound. 1,000 Uchiha clan members, dressed in uniform black combat suits, each holding a thick stack of flyers. Shun spoke confidently. Remember, we don't stir up trouble, but we won't run from it either. We're simply letting the truth be heard. If Umbu tries to intervene, don't be afraid. Call for backup right away and face them directly. The 1,000 people nodded in unison, making no sound. Then 1,000 Uchiha ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, and the chakra fluctuations of the body flicker technique vibrated in the air. The next second, they surged like a black tide, spreading to every corner of Konoha. Soon, 80,000 flyers were distributed throughout Konoha. What is this? An old farmer selling vegetables bent down to pick up a piece of paper that had floated to his feet, squinting his dim eyes. Konoha Hero Clan, list recording the clans with the most tragic casualties in the Third Great Ninja War. Konoha Tumor Clan, list exposing the parasites who hid in the rear and profited greatly from the war. The old farmer's hands began to tremble. His son had died on the Kirigakure battlefield, and the coal numbers on the list told him that some people hadn't fought at all. Is this true? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes instantly reddened. A nearby vendor leaned over, took a look, and his face changed drastically. It's true. These flyers were distributed by the Uchih. They wouldn't fake it. Soon, more and more flyers appeared in every corner of Konoha, plastered on bulletin boards, slipped into shop door cracks, and even floated into ninja dormitories. 80,000 flyers, like 80,000 sparks, instantly ignited the anger of the entire Konoha. On the commercial street, the crowd grew larger and larger. A civilian ninja gritted his teeth, pointing at the list. Look, this is the Sarutobi clan's contribution. Out of 1644 ninjas, 1,000 were sent to battle, with 500 responsible for logistics, the remaining 500 hiding in safe zones, and 54 lost. Another person roared, "Look at the Uchiha clan, 1462 lost, the Hyuga clan, 1136 lost. They're the ones truly fighting on the battlefield. Curse the Hokage. Curse the higher-ups." A retired ninja who had lost his left arm kicked over his newly set-up fruit stand, sending apples rolling everywhere. My brother Barato on the Sunagakure battlefield, and we couldn't even recover his Barato. I was severely injured, disabled, and retired, forced to earn money by selling fruit. While these bastards are counting money in the village, the anger spread like wildfire, and soon, more inside stories were dug up. Within the Nara clan compound, Shikaku stood in the living room of his home, his face ashen. His voice was cold. Our three clans have always been considered Hiruzen's confidants. But what's the result? 1830 of us participated, 768 lost, 84 severely injured, almost wiped out. He tossed the flyer onto the table. Meanwhile, the Sarutobi, Udatain, Midokado, and Shimura clans, responsible for logistics and transport, only delivered supplies once every 7 days, making only 4 trips a month, resting in the village for the remaining 26 days. Inoichi sneered, "Our clan's pharmacies have Kohara's procurement records. For every medicinal ingredient she purchased, she demanded a 30 kickback. In this war, out of 17 billion Ryo in medical supply procurement, she pocketed 5.1 billion Ryo." Choza smashed the solid wood table in front of him with his fist. The Midokado clan resold explosive tags and sealing scrolls at exorbitant prices, and the Shimura clan even forged lists of the deceased to fraudulently claim supplies and sell them on the black market. All these scandals must be exposed. Shikaku's voice was firm and decisive. Soon, more insider information poured out like a flood. The Sarutobi, Udatain, Midokado, and Shimura clans, responsible for logistics and transport, only delivered supplies once every 7 days, making only 4 trips a month, resting in the village for the remaining 26 days. Over 1,000 members of the Sarutobi clan didn't even go to the battlefield. They all hid in the village making explosive tags. A ninja tool shop owner whispered to the onlookers. A nearby civilian ninja wearing a forehead protector sneered, "The price of explosive tags has doubled." Genin-level explosive tags, which cost 600 Ryo each in peacetime, sold for 1,200 Ryo each during the war. Chunin-level ones were even more outrageous, 3,600 Ryo each. A genin, making 15 explosive tags a day, has a net profit of 400,000 Ryo a month. A chunin is even more exaggerated, 20 tags a day, netting 1.6 million Ryo a month. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. I heard that during the war, the Sarutobi clan produced 17.72 million genin-level explosive tags and 6.71 million chunin-level explosive tags, selling them for a total of 23.68 billion Ryo. This money was directly transferred by Hiruzen from the daimyo's war appropriations. The crowd completely erupted. "They're sucking our blood. We must demand an explanation." Soon, angry citizens began to gather in front of the Hokage building, their voices rising in waves. Inside the Hokage office, the air seemed to have solidified. Tens of thousands of people besieging the Hokage building. This is the second time. Hiruzen's pipe had long gone out, and gray tobacco ash was scattered on the desktop. His fingers trembled slightly, knuckles white, clutching a crumpled Konoha tumor clan list. Kohara's face was ashen, her lips trembling. The news can't be suppressed anymore. Now even the children in the village are singing songs mocking us. Hamura's glasses reflected a cold light, and he continuously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Uchiha. It must be the Uchiha pushing this from behind. They want to use public opinion to force us to step down. Just then, the office door was violently pushed open. A Sarutobi clan member stumbled in, knelt on one knee, and said urgently, "Clan head, Commercial Street. Something happened on the Commercial Street. Calm down, don't panic. Explain clearly." Hiruzen abruptly stood up, his chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. The Sarutobi clan member's voice trembled. All the shops of the 4 major clans have been smashed. Someone is leading a boycott, even throwing kunai and explosive tags into the shops. Now all the shops are closed, and even our Sarutobi clan shops have been splashed with red paint, with words written on them. What's written? Hiruzen's voice was terrifyingly low. It says, "Bloodsuckers, Konoha tumors." The office fell into a dead silence. Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness, and thought to himself, if Danzo were still alive, it would be good. If something went wrong, he could be made the scapegoat. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. "We can't let this continue. We have to talk to Fugaku. If he wants the Hokage position, we'll give it to him. You two will also automatically give up your advisor positions." Hearing that they had to give up their advisor positions, Koharu and Hamura stood up. "Hiruzen, there's no need to give up the advisor positions, right?" Hiruzen sighed deeply, feeling truly exhausted now. "Foolish, don't you understand yet? The Uchiha want to wipe us out. Our lives are almost gone, and you still want power. Truly foolish beyond belief." The few of them had grown up together, and now in their 50s, they had never seen Hiruzen so angry, so powerless. They panicked for a moment and dared not speak further. "I will use reverse summoning to inform Asuma and have him tell the daimyo that our 4 clans want to pledge allegiance to him. This is our only way out." 4th Hokage, Fugaku in the Hokage office, Hiruzen's fingers tightly clutched the Land of Fire's daimyo's reply. The Land of Fire's emblem on the letter was clear and authoritative. "Grant permission for the Sarutobi, Udatain, Midokado, and Shimura clans to relocate to the daimyo's mansion, and from this day forward, they shall receive direct protection from the Land of Fire." Hiruzen let out a long breath, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. He looked out the window. The tens of thousands of villagers surrounding the Hokage building made it hard for him to breathe. He called out in a deep voice, "Someone, go invite Fugaku, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clan's clan heads, Hayashi, Unkai, to the Hokage building immediately for a meeting." Inside the Hokage building's conference room, Fugaku sat at one side of a long table, with Shun and Yashiro standing behind him. Opposite them were the clan heads of the Ino Shikasi-H, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza. Next to them were Hayashi, Unkai, and others. Hiruzen looked haggard, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deeper than usual. "Everyone, I have invited you here today for the future of Konoha." The room was silent, all eyes focused on him. Hiruzen took a deep breath and then bowed deeply. "First, I want to apologize to all the ninjas and villagers of Konoha. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi, Udatain, Midokado, and Shimura clans failed to fulfill their responsibilities and even harmed the village's interest for personal gain. As Hokage, I am entirely to blame." Everyone's expressions varied, but no one interrupted. Hiruzen straightened up and continued, "Therefore, I have decided, first, to immediately remove Koharu and Hamura from their advisor positions. Second, I myself will resign from the position of Hokage, and I nominate Fugaku to succeed as the 4th Hokage." As soon as he finished speaking, a low murmur of discussion instantly erupted in the conference room. Hiruzen did not pause, taking out a document stamped with the Land of Fire daimyo's seal from his robes. Furthermore, the Sarutobi, Udatain, Midokado, and Shimura clans will withdraw from Konoha and take up positions in the daimyo's mansion. This is the daimyo's authorization letter. The document was passed among the attendees. Shikaku glanced at it, a cold sneer subtly playing on his lips. Shun shook his head lightly, sighing. Ah, they escaped quite quickly. Unkai's voice was low. The four clans withdrawing from Konoha is a good thing, but how will the positions they leave behind be allocated? When the document was returned to Hiruzen's hands, the discussion in the conference room had not yet stopped. Shun snorted coldly. The key is that the village's finances have been emptied by them. During the war, they also extracted a lot of benefits from the village, and now they want to just walk away? Shops, properties, ninja tool workshops, these must all be confiscated. Tetsu struck the table and roared. Hiruzen listened to the accusations, his expression calm, but a flicker of suppressed anger passed through his eyes. He bowed deeply again, his voice almost pleading. Everyone, before our four clans leave Konoha, we are willing to donate all the shops and properties in the village to the village as compensation. We only ask that clan head Fugaku protect the members of our four clans, allowing us to leave Konoha safely with our personal assets. Shun's voice was sharp as a blade, interjecting, No, last month's ninja salaries have not yet been paid, and the village's treasury has a deficit of at least 17 billion ryo. The Sarutobi, Udatain, Mito Kado, and Shimura clans must leave all the embezzled money behind. His Sharingan stared directly at Hiruzen, the three tomo slowly rotating. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving safely. Hamura, sitting to Hiruzen's left, slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his face ashen. Shun, don't push your luck. To his right, Kohara's sharp voice echoed in the conference room. Currently, Konoha only has 10,208 ninjas, and our four clans combined have 3,695 people. If we leave, you will only have a little over 6,000 ninjas left. She stood up, a hint of threat flashing in her eyes. We will be taking up positions in the daimyo's mansion, still a force of the Land of Fire. If you insist on a fight to the death, will you still be able to defend the Land of Fire's territory then? The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop to freezing point, and it instantly fell silent. Shikaku's gaze shifted between Koharu and Fugaku, as if calculating something. Hiruzen maintained his bowing posture, but his back was stiff. Fugaku was silent for a moment. He also didn't know what to do now. So, he gave a look to Shun beside him. Shun stepped forward and said, Ninjas earn money quickly and spend money quickly. A ninja village's economy revolves around ninjas. The problem is that before the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had 24,163 ninjas, and after the war, only 10,208 ninjas remained. After their four clans leave, there will only be a little over 6,000 ninjas left, and Konoha's economy will be only a quarter of what it was before the Third Great Ninja War. Many of the people in the conference room were heads of ninja clans. Although they didn't understand economics, hearing such an analysis made them gasp in cold air. Shun didn't pay attention to the reactions of those around him and continued, because of the significant population decrease, property values will definitely plummet. The shops and properties owned by their four clans, which were worth about 16 billion ryo before the Third Great Ninja War, are now worth at most 4 billion ryo. So we still have a deficit of 13 billion ryo. As long as your four clans gather 13 billion ryo, you can leave safely. Hiruzen straightened up in anger. Handing over the shops and properties is already our bottom line. If you don't agree, then we can only fight. Shun placed his hands on the table, leaning forward. Hiruzen, I already knew that you bought a large amount of property and land in the daimyo's mansion, wanting to go there to enjoy yourselves. Dream on. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense. Seeing things develop this way, Fugaku frowned and slowly said, I agree. Your four clans can leave Konoha safely with your personal assets. Shun said in disbelief, Clan head, how can you agree to this? They governed Konoha for 32 years, embezzling at least 100 billion ryo. Even if they spent a large portion of it, taking out over 20 billion ryo should still be no problem. Hearing the defiant tone, Fugaku's expression was somewhat displeased. Shun, I am a clan head. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's tense body finally relaxed. He said with a smile, Fugaku, Congratulations on becoming the fourth Hokage. As the meeting concluded, two Umbu, holding brand new announcements, slowly walked out. The crowd immediately stirred, villagers standing on tiptoe, their eyes focused on the thin piece of paper. Seeing the crowd grow, one of the Umbu cleared his throat and read aloud. Effective immediately, Hiruzen resigns as the third Hokage, and Fugaku becomes the fourth Hokage. Koharu and Hamura are removed from their advisor positions. The Sarutobi, Udatain, Midokado, and Shimura clans will all withdraw from Konoha, and all immovable properties, such as shops and clan lands under the names of the four clans, will be confiscated. Starting tomorrow, members of the four clans must leave Konoha with their personal belongings. As the words fell, the crowd was first silent, then erupted in cheers. That's great. They're finally gone. Fugaku becoming the fourth Hokage is wonderful. Serve them right. Let them be greedy. The villagers clapped their hands in approval, and the ninjas high-fived each other, as if it were a grand celebration. Beating up Ryuka at noon, a new owner stood before the window of the Hokage office. Fugaku overlooked the bustling Konoha below. People came and went on the streets, ninjas hurried through, civilians haggled in the market, and children chased each other. He exclaimed, "The transfer of power is complete. Is this what it feels like to be Hokage?" Shun said sternly, after the Sarutobi, Udatain, Mido, and Shimura clans left, too many positions have opened up. Have you considered how to allocate them? Hearing this, Fugaku walked to the Hokage desk and sat down. At this moment, he was in an excellent mood. Yashiro will be the guard department chief, and you'll be the deputy chief. Ryuka will go to Umbu. Minato will be the principal of the Ninja Academy. Shun frowned slightly and suddenly interrupted. With all due respect, letting Minato retire to the Ninja Academy? That's too much of a waste. Fugaku raised an eyebrow and said, "Shun, what are your thoughts?" Shun was serious. Now the number of ninjas in the village has sharply decreased, and we need sufficient deterrence. Hokage-sama is busy with a number of affairs and cannot do everything personally. Orochimaru has already defected, and if we sideline a combat force like Minato again, it will be too wasteful. How about making Minato the Umbu chief? Ryuka raised his fist and shook it. So you mean for me to be an assistant to that blonde kid? Shun quickly waved his hand, a cunning smile on his face. Ryuka, don't be angry. I'm thinking for the village. In terms of strength, Minato is stronger than you. Ha ha ha. Ryuka impatiently interrupted and glared at him fiercely. All right, anyway, that kid is really strong. I don't mind working under him. But, Shun, later, let's go to the training ground to practice. Fugaku watched their interaction, a smile flashing in his eyes. He looked at Yashiro and asked, "What do you think of this arrangement?" Yashiro stroked his beard and slowly nodded. "It's acceptable, but I suggest that the logistics department and finance department must be controlled by our own people. I will serve as the finance chief. Shun will be promoted to guard chief, and the logistics department will be given to Unkai." Fugaku's gaze swept back and forth between the two, finally nodding. "It's settled then. Shun, the guard department is entrusted to you." Shun exaggeratedly slumped his face. "Huh? Doesn't that mean I won't have time to be lazy?" Ryuka sneered. "Serves you right." A wave of relaxed laughter immediately filled the meeting room. Fugaku looked at these clan members who had followed him for many years, and a warm current flowed through his heart. But what about the medical department? Koharu's position is vacant. Also, there is currently only Hayashi as an advisor, and we need to add more. Shun immediately interjected. Tsunade can replace Koharu as the medical chief and also serve as an advisor. Shikaku can also become an advisor. His wisdom and network can help us quickly stabilize the village's situation. Fugaku raised an eyebrow. That's possible, but Tsunade, will she be willing to return? Recalling Tsunade, a special idea suddenly came to Shun's mind. So, he confidently said, "I am confident I can persuade her to return to Konoha." Hearing Shun's guarantee, they no longer dwelled on the issue. At the end of the meeting, Ryuka hooked Shun's neck. "Let's go, eloquent guard chief. Let's go to the training ground to practice." Shun chuckled dryly. begging for mercy. "Ryuka, I was wrong." "Too late." Ryuka snarled, dragging him out. Shun chuckled cunningly. "Ryuka, if we're really gonna fight, you might not be able to beat me now, you know?" In the training ground, Ryuka roared ferociously, "Shun, accept my loving iron fist education." Shun smirked. "Ryuka, you need to be careful. I'm about to unleash my big move." Three-Tomo Sharingan activated. Divine Demon Transformation. 3 heads, 6 arms form. Multiple Shadow, Clone Jutsu. In an instant, over 10 3-headed, 6-armed monsters charged towards Ryuka. 5 minutes later, Ryuka wailed, "Dang it. Shun, I surrender. Stop hitting me." In the afternoon, when the brand new Hokage robe was finally completed, Fugaku stood in front of the mirror, looking at the red and white imperial robe on him, an indescribable emotion surging in his chest. Perhaps a little nervous, he suddenly asked, "Shun, what should I say in the speech later?" Hearing this, Shun's eyes darted. Talk about what the villagers care about most. Overdue ninja wages, post-war medical care, and children's education. The Uchiha clan members were already lined up outside, and pride shone in everyone's eyes. A neat, loud voice rang out. "Congratulations, clan head Fugaku, on becoming the 4th Hokage." Fugaku took a deep breath and stepped towards the high platform in Konoha Plaza. The plaza was packed with the villagers surging like a tide towards the central platform. "Look quickly. That's Fugaku. I never thought someone from the Uchiha clan would become Hokage." "Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard he personally ended the corruption of Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials." Listening to the surrounding praises, Fugaku felt a bit smug and dazed. Shun whispered a reminder, "Hokage-sama, you can begin." Fugaku paused slightly and took a step forward. Instantly, the entire plaza fell silent. Thousands of eyes fixed on him. "Fellow citizens of Konoha, today I stand here, not as the clan head of Uchiha, but as the Hokage of all of you." Shun began to lead the applause, and a wave of applause immediately erupted from below the stage. For the past 30-plus years, our village has been eroded by greed. Some ninjas who should have been fighting on the front lines were hiding behind the lines, profiting greatly from the war. Funds that should have been used to compensate the families of fallen heroes flowed into the private pockets of certain individuals. But all of this will change starting today. I announce 3 new policies that will take effect immediately. First, overdue ninja wages will be paid in full within 3 days. Second, medical expenses will be permanently halved. All ninja injured in the war will receive free lifetime treatment. Third, I plan to establish a cultural school where all age-appropriate children without ninja talent, regardless of whether they come from a ninja clan, will receive free education. This time, the villagers began to applaud frantically, their cheers almost shaking the plaza. A little girl in patched clothes tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mom, can I really go to school?" "Yes, Hokage-sama said he's going to build a school for you." "Long live the 4th Hokage. Long live Fugaku." On a distant rooftop, Minato's gaze was somewhat complex, eventually turning into a relieved smile. "So much black money clan Haida, it's not good. They've activated a barrier around the clan's territory. The barrier covers the entire clan's territory. We can't get out now." Hiruzen closed his eyes, frowning slightly. "I understand." He slowly walked out the door and saw that the Udatain clan's territory on the left and the Mito clan's territory on the right were also covered by barriers. There was no mention of this in the previous agreement. So, Hiruzen walked to the clan's gate and angrily cursed, "You Uchiha, are you trying to go back on your word?" Shun sat on a chair, crossing his legs. "You can take your money. According to the regulations, ninja tools such as kunai and explosive tags are strategic materials and are prohibited from being carried out of the village by private individuals. Non-clan secret ninjutsu are the common property of the village and require memory seal after review." Shun's plan, deliberately letting them take the money, was to confuse them. First, let them lower their guard, and then, after collecting evidence, settle accounts with them slowly. Hiruzen could only suppress his anger. "We have a lot of property, and need some storage scrolls to transport the goods. Shun smiled and said, "No. If we find you carrying storage scrolls, they will all be confiscated. However, I allow your clan members to transport items back and forth multiple times. You must remember, after today, everything inside will no longer belong to your Sarutobi clan." Hiruzen's voice was unusually calm. "Shun, we have already admitted defeat. Why must you be so ruthless?" Shun snapped his fingers, and more than 20 Uchiha ninjas immediately stepped forward, the light of 3 Tomo Sharingan flickering in each of their eyes. There were also more than 20 Hyuga nearby, and they also had their Byakugan activated. "We Uchiha and the Hyuga will assist you with inventorying your property, so don't hide anything. Anything carried that shouldn't be will be confiscated." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's face instantly turned pale. He finally understood how malicious the Uchiha's plan was. Not only were they berating them to leave Konoha, but they also wanted them to expose all their dirty wealth to the light of day, under everyone's watchful eyes. Darn it, these evil Uchiha. Tobirama-sensei was right to curse them. Amidst countless curses, Hiruzen walked back to his secret room, looking at the mountain of cash and gold and silver. He bit his finger, slapped it on the ground to use summoning technique, but there was no reaction at all. At this moment, he remembered that the barrier around the clan's territory had black patterns, which looked like a contract seal. Hiruzen cursed again in his heart. Darn it, they added contract seal to the barrier. No wonder even summoning technique couldn't be used. At this moment, a Sarutobi clan member outside the room frantically shouted, "Clan head, it's not good. The secret passage has been discovered by the Hyuga clan members, and they used gentle fist to collapse the entire tunnel. With their retreat cut off, a commotion broke out within the Sarutobi clan's territory." Seeing Hiruzen return, Shinizuka quickly came up to him. "Father, we've tried. Even summoning technique can't be used. What should we do now?" Hiruzen's fists clenched in his sleeves, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. "First, let some civilian clan members take their property and try to leave Konoha to see if they really will let people go." The Sarutobi clan currently had 1,590 ninjas and 1,808 civilians, so the numbers were quite large. Shun flicked his finger, and 20 openings appeared in the barrier. 20 Sarutobi civilians, carrying their bundles, walked out timidly. The more than 20 Hyuga clan members nearby immediately activated their Byakugan to inspect them for hidden items. After confirming nothing was amiss, Hizashi nodded slightly. Immediately after, 20 Uchiha activated their 3 Tomo Sharingan and used Genjutsu to interrogate them, checking for any illegal or disorderly conduct. In this era that valued military strength, even the civilians of the Sarutobi clan lived quite difficult lives. After they spat out some saliva, these 20 people were easily allowed to pass. As several hundred Sarutobi civilians successfully left one after another, Hiruzen's tense mood gradually relaxed. Before long, they allowed some Sarutobi civilians to carry storage scrolls, attempting to sneak them through, but they were all discovered by the Hyuga clan members. The final result was that the people were let go, but the storage scrolls were all confiscated. After a while, inside the Sarutobi clan's territory, only a large group of ninjas remained. Hiruzen thought for a moment and selected 20 ninjas with relatively clean backgrounds for a test. They walked out of the Sarutobi clan's territory with trepidation. The interrogation of the Genin and Chunin quickly passed, while the 3 Jonin were slower. Tekka read aloud, "Registrant. Sarutobi Gokin, Jonin, carrying 430 million ryo in cash, various gold and silver jewelry." The crowd of onlookers immediately erupted. 430 million? How can a Jonin have so much money? I wouldn't earn a fraction of that in a lifetime of missions. Gokin held his head high, seemingly trying to maintain his last shred of dignity. "This is all what I earned from missions, risking my life for over 20 years. Tekka activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and interrogated him with Genjutsu. "How did you earn this money? Did you use any specific methods?" Gokin vaguely replied, "I earned it doing missions for over 20 years. There are people from the Sarutobi clan at the mission assignment office. Every time I finish a mission, I give him a sum of money, so he always saves the safer, high-reward missions for me. Tekka continued to ask, have you learned any ninjutsu not belonging to the Sarutobi clan? Goken said blankly, I know Fire Release, Great Flame Technique, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Style Wall, Earth Release, Earth Flow River, Shadow Kurun Technique. After the interrogation, it was known that he had learned several ninjutsu that did not belong to the Sarutobi clan, so he was taken aside for memory seal. In the end, he was still allowed to leave with 430 million ryo, but because the money was too much, he transported it back and forth multiple times. Registrant, Sarutobi Miyagi, 29 years old, Jonin, carrying 345 million ryo in cash. Miyagi, under Genjutsu, honestly confessed, embezzled logistics supplies 3 times. Privately hoarded 20,000 explosive tags. Secretly learned the Uchiha clan's Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The Uchiha ninja responsible for recording quickly wrote it down. When he heard Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, he immediately had 2 Yamanaka clan members step forward and escort the dazed Miyagi to the ceiling platform nearby. Uchih formed hand signs. Hold his temples, mind-body transmission, memory seal. Miyagi let out a painful howl, veins bulging on his forehead. 3 minutes later, he collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, drooling. Registrant, Sarutobi Yoshiko, 20 years old, Jonin, carrying 224 million ryo in cash. Yoshiko's eyes became hollow. Through fake marriages, I monopolized the property of 7 fallen Jonin. The villagers watching immediately burst into an uproar. So greedy. I've seen the earrings she's wearing. They're worth 2.3 million ryo. The necklace she's wearing is worth 12 million ryo. Hiruzen's a multi-billionaire, even though some of Goken, Miyagi, and Yoshiko's money was illegal. It was not confiscated. Seeing this, the remaining Sarutobi ninjas immediately relaxed and began to line up for registration and inspection. Soon, over 1,000 Sarutobi ninjas had their assets inventoried and underwent Genjutsu interrogation. Box after box of money was transported out of the Sarutobi clan grounds. More and more villagers gathered, their expressions changing from shock to anger, then to hatred. Tekka read aloud, Registrant, Sarutobi Tojo, carrying 1.43 billion ryo in cash, various gold and silver jewelry. Sarutobi Tojo, head of the Mission Settlement Department, embezzled 1.74 billion ryo. Centurato, various gold and silver jewelry. Sarutobi Yuma, head of the Logistics Department, embezzled 2.34 billion ryo in pension funds. An old woman's voice trembled, and tears rolled down her face. My son's pension, they said finances were tight and only gave us 30%. Kill them. Someone shrieked, picking up a stone and throwing it. These Sarutobi clan members were all Jonin, and they easily dodged the stones. Then, Yuma sneered and deliberately said in a loud voice, What? Do you commoners dare to lay a hand on me? Ninjas from the Uchiha Guard Department quickly stepped forward and blocked the angry villagers. Uchiha, are you protecting them? They embezzled our money. Why are you letting them go? Shun sternly shouted. They have already joined the daimyo's ranks, and we cannot attack them arbitrarily. Furthermore, in the Third Great Ninja War, we lost 12,597 ninjas. If we were to experience another civil war, the 4 great nations might launch another war. At that time, not only would Konoha not be saved, but even the Land of Fire might be destroyed. So, we can only ask everyone to be patient. When we have the opportunity later, we will deal with them. Shun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Continue with the registration. Knowing that the Uchiha did not dare to act, Yuma became arrogant. Shun, you are nothing more than this. And you commoners, I take your money because I think highly of you. With a bang, Yuma was kicked over 10 meters away. Awa, so painful. Shun, you, how dare you strike? Yuma was a Jonin after all, This blow only caused him a minor injury. Shun gave him a cold, hostile look. Take your dirty money and get lost. Or, if you say one barato word of nonsense, they'll make you regret it. Seeing his serious demeanor, Yuma called a dozen clan members to help him carry the ill-gotten gains. Looking at Shinizuke, who was embracing his beautiful wife in the distance, Shun waved his hand and whispered, "Go get Kakashi." 3 minutes later, Kakashi was brought over. "Kakashi, you've been in Umbu for a long time. I believe among the missions you've done, there are also failed ones. May I ask how you kept going?" Kakashi asked seriously. "Shun, what exactly do you want to say?" Shun smiled slightly. "You didn't give up, so why do you think your father's passing was ordinary?" Kakashi's expression immediately grew serious. "Don't joke about my father's life. Kakashi, you've faced many battles. You should understand that some choices have lasting consequences. Your father truly cared about you. To avoid waking you, he endured several hours of immense pain without a sound until he passed away." Kakashi's eyes became red-rimmed. "Shun, what exactly do you want to say?" "Danzo used mission failure to tarnish your father's honor, but your father didn't take it to heart. But someone threatened your life, and as a result, your father made a devastating choice. If you want to know the truth, help me with a difficult task in a moment." At this moment, the usually composed Kakashi secretly shed tears. "Who do you want to deal with?" Shun whispered Koharu and Hamura. "All right, I agree," Kakashi said expressionlessly. "Your father was a hero of the Second Great Ninja War and the Umbu commander, so your father was qualified to be a Hokage candidate. Your father's existence blocked the path of some people. In addition, your father did a lot of dirty work for Hiruzen, so he knew his situation was not good. So, he used his life to make a deal with someone. The outcome was that 16-year-old Shinizuke replaced your father as the new Umbu commander, and you, who eventually became a Chunin, were added to Minato's Genin squad." Kakashi said with hatred, "Was it Shinizuke?" Shun said calmly, "It was Hiruzen. After all, he fulfilled his agreement with your father, so you cannot harm him, otherwise it will tarnish your father's honor." Shinizuke, 24 years old, Jonin, cash 3.14 billion Ryo. When this number was announced, the onlookers were even barato in an uproar. 3.1 billion? How old is he? The Hokage's son is just different. Ryuka's 3-tomo Sharingan spun, and Shinizuke trembled all over. Immediately, he began to confess uncontrollably. A modified 77 mission reports falsely reported the number of Umbu casualties, embezzled Umbu members' pension funds. The two were about to continue arguing when the entire scene suddenly fell silent. Hiruzen personally escorted the last batch of assets out. The Uchiha clan member responsible for registration had a trembling voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 55 years old, Kaga level, carrying 24.7 billion Ryo in cash, 110,000 Ryo in gold, 59 million Ryo in silver, various gold and silver jewelry. A deathly silence enveloped the entire area. 24.7 billion. This number echoed in everyone's minds. Shun slowly stood up, walked to the mountain of banknotes, and casually picked up a stack. He shook the banknotes in his hand. "Hiruzen, I remember last year when the village was rebuilding the orphanage, you said funds were tight and didn't approve a single Ryo. And the year before last, when the Ninja Academy was expanding, you said finances were difficult and made the students' parents raise 30 million Ryo themselves." Someone in the crowd began to curse angrily. "Beast, my son is in that school. I donated 50,000 Ryo. That was all my savings." Shun turned to face the increasing number of villagers, his voice clear and loud. "Has everyone seen clearly? This is our esteemed former Hokage. These are the adults who always accused the Uchiha of evil." The wave of anger grew higher and higher. Some people started throwing rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves at Hiruzen, and some even picked up stones to throw. The angry shouts of the crowd condemned Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, you old beast!" A black-haired youth suddenly broke through the guard department's defense line, holding a kunai and lunging straight at Hiruzen. At the critical moment, Shun instantly appeared in between, grabbing the youth's wrist. The youth cried with tears streaming down his face. "Let go of me. You took my whole family from me." Shun's Sharingan stared directly at the youth. "Today you cannot act." "Why?" "Because you are too weak to defeat him." Upon hearing this, the youth collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Someone, take him away." Shun removed the ninja headband from his forehead. "Cinchuredo. It will be very troublesome for me." Hiruzen's face twitched. As expected of the evil Uchiha, they can casually come up with excuses like temporary rogue ninja. He had collected intel on Shun. This person was intelligent, cunning, and acted with great strategy. His specialty was a ninjutsu called Divine Demon Transformation, which allowed him to transform into a two-headed four-arm form. In this state, he could easily unleash wind and fire combination ninjutsu. What was his goal this time? 20 billion Ryo? To defeat Cinchuredo, a gap immediately opened in the Sarutobi clan's barrier, and Shun went in first, jumping onto the highest rooftop. Hiruzen frowned and also walked in, then jumped onto a slightly lower rooftop, and the two looked at each other. Hundreds of guard department members narrowed the warning circle, and suddenly many villagers ran to the outside of the barrier to watch the battle. Seeing so many people approaching, the remaining 24 Sarutobi Jonin activated a 3-seal barrier, protecting 24.7 billion Ryo in cash and a large pile of gold and silver. Shun's eyes narrowed, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, and the expression on his face became composed. Hiruzen thought he was about to attack, so he clapped his hands together. Shadow Clone Technique. The Shadow Clone Technique was a ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama, specifically against the Uchiha. Shadow clones are immune to Sharingan Jinjutsu, have physical forms, and can use ninjutsu, so their tactical effect is quite good. 4 shadow clones spread out, charging towards Shun from 4 directions. Seeing the opponent summon 4 shadow clones, Shun analyzed. Hiruzen has about 600 plus chakra, and he summoned 4 shadow clones, so each shadow clone only has about 100 plus chakra. To be safe, before fighting, he habitually checked the system panel. Host, Uchiha Shun Strength, Kaga Level Lifespan, 17-121 Partner. Uzumaki Yukari, Affection, 100. Terumi Mei, Affection, 63. Aoyama Yui, Affection, 60. Health, 29, 80, 29, 80 Chakra. 2158, 2158 Ocular Power. 1630, 1630. He is currently just over 17 years old, and his body is still developing, so his attributes have increased a bit. After checking his attributes, he also began to form hand signs. Ram Monkey Boar, Divine Demon Transformation, 2-headed, 4-armed form, Shadow Clone Technique. 16 Shadow Clone suddenly appeared, then rapidly dispersed, attacking Hiruzen's Shadow Clones. Hiruzen's 4 Shadow Clones, seeing this, began to form hand signs at high speed, their movements so fast they were like afterimages. The first Shadow Clone formed hand signs with one hand. Ram Horse Dragon, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Ram Horse Snake, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A 3-meter dragon head continuously shot out earth chunks from its mouth. The earth chunks, passing through the flame bullets, turned into burning, flying fireballs. This was Hiruzen's combination ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The second Shadow Clone also formed hand signs with one hand. Tiger Ox Monkey, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Monkey Rabbit Rooster, Lightning Release. Roaring Thunder, a 30-meter long water dragon stretched its body, then a bolt of lightning merged into the water dragon's body. In an instant, the entire water dragon became a shining lightning dragon. This was Hiruzen's combination ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. The third Shadow Clone still formed hand signs with one hand. Ram Horse Snake, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Monkey Rooster Dog, Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Waves, a 30-meter long fire dragon. At the moment it left the mouth, was repeatedly amplified by vacuum waves, forming a fiery hurricane. This was Hiruzen's combination ninjutsu, blast flame flow. The fourth shadow clone, meanwhile, used the A-rank ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. He threw a giant shuriken forward, then transformed it into dozens of shuriken shadow clones for continuous attacks. Shun, in his two-headed, four-armed state, sneered, "Hiruzen knows many ninjutsu, but his proficiency in each ninjutsu is insufficient, so it appears somewhat flashy." Shun's 16 divine demon shadow clones all revealed ferocious smiles simultaneously. 32 mouths and 64 arms simultaneously formed hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Although these two ninjutsu are both just C rank, Shun had trained them to a perfect level. 15-meter diameter great fireballs, carried forward by more than 10 gusts of wind, became 16 fire waterfalls, each 15 meters wide and over 50 meters long. What kind of scene was this? A fire torrent 16 by 15, 240 meters wide and over 50 meters long. The ninjutsu unleashed by Hiruzen's shadow clones were like fish swimming upstream in a fire waterfall, quickly disappearing. Outside the barrier, there was an outburst of tsunami-like gasps, their faces illuminated red by the firelight. Is it a ninjutsu that a human can unleash? A certain Akimichi clan uncle dropped his meat skewers all over the ground, his mouth moving slightly. Why do I feel that this kid is even more terrifying than Fugaku? One snot-nosed kid suddenly shrieked, "Mom, look! That old man's water dragon was evaporated." Bang, 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 bang. All four of Hiruzen's shadow clones disappeared within the fiery torrent. Seeing that Shun's strength was greater than what he had imagined, Hiruzen raised his left hand and shouted, "I surrender." Interrogating Hiruzen, seeing the 16 divine demon shadow clones rushing towards him, Hiruzen was shocked and furious. "Blast it! I clearly already bravado. Am willing to hand over 20 billion Rio, but his shadow clones are still rushing at me. Is he trying to finish me off? Blast it! I shouldn't have trusted this kid. I've been played." He cursed angrily, then fled backward, attempting to find a breakthrough. Soon he discovered that the black patterns on the barrier had disappeared. Guessing that the contract seal had disappeared, Hiruzen bit his finger, slammed it on the ground, and summoned Enma. From the white smoke emerged a 2-meter-tall white giant ape. Enma quickly transformed into the adamantine staff. Enma's body twisted, immediately transforming into a thick staff that was black in the middle and golden at both ends. Hiruzen grabbed one end and shouted, "Enma, extend." The adamantine staff immediately began to extend, carrying Hiruzen towards the weak point of the barrier. Shun's shadow clones immediately guessed his intention. 10 divine demon shadow clones form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. 10 large fireballs, only 3 meters in diameter, shot out, quickly hitting the adamantine staff. Some flames clung to the black staff and burned. Because their chakra was depleted, these 10 divine demon shadow clones turned into puffs of smoke and disappeared. Just as the adamantine staff was about to reach the edge of the barrier, it too turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. Hiruzen only heard Enma say sorry before he fell from the sky. Seeing this, the remaining 6 divine demon shadow clones quickly rushed over. A punch landed on Hiruzen's face, the heavy force of the punch sending him flying. Soon, the Konoha villagers watching saw Hiruzen crash into the barrier. His left face was swollen, and his nose was bleeding. Instantly, outside the barrier, an eerie silence fell. "Well done! Well done! Well done!" A cheer erupted, echoing continuously. A limping retired ninja furiously pounded the ground with his crutch, turbid tears welling in his single eye. This punch is for the 96 bodies at Canopy Bridge. A little flower seller girl threw her entire basket of flowers into the air, the rain of petals falling on the wildly cheering crowd. She didn't understand politics at all, but she had heard many people say that Hiruzen was a bad person, so he deserved to be beaten. This punch is for Yuzushi Obikure and the Uzumaki clan. Bang! The hit landed hard on Hiruzen. This punch is for the Senju clan. Crack. Hiruzen was knocked down by the powerful blow. This punch is for Tsukumo. Puffed. Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood. This kick is for the students who had to graduate early and were sent to the Kirigakure battlefield. My hand. Hiruzen's left hand was stomped and broken. This kick is for the Konoha villagers who suffered losses due to your corruption. Hiruzen tried to rise, but his Barato would not respond. Badly injured, he was dragged out of the barrier. The tens of thousands of villagers watching gradually quieted down, all wanting to see what would happen next. The remaining 24 Sarutobi ninjas wanted to rush over and rescue him, but they were intimidated by a single glance from Shun. Leave 20 billion Ryo. As for the remaining money, gold, and silver, you can move them out of Konoha now. Hiruzen still needs to undergo interrogation and have his ninjutsu memories sealed. After that, you can take him away. The remaining Sarutobi ninjas looked at each other for a while, confirming their understanding, then began to move the gold, silver, and some banknotes. Senchuredo only to see a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan appear before him. Sharingan Genjutsu. Interrogation. Seeing Hiruzen's eyes transform into the shape of the 3-tomo Sharingan, Shun breathed a sigh of relief. Because Hiruzen was a Kaga-level expert, his Genjutsu resistance was extremely strong. He couldn't guarantee control with Genjutsu, so he could only exhaust his chakra through battle first, making him unable to break free from the Genjutsu's control on his own. First question. Tell me how you forced Tsukumo to his death. Hiruzen's mouth opened uncontrollably. I sent Tsukumo to Kumogakure to carry out a mission, intending to get rid of him through Kumogakure ninjas, but he returned alive. Danzo's root spread news of his mission failure. Then I sent people to hint at him. That night, he used a shadow clone to find me and told me he didn't want to be Hokage. I only replied, Kakashi is a genius and will inherit the Barato in the future. Finally, he met a Barato and Shun asked, puzzled, why did he go back and meet a Barato and after you said Kakashi is a genius and will inherit the Barato in the future? Tsukumo said he didn't want to be Hokage, and I didn't answer directly, which meant I rejected him. When I said that 5-year-old Kakashi is a genius, I was threatening him with Kakashi's life. When I said he would inherit the will of fire in the future, it meant Kakashi would become a student of the Hokage faction in the future. This was a transaction. Senchuredo, as if he was trying to resist something. As the war had ended for over a decade, the Senju clan's power had recovered, and Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had already come of age. The Senju clan internally wanted to reclaim the Hokage position. Mito was the first Hokage's legal wife, and also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Her strength was formidable, and her presence in the Senju clan put immense pressure on me. I secretly leaked information to the other 4 great ninja villages that the Uzumaki clan possessed Fuinjutsu capable of controlling tailed beasts. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure were tempted and launched an attack on the Uzumaki clan. Facing pleas for help from our ally, the Uzumaki clan, I resisted the pressure and refused to provide support. The Senju clan, being in-laws with the Uzumaki clan, couldn't hold back and sent 1,000 ninjas to assist the Uzumaki clan. Ultimately, Uzushigakure fell, and the Senju clan also suffered heavy losses. Hearing the process of the Uzumaki clan's destruction with her own ears, Yukari couldn't help but shed tears. Shun sighed heavily and said, Ryuka, you handle the interrogation. After the interrogation, be sure to seal some of Hiruzen's ninjutsu memories. He knows quite a few ninjutsu. With that, he moved to Yukari's side and gently comforted her. Distributing the 20 billion after comforting Yukari, Shun returned to continue interrogating Hiruzen. The once dignified third Hokage, now controlled by Genjutsu, had empty eyes like a puppet without a soul. Was Nawaki's death related to you? Hiruzen's pupils were unfocused, yet his voice was unusually clear. Because Tsunade didn't want to become Hokage, the Senju clan placed their hopes for the Hokage on Nawaki. He was 12 years old that year and had successfully been promoted to Chunin, already posing some threat to me. I knew Danzo's desire to become Hokage was very strong, so I deliberately discussed the Senju clan and Nawaki with Danzo. Danzo naturally couldn't tolerate Nawaki. After Nawaki's 12th birthday, I arranged for him to go on a mission to the Kumogakure border and leaked this information to Danzo. Danzo set up a Barado specifically for Nawaki on their path, and Nawaki was Barado by an explosive tag Barado. The surrounding villagers instantly Barado. So this is the real reason for Nawaki's Barado. No wonder he died so tragically, even with Orochimaru protecting him. It turns out it was all an inside job. Danzo deserves to die. Hiruzen deserves to die. Shun waved his hand, amplifying his voice with chakra, and shouted, "Quiet. I still have more questions to ask." At his words, the chaotic sounds around them instantly vanished. Was Dawn death also related to you? Hiruzen's eyes were empty as he mechanically replied, Dan was an elite Jonin. He could use the S-rank spirit transformation technique and was a very dangerous individual. Moreover, he was Tsunade's boyfriend, and his ambition was to become Hokage, which posed a great threat to me. As long as he married Tsunade, he would gain the support of the Senju clan, so I gave his information to Danzo. I also sent him out on a mission, and Danzo assigned 2 root members as his teammates. When Dan used the spirit transformation technique, his soul left his Barado, and he lost consciousness. 2 root members took the opportunity to fatally injure him. Another powerful ninja in the village had been Barado by an internal traitor. Sakuma was like this, and Dan was also like this. Shun is right. These clans are all tumors of Konoha. From now on, we will call Hiruzen the Konoha Cancer King. Exactly. Konoha Cancer King Hiruzen. Shun looked at the boiling crowd, yet felt no joy of victory in his heart. He thought of an old saying, "Is justice that comes late still justice?" These truths should not have been hidden for so many years, and these lives should not have been lost so easily. He turned to Ryuka beside him and whispered, "Ryuka, you continue the interrogation. I'm going back to rest. Don't let them harm Hiruzen too badly, or it will be difficult to explain to the daimyo." Ryuka nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Shun, how do you plan to handle the 20 billion ryo you took from Hiruzen?" Shun glanced at the surrounding crowd and raised his voice, saying, "First, the casualty compensation for the Sunagakure battlefield is still short 14.68 billion ryo. Let's pay this portion to the families of the casualties first." A burst of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, and many families who had lost loved ones in the war were in tears. Shun saw a ninja who had lost his left arm raise his right hand in a salute to him. Second, the ninjas who went to the battlefield haven't received their salaries for last month. This amounts to 3 billion ryo. Let's settle this portion for them as well. Over 10,000 ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief and also raised their right hands in salute to him. Third, the remaining 32 billion ryo will be given as bonuses to the ninjas who return from the Sunagakure battlefield. The Sunagakure battlefield had a casualty rate as high as 67.7, which was already an immense pressure. Upon returning to the village, they discovered that ninjas from other battlefields, following Uchih, had already received full casualty compensation. Only they had received only 17 of the casualty compensation, so they had always felt abandoned. Now, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shun! 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 The surrounding Konoha ninjas continuously chanted Shun's name. Shun smiled slightly, amplifying his voice with chakra. "I just fought with Hiruzen, and am a bit tired. The interrogation will now be handed over to Uchiha Ryuka. Everyone can continue to listen in. I'm leaving now." With that, Shun used the body flicker technique and instantly disappeared from his spot. On the path below, several Uzumaki clan members were accompanying Yukari to the Uchiha clan grounds. Shun lightly leaped, and the breeze from his body flicker technique stirred a few fallen leaves. The next second, he appeared before Yukari, causing the Uzumaki clan members to instantly tense up. "Yukari, I need to go out for a bit." Before Yukari could speak, Mei preemptively asked, "Where are you going? Are you going out to find other women?" Sometimes a woman's intuition is very accurate, even if Mei was still a 13-year-old girl at the time. Shun's expression subtly froze for a moment. He lightly coughed, masking the fleeting awkwardness. After Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki and her lover Dan died, she left the village citing hemophobia, spending her days in taverns and gambling dens. Due to her bad luck in gambling, she accumulated a pile of gambling debts and is now wandering around. The village wants me to bring Tsunade back, to make her an advisor and manage the medical department. Chika showed a pained expression. I didn't realize that Princess Tsunade's situation was also so tragic. She sighed softly and said, "You should quickly bring her back to Konoha." Yukari quietly watched him, her red eyes seeming to see through his heart. "Shun, when are you leaving?" "They'll leave in a bit," Shun replied concisely. Yukari's fingers tightened slightly on the corner of her clothes. Mei pouted, seemingly wanting to say more, but was stopped by a look from Yukari. "Be careful on your way, and come back soon." Yukari only said a few words, but more could be read from her eyes. Shun secretly appreciated Yukari's gentleness and consideration, nodding slightly. He didn't say any extra goodbyes, directly using the body flicker technique, and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Although Tsunade was a disheartened woman now, he was confident he could persuade her to return to Konoha. As Shun moved, the silhouette of Konoha continuously receded. His heart, however, became Barato and Barato active. He, Tsunade, you won't get away so easily. I need you to help me train." A happy deal with Tsunade one day later, Tanzaka Quarters. The small town, famous for its hot springs and casinos, was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the air was filled with the unique aroma of a mixture of wine and sulfur. Shun, dressed in traditional black robes, walked slowly along the bustling street. "Intelligence says she's been seen around here." His gaze swept over the casino signs on both sides of the street. Based on information provided by the Underground Exchange, Tsunade had recently accumulated a large gambling debt in Tanzaka Quarters, and her creditors were searching for her whereabouts. An old man selling dango cast a wary glance at him. Shun walked over and placed a silver coin down. He described Tsunade's features. "Excuse me, have you seen a beautiful woman with long blonde hair about 1.63 meters tall recently?" The old man took the silver coin, and a hint of cunning flashed in his cloudy eyes. He chuckled. "You mean that legendary sucker? She lost everything at the Kinmen Casino yesterday. I heard the creditors sent many debt collectors to find her. But about an hour ago, I saw her running towards the hot spring district." Shun frowned slightly and quickened his pace in the direction the old man indicated. The hot spring district was much quieter than the main street, and the wooden buildings appeared hazy and warm in the twilight. After acquiring Uzumaki Sage Body, Intermediate, Shun's sensory abilities had been greatly strengthened. Suddenly, a familiar chakra fluctuation came from a hot spring and named Matsunoyu ahead. He silently leaped onto the rooftop, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and observed the inn's layout from above. In the open-air hot spring area in the backyard, steam rose, and a blonde woman could be vaguely seen leaning back by the hot spring pool. Her skin was slightly reddened by the heat of the spring, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead highlighted her unique beauty. "Sneaking up on a lady is not a good habit, Uchiha brat." Tsunade suddenly spoke, her eyes still closed. A cold smile played on her barato. Shun emerged from the shadows and stood at an appropriate distance from the edge of the pool. "Princess Tsunade, I've long admired your name." Tsunade opened her eyes and said lazily, "If you're an envoy sent by Konoha, then you can get lost." Shun smiled and said, "Danzo has been killed by me, and Fugaku has become the 4th Hokage. The Sarutobi, Yuditane, Mitokado, and Shimura clans have been expelled from Konoha. The day before yesterday, I even arrested Hiruzen for a public trial, and the causes of Nawaki and Dawn deaths have been investigated and confirmed to be the work of Hiruzen and Danzo." Tsunade's expression froze for a moment. Then she burst into laughter. "Are you trying to make me laugh, Uchiha?" Shun slowly walked into the hot spring pool and said, The information I've just shared will soon shock the ninja world. I have no need to lie to you. They want you to return as an advisor and manage the medical department. Tsunade grabbed the sake flask from the tray and took a deep gulp. The anger in her eyes gradually gave way to a deep sorrow. Even if everything you just said is true, what then? The dead, after all, cannot come back to life. What good would it do for me to return? Shun did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out a scroll and placed it on the tray by the pool. These are the appointment letters for Hokage advisor and head of the medical department. All the gambling debts you previously incurred will be repaid by the village as compensation to you. Tsunade's smile vanished instantly. Do you think mere money can make me return? Shun gave an evil smile. Actually, the real reason I came here is that I hope you can be by my side. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, spitting out all the sake she had been drinking. Are kids these days so direct when they talk? I have a method to perfectly revive Nawaki. After his revival, he will be no different from a normal person. He can marry and have children, and I can even let him possess with release. Of course, all of this comes with a condition. You must stay loyal to me and accept my terms. Tsunade's pupils suddenly constricted. Clearly, these words had a great impact on her. The chakra within her began to surge, and her fists clenched. Uchih, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Facing Tsunade's terrifying aura, Shun boldly approached and said, if you cooperate with me, they'll tell you the method of revival. Not the Edo Tensei kind of revival, but the kind with flesh, bravado, and life. Seeing this bold youth constantly approaching, Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, but she did not strike because she saw that this annoying brat was bleeding from his nose. Tsunade's hemophobia flared up, and her bravado quickly lost strength. Some of the bravado from his nose accidentally got on her face. Darn brat. 5 minutes later, she was still trying to recover. Just then, noisy footsteps and shouts came from outside the inn. A rough voice roared, that blonde woman is inside. We're getting our money back today. Shun said angrily, blast it, those cursed bastards, to show up at this very moment. He formed hand signs, summoned a shadow clone, and quickly rushed towards the door. Outside the corridor, 5 burly men were about to kick the door in. The shadow clone opened the door instantly, giving the scar-faced leader a fierce slap across the face, then kicking him flying. The 4 subordinates were about to rush over to help, but were also kicked away. The shadow clone Barado with a powerful, menacing aura. Get out. If you want to collect debts, go to Konoha. If you ever bother Tsunade again, I will make you pay dearly. The overwhelming pressure scared the 5 burly men so much that they didn't dare to look back, scrambling and crawling out of the corridor. Shun looked at Tsunade, who was within arm's reach. Her face was filled with fury. He shamelessly said, Tsunade, you are quite charming. It's hard to resist. I think you must have heard of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan has 6 types of ocular jutsu. One of them is the Naraka path, which can summon the king of hell to revive the dead. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, seemingly forgetting the previous offense. Are your words true? It's true, but you'd best clone a body for Nawaki using Hashirama cells, so that after Nawaki is revived, he can directly possess would release. Shun looked directly into Tsunade's eyes, a quiet determination visible in his gaze. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then finally sighed deeply. Give me one night to think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. The 3-Tomo Sharingan can evolve into the Mangekyo, and the Mangekyo can evolve into the Rinnegan. The conditions for using the Rinnegan are harsh, and using the King of Hell for revival causes a backlash to the user, usually resulting in death. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. Why are you telling me this? Shun said affectionately, because you fascinate me. Tsunade's presence had a magnetic charm that kept drawing his attention. There was no way he was going to leave without acknowledging her. Shun said with a smile, time for a little snack. Tsunade asked with confusion, huh? What a yo-dash? She was caught off guard by Shun, giving her an unexpected playful nudge on the Barado. Slurp, Sensurado. This was the Barado in her life Tsunade had ever had such close contact with a man. Needless to say, she wasn't very capable of handling the situation. Shinji said, "Well, this approach isn't working. Let's try something else." Tsunade was startled and yelped. Senshirado Tsunade let out a frustrated sigh. Honestly, Shun teased, "Oh, looks like someone's a Barado flustered." Tsunade hurriedly refuted, What do you mean? Who's flustered? I'm just handling the situation, okay?" Shun said, "Sure. Whatever helps you rest easy." Senshirado it. Shun continued, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Tsunade changed the subject. Anyway, hurry up. Let's just get this over with." Shun smiled. "Whatever you say, princess. Need any help getting ready?" Tsunade quickly said, "I'll handle it myself." While Tsunade got ready, Senshirado Tsunade noticed Shun's gaze and became even Barado flustered. Shun smiled and said, "I'm getting a little thirsty. I'll quench my thirst before moving on to the strenuous work." He walked over to the water container and took a drink. Senshirado. Shun suddenly approached Tsunade. The abrupt movement snapped Tsunade out of her momentary haze. She felt intense discomfort and pain, which showed on her face. She cried out, "HHH!" Even though she was accustomed to pain as a ninja, the moment left her shaken. Senshirado, it was still there, but it was easier to handle now. She let out deep breaths. HAA. Seeing her discomfort, Shun comforted her, "Just wait a little longer. You'll get used to it soon. The discomfort will fade after a while." Tsunade tightly gripped onto Shun's back, her nails leaving scratches on his shirt. But Shun didn't say anything. He knew she was in much greater pain right now. If his back could ease her emotions a little Barado, then this little Barado of strain was worth it. Shun slowly resumed his gentle massage, paying utmost attention to Tsunade's comfort. Whenever it seemed she was feeling a sudden wave of discomfort, he gave her a moment to catch her breath. After a short while, Tsunade was in much better condition. As Tsunade's pain receded, Shun continued assisting her. They worked through the situation together until it was resolved. Senshirado in the early morning in Tanzaka quarters. Sunlight streamed into the room through the paper window. Shun slowly opened his eyes, finding the spot beside him empty. He propped himself up, stretching his somewhat stiff back. Yesterday's long mission had even made him, a Kaga-level ninja, feel a Barado drained. There's an old saying that people peak at certain stages of life. Tsunade at 37 is at a powerful stage. Shun muttered under his breath, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his Barado. The two of them had spent the time together from yesterday afternoon until deep into the night. This allowed him to level up the defective Senju Barado to Senju Barado, intermediate, in one fell swoop. Kekkei Genkai, Senju Barado, intermediate, 520-2000, attributes. Health 1500, Chakra 1200, Health Recovery 15-hour, Sharingan Experience 20-day. Shun was about to check his attributes when, at that moment, the door was pushed open. Tsunade entered gracefully, carrying a luxurious breakfast. She had changed into a white silk outfit today, her blonde hair slightly loose, making her appear exceptionally dignified and elegant, as if fully rested. She raised an eyebrow at him, a hint of playfulness in her tone. "Awake? I thought you'd sleep until the afternoon." Shun cleared his throat, feigning composure as he took the tray. "Thank you." Tsunade sat opposite him, resting her chin on one hand, observing his expression with interest. "Last night, weren't you quite the smooth talker? Why are you a bit shy now?" Shun looked up at her, noticing a mischievous glint in her eyes. She was clearly teasing him on purpose. Tsunade elegantly picked up the wine bottle and slowly poured the deep red wine into a glass. The liquid gently swirled in the glass, emitting an alluring aroma. She then carefully filled a glass for him as well, before handing it to him. The two sat facing each other, each holding a glass of wine. Tsunade gazed into his eyes and softly asked, "Shun, with such a large age gap between us, what exactly do you like about me?" Shun was slightly stunned, Then a brilliant smile appeared on his face. "You are beautiful, elegant, and gentler than anyone else." Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "I want to hear the truth." The expression at the corner of Shun's barato deepened, and he took a step forward, closing the distance between them. He spoke quietly and said, "You are impressive and courageous, and you have remarkable skill and discipline. Your athletic ability is outstanding, and you demonstrate great versatility in everything you do. You also know advanced medical ninjutsu and can help me in many ways. In short, many things." Tsunade's face flushed crimson, and her fists instantly clenched. "You insufferable brat." But before she could finish her angry scolding, Shun had already reached out. He stepped closer to her and held her gently. "Also, you are clearly a mature woman, yet you show a maiden-like expression in front of me. This contrast is very captivating." Tsunade stood still, as if under a spell. She could feel his presence nearby. Cinchuredo, she finally broke this suffocating atmosphere. "I heard you have a girlfriend named Yukari, and you two have a very good relationship?" Upon hearing this, Shun's movements suddenly paused, and his hand, which had been resting on Tsunade's waist, unconsciously loosened a bit. He slowly raised his head, and his gaze met Tsunade's. In that instant, the air seemed to become heavy, and the atmosphere between them grew exceptionally subtle. However, Shun did not deny it. Instead, he calmly said, "Yes, she's a lovely girl. I like you very much, but I also like her very much. You are both people I want to cherish." Tsunade snorted softly. She stood up and walked to the window, turning her back to him. Shun put down his chopsticks, walked behind her, and whispered, "Tsunade, Tsunade turned around, her face having recovered that playful smile. "No need to explain. I'm not a young girl. I won't throw a tantrum over such things. In this era of war, many powerful men have a few women by their side." She took a step closer, lightly poking his chest with her finger. "However, you'd best think carefully. If I really go back to Konoha with you, how do you plan to handle our relationship?" Shun was silent for a moment, then frankly said, "I will not give up on you, nor will I give up on her." Tsunade looked at him steadily. "Since you're so confident, I'd like to see how you handle this. How about this? You go back now and tell Yukari that you want to be with me, and see what her reaction is?" Shun's lips twitched. "Tsunade, you're deliberately trying to embarrass me." Tsunade slightly raised her eyebrows, feigning anger. "What? You don't dare? Or are you saying you actually never considered her feelings?" Shun sighed and said seriously, "I will tell her, but not in this way. Feelings are not a game. Whether it's you or Yukari, I don't want to hurt either of you." Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly let go of his hand, snorting softly, "At least you have some sense of responsibility." She walked to the window, her voice much lower. "Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. I will go back to Konoha with you and serve as an advisor and the head of the medical department." Shun's eyes lit up. "Really?" Tsunade raised a finger, her eyes slightly warning. "However, our relationship will just be special good friends. I don't want people gossiping behind my back, saying that the Senju clan's princess is an old woman acting as a homewrecker." Shun frowned, took her hand, and said earnestly, "Cinchuredo." Shun exuded an aura of strong confidence, saying, "Then in a few more years, when my strength is greater and I can suppress all those who are disobedient, I will marry you in a grand wedding." Tsunade's eyes flickered slightly, but soon returned to her lazy expression. Yukari's emotional insecurity on the path outside Konoha. The setting sun dyed the clouds crimson. Shun and Tsunade walked side by side, the distant Hokage rock appearing exceptionally majestic in the twilight. Shun looked up at the statues of the past Hokage and suddenly laughed. "Tsunade, if there ever comes a day, I want you to become the 5th Hokage." Tsunade snorted lightly, her tone laced with self-mockery. "I have no interest in being Hokage. Buried in documents all day. How boring." Shun's eyes held a cunning smile, and he deliberately drew out his words. "Once you become the 5th Hokage, Cinchuredo." The two chased and played on the road leading to the village, as if they had returned to their youth. As they were about to reach the gates of Konoha, a red figure suddenly darted out from beside the gate. Shun! Yukari rushed into his arms like a gust of wind, her slender arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his chest, her voice full of joy. "You're finally back." Shun subconsciously hugged her, his palm gently stroking her red hair. "Yes, Yukari, I'm back." Yukari took a deep breath in his arms, her body suddenly stiffening. She smelled it, a faint osmanthus fragrance, a little like. She turned her head to look at Tsunade, who was standing beside them. Although Tsunade was already 37 years old, she had the Yin seal, so she maintained the appearance of a 27-year-old. She clutched Shun's clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Yukari's heart began to tremble. Tsunade is so beautiful. Her figure is also good, her strength is immense, and she's one of the legendary Sannin. She can't compare at all. Woo-woo. Shun, will you not want me anymore? She slowly raised her head, her red eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly. Shun, why were you with Tsunade-sama? Are you two working together? Shun's expression froze, momentarily unsure how to explain. Yukari. Tears welled up in Yukari's eyes, but she held them back, not crying out. Tsunade-sama is incredibly skilled, and her strength is immense. I can't compare at all. She clearly wanted to appear more mature, more generous, but her tears fell uncontrollably. Shun, will you not want me anymore? Shun couldn't stand to see her cry. These words were like a dull knife, stabbing fiercely into his chest. He suddenly gripped Yukari's hand, his voice low and firm. Yukari, Cinchuredo. Tsunade, standing to the side, looked down with quiet admiration, a faint smile appearing on her barato. But in her heart, she thought this kid really got lucky, finding such an interesting girl. Looking at the 17-year-old girl with tears streaming down her face, Tsunade felt a strange pang of bitterness in her heart. Seriously, why am I competing with a young girl? She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gently ruffled Yukari's red hair, her tone uncharacteristically gentle. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Yukari looked up, her eyes misty with tears, pointing at Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and continued, I'm 20 years older than you. In a few more years, they'll have wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. But you're still young, with infinite possibilities in the future. Her voice was very soft, as if she was comforting Yukari, and also as if she was convincing herself. Shun looked at Tsunade, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He reached out and wiped away Yukari's tears, saying earnestly, Yukari, to me, you are unique. Yukari's tears were still flowing, but her gaze had stabilized slightly. Tsunade looked at the two of them, suddenly feeling a little suffocated in her chest. She took a step back and waved her hand, feigning nonchalance. All right, you two chat. I need to report to the Hokage building. She turned and left, her high heels clicking crisply on the stone path. The setting sun stretched her shadow long, making her appear somewhat lonely. Shun watched Tsunade's retreating back, wanting to speak but holding back. Yukari gently tugged his sleeve and asked softly, Shun, is Tsunade angry? Shun was silent for a moment, then finally sighed and ruffled her hair. Let's go home. Yukari nodded, obediently following beside him, but her gaze couldn't help but turn towards the direction Tsunade had left. Soon, the two returned home. Yukari's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her fingers gently traced the rim of her teacup, seemingly deliberating her words. Shun stood to the side, watching her with some apprehension. Finally, Yukari looked up, a slight smile on her lips. Shun, you've only been gone for 3 days, and you've already hooked up with Tsunade-sama? Shun was stunned, not expecting her to ask so directly. He cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his nose. Yukari, aren't you angry? Yukari tilted her head, her red hair falling over her shoulders, her tone light. I'm not angry. The fact that you could charm Tsunade-sama means my man is very attractive. Shun was speechless for a moment, sighing inwardly. He walked over and sat beside her, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Just as you said, I am that attractive man. Yukari burst out laughing, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. She whispered, "But Tsunade-sama is so outstanding. Will you like her more?" Shun looked at her, silent for a moment, then reached out and pulled her into his arms. His chin rested gently above her head. His voice was low and serious. "Yukari, you're different from her. I like you because you are you, not because of how you compare to anyone else." Yukari stood close beside him, listening to his steady heartbeat, a warm smile forming on her face. Since Naruto, the military police force chief's office has become noticeably more luxurious. Leather chairs, mahogany bookcases, and even the teacups have been replaced with fine white porcelain. These changes silently highlight Shun's increasingly prominent status within the village. His desk was piled high with various documents, but most only required a signature to resolve. He propped his chin, gazing out at Konoha's bustling streets, his thoughts drifting far away. What a boring life. Maybe I should hire some Barato staff to help lighten the workload. Having extra help would certainly make the days pass Barato quickly. How can I have such a strange thought? Just as he was immersed in this interesting thought, there was an urgent knock on the office door. Shun lazily said, "Come in." Inaho pushed the door open, fine Barato of sweat on his forehead. "Chief, something has happened." Shun raised an eyebrow slightly, his pen spinning faster between his fingers. "Inaho, what has made you so flustered?" Inaho caught his breath, his atoms apple bobbing. The Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatane, and Midokado clans arrived at the daimyo's mansion 2 days ago. But because Hiruzen's injuries were only healed yesterday, the daimyo hosted a banquet for them last night. Shun leaned forward slightly, his pen suddenly stopping midair. And then, Inaho lowered his voice. After the banquet, Koharu and Hamura Barato after being attacked by Kakashi on their way home. A hint of interest flashed in Shun's eyes. Oh, interesting. In reality, Kakashi's assassination of Koharu and Hamura was his order. He just didn't expect Kakashi to be a bit reckless in his execution, causing such a big stir. Inaho wiped his sweat and said, "Now the daimyo has lodged a strong protest with Fugaku, and Fugaku has already declared Kakashi a rogue ninja." Shun sneered, slamming his pen onto the desk. The corruption of those two old geezers was exposed long ago. Many in the village wish them dead. Many people are probably applauding Kakashi's move. Inaho nodded. "That's true. Now there are people all over the village pleading for Kakashi. How does Fugaku-sama plan to handle it?" Inaho hesitated. He plans to hold an emergency meeting. It looks like he wants to sacrifice Kakashi to appease the daimyo's anger. Shun stood up, his black trench coat fluttering without wind. "Let's go to the meeting room. I want to see how they plan to deal with the son of Konoha's White Fang." In the Hokage building's meeting room, the atmosphere was so heavy it could almost drip. The Konoha higher-ups on both sides whispered to each other, their murmurs rising and falling. Fugaku tapped the table, his voice as cold as ice. "Everyone, Kakashi's assassination of Koharu and Hamura on the streets of the daimyo's mansion has severely angered the daimyo. Now the daimyo demands an explanation from us." The meeting room immediately fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Senju Natsuki, in a corner of the meeting room, suddenly sneered. An explanation? When those two parasites were embezzling, why did no one demand an explanation? Fugaku suddenly unleashed his chakra, and the air in the meeting room momentarily stagnated. Most of the ninja village's missions are issued by nobles. If we anger the daimyo, the village's mission volume will drastically decrease, directly impacting our income. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became oppressive and silent. Representatives from several minor clans had already started to wipe their sweat. Shun leaned back in his chair, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Sure enough, for the sake of profit, Kakashi must be sacrificed." Huh? Seeing no one object, Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, we will maintain the original judgment and list Kakashi as an A-rank rogue ninja, wanted throughout the ninja world." "I object." Shun's clear voice broke the silence of the meeting room. Fugaku frowned slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. not expecting him to be the first to object to him. He narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger, and said, "Shun, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share them." Shun slowly rose, his black trench coat swaying gently with his movements. The Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatane, and Midokado clans combined have 3,556 ninjas. Feeding these people costs over 1 billion ryo every month. But just taking money and not doing anything, even the daimyo would have a headache. The newly appointed advisor, Shikaku, pushed up his glasses and added, "My view is consistent with Shun's. After these 4 clans defect to the daimyo, they will inevitably take away a large number of missions. Even without this Kakashi incident, the outcome would be the same." The meeting room was silent. Even breathing became clearly audible. Fugaku's face grew even darker. "Are you implying?" Hayashi looked around, timely playing mediator. The deaths of Koharu and Hamura actually benefit the daimyo as well. It makes it easier for him to control these 2 clans. The reason the daimyo wants us to severely punish Kakashi is merely to give these 2 clans an explanation. Shun's gaze was fixed on Fugaku, seeing the slight upward curve of his lips, which clearly indicated his satisfaction with Hayashi's analysis. Hayashi continued, "As long as we give the daimyo a way to not be embarrassed, this matter will basically pass. The daimyo will certainly not pursue further accountability, so punishing or not punishing Kakashi is actually not important at all." The people in the meeting room began to whisper amongst themselves, various opinions and ideas intertwining, with most agreeing with Hayashi's analysis. Fugaku was silent for a moment. Then his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he spoke. "Advisor Hayashi's suggestion is very good. So how do we handle this matter?" Hearing his suggestion receive everyone's approval, Hayashi's demeanor began to subtly change. He nodded slightly, a barely perceptible curve appearing at the corner of his lips. "We publicly declare, Kakashi is defined as an A-rank rogue ninja. This way, the daimyo is not embarrassed. In reality, we let Kakashi temporarily live under a different identity, and after a year or so, once the commotion dies down, we will restore his identity." The atmosphere in the meeting room quietly shifted with Hayashi's speech. Fugaku's brows slowly relaxed. He straightened his posture and said in a deep voice, "Advisor Hayashi's plan is excellent. This matter will be entrusted to him. If there are no other matters to discuss, then the meeting is adjourned." Everyone exchanged glances, then rose one by one, gradually exiting the meeting room. Shun was about to leave when he heard Fugaku call out to him. "Shun, come to my office later. I have something to discuss with you." Fugaku's questioning inside the Hokage office. Sunlight filtered through the half-open blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Fugaku sat behind a large desk, his fingers gently tapping the surface. His voice was low and restrained, as if he was trying to suppress some emotion. "Shun, you're the most outstanding genius in the Uchiha clan. I have high hopes for you, which is why I made an exception and promoted you to military police force chief." He slowly stood up, placing his hands on the desk, his voice gradually turning cold. "But your performance in the meeting today disappointed me. Openly opposing me will make others think that there is discord within the Uchiha, weakening our prestige." Shun's expression was calm, his black uniform making his figure appear as tall and straight as a pine tree. He looked directly into Fugaku's eyes, showing no sign of backing down. "I have a reason why I must object." Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly, and a vein throbbed faintly on his forehead. "What reason?" Shun's voice was calm and clear. "I was the one who ordered Kakashi to assassinate Koharu and Hamura, so I must protect him." The air instantly solidified. Fugaku's face suddenly darkened, his fingers clenched, and the teacup on the desk vibrated, jumping slightly. Tea splattered onto the documents, spreading a dark stain. His voice was barely forced through tightly clenched jaws. "You said what?" Shun's expression remained calm. "I said Kakashi's actions were at my behest." But such a calm reaction only infuriated Fugaku more. His breathing became noticeably quicker, his voice still trembling. Why did you do this? And such an important matter. Why didn't you discuss it with me beforehand? Shun replied indifferently, because I knew you wouldn't agree, so I could only act first and report later. You. Fugaku slammed his hand on the desk, scattering the documents on the floor. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Then tell me, why did you kill them? Shun's eyes were as sharp as a blade as he slowly began to speak. First, before the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had 24,163 ninjas, but now only 6,652 remain. The reduction in short-term missions will not affect the overall situation. Fugaku's brows furrowed even tighter. He suppressed his anger and did not interrupt. Second, I let the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans leave Konoha with their wealth because I wanted to build a reputation that Konoha treats ninja clans well. With this reputation, we can easily recruit other ninja clans to join, quickly restoring our strength. Fugaku touched his forehead, seemingly pondering the rationality of this reason. Third, I had Kakashi assassinate Koharu and Hamura to let the ninja world know that betraying Konoha comes at a price. Fugaku's eyes flickered, clearly indicating his approval of this reason. Fourth, I let the four clans leave with their wealth, and, at the same time, spread the news throughout the ninja world that they possess a large amount of wealth. The deaths of Koharu and Hamura are a signal to those greedy individuals that they, too, can seize this wealth. Fugaku's brows furrowed, and his breathing paused slightly. Fifth, before the establishment of ninja villages, ninjas were merely the nobles' dogs, acting on orders. But after the establishment of ninja villages, ninjas banded together into military groups, and the daimyo instinctively rejected us. His efforts to win over the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans were to suppress Konoha. Shun's voice suddenly became as cold as ice. I had Kakashi eliminate them to tell the daimyo that the people he chose are completely unreliable. Sixth, hearing Shun spout a long list of reasons, Fugaku felt a surge of irritation. His gaze was complex, his voice tired and helpless. All right, Shun, let's end this matter here. Shun nodded slightly, his expression serious. Yes, Hokage-sama. Fugaku's gaze was deep, carrying a hint of warning. Next time you have such a plan, tell me in advance. Understood. After speaking, Shun slowly walked out of the room and gently closed the door, leaving Fugaku alone in the office. Fugaku looked at the spilled tea and murmured in a low voice, Shun, this kid is even more dangerous than I imagined. Fugaku ordered. Kakashi is to be listed as an A-rank rogue ninja, wanted throughout the ninja world. This news quickly reached the daimyo's mansion. Inside the magnificent council hall, the Land of Fire daimyo reclined on a soft couch, toying with an exquisite fan. Kneeling before him were several ninjas, representatives of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans. An elder of the Udatain clan spoke with indignant sorrow. Daimyo-sama, Clamhead Koharu and Hamura were tragically killed by the Konoha rogue ninja Kakashi. Please uphold justice for us. The daimyo lazily raised his eyelids, gently tapping his palm with the fan. Oh, hasn't Konoha already designated Kakashi as an A-rank rogue ninja? A ninja of the Midokado clan gritted his teeth. But that's far from enough. Fugaku is clearly just placating you. He has no sincerity in severely punishing the culprit. The daimyo chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Then what do you want me to do? Send troops to attack Konoha? Everyone paused, falling silent. The daimyo closed his fan, his tone leisurely. Since your four clans have chosen to pledge allegiance to me, you should understand that what I need are pawns who can share my burdens, not liabilities who only know how to cry. Hiruzen stood in the corner, silent. His injuries had not fully recovered, and his face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes were clearer than anyone else's. He sneered inwardly. The daimyo doesn't care about their lives or deaths. He only cares about how to use them to restrain Konoha. Daimyo's mansion, the temporary residence of the Shimura clan. In the dimly lit room, the high-ranking members of the Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans sat around, the atmosphere heavy. An elder of the Shimura clan slammed his hand on the table in anger. The daimyo is completely unreliable. We must find another way out. An elder of the Utatane clan gave a bitter smile. What other way out is there? Konoha is no longer an option, and now even the daimyo is unwilling to stand up for us. The usually silent Midokado elder suddenly spoke. No, we still have a chance. As long as Hiruzen is still here, we still have value. From today onwards, our 3 clans must cling tightly to Hiruzen. Only by the 4 clans banding together can we have a say in front of the daimyo. Everyone exchanged glances, a hint of astonishment appearing on their faces. Edo Tensei Hashirama, the Konoha Military Police Forces dungeon, was built 30 meters underground. The further down one went, the more turbid the air became. Shun slowly descended the stairs, flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. On the 3rd underground level, the iron door was covered in claw marks, desperate imprints left by the previous prisoner before his passing. Click! The heavy iron door opened, and boots stepping on the damp ground made an uncomfortable, squelching sound. In front of cell number 44, Shun stopped. The condemned inmate, Matsui Shurjin, was gripping the sleeve of his prison uniform, where a wound was visible on his arm. Matsui Shurjin, Jonin, 1.98 meters tall, proficient in taijutsu, chakra pathways 1.7 times wider than an average person. Shun's Sharingan rotated slightly, taking in all of the opponent's physical data. Shurjin looked up alertly, his eyes filled with uneasiness. It's not mealtime now. Uchih brat, what do you want? Shun did not answer. His 3-tomo Sharingan suddenly spun. Demonique illusion, chacune stex technique. Shigen's body instantly stiffened. His spirit body, within the Genjutsu, was pinned by 5 large iron stakes, rendering him immobile. In reality, Shun had already opened the triple encrypted cell door with a special key. Subject status confirmed, suitable for Edo Tensei. Shun murmured to himself, taking out 5 crystal syringes from his ninja tool pouch. 4 of them contained a pale green fluorescent liquid, slowly flowing like a living thing in the dim light. The last one was deep red, viscous like congealed blood. He quickly formed hand signs, and 2 shadow clones appeared to his left and right. The first shadow clone took out a precision syringe and accurately pierced Shigen's abdomen with a needle. The moment the needle tip touched the muscle, the deep red liquid automatically began to inject. Ugh! Shurjin began to convulse, and his consciousness, sealed by the Genjutsu. Sensuredo. Wait! The subject's right arm suddenly swelled up like an inflated balloon, and tree bark-like patterns appeared on the skin surface. The rejection reaction is stronger than expected, but still within controllable range. Shun quickly recorded the data, while simultaneously flicking 5 chakra threads from his fingertips, steadying the subject's convulsing limbs as if manipulating a puppet. When Shigen's chakra volume reached 1312 of a normal jonins, his physical body began to collapse. Shun began to form hand signs, then slammed his hands on the ground. Edo Tensei Jutsu. The dungeon suddenly trembled violently, and dust from the brick seams fell down. Countless paper-like substances surged from the ground, wrapping around the subject's body like living things. This process was quick, but exceptionally painful. Shurjin broke free from the Genjutsu's control, letting out his last dying wail. The paper quickly covered his head, his face contorted, and his body gradually changed. Finally, the dust settled, and a man with flowing black hair, clad in the red armor of the Sengoku era, stood before Shun. Hashirama blinked, looking at his arm in confusion. This is Edo Tensei. Shun respectfully bowed and said, Hashirama-sama, hello. I am Shun, the military police force chief. I apologize for summoning you using Edo Tensei. There is something that requires your assistance. Looking at the respectful Uchiha youth, Hashirama smiled. Young Uchiha, whatever matter you have, speak it quickly. Shun took out a stack of documents and respectfully handed them over. Inside were records of the actions of Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. When Hashirama took the scroll, his fingertips trembled imperceptibly. The war that destroyed nations, the truth of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. Hashirama's hand suddenly tightened, the edge of the scroll deforming from his grip. As he read further, his gentle face gradually twisted. Upon seeing the decline process of the Senju clan, his breathing became heavy. When he turned to the investigation report on Senju Nawaki's death, his red battle armor moved without wind, and terrifying chakra erupted like a tsunami. Boom! The violent chakra fluctuations quickly alarmed the military police force's ninjas, and several Uchiha clan members rushed over. "Chief, what happened?" Shun calmly waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. I'm experimenting with a new ninjutsu. You may withdraw." Several Uchiha ninjas looked on with awe, not daring to ask further, and quickly retreated. Hashirama's voice was no longer his usual cheerful tone, but carried a thunderous roar. "They! How dare they?" Shun quickly formed hand signs to set up a soundproofing barrier, but his eardrums still ached from the shockwave. Photos slipped from the papers. In a certain underground laboratory, horrifying evidence of dark experimentation was hidden from the world. Each container labeled Hashirama Cell Adaptation Experiment. Root conducted devastating human experiments on innocent children. Hiruzen forced Ninja Academy students to graduate early, resulting in thousands of young casualties. The corruption incidents of Koharu and Hamura. The actions of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans. Hashirama had three major taboos. First, Konoha. For the village, he could betray his close friend, Madara. Second, protecting children. Several of his brothers died before they could grow up. So, his initial intention with Madara in establishing the ninja village was to protect children's safe growth, which later slowly evolved into the pursuit of peace. Third, Hashirama was once the Senju clan head, and one of his responsibilities was the continuation of the clan. Now, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans had offended all three of Hashirama's major taboos, immediately causing this usually amiable first Hokage to erupt with overwhelming hostility. As he bent down to pick up the photos, his barato clenched with a grinding sound. "Are these all true?" Shun pointed to the last few pages of records. "The root base has already been exposed by us, and Tsunade has also been invited back to Konoha. For other matters, you can use a shadow clone to inquire freely within Konoha, and you'll understand." Hashirama's eyes completely changed. Hiruzen deserves to die, and the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clan are Bayong's saving. How to take back the money. Inside the military police force chief's office, Hashirama, brought back by Edo Tensei, had already used the transformation technique to appear as an ordinary Konoha ninja. He had short brown hair, a common face, and the only thing unchanged was his deep-set eyes. Shun took out the large amount of property and signed documents registered by the four clans when they left from a drawer. He handed the documents to Hashirama, his voice low and restrained. "First Hokage-sama, please look at these. These are the property lists and signed confirmations of the assets the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans registered to take with them when they left Konoha." Hashirama took the documents, his fingertips chilling slightly the moment they touched the paper. His gaze swept over the first page, where countless items were neatly arranged. Sarutobi clan cash 37.36 billion ryo, Udatain clan cash 13.78 billion ryo, Shimura clan cash 19.53 billion ryo, Midokado clan cash 12.98 billion ryo, a total registered cash of 83.67 billion ryo, an astonishingly large sum. Each amount of money had a ninja's personal signature, the handwriting bold and arrogant, as if mocking something. Shun walked to Hashirama's side, his long finger pointing to one line. "This is evidence of their betrayal of Konoha." Hiruzen alone registered 24.7 billion ryo in cash, 110,000 Rio in gold, and 159 million Rio in silver. However, through a gamble, I retrieved 20 billion Rio from Hiruzen. He took the rest. All this money was embezzled from Konoha's public funds. Hashiruma's brows gradually furrowed, a vein throbbing on his forehead. When he turned to the last page and saw the total sum, the temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees. Why let those troublesome clans leave? Wouldn't it be simpler to remove them directly and reclaim Konoha's property? Hashirama's voice was no longer gentle, but filled with suppressed hostility. Shun smiled bitterly and shook his head, walking to the archive cabinet in the corner of the office and taking out a thick casualty roster. First Hokage-sama, do you know how much fighting strength Konoha had left after the Third Great Ninja War? He opened the roster, the countless names arranged like ants. 12,597 ninjas killed in action, only 652 remaining. The ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, Shimura, Udatane, and Midokado clans combined total 3,556 people, more than half of Konoha's remaining fighting strength. If we had forced a war then, Konoha would have become a ruin. Even more terrifying, spies from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure were constantly lurking in the land of fire, waiting for our internal strife to invade again. The office fell into a brief silence. Hashirama walked to the window, looking at the Hokage rock in the distance. Next to his own statue were the faceless statues of the second and third Hokage. Hashirama murmured in a low voice, filled with weariness, "No matter the era, there will always be war. If only I had agreed to Madara's plan back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different." Shun walked back to the desk and took out a roll of blueprints from a drawer. "Today is not the time to discuss this. First Hokage-sama, please look at this." This was a new blueprint for Konoha. It was marked with the words Konoha Clone Center, with detailed architectural structures and a list of medical equipment next to it. After the war, over 2,000 ninjas were permanently disabled, and traditional medical ninjutsu can't give them a new life. Through research into cloning technology, we might be able to help them stand again. Hashirama carefully examined the blueprint, his expression gradually softening. Shun took out several other documents and said, "This is the construction plan for a cultural school, so children without chakra can also receive an education. This is the construction plan for orphanages and nursing homes. But all of this requires funds." He pressed his finger heavily on the stack of property lists. "And this money is now being used by those traders to enjoy wealth and luxury in the daimyo's mansion." Hashirama put down the blueprint, his gaze sharpening. "What is your plan?" Just then, Shun pointed to the main road outside the window. "Hashirama-sama, did you sense it? Tsunade just got off work. Do you want to go see her?" Hashirama turned sharply, his powerful perception instantly locking onto the figure several hundred meters away. Through the window, he saw a blonde woman crossing the street, her white medical ninja coat swaying in the wind, the green crystal pendant on her chest sparkling in the sunlight. On Hashirama's disguised face, genuine emotional fluctuations appeared. "Little Tsunade, she's grown so big." Shun stood silently to the side. Tsunade has had a very hard time these past few years. After her brother Nawaki and her partner Dan passed away, she left the village, spending her days with alcohol and gambling. She had bad luck with gambling, accumulated a pile of gambling debts, and wandered everywhere. Hashirama's hands involuntarily clenched, the wooden window frame groaning under his grasp. Shun continued, "I only recently brought her back to the village. She is now Konoha's advisor and also serves as the medical department chief. But the trauma in her heart still needs time to heal." On the street, Tsunade stopped, seemingly sensing something, and looked up at the military police force's window. Hashirama subconsciously took a step back, avoiding her gaze. Shun, however, gave Tsunade a meaningful look and whispered, "Tsunade still misses you very much." Hashirama took a deep breath. When he spoke again, his voice was cold. "Take me to the daimyo's mansion. I can't wait to teach those bastards a lesson." Shun's expression was serious. Hashirama-sama, we need a plan. The daimyo's mansion is heavily guarded, and we also need to consider the political implications. If we directly attack, it will give the four great nations an excuse, and it could very likely lead to war. Hashirama's movement stopped, his brows tightly furrowed. Shun seized the opportunity to continue. The four clans can be taken down at any time, but we still need to use their power now. I suggest a secret operation, disguising our identities and infiltrating the daimyo's mansion. We'll subdue all the ninja from the four clans and retrieve the money they embezzled. Outside the window, a dark cloud covered the sun, and the office immediately darkened. Hashirama pondered for a moment, finally nodding. Do you have a specific plan? Shun breathed a sigh of relief, quickly taking a map from the bookshelf and spreading it on the table. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigikure and Sunagakure invaded the Land of Fire, and 7 cities were plundered, causing heavy losses for some nobles. The daimyo recruited the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans for 2 reasons. One was to balance Konoha, and the other was to protect the capital's safety, so he placed the 4 clans in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners of the daimyo's mansion. Raiding the 4 clans around 11 p.m., Hashirama stood atop a tall building, looking down at the daimyo's mansion, which was brightly lit all night. Compared to 34 years ago, the daimyo's mansion had expanded significantly, bustling with traffic and many times more prosperous. He thought of the current Konoha, which had barely changed since his death, and a complex, inexpressible emotion welled up in his heart. 34 years. The daimyo's mansion has developed like this, yet Konoha remains stagnant. Shun calmly said the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Midokado clans have been parasitically draining Konoha. The funds they've embezzled are enough to rebuild 3 Konoha. Hashirama briefly asked, "What is your plan?" Shun took out a meticulously drawn map from his clothes and spread it on a rock. "We will disguise ourselves as 2 samurai, using shadow clones to fight. We'll start with the Midokado clans in the north, then clear them out clockwise." His finger traced a circle on the map as he said, "Next, the Shimura in the west, the Udatain in the south, and finally the Sarutobi in the east. That old man, Hiruzen, must be saved for last." Then, he took out 2 sets of samurai equipment, prepared in advance from a storage scroll. A little while later, they put on black iron armor and protective gear, with sharp long swords at their waists and dragon-shaped iron masks on their faces, obscuring their true appearance. Shun softly said, "First Hokage-sama, we are not here to harm anyone, so you must control your strength. Just take all their money. Perhaps I will visit them again next time." Hashirama touched his black samurai sword and said, "Don't worry, I will spare them. After all, mercy is far better than the alternative." Under the cover of night, the 2, like ghosts, infiltrated the Midokado clan residence in the north. This residence covered nearly dozens of acres, surrounded by a layer of light blue barrier. Shun squatted on a cherry blossom tree outside the wall, his Sharingan subtly rotating. Standard alert barrier, triggered alarm. 2 patrol squads, 5 people per squad, exchanging every 15 minutes. Hashirama closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. "No need for such trouble. I will handle the barrier." He clasped his hands together and gently pressed them against the barrier. The light blue barrier rippled slightly, then returned to its original state. But its nature had changed. Hashirama explained, "Now it won't alarm anyone, and I've added a temporary silencing effect. No matter how lively we get inside, no one outside will hear us." Shun nodded slightly and followed Hashirama into the barrier. Hashirama clapped his hands, creating 800 shadow clones, densely filling the surrounding space. Then, these shadow clones quickly rushed in all directions, fighting alongside Hashirama, the god of shinobi. Just thinking about it was exciting. Shun took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and created 300 shadow clones to follow. According to previously investigated data, although the Midokado clan had 552 ninjas, only 2 were elite jonin, 9 were Jonin, 31 were Special Jonin, and the rest were Chunin and Genin. Facing Hashirama and Shun's shadow clones, the Midokado ninjas didn't even have time to raise an alarm before being knocked unconscious by a hand chop from the shadow clones. 2 elite Jonin rushed out of the main house, only to see the courtyard filled with shadow clones, instantly freezing in place. "Who exactly are you, and what are you doing here?" the new Midokado clan head mumbled. Dozens of shadow clones didn't waste a single word, directly using the body flicker technique to quickly rush towards the 2. "Damn, it's so fast. Be careful." As soon as the new clan head, Hirota, finished shouting, the new vice clan head, Hiroki, was knocked down. Soon, the 2 were dragged to the center of the courtyard. Seeing the Midokado clan members scattered on the ground, Hirota's pupils suddenly contracted. "What do you want to do?" Hashirama stomped, cracking his shin bone, and said in a cold tone, "We heard you brought a lot of money from Konoha here. We're here to collect protection fees." Shun took out a piece of paper and said, "The large amount of property Hamura carried should have been divided between you two, right? Hand it all over obediently, otherwise your Midokado clan will be wiped out tonight." Hirota and Hiroki knelt on the ground, cold samurai swords pressed against their necks, putting immense pressure on them. "Don't harm us, we'll pay." Shouts constantly echoed as Hashirama and Shun's shadow clones quickly searched the entire residence. A total of 13.69 billion ryo was collected, which was 710 million ryo more than the original plan of 12.98 billion ryo. It seemed the Midokado clan had a considerable amount of property in the daimyo's mansion. Then, all the Midokado clan members were knocked unconscious, and the 13.69 billion ryo in cash was packaged into 10 sealing scrolls. The Shimura clan's defenses in the west were even stricter than the Midokado clan's, with more patrolling ninjas and even sensory-type ninja stationed there. However, in the face of absolute strength, all defenses were meaningless. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In the dark night, the shadow clone samurai army descended once again. The Shimura ninjas were knocked down before they could even clearly see who their enemies were. An elite jonin of the Shimura clan shouted, "Blast it! These samurai, how can they use shadow clones?" As he was about to form hand seals, he was struck simultaneously by 3 shadow clone samurai, instantly losing consciousness. The 586 ninja of the Shimura clan were completely wiped out within a mere 15 minutes. After counting the cash, Shun was overjoyed, having found a total of 14.61 billion ryo, which was 830 million ryo more than the original target of 13.78 billion ryo. The Udatain clan in the south had a larger number of members, with 830 ninjas organizing a decent defense. But it was useless, and they were quickly overwhelmed by over 1,000 shadow clones. The shadow clones quickly gathered all the collected cash, totaling 20.57 billion ryo. Shun was already grinning from ear to ear. These clans were really good at making money. They had only been in the daimyo's mansion for a few days, and their assets had increased by several hundred million ryo. Soon, over 1,000 black-clad samurai appeared at the Sarutobi clan residence. Watching the Sarutobi ninjas being continuously struck down, Hiruzen's pupils constricted, and he kept retreating. Shadow clone technique. Absurd. How can samurai have such power and such a huge amount of chakra? Comparable to a tail beast? Who exactly are you? Another loss for Hiruzen. The enemy's shadow clones were everywhere, and the weakness of a shadow clone was its lack of resilience to attacks. Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals, his chest puffing out. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A large-scale wind release ninjutsu was the sharp weapon to eliminate these shadow clones. Hashirama's shadow clone, seeing this, could only retreat quickly. 4 shadow clones each struck a nearby wall, instantly breaking the walls into several pieces. Then 2 shadow clones, one from the south and one from the north, each lifted a large section of the wall and smashed it towards Hiruzen. This scene was like a pair of large hands trying to swat a flying mosquito aiming to crush Hiruzen. Boom! The two walls collided, and Hiruzen's Barato continuously retreated, avoiding the attack. Darn it, this immense chakra volume and this kind of strength and speed. How could the daimyo's mansion have such a master? Hiruzen's face was bitter. He bit his thumb, drawing a line of blood on his palm, then slammed it onto the ground. Summoning technique. The moment white smoke burst open, a white giant ape over 2 meters tall appeared beside him, finally allowing Hiruzen to regain a sense of security. Hiruzen, this is... Enma's voice was filled with caution. No time to explain. Transform into adamantine staff. Enma's body rotated, transforming into a 2-meter-long black staff, which flew into Hiruzen's hand. The adamantine staff continuously extended. 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters. Hiruzen swept it forward with force, and instantly a dozen houses in its path were cut in half and collapsed. Shun, observing the battle, calmly stated, "This move is good for demolition, but too slow for fighting people." Hashirama's 4 shadow clones ran to the roofs of nearby houses, picked up tiles, and continuously threw them at Hiruzen. Tiles filled the sky, raining down like a storm. Hiruzen felt his scalp tingle. The speed at which those tiles flew was comparable to cannonballs. Many tiles that Hiruzen dodged struck nearby walls, creating hole after hole. At this moment, Hiruzen moved as nimbly as a monkey, constantly shifting and repositioning, using the adamantine staff to deflect the incoming tiles. But prolonged defense inevitably leads to a breach, especially when it's 4 against 1. Seeing that his defense was about to break, Hiruzen threw the adamantine staff into the air and shouted, "Enma, adamantine prison wall." Instantly, the adamantine staff split into dozens of adamantine staffs, forming a wall-like barrier, protecting Hiruzen within. Dozens of flying tiles struck the adamantine staff, making crisp sounds, and fragments splattered everywhere, but it remained unharmed. Who exactly are you?" Hiruzen gasped violently, his face flushed from lack of oxygen. Hashirama's shadow clones, seeing this, immediately changed tactics. 2 of the shadow clone warriors suddenly rushed to the outer perimeter of the adamantine staff defense circle. They raised their right fists high, and 2 heavy punches simultaneously slammed into the ground. Boom! Boom! The terrifying, monstrous strength instantly transmitted underground, and the ground within a 10-meter radius began to shake violently. The flagstones beneath Hiruzen's feet suddenly collapsed, and his entire body fell downwards with the sunken ground. Extend. At the critical moment, an adamantine staff rapidly extended, deeply embedding itself into the still intact ground in the distance. Hiruzen held on tightly, pulling himself out of the pit at the last second. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly from overexertion. The remaining 2 shadow clone warriors each grabbed a several-ton stone lion with their left and right hands. They spun their bodies, smashing the stone lions towards the adamantine staff in the air. Thus, before Hiruzen's gasping had even finished, the sound of tearing air abruptly struck. Boom! The first stone lion slammed hard into the adamantine staff, the terrifying impact causing the adamantine staff to bend slightly. Boom! 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 The second, third, and fourth stone lions followed in quick succession. The adamantine staff vibrated and finally vanished in a puff of smoke. Hiruzen fell from air, but he did a somersault in mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. He continued to pant heavily, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Perhaps we can talk. However, it was of no use. 2 of Hashirama's shadow clones used the body flicker technique to approach, one punching Hiruzen's left face and the other his abdomen. Hiruzen cried out and was sent flying. Watching the 2 fight, Shun took a deep breath. It's over. Hiruzen's defeat is not unjust. Tonight, he finally witnessed the most authentic fighting style of the Sengoku era. No rules, no bottom line, using every available tactic to defeat the enemy, No wasted barato, only survival. As Hiruzen retreated in defeat, the Sarutobi clan's resistance gradually faded. A large number of shadow clones began to gather, and bags of cash were counted. A total of 39.14 billion Ryo in cash was found, which was 78 billion Ryo more than what they had embezzled. Of course, Hiruzen's 110,000 Ryo in gold and 1.59 million Ryo in silver did not escape this time, all being pocketed by Shun. After tying up the last sealing scroll, Shun softly said, "We should go." Hashirama nodded, and the two quickly disappeared silently. The entire daimyo's mansion was in an uproar. Because the Sarutobi clan was the last, Hashirama had not used a silence barrier. The aftershocks of the battle at the Sarutobi mansion soon attracted many onlookers. As more news was exposed, everyone in the daimyo's mansion knew that the four clans the daimyo had just recruited had been robbed by two men dressed as warriors. What did this mean? The power the daimyo relied on was insignificant in front of true strong individuals. Regarding this matter, the people of the daimyo's mansion discussed it heatedly. In the study, the Land of Fire daimyo smashed his most beloved teacup. Useless. A bunch of useless people. The daimyo's roar echoed in the room. Hiruzen's expression did not change, but the other three clan heads were too afraid to look up. For ninja clans, over 3,000 people were beaten by two people without any ability to fight back. What good are you to me? Upon hearing this, the new clan heads chiefs of Udatane, Mito, and Shimura trembled. Watching the three act like quails, the daimyo sneered, "Ninja who can't even protect themselves are not worth me spending a lot of money to support." The stipends of the four clans will be cut in half. As it concerned his personal interests, Hiruzen could only step forward. He said in a deep voice, "I have fought with the enemy. The enemy possesses immense strength. A casually thrown tile can punch a large hole in a wall, and with one hand, he can throw a several-ton stone lying 70 to 80 meters. And such an enemy can create 1,000 clones, which is why we lost." After listening, the daimyo finally had some idea of the strength of the two mysterious individuals. But this incident had already affected his prestige, and the four defeated clans must be punished. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command respect. He stared at Hiruzen and said, "If you lose, you should accept punishment, but considering your heavy losses, this time only 25 of your stipends will be cut. When under another's roof, one must bow one's head." Hiruzen frowned slightly and conceded, "It is our inefficiency, and we are willing to accept the punishment." Returning to Yukari, the morning breeze on Hokage Rock carried the chill of January. The golden rays of the morning sun illuminated the four statues. At the ruined memorials of 1st Hokage Hashirama, 2nd Hokage Tobirama, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen, and the newly completed statue of 4th Hokage Fugaku, Shun's long black hair gently swayed in the morning breeze. "This money is enough to develop Konoha. 1st Hokage Sama, do you want to see Tsunade? She must be very eager to see you." Hashirama stood beside him, his Edo Tensei body appearing somewhat ethereal in the sunlight. He gazed at Konoha, silent for a moment, and then said, "Let's wait until Konoha truly experiences rebirth. I am merely a dead man. It is not appropriate for me to interfere with the lives of the living." Shun did not try to persuade him further, simply nodding. "Then, once I have Konoha properly built, I will summon 1st Hokage-sama again, so you can personally witness Konoha after its rebirth." Hashirama smiled gently, but did not reply. The next second, Edo Tensei began to dispel itself, his body gradually disintegrating, turning into countless tiny paper fragments that scattered with the wind. Shigen's corpse was revealed, its flesh rapidly turning wood-like, instantly growing into a tall, sturdy tree. Shun reached out and ran his hand over the rough bark, murmuring, "Now, I don't even need to dispose of the body. Wood release is really convenient." Konoha in the early morning was gradually becoming lively. Early rising vendors had already set up their stalls, and ninjas were heading to the mission assembly point in small groups. Shun formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone. He instructed the shadow clone, "You go to the military police force to handle daily affairs. Contact me if anything important comes up." The shadow clone nodded and left with a body flicker technique. Shun's main body stretched his limbs and walked towards the Uchiha clan compound. A night of activity had left him somewhat fatigued. What he needed most now was a hot bath and a soft bed. Passing through the bustling streets, he soon arrived at the Uchiha clan compound. Pushing open his front door, the aroma of fried eggs immediately wafted towards him. Yukari was walking out of the kitchen, carrying breakfast. Her vibrant red hair was tied up high, and she wore a white apron around her waist, looking both gentle and capable. When her gaze fell on Shun, her gentleness instantly turned into annoyance. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing Shun's hands with a moderate grip, her eyes gentle yet seemingly filled with grievance. "Where did you go last night?" "Another night out. Who was the woman this time?" Shun smiled helplessly, gently rubbing her hands. "Yukari, it was important business." "I don't believe you." Yukari stomped her foot, her apron swaying gently with her movement. Shun patted her shoulder and said, "Yukari, you should know that ninjas have confidentiality agreements. Don't ask what you shouldn't." Yukari narrowed her eyes, approaching like an alert cat, sniffing carefully. Her soft nostrils quivered slightly. Then she released his hands in disgust. "Sweat, iron, and sawdust? It seems you really weren't with a woman. Go take a shower quickly. It'll get you some clean clothes." Shun rubbed his reddened ears and walked towards the dining table. "Let's eat breakfast first. I'm hungry." On the dining table were fried fish, stir-fried rapeseed, fried lean meat, seaweed egg drop soup, and 2 bowls of rice simple yet warm. Shun devoured the food, clearly ravenous. Yukari sat opposite him, resting her chin on her hands, her face full of curiosity. "What exactly did you do last night?" Shun swallowed the food in his mouth and looked up at her. "Handled some important business." Yukari pouted, clearly unconvinced, but if he didn't want to say, he naturally had his reasons. "Yukari, you possess the Uzumaki clan sage mode, and there's still a lot of potential you haven't developed. I want to take you to Tsunade's house to learn medical ninjutsu and the strength of 100 seal to improve your strength. You should reach Jonin level quickly." Yukari blinked, then feigned anger. "You're looking down on my strength. That why you wanted to go find that old woman? I know you two have something going on, so I won't go." Shun put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "All right then, you'll have me learn from her. Tsunade also knows the Yin seal. As long as you learn it, you can stay eternally youthful." Yukari froze for a moment, but still couldn't bring herself to relent. "You won't go." Seeing her throw a tantrum like that was quite adorable. Shun smiled. "Yin seal is originally a secret jutsu of your Uzumaki clan. Are you really not going to learn it?" Yukari turned her face away, her voice noticeably softer. "Since it's a secret jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, then of course I must learn it back. She's currently Konoha's advisor and head of the medical department. How would she have time to teach someone?" Shun wolfed down his breakfast. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, saying Tsunade used to owe a pile of gambling debts, so she sold all the properties of the Senju clan compound. She currently lives in the Konoha Inn. Around lunchtime, she should be at the izakaya. "He'll go with you then." Yukari put down her chopsticks and sighed. "All right, I'll go with you then." "Shun, go take a shower quickly. It'll get you some clean clothes." In the bathroom, the sound of trickling water began. Yukari, holding a pile of clothes, called through the door. "Shun, I put your clean clothes outside the door." Shun deliberately raised his voice from inside. Senshirado, whispering in her ear, "Yukari, I need your help." Before Yukari could respond, he gently placed a barato on her barato. Yukari was stunned for a moment, but she quickly came back to her senses. Then, she returned the barato warmly. Shun was not one to be outdone. Senshirado, 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 as he kept spending time with Yukari, he felt a sudden surprise. As he shifted his gaze, he saw her hand gently placed on his. Seeing Shun look at her, Yukari shyly said, "Well, I didn't want to be the only one having a good time." Shun smiled. Senshirado, 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 Sensuredo, lowering her voice as much as she could. As Shun's training became barato intense, Yukari couldn't contain her energy any barato. She cried out in frustration. When Shun was busy with his technique, the sparring match continued with renewed vigor. Sensuredo, 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 Sensuredo. An unprecedented surge of energy suddenly erupted from within her. She gently clenched her fist and then punched, and the air actually let out a bang. Shun, my chakra reserve seemed to have increased several times, and my physique also seems to have become much stronger. Shun then smiled. Yukari, your barato has unexpectedly advanced. Yukari looked down at her hands, a faint chakra glow appearing in her palms. Is this the power of the barato? Yukari, let's train again. I want to see how much stronger you become. Shun, you're so persistent. Fine, let's get started. Ding, host and partner. Indeed, the stronger the training partner, the greater the benefits received. On the dining table, the fried fish had already grown a barato cold, its edges a faint golden brown. The oil from the stir-fried rapeseed greens had solidified into a translucent film at the bottom of the plate. Only 2 or 3 slices of fried lean meat remained, lying forlornly on the plate. With a crunch, May picked up the last slice of fried lean meat with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Her dark brown long hair was messy and disheveled, clearly indicating she had just climbed out of bed. Her loose, light pink pajamas hung askew on her frame. Her emerald green eyes were full of grievance. She mumbled indistinctly, "They didn't even leave me anything good to eat." "Se, surabang." May slammed the table, making the bowls and chopsticks clatter. Her voice carried obvious jealousy as she huffed. "You, why didn't you wait for me to eat breakfast?" Shun frowned, his gaze sweeping over May. "Who told you to sleep so late? Besides, you're a girl. Why don't you tidy yourself up? Your long hair is messy, and you're still wearing pajamas. What kind of decorum is that?" Mai's eyes reddened, and she twisted the hem of her pajamas aggrievedly. "Who told you not to come back last night? I waited with you, Kurine, until very late before going to bed. You're bullying me." Sensuredo remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow at May. "So you were spying?" May immediately became speechless, her eyes darting around, her ear tips slightly red. "I wasn't spying. You two were just arguing way too loudly. The whole courtyard could hear you." Yukari was so embarrassed she wished she could disappear. Even her neck turned pink. She secretly pinched Shun's arm, which earned her a knowing smile from him. Shun walked to the dining table without changing his expression and poured himself a cup of tea. "You slept so late, and you still let Yukari make breakfast alone? And you think you're in the right?" He took a sip of tea and pointed at the dishes on the table. "After you finish eating, clean up the dishes in the kitchen." Mai's eyes suddenly lit up, like a little fox that had spotted its prey. She bounced over to Shun and extended her fair, delicate hand. "Okay, but you have to give me money." Shun's brows furrowed. "Didn't I just give you 500,000 Rio a few days ago? You spent it all so quickly?" "I'm a girl. It's normal for my expenses to be higher." May replied, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The air in the room instantly froze, and Yukari gasped, almost dropping the teacup in her hand. Shun put down his teacup, looking at the self-righteous young girl in front of him, asking for money. "May, you should know that an average Shunin works themselves to death for a month just to earn over 400,000 Rio. I gave you 500,000 Rio, and you spent it all in a few days." May didn't see any problem at all, and instead argued confidently, "It's perfectly normal to spend a lot of money when I first arrive in Kono. Bedding, clothes, shoes, skincare products imported from the land of water, accessories." She suddenly changed her expression, hugged Shun's arm, and looked up with a spoiled expression. "Shun, please give me another 500,000 Rio. Please, please." Mai's voice was sickeningly sweet, and she deliberately rubbed her face against his arm, like a little cat begging for food. "Shun." Yukari put her hand to her forehead and sighed helplessly. "May, you can't spend money so recklessly." May immediately changed targets and pounced on Yukari. "Yukari-ne, you're the best. Look, my hair clip is old. I want a new one. And the new dango from the dessert shop on the corner. I heard it's super delicious. And Shun watched this scene, rubbing his temples. Under the scorching midday sun, familiar shouts came from the busiest izakaya on the commercial street. Tsunade seemed to be in a bad mood. She slammed the table and shouted, "Another pot!" Shun, holding Yukari's left hand and Mai's right hand, arrived at Tsunade's table. Tsunade, with blurry, drunken eyes, looked up, her gaze shifting between the three of them. "Shun, you really know how to have fun. Why did you bring two little girlfriends?" Yukari's face flushed slightly. Mei, however, puffed out her chest and proudly linked her arm with Shun's. Shun slowly walked to the opposite side of Tsunade and sat down. "I want to ask you to teach the mean seal." Tsunade spat out a mouthful of sake, scrutinizing the two girls. "No, Ibon. Mean seal is an S-rank Fuin jutsu, and it takes a long time to learn. I don't have that much time to teach them." Shun took out a scroll and placed it on the table. "The price of an S-rank ninjutsu is about 60 million ryo, and an S-rank Fuin jutsu is even more expensive, about 80 million ryo. This scroll contains 160 million ryo, which will be the tuition for both of them." Hearing that the scroll contained 160 million ryo, Mai's eyes lit up, and her mouth formed an O shape. Yukari, on the other hand, nervously tugged at Shun's sleeve, her eyes indicating that it was too expensive. Hearing such a large sum of money, Tsunade's drunkenness dissipated somewhat. Shun said with a serious expression, "Tsunade, don't refuse me. I know you sold the Senju clan's property and are now living in the Konoha Inn. With this money, you could buy back your ancestral home." Tsunade's eyes flickered, clearly tempted. Shun suddenly lowered his voice. "Moreover, Konoha's real estate prices are currently falling, but they will definitely rise in the future, so I hope you buy more properties. Also, the 2 billion ryo for building the cloning center has already arrived, and you'll need some people to help you out." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply. She naturally understood Shun's unspoken meaning. To revive Nawaki, a body needed to be cloned for him, and building the cloning center was the first step in the plan. He was using Nawaki as leverage, and he even offered 160 million ryo just to get her to accept these two apprentices. It seemed he was really willing to spend a great deal for the sake of his team. Finally, Tsunade tilted her head back, drained the sake in her cup, and snatched the scroll. "Kid, 8 p.m., Konoha Inn. Meeting with Tsunade at a reserved table in Konoha Izakaya." Sunlight streamed through the half-open window, casting dappled shadows on the table. Tsunade sat alone in the corner, several empty sake bottles in front of her, a cup of sake still in her hand. She gently swirled the cup. The amber liquid swayed, reflecting her slightly weary face. What a terrible day. Since returning to Konoha, her life had not improved. The former Senju ancestral home had long been sold to pay off debts, and now she could only live in an inn, without even a proper home. What bothered her even more was that her new boyfriend actually had 2 official girlfriends, and she could only be a secret, underground lover. How ironic. She tilted her head back and drained the sake, the spicy liquid sliding down her throat, but it couldn't wash away the vexation in her heart. Shun sat opposite her, his gaze somewhat complex. He also wanted to have a few drinks with her, but a faint sound came from behind him. Yukari stood quietly behind him, her eyes slightly dimmed. Mei, on the other hand, grinned, sticking out her tongue at him, an expression that said, "You're doomed." Shun's heart stirred. He has to send them away, so he can spend time with Tsunade. So he sighed and finally bowed, saying, "Tsunade-sama, then we will head back first." Tsunade didn't look up, merely waving her hand casually, as if she couldn't even bother to waste the energy to speak. After Shun left with Yukari and Mei, she sat by the window, looking out at the street, her mood complex. What am I doing, really? She clearly didn't want to agree, but resurrecting Nawaki was her long-standing obsession. Shun walked out of the izakaya, a cool breeze blowing. Mai's identity was special, and she had nothing to do in Konoha. She bounced over, her eyes sparkling. "Shun, give me some money." Shun smiled helplessly and took out a stack of banknotes. 500,000 Rio, spend it wisely. Wow, Shun is the best. Mei cheered, snatched the money, and excitedly began counting it. Shun ruffled Yukari's hair and then pinched Mai's cheek. Yukari, I still have official business to handle, so I'm going to the military police force first. You need to watch Mei and not let her spend recklessly. Yukari's eyes wavered slightly, but in the end, she only nodded. Inside the military police force office, Shun's shadow clone was reviewing documents. When the main body pushed the door open, the shadow clone looked up, then dissipated into a puff of white smoke. Memories instantly flowed back to Shun. Indeed, there were no important matters in the military police force today. Shun's lips curved slightly, and he summoned another shadow clone. He continued to let the shadow clone work for him. Konoha Inn, room 306. At this moment, Shun stood in front of the door, holding a bouquet of roses. He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Tsunade's impatient voice came from inside. A friend. He spoke in a friendly tone. The door opened a little, and Tsunade peered out, her eyes slightly unfocused. Seeing who it was, Senchurado. The room wasn't large, but it was very clean. On the coffee table by the window, there was half a bottle of sake. Tsunade's steps were somewhat unsteady, clearly indicating she had quite a bravado. Shun was silent for a moment, then slowly walked forward and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Tsunade interrupted him, her voice weary. Enough. I am just an ill-fated woman. You've already made me compromise with Nawaki's matter. Why do you have to tease me like this? Shun sighed, walked in front of her, and looked at her seriously. Tsunade, I just want you to know that I really care about you. If you really care about me, then stop playing these little games. Tsunade said softly, her tone finally softening. Shun smiled slightly, leaned in, and gently kissed her forehead. Come drink with me. She grabbed the sake bottle and took a direct swig. You've already had a lot. Shun frowned, reaching out to stop her. Seeing this, Tsunade angrily said, If you want drink with me, then get out. Shun had no choice but to pick up a glass and toast 3 times. These 3 drinks are my apology for what happened just now. Tsunade grabbed his collar and said, For those 2 little girlfriends, you were actually willing to spend 160 million Rio. Imchialos. Shun didn't struggle. Instead, he stepped closer to her. This 160 million Rio, wasn't it for you to spend? To help you revive Nawaki, I spent 2 billion Rio to build a clone center. Tsunade visibly stiffened. She released her grip on his collar, instead wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her chin on his bravado. Her voice was muffled with a slight nasal tone. You little rascal, I'm going to give you something nice. Seeing Tsunade lighten up, Shun laughed. Except bravado when I was bravado proactive, all other times, you were even bravado proactive than me. Tsunade's hazy, drunken eyes stared directly at him, a faint smile on her face. You troublemaker, come here. Sunlight streamed through a gap in the curtains, drawing a thin golden line on the floor. Shun lay on his side on the bed, quietly watching Tsunade sleeping in his arms. Her breathing was steady, her long lashes trembled slightly, and a hint of a peaceful smile played on her face. In his mind, the system's notification sounds kept ringing. Ding! Host and partner. Tsunade have completed the bonding ceremony. Senchurado glancing at Tsunade, who was resting peacefully, he abandoned the idea of continuing and turned his attention back to the system. Host, Uchih Shun strength, Kaga level lifespan, 17,121 bonds. Yukari loyalty, 100. Tsunade loyalty, 100. Mei loyalty, 63. Yui loyalty, 60. Health, 5980 5980 chakra. 4258 ocular power. 1860 Kekiai Genkai. Uzumaki Sage Body, intermediate. 625 Kekiai Genkai. Senju Sage Body, intermediate. 708 Kekiai Genkai. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 76 21,000. With Senju's sage body, intermediate, his chakra volume surged again. It was now more than 8 times that of a regular Jonin. Moreover, with the Uzumaki and Senju sage body enhancements, he could gain 40 Sharingan experience points daily. He was expected to awaken the Mangekyo in 60 days. Of course, if he upgraded the Uzumaki and Senju Sage mode to advanced, the time could be shortened even further. A bold moment with Tsunade in front of Jiraiya in the military police Barato chief's office. Shun's slender fingers tapped lightly on the window frame. Just 13 Barato sessions with Tsunade, and I can upgrade Senju Barato to advanced. Shun took a deep breath, adjusting his restless heart. Then, he formed a hand seal, leaving a shadow clone to work. His true body, meanwhile, transformed into an afterimage, instantly vanishing from the window. In the Senju clan territory, Tsunade's residence was surrounded by lush trees and blooming flowers. In this peaceful atmosphere, over a dozen of Tsunade's shadow clones bustled about. Some shadow clones meticulously wiped the window sills, making them shine brightly. Other shadow clones, scissors in hand, trimmed the weeds in the courtyard, making it neat and beautiful. The real Tsunade, at this moment, stood in the master bedroom, focused on arranging the room. Her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, and her bangs were slightly damp with sweat. Just then, a male voice suddenly appeared. "Tsunade, you shouldn't use your precious time for cleaning." Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. "Stop making sarcastic remarks. This is my home. Of course I'll do it myself." Shun slowly approached. The room carried a faint floral Barato. Tsunade glanced down, adjusting her jacket. The war just ended, and Konoha's economy isn't doing well. Many people are unemployed. Are you willing to work hard yourself, rather than give your clan members a chance to work? Tsunade paused, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. "Since when have you been so concerned about the Senju clan?" Shun suddenly took a step forward and said, "I care about many people, including you." Censurado. His unexpected declaration left Tsunade momentarily stunned. A sudden voice called out, "Hey, Tsunade, I'm here." Both turned toward the speaker. Shun slowly looked up and saw Jiraiya's annoying face peering in from outside the window. The white-haired ninja's signature smile froze the moment he saw the scene inside, his Barato comically a few times. You too." Jiraiya's finger trembled as he pointed at them, his eyes wide as saucers. His gaze swept over Tsunade's flushed cheeks and their close posture, his face changing from red to white to green. Bang! With a muffled thud, Jiraiya fell from the windowsill. This was followed by a crash, as if he had knocked over some decoration in the courtyard. Shun sighed, looking down at Tsunade in his arms. "Do I need to deal with him?" Before Tsunade could answer, a hand suddenly appeared on the window frame again with a swish. Jiraiya clumsily climbed back up, a few leaves still clinging to his forehead. His expression was as if he had swallowed an entire lemon. Censurado. Tsunade straightened her disheveled collar and said coldly, "Jiraiya, my private matters are none of your business." Jiraiya stomped his feet in exasperation and said, "Tsunade, you two, there's a 20-year age difference. It won't end well." Tsunade angrily clenched her fists. "Jiraiya, you jerk." Shun pulled Tsunade closer, his eyes also becoming dangerous. "Jiraiya, you're jealous of me." He deliberately held Tsunade closer and stared at her face. "Because I'm Barato favored by Tsunade than you?" Jiraiya's fist cracked, but he ultimately didn't strike. "Shun, I'll say it one last time. Leave Tsunade, or I'll beat you every time I see you." Shun then clenched his fist. "Exactly what I want." After the war, Konoha's economy is sluggish. I'm planning to hold a competition next Sunday to attract some wealthy people to watch. This will boost Konoha's economy. With our combined fame, we should be able to earn a lot of money for the village. Jiraiya glared at him, his chest heaving violently. This would benefit the village, and he could legitimately beat this kid. So, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine, I agree." Watching Jiraiya's indignant departure, Shun closed the window. The room fell silent again, with only the sound of their breathing. Tsunade leaned against the wall, her long hair somewhat disheveled on her shoulders. She looked at Barato, flustered from the conversation. "You did that on purpose?" Shun untied his ninja headband and smirked. Censuredo.